Chapter 351. Kathy gave Han Xing a strange smile. Her face looked extremely pale under her delicate features. Not only that, a pale eyeball appeared on her forehead and face. These eyeballs were all staring at Han Xing. Shili and Wu Miao both stopped breathing at the same time. At this moment, Han Xing's eyes had completely turned into murderous intent. He thought that this curse would only spread among civilians. Now it seems that he was wrong. The power of the curse far exceeded his imagination. Not only can it attack those 3rd and 4th level professionals. Now, it even targets the people around him. As a commander, Kathy has the strength of a 4-star lord. If even she is infected, that means that the entire Wu clan territory, except for these legendary strong men, no one can escape. At this moment, the infected Kathy laughed sharply. Hee hee. Hee hee. Human leader, are you surprised? Are you angry? But it's useless. Han Xing exhaled and said slowly, You know what? You are looking for death. His tone was very calm. But only those who are familiar with Han Xing know. At this moment, he really wanted to kill. However, the infected body Kathy on the opposite side was unmoved. Hee hee. Human leader, you seem to be very confident in yourself. Do you think you are invincible after repelling the shadow? My power is far beyond your imagination. Han Xing smiled and said, Really? If you really have such a strong power, why do you hide your head and show your tail? The other side seemed to know that Han Xing was testing it. The infected Kathy chuckled, Testing me? Hee hee. But it doesn't hurt to tell you a little information. Lord of the human race, do you know what is above the demigod? Hearing this, Han Xing finally knew what is targeting him. It is very likely that it is a real god. It is looking for something in him. Wu Miao and Shili on the side also understood. Above the demigod. Wu Miao whispered softly, and then her pupil shrank suddenly. She realized that the Wu clan was actually targeted by a god. A real god. Looking at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, the infected Kathy seemed very satisfied. However, this does not include Han Xing. If it was a few months ago, hearing a god targeting him, he might really feel scared. But now, he has at least 2 means that can pose a fatal threat to the gods. One is the more than 300 psychic god-slaying cannons in the territory. The other is the poisonous stinger of the divine beast in his backpack. But he did not show it. To deal with the gods, Han Xing needs more information. At this moment, Han Xing suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and asked, Tell me, what do you want? The infected Kathy seemed to think that Han Xing had given in. At this moment, he finally stated his purpose. I can feel that you have the power of that vein. The godhood of the hunter should be in you, right? Han Xing's face showed a look of realization. He finally understood what this guy wanted. Hunter's godhead. As Han Xing understood more about this world, he could feel Hunter's power more. The spirit of the wild ranger, just a trace of consciousness left by Hunter, had at least demigod-level combat power. Moreover, being able to kill a god-level beast like the beast, Hunter himself must also have god-level power. Most likely, it is not just an ordinary god level. His godhead was naturally coveted by some beings in this world. He inherited the profession of the wild ranger. Therefore, those beings could easily infer that Hunter's godhead was in him. Han Xing did not deny it. It's in me, you want this? After hearing this, the infected Kathy's face suddenly showed joy. Yes. Give it to me. As long as you give me the godhead you hunted, I will not only remove the curse on these witches. At the same time, I will also give you unlimited divine power. Hearing this, Han Xing knew that the other party was painting a pie for himself. But he did not show it, and continued to ask with a gloomy face, As long as I give you the godhead, are you sure you can remove the curse on them? Of course, my power is beyond your imagination. Han Xing fell into a state of thinking, as if considering the other party's proposal. To be honest, I don't know what the godhead you want to hunt is for. As far as I know, all demigod-level strongmen have a godhead on their bodies. Why, do you only want to hunt? After hearing this, the infected Kathy sneered. You don't need to know. You just need to know that if you don't give me the godhead, then the entire witch clan, including the human race, will be corrupted by the curse and die within a month. Without waiting for Han Xing to speak, the infected Kathy continued. Don't think I'm scaring you. You should have seen the strength of my curse. Not only this woman, but almost half of the people on the entire continent have been infected by my curse. As long as I want, the curse on them will all explode in an instant. Han Xing frowned. He didn't think this guy was joking. The other party really has this ability. After a while, Han Xing seemed to compromise and said slowly, Okay, I can hand over the godhood of the hunter. But how can I give it to you? The infected Kathy looked at Han Xing seriously. It seems that he didn't expect him to agree so easily. After a moment, the infected Kathy laughed sinisterly again. He. Master of the human race, don't think I don't know that you are testing me. But it's useless. Because in the Holy Spirit realm, there is no power that can deal with me, I give you a week. After a week, you will prepare the things and hand them over to any of my cursed slaves. Otherwise, tens of billions of Wu-Clan creatures, including you legends, will all be buried with them. Hearing this, Han Xing suddenly said, Hand it over to your cursed slave? Instead of you coming to take it yourself? The coldness on his face suddenly dissipated, and then he chuckled. I see, it seems that you can't walk around freely. Like those guys, the Holy Spirit realm has severe restrictions on you. The infected Kathy's face changed instantly, as if the deepest secret in her heart was revealed. But it quickly reacted and laughed softly. Master of the human race, you think too naively. Existences like us cannot be restricted by any force. However, Han Xing shook his head. Okay, I know. 1 week, right? Now you can shut up. After that, Han Xing exerted his divine power directly. Instantly suppressed the infected Kathy. Looking at Wumior and Shili, who were shocked next to him, Han Xing said, Seal her up. Let's go outside. The two girls nodded. Then, the three of them left the underground shelter together. Above the main city of the Wu clan, Han Xing quickly ordered the legendary strongmen in the main city to take action and seal these infected people with divine power. Including Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun, they also got the news. One after another, they came from Wanqing City. They began to participate in the suppression operation in the entire Wu clan continent. On this day, tens of millions of Wu clan soldiers came back from all over the country and locked up the infected people in underground shelters. In the sky, the figures of those legendary strongmen also flashed quickly between cities. 1 day later, Wanqing City, in the Parliament Hall, Han Xing and his 5 people, as well as Wumior and High Priest Xiao. A total of 7 people sat in various positions. At this time, Shen Yun said with a worried look, Brother Xing, is the situation a bit troublesome now? Yesterday, we have found tens of billions of infected people and isolated them all together. But there are still people in the crowd who continue to show signs of curse outbreaks. It seems that the number of infected people must be far more than this number. The guy who threatened you may be telling the truth. When everyone heard this, they felt that things were getting more and more difficult. Han Xing nodded and asked suddenly, Do you think I should hand over the things and keep things quiet? Or think of other ways? In the Parliament Hall, there were the most important people in Han Xing's camp. They were also trustworthy people. After hearing this, everyone began to think. There is no doubt that under the current circumstances, the first option is definitely better. After all, being targeted by a real god is a disaster for any race. However, at this time, Cheng Jianyong suddenly said, Hand over your ass. This guy has no dignity as a god at all, and he will do anything to achieve his goal. Even if Brother Xing gave it the things, it is hard to guarantee that it will not make other requests. Everyone looked at Cheng Jianyong, with surprise in their eyes. It seemed strange that he would say such a reasonable thing. High Priest Xiao said worriedly, But if we don't hand it over, that person will attack our people. This curse should be the same as the one in the Orc Kingdom. We have gathered the strength of the whole tribe, but we haven't found a way to deal with it. Moreover, I found that this curse not only attacks ordinary people, but also shows signs of infection above the legendary level. When these words came out, everyone on the field was slightly shocked. There is no trace of this curse. You don't even know if you've been infected by the curse. Holy Lord, it only gives us 1 week. What do you think we should do now? The High Priest asked tentatively. Han Xing thought for a moment and said slowly, I agree with Cheng Jianyong. Even if we hand over the things, there is no guarantee that the guy won't make other demands. The Orc Kingdom and the Sky Island Forest are lessons from the past. So now we have to think of a permanent solution. Hearing this, Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun's eyes lit up. Cheng Jianyong said, Brother Xing means to find that guy, and then. He made a gesture, and everyone understood what he meant. Han Xing nodded. That's right, I want to kill the gods. Boom! As soon as these words came out, a thunderbolt suddenly sounded in the sky of the Holy Spirit realm. Including Wumior and the High Priest beside him, there were storms in their hearts. They understood it completely. Han Xing's so-called permanent solution was to attack the god. From the beginning, he had no intention of compromising. Instead, he chose to fight to the end. At this moment, the two of them were shocked. They were also refreshed with their understanding of the boldness of this new holy lord. They looked at the other team members, as if they wanted them to persuade Han Xing. However, at this time, Shen Yun suddenly said, "Brother Xing, if we want to attack the guy, do we have to find its location first? It only gave us a week, is it enough?" High Priest Xiao was stunned. "Now I want you to stop the Holy Lord from this dangerous idea. Why are you still analyzing it?" However, he ignored the worry expression of the High Priest. Han Xing continued, "It's okay, I already have a clue. This guy, since he can spread the curse in the Holy Spirit realm. This means that his true body is definitely in the Holy Spirit realm. Through some clues, I also roughly guessed the source of the spread of this curse. It should be brought by the legendary strongman who came to help a few months ago. The Orc Kingdom and the Sky Island Forest have suffered from this curse for many years. This means that this guy is either hiding in the Sky Island Forest or in the Orc Kingdom. And what we have to do is to find its hiding place, and then give it a thunderous blow." Han Xing's eyes showed murderous intent. He was not afraid at all, because his opponent was a real god. Zhang Lianmeng seemed to remember something at this time, and whispered, "Xinger, I remember the group of tree spirits said last time that the curse of their Sky Island Forest was very serious. Could it be hidden in the Sky Island Forest?" Han Xing nodded and said, "It is possible. But the Orc Kingdom cannot be ignored. The tree spirits seem to have said before that the king of the Orc Kingdom was suspected of being infected by the curse. And it is not an easy task to infect a demigod-level strongman without being discovered. So, there is a high probability in these two places." Cheng Jianyong said, "Then Xinger, should we take all the psychic energy god-killing cannons away and then sweep over?" Without waiting for Han Xing to speak, Shen Yun shook his head and said, "Not appropriate. Although the psychic energy god-killing cannons can cause damage to gods, we are not sure whether there are other means for this kind of existence. To deal with it, we still need a perfect plan." Everyone started to add their opinions one after another. Even Zhang Lianmeng and Su Shaoan on the side would say a few words from time to time. However, this scene seemed to be unreal in the eyes of the high priests. You know, they are just a group of human beings who have just broken through the legend. They have to be cautious when any demigod comes. However, it is this group of seemingly weak human beings. They are actually discussing how to deal with the gods. And they are also seriously formulating a series of detailed plans. Wu Mir and Xiao looked at each other. They both saw a trace of fear and shock in each other's eyes. If this operation fails, not only them, but the entire Wu clan may fall into a place of no return. However, they chose to believe that man for no reason. After all, the miracles brought by that man time and time again have long convinced everyone in the entire Wu clan. After a moment, Han Xing spoke. "Okay, let's stop discussing the plan for now. Dealing with a god is not a simple matter. We need to search for as much information as possible about the gods, and the means they may have. Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we guarantee the highest probability of victory. Ensure that the action is foolproof." Everyone nodded in unison. Then, with fists clenched and faces flushed with excitement, they walked out of the Parliament Hall together. This day, it is estimated that the entire Holy Spirit realm would not have thought. Facing the threat of the gods. Not only did this group of human beings not choose to compromise, but they started a series of plans to kill gods. At the same time, outside the Wu clan territory, in a distant ancient country, in a damp and dark temple, a figure was kneeling. This figure looked very familiar. It was Zhou Huang after he left the Wu clan territory. At this time, Zhou Huang looked extremely embarrassed. He was covered with wounds, and some parts of his body showed the same symptoms as those infected. But Wu Jia, who came out with him, disappeared. At this moment, Zhou Huang was kneeling in the temple full of various human tissues. A slight touch on the ground was sticky plasma. Zhou Huang's heart was despairing, and he had gradually felt numb. At this time, a voice sounded in Zhou Huang's ears. "The son of destiny of this generation of human race. Do you think that kid will come?" Zhou Huang slowly raised his head, with doubts in his eyes. "This time, I not only spread the curse on those Wu people. My power also spread to the human race in the Wu territory. Do you think he will choose to hand over the godhead, or will he choose to fight me?" Zhou Huang was shocked after hearing this. He asked in horror, "You didn't intend to fulfill your promise from the beginning, did you?" Promise? Have you forgotten my identity?" Zhou Huang's eyelids jumped. Since knowing the identity of this guy, Zhou Huang has become more desperate. He also knows that the other party will not only not keep his promise, but will also wantonly play with such oaths. Through observations over this period of time, and your intelligence, I have roughly understood this kid's character. The leader of this generation of human race should be someone who will not surrender easily. But it doesn't matter. Whether he is willing to surrender or not, the outcome will be the same. I have deployed various means nearby. And these means are enough to threaten the gods. If he falls into the trap, how should I deal with him? The panic in Zhou Huang's eyes became even worse. He didn't expect that this existence had done so many things when he didn't know. Whether Han Xing came or not, he would fall into this guy's trap. A strong sense of crisis appeared in Zhou Huang's heart. Chapter 352. Zhou Huang was extremely anxious, although he and Han Xing were competitors in the human race. But Zhou Huang also knew that Han Xing might never consider him as an opponent. Even falling to this state was Zhou Huang's wishful thinking. In addition, he was also a human. Zhou Huang wanted to tell Han Xing urgently at this moment. Don't come to this guy. There is a trap here, but since Zhou Huang was captured in this temple, he has cut off all contact with the outside world. Even the communication function has lost its function. This guy is too powerful and can affect the survivor's own system. Even if he wants to contact, he has to escape from this temple first. Zhou Huang's thoughts turned quickly. After a moment, he raised his head and showed a tired look. Zhou Huang shook his head and said, based on my understanding of him, he is unlikely to come. Oh! The voice seemed very surprised. Didn't you say that this guy was competing with you for the position of the leader of the human race and squeezed you out? Would such a person surrender so easily? Zhou Huang thought about it and suddenly smiled bitterly. You may have misunderstood. This guy doesn't have the so-called king's momentum. On the contrary, he is a bit wretched. In my impression, he is an extremely stable person. He rarely takes action before he is absolutely sure. Hearing this, the voice was even more surprised. You mean, you were squeezed out of the position of the leader of the human race by such a person? Zhou Huang nodded, and didn't feel ashamed. Waste. The voice continued, it seems that we have to use some other means. If this guy really doesn't come and doesn't take the lives of those witches and humans seriously, then it will be troublesome. It seems that I have to do it myself. Zhou Huang frowned and asked, what else do you want to do? Didn't you give him a week to think about it? The time is not up yet. The voice chuckled. What? Do I need to tell you? Zhou Huang remained silent. At this time, the voice continued, if I tell you, I will go to the abandoned land of the gods now, and turn all those humans into my slaves. What do you think? Zhou Huang's pupils suddenly contracted. Why? Don't you just want his godhood? Taking action on the human race will not only not make him surrender, but may completely arouse his rebellious psychology. By then, you will get nothing. Zhou Huang seemed extremely excited. At this time, a crisp snap of fingers came. Pop! The next moment, Zhou Huang's blood spurted out of his body. The power of the curse broke out instantly. Ah! A scream came out of Zhou Huang's mouth. When his mouth opened, eyeballs appeared inside. At this moment, Zhou Huang seemed to be in great pain, and the human emperor's sword in his backpack was trembling slightly. He couldn't help but want to fly out and kill the enemy. But in the end, Zhou Huang still held back. I punish you a little. Next time, if you dare to talk to me like this again, you will go to accompany those infected bodies. The voice said this lightly. Just when he was about to leave, he was suddenly surprised. Huh? It seems that I don't need to go to the abandoned land of the gods. This kid is really planning to deal with me. Interesting. At this moment, Zhou Huang's heart was shaking again. Through the understanding during this period of time, he already knew. Existences of this level often have some means of predicting danger. It is very likely that when Han Xing was discussing how to deal with it, he had been sensed by this terrifying existence. Zhou Huang instantly became anxious. No, we have to find a way to tell Han Xing this news. Tell him not to come to this guy. In the Wuclan continent, several figures disappeared and stood in the air. At this time, Wumir took out many bottles of black potions from her arms and handed them to Han Xing. Holy Lord, this is one of the potions you want. According to your instructions, I gathered all the secret medicine masters of the Wu clan together and made this potion overnight. And these things? Wumir took out a few more things from her arms and handed them to Han Xing one by one. Han Xing looked at the system prompts that kept flashing by and nodded. We are about to set off. During this period, all news should be blocked to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Before receiving my message, you should try your best to pretend that we are still in the Wu clan continent. Wumir and the high priest beside him nodded at the same time. They also knew the importance of this operation. Then, Han Xing secretly mobilized a core territory island from the vicinity of Wanqing City. There are a full 300 psychic god-slaying cannons on it. There are also some other territory buildings. These were all built near Wanqing City before, and usually only Han Xing can activate them. There are still dozens of psychic god-killing cannons on the Wuclan continent. Therefore, the disappearance of these turrets will not attract the attention of others. After the words fell, Han Xing appeared directly on the Sky Island. Then he covered the Sky Island with divine power and turned it into an invisible state. At this time, Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun and others also boarded the Sky Island. The 5 people looked forward resolutely. They were going to do something big this time. A big thing that would shake the entire Holy Spirit realm, looking at their backs as they were about to leave. Wu Mior whispered behind them. Holy Brother Han Xing. Han Xing turned his head. What's wrong? Wu Mior hesitated to speak, and after a moment, she said, as if she had mustered up the courage. Can Mior go with you? I'm about to break through the high-level legend, and I won't be a burden to you. When the time comes, I can also help you fight together. At this point, there was even a hint of request in her tone. After hearing this, Han Xing smiled. He appeared beside Wu Mior, then touched her head and said, Miao, you know, this time, a few more legends won't help much. Even if there are a few more demigods, it won't help. On the contrary, if you stay in the Wuclan continent, you can suppress the curse outbreak in the first place, which will be of greater help to me. Listening to Han Xing's comforting words, Wu Mior also knew that her request was a bit willful. But in her heart, she wanted to accompany Han Xing and face the danger together. Looking at the teammates around Han Xing, Wu Mior thought for a moment and responded softly. Well, I wait for you to come back. After saying this, Wu Mior seemed to be afraid that she would continue to hesitate, so she turned around and left. Including the high priest beside her, the figure also disappeared directly from the original place. At this time, the smile on Han Xing's face gradually disappeared. He walked to the team members and said, Let's go! This day, an invisible Sky Island quietly left the Wuclan continent and drove straight to the Wuclan border area. A few hours later, Han Xing and others had arrived at the Wuclan border. This was the place where the Wuclan and the Shadow Legion fought in the past. It was also one of the main passages for the Wuclan to the outside world. After a few months, there were still many soldiers guarding here. They were clearing out the void beasts and suppressing the void riots. Han Xing's Sky Island was in a state of divine power shielding, and their arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Those defense towers were also under Han Xing's highest authority, and there was no movement. Then, everyone crossed the border silently. Sky Island slowly drove into a turbulent void. They advanced in the dark void for a while. 1 hour later, a light appeared in front of everyone. We are about to leave the Wuclan territory. Han Xing's voice appeared. Everyone raised their heads involuntarily and looked at the light. After arriving at the light, they appeared in a new area. The system prompt appeared. You have left the Wuclan territory. The world influence has increased by 103, and the new map has been unlocked. Looking at the unnamed area displayed on the map, Han Xing nodded. This area does not belong to any force, so naturally it has no name. Looking at the direction in the distance, Han Xing fell into thought. A choice appeared in front of him. Going forward about 500,000 kilometers to the left, you will reach the sphere of influence of the Sky Island Forest. Going forward about 800,000 kilometers to the right, you will reach the sphere of influence of the Orc Kingdom. Which side to go first is very important. After some discussion, Han Xing made a decision and said, Our first stop is to go to the Sky Island Forest. Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. Han Xing explained, although we all know that the guy is more likely to be in the Orc Kingdom. However, our current impression of the god only stays on spreading curses. We have no idea about its other methods. So, if the one in the Sky Island Forest really wants to deal with that guy, with so many years of dealing with curses, they must know more about the god. We can get some information in the Sky Island Forest, and then discuss more detailed methods. Everyone nodded and felt that Han Xing's words made sense. Of course, there are certain risks in doing this. What if the one in the Sky Island Forest has already been controlled by the other party? Then Han Xing and others' actions are equivalent to alerting the snake. Or, the god is in the Sky Island Forest. If Han Xing and others go there now, they will directly confront it. It is equivalent to directly starting a war. But as mentioned before, no matter what you do, there will be risks. Or, in other words, when they first chose to deal with the gods, they knew it would not be an easy task. And they have made corresponding preparations. After the words fell, Han Xing controlled the Sky Island and headed straight towards the direction of the Sky Island Forest. After a few hours, Everyone suddenly saw. A large number of green sky islands appeared in front of them. All kinds of plants grew on them. The system prompt appeared. You have entered the Sky Island Forest. The new map has been unlocked. The world influence has increased by 109, and the legendary points have increased by 5. Is this the Sky Island Forest? Chung Jianyong said in surprise. Shinyun nodded. It is indeed different from the Sky Island in the Wu clan's territory and the God's Forsaken Land. They saw that the style of the Sky Island here has changed significantly. It is not covered by various clouds. Instead, it is directly presented in front of everyone. Compared with the modern style of the Wu clan, the Sky Island Forest is just like its name. It is really a forest built on an island. There are all kinds of towering trees that are thousands of meters high or even tens of thousands of meters high, and in the forest, you can still see some traces of wild animals. At this time, Shinyun looked at Han Xing's back and said, Brother Xing, do you feel it? There are many strong auras in these forests. Hearing this, everyone also released their divine power. Then, they also sensed those auras. It seems that they came from those ancient trees that are 10,000 meters high. At least they all have the strength of 4-star leaders. Among them, there are also the auras of lords and dominant creatures. Everyone was slightly shocked. This is just the first Sky Island they found when they first came to the Sky Island Forest. The number and quality of the strong people on it far exceed that of the Witch Clan. If it is placed in the entire Sky Island Forest territory, the number of strong people is simply unimaginable. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Han Xing chose to bypass this Sky Island and go deep into the Sky Island Forest territory from other angles. As they continued to advance for thousands of kilometers, on the road, they encountered dozens of Sky Island forests again. Just like the first Sky Island forest they encountered outside. The aura and proportion of the strong people above are very high. Along the way, they encountered at least thousands of tree spirits with the strength of the 4th-turn lord. The strength of the Sky Island Forest is far beyond their imagination. At least, it is much stronger than the Witch Clan. How did these guys do so many 4th-turn leaders and lords? Chung Jianyong felt very strange. Including everyone else, they also felt that this ratio was too high. Han Xing observed carefully, and suddenly said, I seem to know how they become stronger. Hearing this, everyone looked at Han Xing. Han Xing pointed to an empty island in front and said, Look, are the plants on it maintaining the same frequency and breathing? Everyone carefully sensed it. A consistent breathing frequency came to their ears. They were slightly shocked. In their perception, it seemed that the plants on the entire empty island were a whole. The energy they collected through breathing was all gathered in the forest, on the few plants. Chung Jianyong was surprised and said, Oh my god. So these tree spirits practice like this? A whole forest feeds a few plants. Even those saplings, and even some weeds can absorb energy. No wonder they have such a high proportion of strong ones. He seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, Brother Xing, do you think we can get the cultivation method of this group of plants? Then take it back to the Wu clan, let those ordinary people also learn this cultivation method, and then help us cultivate? It must be said that Chung Jianyong's thinking is still very active. He immediately thought of this aspect. However, Shinyun rolled his eyes and said, You kid has read too many immortal novels. You can think of it. Han Xing thought for a moment, shook his head and said, It shouldn't work. This should be one of the talents of the Tree Spirit clan. Just like the witch pattern of the Wu clan, other races can't imitate it. After listening to it, everyone also felt that what Han Xing said made sense. What a pity. Chung Jianyong shook his head with some regret. At this time, Cold Ball seemed to have discovered something. It walked in front of everyone, sniffing the air with its nose. Before Han Xing could react, but they saw that the figure of Cold Ball had disappeared from the original place and escaped into the void. Where did Cold Ball go? In the puzzled eyes of the crowd, they suddenly saw that there was a commotion in the center of the Sky Island Forest in front of them. A towering ancient tree that was tens of thousands of meters high seemed to suddenly wake up from a deep sleep. On the trunk, 2 eyes slowly opened. It scanned the surroundings and still felt nothing unusual. It returned to its deep sleep again. After a while, Cold Ball's figure suddenly appeared beside Han Xing. It approached Han Xing with an excited expression, as if asking for credit. At this time, everyone knew. The commotion of the ancient tree might be related to Cold Ball. It was just that Cold Ball's stealth skills were too advanced, so the other party could not find it at all. Han Xing touched its head and smiled. Little Cold Ball, are you naughty again? We have things to do now next time. Han Xing hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, a red fruit was spit out of Cole Ball's mouth. This fruit contains a strong breath of life. As soon as it was revealed, Han Xing felt refreshed. This is? Han Xing asked in confusion. Cole Ball spit the fruit directly into Han Xing's hand. System prompts appeared. Hit life fruit, 4-star domination level, *1. Effect: after taking it, you can permanently increase the maximum upper limit of life value by 1,000 points, remaining number of times to take, 100. Seeing the effect of this fruit, Han Xing was suddenly shocked. This is actually a prop that increases the upper limit of life, although there is no attribute of life on the survivor's personal panel. But through this period of exploration, Han Xing roughly came up with the data. That is, 1 point of constitution is roughly equal to 10 points of life. P.S. In addition to increasing life, the constitution attribute can also increase physical defense, endurance, body recovery speed and other attributes. Han Xing's eyes showed a hint of surprise. This kind of fruit can increase the upper limit of life by 1,000 points, which is equivalent to 100 points of constitution bonus, and the most important thing is that it can be taken 100 times. In other words, through this fruit, the upper limit of life can be directly increased by 100,000 points, equivalent to a bonus of 10,000 points of constitution, and this is only a 4-star dominant level life fruit. There must be legendary, high-level legendary, and even demigod life fruits above. At this moment, Han Xing looked at the sky island below, as if he had discovered a treasure land. Woo! Cole Ball made a slight cry from his mouth, as if he was asking for credit. Han Xing touched its head. Well done, Cole Ball. Cole Ball seemed very happy to receive the praise from his master. At the same time, others also saw the effect of the fruit of life. At this time, Shen Yun looked at the sky island below and said, I didn't expect that the fruit of life would have such an effect. I see, there are still dozens of life fruits hanging on that big tree. Do you want us to pick them all off for him now? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the sky island. It seemed that this primeval forest contained all kinds of precious opportunities. Chapter 353. Those sky island plants contain opportunities. However, Han Xing thought for a moment and shook his head. Don't worry about those fruits for now. Our purpose is to come to the sky island forest to find relevant clues. Let's not make things complicated. Everyone nodded at the same time, knowing that what Han Xing said made sense. At this time, Han Xing took out a small white ball. After throwing it on the ground, a ball of white smoke quickly appeared. Then it began to spread rapidly, directly covering the entire sky island. From the outside, it looked like a wild cloud sky island. What is this? Brother Xing Chung Jianyong couldn't help asking. Han Xing replied, the cloud cover is a gadget developed by the Wu clan that can completely cover the sky island. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary cloud island. However, this thing can only serve as a cover-up. If those strongmen really get close, we will still be discovered. Everyone nodded in understanding. Han Xing continued, next, we will leave the sky island here and explore it ourselves. Putting the sky island here is also a helpless move. The sky island is too big a target. Even if it is covered by their divine power, it can hide from the sight of those 4-star lords and masters. But if it is the legends and demigods, they will almost instantly see through Han Xing and his disguise. Legendary strong men are very sensitive to the fluctuations of divine power. Shen Yun seemed to remember something and asked, Brother Xing, even if we leave the sky island here and break into the sky island forest by ourselves, won't we be discovered? The fluctuations of our divine power will also be sensed by those legends. Han Xing glanced at him and smiled. Of course, I have other means. After that, a few bottles of black, fluorescent potions appeared in Han Xing's hand. What is this? Shen Yun asked in confusion. Divine Power Shielding Potion. Han Xing explained. It is an auxiliary secret medicine made by all the secret medicine masters of the Wu clan. Although it is only a crude product, it can also shield our divine power fluctuations, and the legendary strongmen will hardly notice it. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Chung Jianyong was surprised and said, What Brother Xing means is that as long as we take this potion, we use divine power to cover up our breath. Even if we touch the backs of those legendary strongmen, we will not be discovered? Fuck. Then we have to transform into legendary assassins, like Cole Ball? Han Xing smiled and said, What are you thinking about? This potion is only a semi-finished product, although it can block the perception of legends. However, it is hard to say about demigod-level strongmen. And this potion has another disadvantage, that is, once we take action, the shielding effect will disappear. Hearing this, the surprise in Chung Jianyong's eyes disappeared instantly. There are too many restrictions, which made his idea of using it to trick people fall through. Han Xing shook his head. Take the potion, and let's move on. After speaking, the 5 people drank the black potion at the same time. At this moment, they clearly felt that the divine power fluctuations on their bodies disappeared. The cold ball next to them tilted his head and looked at their actions with a puzzled look on his face. It seems that I don't understand why they go to such great lengths to hide themselves. At this time, everyone remembered. After Cold Ball broke through the legend, he awakened a passive skill escape into the void. It can hide his body anytime and anywhere, and it is many times more advanced than their invisibility. Everyone looked at this little guy with envy. Then, the figures of the 5 people and the wolf disappeared on the spot. The surrounding scene was rapidly receding. Han Xing and his friends had discovered many huge forests in the sky along the way. It was the same scene as before. It was a whole forest of plants absorbing energy to feed some powerful plants. Most of these plants had several fruits with strong vitality on the treetops. Especially in the center of the forest, the strongest plant, the fruit on it exuded an attractive fragrance. Even with the concentration of Han Xing and others, they couldn't help but want to take a bite. However, they still had business to do. Soon they put this thought behind their minds. They advanced more than 100,000 kilometers all the way. There were still scenes of Sky Island forests all around. I have to say, the territory of the Sky Island forest is very large. The deeper you go into the Sky Island forest, the larger the area of the Sky Island here is. At this moment, in front of everyone, an extremely large Sky Island appeared. It was covered with all kinds of towering trees, and giant trees, as high as hundreds of thousands of meters, could be seen everywhere. You couldn't see the end at a glance. Compared with the area of the Wuklan continent, it was actually not much less. It was even larger. Han Xing and the others stopped instantly, because in this huge primeval forest, everyone felt the breath of a legendary strongman. And there are a lot of legendary masters. Among these auras, are there a few familiar ones? They seem to be the tree spirit legends who came to rescue at that time? Shinyun suddenly said. Han Xing nodded. Yes, there are at least 50 legends here, counting the number of legends we met on the way. Sky Island Forest has at least 100 legendary masters. In addition, there is a powerful demigod. Sky Island Forest is really powerful. Han Xing certainly knew that these were just the power of Sky Island Forest on the surface. There must be other means in secret. These guys are hiding very deeply. So, in the entire Holy Spirit realm, the Wu clan is really one of the weakest forces. Before Han Xing and his friends came, if there was no demigod Hellas to support the scene, the Wu clan is not even an ordinary big clan. However, Han Xing is not afraid of these forces now. You know, they have fought against such a behemoth as the Dragon Road, and even killed a demigod-level dragon. The current Wu clan, no, the current Han Xing camp, is no longer what it used to be. The next moment, 5 people and 1 wolf rushed directly into this huge primeval forest. As everyone expected, they had a smooth journey. The tree spirits completely ignored their arrival. With the help of the divine power shielding secret medicine, as long as Han Xing and his team did not deliberately leak it. Even if they appeared in front of the tree spirits, they would not be discovered. At this time, Han Xing and his team also discovered the defense power of the Sky Island Forest. They were not like the Wu clan, who built various defense towers for detection and attack. The so-called defense is to rely on the millions of branches on these legendary tree spirits. The ends of these branches are releasing the fluctuations of divine power, as if weaving a huge spider web in the air. Any enemy passing by these spider webs will be captured. In order not to expose himself and avoid more accidents, he took everyone around a long circle and gradually approached the central area of the Sky Island Forest continent. Here, the plants have become thicker and more lush. Towering ancient trees over 10,000 meters can be seen everywhere. A few legendary ancient trees over 100,000 meters can also be seen from time to time. They continued to keep a low profile and carefully searched in this forest continent. According to the experience of Han Xing and others, the closer they came to the center of the continent, the more powerful plants there were. And in the center, it is very likely that the existence they are looking for is located. At this time, in front of them, there appeared a towering ancient tree that was tens of thousands of meters high and could not be seen at a glance. This ancient tree was just like the Buzhou mountain that supported the heaven and the earth in the myth. It extended from the forest continent to the highest point of the sky. Without a doubt, this was the second largest creature they had ever seen. The first was the corpse of the beast. Cheng Jianyong whispered in shock, "World Tree." At this time, a voice appeared above everyone's head. My friend, you compare me with such a sacred thing, which really makes me embarrassed. At the moment this voice sounded, everyone's scalp tightened instantly, and a sense of crisis suddenly appeared in their hearts, because they had no idea when the voice appeared. It even appeared right beside them. They went into battle right away. My friends, why are you so nervous? You came all the way to the Sky Island forest. Didn't you come to find me? Han Xing finally reacted. The person talking to them was the supreme leader of the Sky Island forest. That demigod-level existence. Everyone looked at each other, and the vigilance in their eyes did not disappear. Han Xing thought for a moment, loosened the bowstring that was about to attack, and responded, "You are right, we are here to find you. Last time, you sent the legendary plants of your tribe to help the witch tribe, and then asked someone to invite me to the Sky Island forest. Now, I have fulfilled my promise." The voice sounded again. "That's true. I thought you would break your promise. I didn't expect you to come so soon. You are so young, but you know how to repay kindness. I really admire you." Hearing these compliments, Han Xing seemed to feel that the other party was indeed not hostile. He relaxed his guard a little. "In that case, why don't you meet us?" Hearing this, they suddenly heard a vicissitudes of laughter. "My friend, haven't I always been in front of you?" Before them, this giant tree, which was tens of thousands of meters high, shook gently. Han Xing and others' pupils shrank suddenly. The next moment, the attributes of this ancient tree appeared in front of him. Gnarled root cage holy tree, demigod-level creature. Level, unknown attributes, unknown skills, unknown divine power, unknown. Note, an ancient tree with a very long lifespan, but for some reason, it seems that this ancient tree is tainted with the breath of a curse. Seeing the system's annotations, Han Xing was finally convinced that this guy was the boss of the Sky Island forest. An extremely ancient sacred tree. At this time, the other party gently said, "My friends, are you here to help me remove the curse?" Hearing this, Han Xing's face suddenly darkened. He said coldly, "To be honest, if I didn't feel your malice. Otherwise, I now have reason to suspect that you tricked us here just to harm us." The huge old tree branches shook gently, seeming to be extremely surprised. "My friend, why do you say that?" Han Xing looked up and said, "You should know what the source of this curse is. You asked me to come here to solve this curse. Do you think I have the strength to deal with the gods? Or do you think I won't die fast enough?" Han Xing's tone was not polite at all. At this time, the twisted root cage sacred tree seemed to know that Han Xing had misunderstood something. It sighed. "My friend, it seems that you already know the source of this curse. I asked you to come here, of course, not to harm you." Han Xing quietly waited for the ancient tree to say the next words. "I know that the source of the curse is not something we can solve. Before this, I have tried many times, but all ended in failure. I asked you to come here for another thing. And this thing also needs your help." Han Xing looked at the other party's huge trunk that was as big as a mountain in confusion. The other party said directly, "That is, to remove the parts of my body that have been eroded and rotten by the curse." Hearing this, Han Xing was stunned for a moment. It seemed to know that Han Xing didn't understand. The ancient tree continued to explain, "You should know that this curse is like a maggot in the tarsal bone. Once infected, it will gradually invade every corner of the body, until your body is completely eroded and you become a slave of the curse." The words fell. The twisted root cage holy tree slowly turned around. Its huge body, every move can affect the entire forest continent. The green covering the sky above the head began to twist like a green vortex. And when its body turned almost 180 degrees, the scene in front of everyone suddenly changed. The branches that were originally covered with green disappeared. Instead, there was a bloody and corrupt black. The trunk of the giant tree was covered with black, smelly flesh. These flesh seemed to have their own life, constantly wriggling, and then eyes appeared. It was like a mountain of flesh, covered with dense eyeballs. It was chilling, at this moment. Everyone took a deep breath at the same time. If the other side of the Holy Lord of the Root Cage symbolized life and majesty, then this side was completely corrupt and degenerate. There were all kinds of mosquitoes and insects all over it, and the stench was overwhelming, green or red mucus, mixed with various internal organs, dripping. The ground within a radius of dozens of kilometers turned dark black. At this time, on the trunk of the ancient tree covered with flesh, Han Xing saw a huge human face. However, the human face looked extremely painful at this moment, and the facial features were twisted together. "Is this your true form?" Han Xing couldn't help asking. The huge human face seemed to be trying its best to suppress the pain in its body. Then he sighed and said, "Yes. It's ugly, isn't it?" Everyone nodded together. It was obviously impossible for them to speak against their conscience. The current appearance of this ancient tree was really disgusting. The twisted root cage holy tree smiled bitterly. He was not angry at the straightforward expressions of several people. I was not like this a few hundred years ago. Since I was entangled by that curse, my body has been eroded all the time. They are like parasites growing in my body, sucking nutrients from my body. Not only are they devouring my strength, but they are also turning my body into this terrible and disgusting appearance. Only with the help of my friend can I peel off these disgusting parts. Han Xing frowned. What do you mean? The ancient tree with twisted roots continued. Yes, I want you to attack my body. Get rid of all the necrotic parts on my body. Han Xing was a little surprised. Can't you do this yourself? Anyway, you have so many branches on your body, can't you just scrape off these infected parts yourself? The ancient tree sighed helplessly. Obviously, this won't work. The moment my body was invaded by the curse, that part no longer belonged to me. Not only that, my friend, did you see those eyes? These eyes will always drill into my mind and control my consciousness. Whenever I want to attack the infected part of my body, those eyes will force me to stop. Speaking of this, it seemed to be extremely painful. Han Xing nodded. I understand. So you want to use the power of the demigod to forcibly break through your own defense and destroy these bodies eroded by the curse. The ancient tree with twisted roots and cages was instantly excited. Yes, that's right. Before, I invited Hellas to come here and did the same. But this guy is too weak. He can't even stop my unconscious counterattack, and he was injured. But you can repel the shadow. You must have a stronger power than Hellas. Hearing this, Han Xing was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed dumbly. So, this is how Wumior said that Hellas was injured in the Sky Island forest last time. It seems that Hellas is not very powerful among the demigods. Even the unconscious counterattack of this ancient tree is not an opponent. But this also indirectly shows that this ancient tree is more powerful than imagined. My dear friend, please help me get rid of these rotten parts of my body now. I have been suffering from this torture for too long. Once I succeed, I will always remember your kindness. Han Xing did not agree immediately, but fell into thought. Seeing that the other party did not respond for a long time, the ancient tree with twisted roots and cages said excitedly, My dear friend, what are you waiting for? I promise you, as long as you can help me get rid of these cursed parts, I will give you a huge reward. The semi-god level life tree heart that can greatly increase the power of the gods, and the artifact of my clan, the Deadwood Staff, can be given to you. If you are not satisfied, you can even go to the treasure house of my clan and choose it yourself. The tone of the ancient tree was very serious. It can be heard that it is not joking. At this time, a system prompt appeared in Han Xing's ears. The ancient tree with twisted roots and cages has sent you a commission task, asking you to remove the rotten parts of its body. 55%. Task rewards. 1 demigod level tree of life heart, 1 Deadwood Staff, red, 1 entry into the tree spirit's treasure house. Chapter 354. Seeing the prompt, Han Xing took a deep look at the ancient tree. Before this, they already knew that a dominant level life fruit could increase the upper limit of life by 1,000 points. And the so-called life tree heart is obviously something more advanced than the life fruit. Han Xing remembered that in the last battle with the Shadow Monarch, after the Shadow Monarch killed one of the legendary tree spirits, he also took out something from its body. Then he swallowed it directly. That thing should be the life tree heart. And a figure like the Shadow Monarch did not forget to swallow it during the battle. It is enough to show how precious the life tree heart is. In this way, the task reward of this ancient tree is really amazing. However, Han Xing thought for a moment, but still shook his head. Sorry, I can't help you now. After hearing this, the ancient tree of the Chiogan cage was instantly disappointed. It was like it had just grabbed a life-saving straw and lost it in the blink of an eye. At this time, it even became a little crazy and asked, Why? Why don't you help me? You only need to do a little bit, it won't take you much time. Do you think the reward is not enough? I can continue to increase it. It can be seen. The state of the ancient tree in the cage with twisted roots is really painful, and it is even about to lose control. But Han Xing still shook his head and said, I can't help you now. The ancient tree seemed to catch the meaning of Han Xing's words, and it asked with difficulty, Can't you help now? Then, when can you? I can't hold out much longer in my current state. If I continue like this, I may become a slave to that person. Han Xing nodded, I know, I don't have much time. Before that, I want to ask, if you remove the eroded parts of your body, can you get rid of the curse? The face on the ancient tree was stunned. Then sighed, obviously, This is impossible. That kind of curse is not so easy to get rid of. Han Xing spread his hands. So, removing the infected parts is not a solution. Only by solving the source can we solve it once and for all. Source. The ancient tree seemed to be thinking, and after a moment, its desperate face suddenly froze. It thought it had heard wrong, and asked tentatively, "You said, solve the source of the curse. Are you going to find the god of tricks to remove this curse?" Han Xing heard a strange name. The god of tricks. It was a completely different name from the god of plague, or the god of curse, that he thought of. It seems, this ancient tree is indeed as he imagined, knowing a lot of secrets about the god. At this moment, Han Xing said something that the ancient tree did not expect. "You are wrong. I am not looking for it to remove the curse, but I want to kill it." At this moment, the pupils of the ancient tree, with twisted roots, suddenly widened. The next second, it was full of divine power, and it directly covered the primeval forest continent completely. Boom! On this day, the Sky Island forest continent ushered in an unprecedented shock. Half an hour later, after learning about Han Xing and others' plan, it took the twisted root cage holy tree a long time to calm down. After a moment, it looked at Han Xing with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that a group of human beings who were less than demigods were actually thinking about dealing with a real god, and it seemed that they were serious. Seeing that the twisted root cage holy tree did not answer, Han Xing asked at this time, "Why, don't you believe it? You should know that I had already defeated the Shadow Monarch before I broke through the legend. Now that I have broken through the legend, what's wrong with killing a god?" The twisted root cage holy tree looked at Han Xing deeply, and shook his head. "No, I believe you." Then, this little human. "No, this lord of the human race. Excuse me, what do you need me to do? Or is there anything I can do to help you?" It has changed its name for Han Xing, from the original little friend to the lord of the human race. This also shows that the ancient tree has regarded Han Xing as a true equal to itself. Hearing this, Han Xing knew that the ancient tree had agreed. A look of joy appeared on his face. "I don't need you to do anything. I just want to know more about the god from you, including the god's abilities, their methods, and so on." Hearing this, the face of the sacred tree of the twisted root cage froze again. This is really... Ignorance is fearless. They don't even know how powerful the gods are, but they actually want to attack the gods. However, perhaps only this kind of mentality can do such a shocking thing. Gods are a completely different kind of existence from legends. The twisted root cage holy tree sighed, and then began to speak softly. "You should know that the mark of the legendary level is to control the divine power. In this realm, the legendary strongmen continuously absorb the energy of heaven and earth, transform it into their own attributes, and increase the strength of their divine power. When the divine power reaches a certain limit, it reaches the high-level legendary realm. At this time, we will have some kind of induction in the dark. This induction is like a kind of power between heaven and earth, and it is one of the laws that constitute the operation of this world. At this time, it means that you can break through to the demigod." Everyone listened and nodded slowly. Speaking of which, this is the first time they have heard someone explain the cultivation system of this world in detail. They also know the road above the legend. And in order to break through to the demigod, in addition to sensing a basic law in the world, there is another important thing. That is to have the corresponding godhood. Only through the godhood can we contact and master the power of this law. Han Xing continued to nod. He almost understood the difference between a demigod and a legend. That is to master the power of the law. And the godhead is also a crucial prop. The ancient tree with twisted roots and cages continued. "Of course, you can also condense the godhead yourself." Han Xing asked in confusion. "Condition the godhead yourself? Is there any difference?" The ancient tree with twisted roots and cages smiled and said, "Of course there is a difference. You know, as early as the age of 10,000 gods, all the laws of operation in the Holy Spirit realm have been completely controlled. It is equivalent to that all the promotion routes are already in the hands of those gods. Only when the fragments of laws they occasionally emanate condense into godhood can we break through to demigod. However, the demigods who use this godhood to break through will also stop at this point in their lifelong achievements. No matter how amazing you are, you can't become a real god." Chung Jianyong couldn't help asking, "Why?" Gu Shu slowly replied, "Because as I said before, the road has been blocked. A god controls a path to the highest, and you use its fragments of laws to break through. Naturally, your achievements cannot exceed that one. Unless the god who controls this path suddenly falls one day. Then, the demigods of the same system below will have the opportunity to break through to gods." As soon as this was said, Everyone frowned. This is another crucial information. The number of gods is fixed. There are only as many gods as there are laws. If the gods who control the laws don't die, the later ones can't break through. Only an old antique like the holy tree can understand these secrets. He seemed to see the worry on everyone's face. The ancient tree continued, however, in addition to this way, there is another way to break through the demigod. This method will not be restricted by the only law, and can lead to the realm of gods, or even true gods. Everyone's eyes showed expectations again, and asked, "What is the method?" The ancient tree did not keep the secret, and slowly said, "That is, condense your own godhood." As soon as this was said, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the top of the ancient tree's head. It seemed that its words had touched some taboos between heaven and earth, triggering some kind of punishment. However, the ancient tree seemed to be used to it. After the lightning fell into its body, it only made its whole body tremble, and then disappeared into thin air. The ancient tree paused and continued, "If you can condense your own godhood, it is equivalent to opening up a new path in the thousands of laws that have been controlled. The significance of this is no less than creating a new world." Han Xing couldn't help asking while being shocked in his heart. Then if I condense my godhood and break through to the semi-god, will I be stronger than others? Han Xing didn't care about the so-called significance. He just wanted to know how much combat power his condensation of godhood would provide him. The ancient tree with twisted roots and cages chuckled, "Master of the human race, this is not something that can be demonstrated by strong combat power. Throughout the ages, those who have condensed the divine nature themselves, as soon as they broke through, they had the powerful combat power to fight those gods head-on, and even kill them. They can be called the most evil figures of an era." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Reaching the legendary realm. The more people can appreciate, the bigger the gap between each realm is. For example, Han Xing. Although he can now kill demigods across levels. But as mentioned before, there is also a gap between demigods. If you want to divide, Hellas and Neros should belong to the middle and lower levels of demigods. The ancient tree and the shadow monarch belong to high combat power. And only the golden dragon should belong to the top combat power among demigods, and is almost close to the real gods. Therefore, Han Xing can now threaten top existences like the golden dragon by relying on the defense tower. But if he relies on his own combat power, he can only tie with Neros at most. Even if the ancient tree in front of him is in a weak state now, Han Xing is not sure that he can defeat it without using the defense tower. So, what the ancient tree said. Using the strength of a demigod to fight against a real god sounds awesome. At this moment, Han Xing has secretly made a decision. He must try his best to condense a godhood of his own. Of course, it doesn't matter if he fails. Han Xing also has an extremely powerful godhood in his hand, which belongs to the hunter. That is something that even real gods covet. Presumably, it is much stronger than ordinary godhoods. It seems that he can see the expectation in Han Xing's eyes. The ancient tree continued, "So, condensing one's own godhood is a very difficult and significant thing. I have lived for so many years. In my experience, I only know of 2 beings who have accomplished such a feat." Hearing this, Han Xing was stunned. In the narration of this ancient tree, condensing the godhood was described as extremely difficult. Unexpectedly, someone can actually accomplish it. "Oh, there is a master. Who is it?" Han Xing couldn't help asking. The ancient tree didn't keep him in suspense and said slowly, "You should know the first one. The power in you comes from him." Han Xing thought for a moment and looked at himself. At this time, he seemed to suddenly understand something, and his heart was shaking. The existence that the ancient tree was talking about was Hunter. What Han Xing didn't expect was that Lai was a demigod who condensed his godhood with his own strength and then broke through. No wonder, the so-called god of tricks would rather use the Wu clan to threaten him and force him to hand over Lai's godhood. If what Gushu said was true, then Lai's godhood might be the key to the supreme path. Han Xing's importance of the godhood in his backpack increased again. Han Xing took a deep breath and tried to calm the shock in his heart. He continued to ask, "What about the second one?" Gushu looked at the ancient country in the distance, and then slowly said a name. "The Demon King." Everyone on the field was stunned for a moment. "It's him!" Everyone knew this existence. The material of the prop fragment of the strongman was marked with the major event of the Abyss realm invading the Holy Spirit realm. The Demon King was the leader of this event. It is said that it relied on its own strength to suppress the strong men of the entire Holy Spirit realm. After being defeated by the joint forces, it can also cut a rift in the abyss with a sword, a passage connecting the 2 worlds. If it is this person, it is not surprising to have such power. Gushu nodded slowly. I have finished talking about demigods. I will tell you about the realm above demigods, that is, gods. Everyone focused all their attention and listened sideways. Gushu continued, demigods have the ability to cut off the fate of those mortals. This is actually an evolution of the power of rules. When you reach the level of gods, you have completely mastered this rule. In addition to having the ability to foresee the short term and avoid danger, the bodies of gods are also transforming into a non-living state. They are almost immortal. Even if you destroy their bodies and turn them into ashes, they will be resurrected from the rules again. So, as long as this rule exists, gods cannot be killed. Han Xing and others frowned. They finally realized the horror of the realm of gods. As long as the rules are not destroyed, they will not die. This kind of enemy is really despairing. No wonder no gods have fallen since the end of the Dark Ages. Just ask, what kind of existence in the world can erase the rules of the world? Han Xing was also relieved. Luckily, before they went to trouble the god again, they came to the Sky Island forest to inquire about this information. Otherwise, if they rushed forward, they would die without knowing how they died. Han Xing tentatively said, if you say so, is there really no way to kill gods below the god level? Gushu smiled and said, don't be nervous, Lord of the human race. I said eternal immortality, which can be resurrected infinitely from the rules. That is the means of the true gods. The true gods have completely integrated the rules into their bodies, and they themselves are the embodiment of the rules. And most of the ordinary gods have just condensed their divine bodies, and cannot do this. As long as their divine bodies are completely destroyed, and they are prevented from returning to the rules, such existences can be completely killed. Han Xing's eyes rekindled hope. There are also strong and weak gods. Except for the true gods, who are integrated with the rules. There is also the god who just condensed his divine body. You mean, this god of tricks is just an ordinary god who condensed his divine body? The ancient tree nodded. However, you can't underestimate ordinary gods. The power they possess is far beyond that of demigods. Except for the inability to resurrect infinitely, they can also perfectly use the power of rules. For example, the god of tricks. It is a god who controls the rule of tricks. At this time, the ancient tree said something that made everyone terrified. In other words, when the creatures in the world have tricks in their minds, they will be captured by this rule power. Including when you are discussing how to deal with the god of tricks, it may know your ideas. Everyone was shocked. If it is really as the ancient tree said, the god of tricks controls the rules of tricks, then creatures like it are best at using tricks to deal with enemies. Han Xing and others were planning to deal with it, which was simply showing off their skills in front of Guan Gong, and looking for death. Brother Xing. Cheng Jianyong shouted worriedly. Han Xing thought for a moment, and waved his hand, signaling everyone not to worry. There was not much fear in his eyes. It doesn't matter, even if that guy knows it, it's okay. Anyway, we will have to fight it head-on in the end. Besides, this ancient tree senior also said that the god of trickery can be killed. Then there is nothing to worry about. Although the god of trickery is more powerful than Han Xing expected. But Han Xing's improvement speed is far beyond everyone's imagination. Since the battle with the Dragon Clan ended, Han Xing once again ushered in a terrifying qualitative change. Everyone also has strong confidence in Han Xing. At this time, Han Xing said again, I understand, thank you for explaining so much to us. Then let's go! The ancient tree said at this time, Master of the human race, have you considered it, and have you fought this god head-on? Han Xing nodded, yes, it is useless to dodge and retreat blindly. It will only keep putting forward more conditions, and squeeze every bit of value from us. I don't want to become a half-human and half-ghost like you. After hearing this, the ancient tree smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Han Xing stopped talking, and left the center of the forest continent with his team members. Just when they were about to leave, the old voice of the ancient tree suddenly came from behind. Master of the human race, please stay. Chapter 355. Master of the human race, please stay. Han Xing turned around in confusion. The ancient tree said, although, I don't know where you guys got the courage from, and I don't know what means you will use to deal with the god of tricks. But, I have been tortured by its curse for countless years. I hope you can succeed more than anyone else. For this, I am also willing to contribute a little. Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes lit up instantly. You mean, you want to go with us to deal with that guy? You know, this old tree obviously has the strength of a high-level demigod. Even if it is injured now, Han Xing feels that it is much stronger than the Shadow Lord. With the help of such a powerful demigod, everyone has a better chance of winning against the god of tricks. However, The ancient tree coughed twice in embarrassment. Master of the human race, you may have misunderstood. In this form, I can no longer easily leave the Sea of Trees continent, so I naturally cannot help you deal with the god of trickery. TSK. Then you still say you are helping us? Chung Jianyong complained in a low voice. The face of the ancient tree became even more embarrassed. But soon, it recovered and said, My friend, although I can't help you, but I can lend you a treasure from my race to deal with the god of trickery. Hearing the word treasure, Han Xing's eyes lit up again. He asked expectantly, What treasure? Seeing Han Xing's expression, the corner of the ancient tree's mouth pulled out a smile. However, this smile seemed a little creepy. The next moment, I saw one of its branches quickly break through the sky. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air came. In the expectant eyes of everyone, suddenly saw the branch falling down again at a high speed. At the end of the branch, it seemed that something was still hanging, emitting a dazzling green light. Above the green light, everyone also sensed a strong breath. What is this? Han Xing asked in confusion. The ancient tree slowly said, The sacred object of my clan, the heart of the endless sea of trees. Hearing the word holy object, Han Xing's pupils shrank suddenly. Up to now, Han Xing has known that every sacred object is unique and vital. The Corona obelisk gave him enough power to fight against the gods, and the sacred necklace in his hand is also a sacred set, with unimaginable power, and the sacred object of the tree spirit clan mentioned by this ancient tree must also have extremely powerful power. Looking at the piece of green agate gem hanging on the branch, the properties of this thing appeared in front of Han Xing, heart of the endless sea of trees. A sacred object of the tree spirits. Bound attributes, increases the upper limit of health by 1 million and the divine power by 2,000. Additional special effects, primal breathing, endless vines, seed of resurrection. Primal breathing. The heart of the endless sea of trees breathes autonomously, releasing the energy it absorbs every 24 hours, increasing the upper limit of the user's health by 100 points. Endless entanglement. Instantly releases countless vines, forcibly controlling the enemy for 3 to 100 seconds, and absorbing the opponent's divine power by 30 to 100 points, cooling down the world for 12 hours. Can cause control effects on true gods. Seed of resurrection. After binding the sacred object, if the user suffers fatal damage, he can retain a trace of vitality to escape and revive again. Note: after resurrection, the user's level will drop by 10 levels. This special effect can be used once every 100 years, and the remaining number of uses is 1/1. After seeing the properties of this holy object, Han Xing fell into a long shock. He finally understood why this ancient tree was so strong. The first special effect, original breath alone, is worthy of the name of a holy object. With this thing, it can increase the life value every day without doing anything. 100 points of life value increase per day doesn't sound like much, but it has no side effects and no upper limit. After the accumulation of time, it is more than 30,000 points in a year, and more than 3 million in 100 years. Converted, it is more than 300,000 points of physical fitness. And how many centuries has this ancient tree lived? At least thousands of years, right? The upper limit of life value brought to the ancient tree by this holy object alone is probably more than 100 million. Even more than that, you know, Han Xing's current physique, plus the title bonus of the Witch Clan Saint, is only more than 500,000 in terms of health. And the health of this ancient tree is hundreds of times more than Han Xing's. In terms of health alone, it is probably more terrifying than ordinary gods. In addition to primitive breath, the following two special effects are also more powerful. Endless entanglement can control the gods and absorb their divine power. And it only has a 12-hour cooling time. If used well, Han Xing can increase his divine power by dozens of points a day. After a month, it will be thousands of points, almost exceeding Han Xing's current divine power strength. The last one, Seed of Resurrection, is even more perverted. It can give the holder the ability to resurrect. Except for those true gods, who are integrated with the rules, I am afraid that no one in the entire Holy Spirit realm would not want to get it. This ancient tree also spent a lot of money to deal with the god of tricks. Even such a treasure was taken out. Han Xing said with a little shock, Are you sure you want to give me such a precious thing? The ancient tree laughed and said, It is lent to you, my friend, don't make a mistake. Han Xing narrowed his eyes, and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I will return it to you later. Although he said he would return it, Han Xing did not promise when to return it. After hundreds or thousands of years, it will also be returned. The ancient tree seemed to see through Han Xing's thoughts, and said with a smile, My friend, the sacred object is not to be lost for our tribe, so please sign a contract with me. After this incident, Please return the sacred object to us. Han Xing's smile froze instantly. He didn't expect that this ancient tree was so unkind that it would use a contract to restrict itself. At this time, he winked at Cheng Jianyong. Cheng Jianyong understood instantly. Damn, you old bastard. Not only are you dragging your feet to borrow something, but you also want us to sign a contract. Are you so afraid that we will run away? Why are we going to deal with the god of tricks? Isn't it to free you from this state of being neither human nor ghost? If it weren't for us, where would you find someone to help you deal with the gods? You ungrateful old bastard. Cheng Jianyong cursed, his face very angry. The ancient tree was stunned by Cheng Jianyong's scolding. Although Cheng Jianyong's scolding was reasonable. But it also heard that this human race was deliberately avoiding the main issue. Dealing with the god of tricks is not just for themselves. The purpose of this human race is not to return this sacred object to it. However, before the ancient tree could speak. At this time, Cheng Jianyong said, Let's go, brother Xing, let's quit. I would rather cooperate with the god of tricks than with this guy. You don't have to do anything, but you get the benefits. You want to pay nothing, don't you treat us as fools? Where is such a good thing in the world? Cheng Jianyong became even more angry. When everyone heard it, they also felt that what he said made sense. Han Xing nodded, let's go. After that, they turned and left. Then at this time, the ancient tree became anxious. Although it knew that the performance of these humans was half out of resentment, and half acting for itself. But if the other party really walked away, and did not deal with the god of tricks, then it would be in big trouble, as mentioned before. The purpose of these humans to deal with the god of tricks was not for it. But no matter what, it is indeed a beneficiary. If these humans can succeed, then it can really remove the curse that has troubled it for many years, and restore its strength to its peak. Even if it pays for the holy object, what does it matter? Although the holy object is precious, you have to be alive to get it. It has already felt that the speed of the spread of the curse on its body is accelerating. There is not much time left. Wait a minute, my fellow human friends. The voice of the ancient tree trying to keep him came from behind. Cheng Jianyong turned his head, still looking very unconvinced. What's wrong? We don't want your things, and we don't want to help you. The ancient tree said with a wry smile. My friend, please calm down. I thought about it, and felt that what you said was indeed reasonable. In that case, then it's better not to sign. When you have used enough, return the holy object to me. It seemed to have figured something out all of a sudden, and became extremely generous. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Unexpectedly, the ancient tree actually compromised. It seems that although Cheng Jianyong's provocation method is clumsy, it is still very effective. Just when Han Xing was about to agree, Cheng Jianyong seemed to have thought of something. Not enough. Cheng Jianyong said again. What? The ancient tree asked in confusion. Your holy object is only lent to us, and we will return it to you in the future. So you still haven't paid anything. We are risking our lives to deal with the god of trickery this time. Shouldn't you give something to show your appreciation? Cheng Jianyong said seriously. Everyone seemed to remember something. Fuck, that makes sense. This time they helped so much, if successful, they almost saved the ancient tree from dying. It is reasonable for the tree spirits to give something? The ancient tree was stunned for a moment, and smiled helplessly. Okay. Let's do this, friends. Tell me what you need, and I will try my best to satisfy you. Hearing the promise of the ancient tree, Cheng Jianyong smiled. He winked at Han Xing, indicating that the mission was successfully completed. Han Xing on the side gave him a thumbs up. Sometimes, this kind of job of playing the good cop really needs one person to do it. Look, a few words have gained more benefits, why not do it? Han Xing was not worried that the ancient tree would turn against him. He could see that the other party was dying. Once it died, there would be no demigod-level strongman in the Sky Island forest. By then, the situation they faced might be the same as that of the Wu clan at that time. Not only could they not keep these treasures, but even the Tree Spirit clan might be exterminated. But not everyone can be as lucky as the Wu clan to meet Han Xing. Han Xing took over the conversation and said, if we succeed this time, it will be equivalent to completing your previous commission. How about this, you give us a semi-god level life tree heart first. 10 more legendary level life tree hearts. We don't want the artifact for now, what do you think? The ancient tree of the twisted root cage seemed a little hesitant. But when it thought about it, it was ready to take out these things from the beginning. So it just nodded directly. Okay. Han Xing's face showed a satisfied smile again. He didn't plan to continue to raise the price, just stop when he saw the good. After the words fell, the ancient tree stretched out a few branches again and rushed into the sea of trees. In the blink of an eye, it broke through thousands of kilometers and went to a certain place. When these branches were retracted, everyone saw that 2 quaint mahogany boxes had appeared on it. Although it had not been opened yet, Han Xing had already felt the rich breath of life in it. Then, the ancient tree handed all 3 things to Han Xing. Han Xing reached out to take them. Obtain the sacred object of the Tree Spirit Clan, the heart of the endless sea of trees. Obtain the heart of the Tree of Life, demigod level, *1, the heart of the Tree of Life, high level legendary, *10. Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing felt relieved and looked at the other party deeply. It seems that this ancient tree did not cut corners. Even the legendary level heart of the Tree of Life is also a high level legendary level. Han Xing was very satisfied. Then, we will set off now. See you next time, Senior Ancient Tree. The huge body of the sacred tree of the twisted root cage shook, and the old voice sounded in Han Xing's ears. Lord of the human race, I wish you a successful start this time. Han Xing waved his hand. He did not speak. Instead, he led everyone away from the center of this forest continent, until Han Xing's figure disappeared in the sky. The ancient tree slowly turned around. It presented its side that symbolized life and solemnity to everyone again, and its other side showed a complicated expression. I don't know if it's right to put hope on these few humans, but now that things have come to this, there is no room for regret. I can only hope that they can succeed. Han Xing left the Sky Island forest territory directly. On the way, Han Xing looked back at the forest continent. He was not worried that the ancient tree was the spy of the god of tricks. As mentioned before, it didn't matter even if it was discovered. Anyway, they would have to confront each other sooner or later. And with the cunningness of the god of tricks, he might have been thinking of ways to deal with them at this time. An hour later, they returned to their own Sky Island without any obstacles. The harvest of this trip was very good. Not only did they collect information about the opponent, they also obtained a powerful holy object, and more than a dozen life tree hearts. Han Xing was very much looking forward to this kind of treasure. So, he immediately took out the agate gem that emitted a faint green light from his backpack. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to bind the Tree Spirit Clan holy object, the heart of the endless sea of trees? Yes. Binding successful, the upper limit of life value increased by 1 million, and the divine power value increased by 2,000. At this moment, a strong breath of life suddenly burst out from Han Xing's body. This breath of life swept through like a breeze, bringing a cool feeling to people. The originally bare ground seemed to be touched by the god of life at this moment, and patches of green appeared. Countless grass seeds grew rapidly, and then broke out of the ground. Everyone looked at him at the same time, and found that Han Xing's vitality had become long and deep. He even had a hint of the same breath as the ancient tree. After all, the upper limit of 1 million points of life value is no joke. It almost increased Han Xing's current life value by 200%. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly felt that his body had changed again. His body became healthier, and his face became younger. His facial features became as energetic as when he was just 20 years old. This feeling is really good. Han Xing stretched his body with satisfaction. He could feel that his lifespan had been greatly increased. According to the current life value strength, living for tens of thousands of years is not a problem. TSK. Chung Jianyong was surprised to see Han Xing's changes, and he was amazed. Why do I feel like Brother Xing has returned to the time when he just entered college? He has become so young all of a sudden. Shen Yun nodded. Indeed. Is this the so-called rejuvenation? Hearing this, Han Xing said with a black line, Go to hell, you are old. Even if I haven't changed, I'm just a young man in his 20s, right? Chung Jianyong and Shen Yun laughed at the same time. When the two girls saw Han Xing's changes, the admiration in their eyes became stronger. Han Xing was extremely satisfied with his current state. In addition to the significant increase in health points, he also gained an improvement. That is the divine power value. Divine power value, 3513. Originally, his divine power value was only 1,500 points. At this time, after binding the holy object, he directly obtained a 2,000 point bonus. It made his attack power and defense power surge again. Han Xing looked at the heart of the endless sea of trees in his backpack. With this holy object on him, his life value and divine power value will continue to soar every day. In time, how strong Han Xing can become is simply unimaginable. Put away the excitement. There are 2 more treasures in Han Xing's backpack. As a local specialty of the Tree Spirit Clan, it is something that demigods desire. Han Xing quickly checked its properties. Life Tree Heart, high-level legendary, after taking it, you can permanently increase the upper limit of life value by 10,000 points, and increase the divine power by 100. Maximum number of times you can take it is October 10th, Life Tree Heart, Demigod level. After taking it, you can permanently increase the upper limit of life value by 50,000 points, and increase the divine power by 500. Maximum number of times you can take it is 5/5. The effect is simple and clear, and can greatly increase the life value and divine power. After Han Xing thought for a moment, he directly distributed the high-level legendary Life Tree Heart to everyone, including the coal balls, 2 per person, just enough to be distributed. And he himself took the demigod level Life Tree Heart. With their relationship, there is no need to shirk in this matter. Moreover, a big battle is about to come. Han Xing naturally wants to seize every opportunity to improve his strength. At this moment, the 5 people and the wolf looked at the Life Tree Heart in front of them, which exuded a strong breath. Swallow it directly. Chapter 356. At the same time, a strong vitality burst out from their bodies. The plants on the ground of the Sky Island grew wildly again. In the blink of an eye, the grass grew to more than 1 meter high. The strength of the 5 people increased again, after digesting the heart of the Tree of Life. Han Xing looked in the direction of the Orc Kingdom, and began to move forward in a straight line. 8 hours later, in front of Han Xing, a series of giant sky islands with strange rocks appeared. You have entered the Orc Kingdom, the new map has been unlocked, the world influence has increased by 132, and the legendary points have increased by 5. Seeing the system prompt, everyone knew that they had arrived at their destination. It was still the same as before. Han Xing threw out a small white ball, releasing clouds to cover the Sky Island. Then the 5 people took the black potion and entered the state of divine power shielding. The next moment, they stepped directly into the territory of the Orc Kingdom. Along the way, they encountered many giant sky islands again. The style of the Sky Island here is completely different from that of the Witch Tribe and the Tree Spirit Tribe. On it, there are bare stone mountains everywhere. There are many caves hidden in these stones. Orcs also live in groups. There are at least hundreds of thousands of orcs on a Sky Island. These orcs are strong and weak. Like the Witch Tribe, the ones with the most aura are the ordinary orcs. They don't even have the strength of the first turn. According to this ratio, the population of the Orc Kingdom is probably many times more terrifying than that of the Witch Tribe. And the huge population base naturally gave birth to more powerful people. It is not uncommon to see the aura of the 4th turn leader and the Lord level above. The power of the Orc Kingdom is also stronger than that of the Wu clan. However, Han Xing is not surprised. The Wu clan is originally a lonely clan. Compared with the big clans in the Holy Spirit realm, they are not even up to the standard. It is a miracle that they have survived until now without being exterminated. They completely ignored the Orc Sky Island they encountered nearby. They went straight to find the place where the god might be hiding. Han Xing now knows. The other party sensed that he was going to deal with it. Even, the god might be waiting for them to fall into the trap. However, at this time, Han Xing will not retreat. At this time in the temple, a huge shadow descended. Zhou Huang was still lying on the ground like a dead dog. And a gloomy voice sounded in his ears. The child of destiny. If someone had told you before this, a few legendary ants are plotting against me, would you believe this? Zhou Huang raised his head with difficulty, and stared at the shadow. Without waiting for Zhou Huang to answer, the other party continued to talk to himself. Yes, I don't believe it either. But the fact is, it really happened. Those guys not only wanted to deal with me, but also took action immediately. Are they really brave enough to not fear life and death, or are they just newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers? Too arrogant, hey ha ha. At this point, a hint of crazy laughter appeared in the voice's tone. Interesting, really interesting. I haven't encountered such an interesting thing for many years. Ha ha. Its laughter became more and more crazy, and the whole temple was shaking. After a while, Zhou Huang heard the sound of tongue licking. It was like a slippery tentacle sliding over his head. You said that I want to personally take action and crush these human beings on the spot. Or capture them, and keep them to torture slowly. Zhou Huang was shocked. You can't take action. He made a difficult sound. The Holy Spirit realm has restrictions on existences like you. If you expose your own aura, you will be noticed and then wiped out. In the air, the figure was silent for a moment. Then he said with some surprise, Interesting, I didn't expect you to know so much. You even know that the Holy Spirit realm does not allow gods to take action. However, the voice said with disdain, but you think too much. Why do you think I can roam freely in the Holy Spirit realm for so long without being discovered? Why do you think the power of the Holy Spirit realm did not punish me after I took action so many times in secret? Zhou Huang had a bad feeling in his heart. Hee hee, ha ha ha. Of course, it's because I'm the god of trickery. You only need to use a little trick to deceive the power of the Holy Spirit realm. They can't find me at all. So now in the entire Holy Spirit realm, only I can move freely while possessing god-level power. You don't know how much those guys envy me. Zhou Huang was shocked and said again, You, don't do anything to him. At this time, the voice talked to itself again. Forget it, let's capture them and torture them slowly. I don't want to kill such a good embryo all at once. Just like you, hee hee. At the same time, Han Xing and his team went hundreds of thousands of kilometers deep into the territory of the Orc Kingdom. The area of the Sky Island here is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more legendary orcs on it. However, Han Xing ignored them all. He came to find the god, and he had no interest in these orc legends. At this time, on a huge continent in the Orc Kingdom, they sensed a strong and corrupt breath. At least, it also has the power of a demigod. Everyone knew. That breath should be the king of the Orc Kingdom. It has completely become a servant of the curse. Moreover, the other party has also discovered Han Xing's arrival. However, Han Xing didn't care. At this point, there is no need to cover it up. Next, he only needs to deal with the god of trickery according to his own plan. It would be fine if this Orc King did not take action. If it dares to take action, then Han Xing does not mind spending a little more time to let it be completely free. At this moment, the center of the Orc Sky Island continent, in a huge stone palace, the tall Orc King sat on the throne, with red and green liquid flowing under his feet. Its body has been completely corrupted, and there is no intact flesh and blood on it. The Orc King closed his eyes slightly, as if he was dead, and his body was wrapped with black chains covered with patterns. But the legendary orcs below knew that this was a way for their king to fight against the curse. It has been completely corrupted by the curse. If it does not fall into a deep sleep, it is not sure what it will do. At this moment, the Orc King suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the sky of the Orc continent from afar, and cried out in surprise. Here? The legendary orcs below were surprised to see their king wake up. At the same time, they were a little worried. They were afraid that the one who woke up was the king who had been completely controlled by the curse, and fell into madness. A crazy demigod could bring a devastating disaster to the entire Orc Kingdom. Your Majesty, are you awake? An orc legend cautiously tested. After a moment, the Orc King shook slightly. Yeah. Hearing its calm answer, the legendary orcs looked at each other, and then showed a look of surprise. At this time, the Orc King asked, How long has it been since I woke up last time? The orc legend thought for a moment and replied, About half a year ago. You woke up when the witch tribe asked for help from our tribe. So soon. A trace of surprise appeared in the eyes of the Orc King. Your Majesty, do you have any new instructions after you wake up this time? The orc legend below asked. The Orc King laughed at himself after hearing this. Now, our entire country is controlled by that person. What other instructions can I have? The orc legends were stunned for a moment, and also shook their heads with a bitter smile. But if I'm not wrong, the Orc Kingdom, and even the entire Holy Spirit realm, will change today. Below, the orc legends were puzzled. At the same time, after Han Xing found that the Orc King did not attack him, he also put away his attack form. The 5 people flew in the air under the cover of divine power, at a very fast speed. At this moment, a vicissitudes of life voice appeared in Han Xing's ears. Southwest direction, forward 80,000 kilometers. After the voice finished speaking, it directly cut off the connection. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly looked at the Orc continent behind him. He suddenly realized. The Orc King may not have been completely controlled. It is very likely that he still retains the last trace of consciousness. And this is a message it conveyed to him. North-south direction? Han Xing thought for a moment. He went straight in that direction. The legendary strongman moved very fast. A few minutes later, Han Xing arrived at the place mentioned by the voice. In front of everyone, a group of sky islands covered by black smoke appeared. The area of the sky island is not large, but the black smoke on it can isolate everyone's divine power and vision. Even Han Xing couldn't detect the scene inside. Brother Xing, shall we start? Shen Yun stood by and asked in a serious tone. From his words, one could hear a hint of nervousness and worry. But Han Xing also expressed his understanding. Because they are now dealing with a god. The existence that truly controls the power of rules. It is impossible to say that he is not nervous. Han Xing took a deep breath. That guy should know that we are here. In that case, let's start. After saying that, Shen Yun directly blessed everyone with 2 blessings. Then, 5 people attacked at the same time, burning flaming arrows, a huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer, and the overwhelming sword energy. At this moment, they attacked the black smoke at the same time. The sky-high flames and the raging sword energy completely enveloped the sky island. Shwa shwa shwa. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. The 5 people's combined attack was enough to kill a demigod. The black smoke began to dissipate gradually. Everyone stared at the sky island nervously. It seemed that they had a premonition that when the fog dissipated, they would see the true body of the god. However, when the fog completely dissipated, a collapsed flesh and blood temple appeared in front of everyone. This temple was built of various human tissues, and was covered with wriggling blood clots. And in the center of the temple, a figure knelt there. The moment he saw the figure, Han Xing's pupil shrank suddenly. Zhou Huang. Everyone's heart was lifted when they heard the name. Why is this guy here? Cheng Jianyong asked in confusion. However, Zhou Huang on the ground raised his head with difficulty after sensing the arrival of Han Xing and others. He opened his mouth quickly, revealing his eyeballs that kept wriggling in his mouth. Zhou Huang said hoarsely, "Run! Away!" At the same time, everyone suddenly felt something was wrong. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. The next moment, a black lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! Before everyone could react, an extremely terrifying breath fell from the sky. The mighty power filled the world. At the moment when that breath appeared, Han Xing and others heard the system prompt at the same time. You look directly at the existence outside the rules, and your vision has been forcibly deprived of 50%. You have been enveloped by the breath of the existence outside the rules, and all attributes have been reduced by 30%. You are under the divine power outside the rules, and your ability to move has been reduced by 50%. Just like the previous encounter with the God of Light, the attributes of Han Xing and others were greatly reduced the moment they came into contact with it. However, compared to the despair when they met the God of Light, now, Han Xing and others at least have a little ability to resist. Hee. You are finally here. That voice seemed to have been waiting for Han Xing for a long time. And this time, Han Xing and others were not completely deprived of their vision. He raised his head. He saw a huge beast-like figure appear in the sky. It has a narrow and long body, like an extended version of a mouse. Cunning eyes and sharp teeth full of fangs. Covered with black hair, long claws hanging in the air, giving people a sense of horror and insidiousness. In front of Han Xing, the attributes of this monster creature appeared. God of Tricks, Anjuan. Level, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Skills, unknown. God body, 100%. Note, an extremely ancient god who controls the law of tricks. Survivors, please pay attention. Survivors, please pay attention. God-level creatures have unimaginable power. Please stay away as soon as possible. Even the system prompts that this guy is extremely dangerous. You can imagine how terrifying God-level creatures are. The team members' hearts seemed to be held by the opponent's claws, and it seemed that their hearts would burst and die in the next second. However, they still suppressed their fear and looked at Han Xing's back. At this time, an old and treacherous voice appeared in the sky. Like a witch who eats people in a fairy tale. Hee, let me see. 1, 2, 3. There are actually 5 mice. Great. This way, I can kill a lot of time again. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying pressure pressed towards them. At this moment, Han Xing's mind moved. He was just about to take out the giant beast tail thorn in his backpack and make a fatal blow. However, the God of Tricks is worthy of being in existence that controls the rules of tricks. At the moment when Han Xing was about to launch an attack, it seemed to have a premonition of something, and its cunning eyes suddenly narrowed. The action of the hand stopped instantly, and the figure disappeared from the spot. Sure enough, you can make me feel scared, and even put my life in danger. It seems that you have a big secret? Han Xing did not speak. He just wanted to test it. To what extent can the so-called gods predict danger and avoid danger? Now it seems that it is even more outrageous than he imagined. He was sensed by the other party before he even made a move. However, this may also be because this guy has mastered the rules of trickery. Just when the God of Tricks was about to make another move, a burst of white light suddenly appeared on Han Xing and the other 5. Want to run? In the air, the black narrow animal shadows seemed to realize something. The divine power on its body was released instantly, as if it wanted to block the space. However, Han Xing used it at this time. But it was the teleportation effect of Oracle Throne. Oracle Summoning. It can teleport regardless of space and location. Even the space blockade of the gods could not affect it. The next moment, the figures of the 5 people disappeared directly from the spot. In the air, the narrow beast's shadow, waving its claws, stayed in the air. It also looked very surprised in its eyes. It seemed that it had never expected that Han Xing and others would escape from its control. Even Zhou Huang below, with a look of surprise on his desperate face. He actually escaped from the hands of the gods. This man is indeed stronger than he imagined. At this time, the beast's shadow in the sky also saw the surprised expression on Zhou Huang's face. It chuckled and said, "Are you very happy and glad that those little guys escaped? Son of Destiny, you underestimated the power of the gods, but it makes me very angry." Zhou Huang's heart sank again, and he had a bad premonition. Gurgle gurgle. After a strange bubble sound. Then, from the body of the god of tricks, a terrifying divine power burst out. The black mist instantly covered the sky, and began to spread at an extremely terrifying speed. Thousands of kilometers, tens of thousands of kilometers, hundreds of thousands of kilometers, still spreading extremely. Then, it has completely enveloped the entire orc kingdom. The sky has completely darkened. Countless orcs hid in their caves in panic, trembling. Including those legendary orcs, they are the same. They know that the terrifying existence is serious. Boom! In the sky, above this layer of black clouds, there are all kinds of lightning gathering. But because of the obstruction of the black clouds, it seemed that something was hidden. So these lightning bolts could not find the target to attack. They could only vent their firepower continuously. At the same time, in those extremely secret areas of the Holy Spirit realm, ancient auras awakened one after another. Deep in the Dragon Road, the monster whose body was as big as a star murmured, "Is this aura a trick? What does this guy want to do?" On the fiery plateau, which was shrouded in high temperatures all day long, a giant with flames all over his body awakened. "It's the trick guy again? Why is this guy so active recently? Is he afraid that he will not be sensed by those guys in the sky? This idiot." At the same time, in the dark realm and the sea of light, including the 3 powerful tribes of elves, dwarves, and giants, ancient beings have awakened. They all looked at the area where the orc kingdom was located. Chapter 357. At this moment, under the mighty power of that terrifying beast, Zhou Huang prostrated himself on the ground, unable to move. He was deprived of all his senses, and his heart was filled with despair. He had never expected that the power of the gods was so terrible, covering the entire orc kingdom. What does this mean? You know, the area of the orc kingdom is millions of kilometers in diameter. It is even larger than a star. At this moment, the god of tricks closed his eyes in the air, as if looking for the traces of Han Xing and others. After a moment, it opened its eyes and chuckled. "So you are here. Little darlings, I will come to you soon." The next moment, the figure of the god of tricks disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Han Xing and the others were teleported a full 1,000,000 kilometers away. Before they could relax for long, they suddenly saw the dark aura covering their heads. "Damn! So exaggerated?" Chung Jianyong exclaimed. "Damn, the power of the gods is really terrifying." At this time, Han Xing suddenly received a crazy warning message from Zhou Huang. He told Han Xing that the god was coming to kill him. Let him escape from the orc kingdom as soon as possible. As long as he escaped from the orc kingdom, that guy would not dare to continue. "Brother Xing, this guy is too scary. Should we go to the next step directly or run away?" Han Xing shook his head. "It's already here. Everyone, prepare for the second wave of battle." After the words fell, the terrifying figure had appeared in front of Han Xing and the others. "Little mice, you run pretty fast." Everyone looked stern. But at this moment, they no longer had the fear they had before. In the first wave of contact, this ancient god did not kill them instantly. That means there is still a fight to be fought. At this moment, Shen Yun threw out the sun at the first time. The holy light enveloped the head. Everyone felt a strong increase in power. Their attributes were greatly enhanced. "Go, the strongest attack," Han Xing said loudly. As soon as the voice fell, everyone threw out their strongest skills. Han Xing instantly started with unique skill Arrow of the Falling Sun. As the most powerful burst skill in his hand, Han Xing threw it out directly. Then, Zhang Lianming's forbidden spell Burning Sky and Rain of Fire, Su Shuyang's arrows with green meaning, and Chung Jianyong's tens of thousands of sword chi. At this moment, all were thrown out. This is the strongest attack they have ever made. Even the Shadow Monarch half a year ago would fall in the face of this attack. However, the God of Tricks did not dodge or evade. A hint of an interested smile appeared in the corners of its narrow eyes. It chose to take the attack head-on. Boom! This attack shook the heaven and earth. The terrifying energy fluctuations almost tore the space apart. Dense cracks appeared in the space of 10,000 miles. However, when the energy fluctuations dissipated, the black creature that looked like a mouse did not have any wounds on its body. Instead, it licked its lips, as if it was enjoying the attack launched by Han Xing and others. In front of Han Xing, the opponent's panel attributes also appeared. God of Tricks, Anduin. Level, unknown attributes, unknown skills, unknown god body, 99.9%. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The terrifying attack that could kill a high-level demigod fell on it. But it only caused a little damage to its divine body. Not 1%, but 0.1%. In other words, with a terrifying attack like the one just now, they have to launch it 1,000 times. To kill the other party. This is too exaggerated. How can the gap between demigods and gods be so big? However, the God of Tricks seemed to appreciate the desperate expressions on their faces. A sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hee, humans, is this your confidence? It seems that it is far from it. Han Xing and others took a breath of cold air. Just when the other party was about to suppress the divine power again. Go! Han Xing suddenly said. Huh? Want to run again? Stay for me. The overwhelming divine power suddenly solidified, as if to block the surrounding space again. However, at this time, a dark red throne suddenly appeared under Zhang Lieming's feet. Exactly the same as Han Xing's. Before, when Han Xing killed the dominant creature, the Thunderfire Crystal Beast, he exploded several oracle books. He gave the newly made oracle throne to Zhang Lieming. Because the group teleportation of the oracle throne has a cooling time. But if it is the second throne, used by another person, there is no problem at all. At this time, the oracle throne played its role again. The figures of the 5 people disappeared from the original place. They escaped another 1,000,000 kilometers. At this distance, even the gods will take some time to catch up. At this moment, the 5 people have appeared in the edge area of the Orc Kingdom. 2 consecutive teleports. They are equivalent to crossing nearly 2,000,000 kilometers in an instant. Looking at the dark clouds above, the bright sky in the distance formed a sharp contrast. Han Xing knew that as long as he rushed out of the Orc Kingdom, then, this god would most likely not dare to continue to attack. Han Xing took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, Go! The 5 people were full of divine power, and started to move forward frantically. Seeing that they were about to rush out of the Orc Kingdom area. Behind them, a familiar, gloomy voice suddenly came. Hee. A few little mice, they run quite fast. That won't do. If I let you run, where can I find such a good toy? The words fell. It stretched out its claws and waved. Before this claw fell, Han Xing and the other 5 felt a burst of tearing sensations on their bodies. Keep going. Han Xing's body was bleeding, and he almost gritted his teeth and shouted. The other teammates heard this, and buried their heads, and moved forward. At this moment, Han Xing's mind moved. Just as he was about to take out the giant beast tail thorn again, the God of Tricks laughed disdainfully. Little mouse, you want to scare me with the same trick again? This time, I won't be fooled by you again. The next moment, the God of Tricks suddenly shot out a black breath, which fell into the bodies of Han Xing and the other 5. Everyone felt a wave of horrible weakness coming, and they were about to faint. You have been affected by the power of rules. You cannot use your divine power within 5 minutes. You have been imprisoned by the power of rules. You cannot take any action within 3 minutes. Seeing these 2 prompts, everyone had a bad premonition on their faces. At this moment, they were like prey in a cage. They could be killed by this ferocious beast at any time. Hee. A few little mice can't move? If I didn't want to kill you so soon, you were already dead the moment you saw me. However, at this moment, Han Xing forced a smile. Who said we were going to run away? Isn't it to kill you that I led you here? In the air, the God of Tricks seemed to be completely unconvinced. It chuckled, Really? You mean you have other means? Or, what traps have you set here? The God of Tricks grinned to the back of his ears. Human, you greatly underestimate the power of the rule of trickery. In front of me, all your tricks are ineffective. Even the malice and murderous intentions towards me will be detected by me instantly. Han Xing smiled. I know. But who said that I would use tricks against you? I said that I would kill you head-on, and kill you completely. Before the God of Tricks could continue to speak, it suddenly discovered. A cloud-covered sky island in the distance suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. The white light contained a vast holy breath. Holy object. The god of tricks blurted out. You actually have such a thing? No wonder you dare to be so bold to challenge me. The god of tricks turned his face. Even if you have a holy object, what does it matter? You. But before it could finish its words, on that sky island, 300 dazzling white lights came at an extremely terrifying speed and instantly killed. At this moment, the god of tricks finally saw the scene on the sky island. There were 2 powerful stone tablets, emitting dazzling white light. There were 300 huge god-killing cannons on the amplified sky island. At this moment, the god of tricks finally understood the confidence of these humans. They had not one holy object in their hands, but 2. This time, Han Xing went out to ensure a 100% winning rate. He actually brought out both Corona obelisks at this moment. Even the god of tricks felt a fatal sense of crisis from that attack. What is this? Stone tablet? Han Xing did not answer. Because at this moment, the psychic god-killing cannon had already launched a terrifying attack. Boom! As soon as this cannon was fired, Han Xing and others felt a strong vibration. The space in the area where the sky island was located was directly shattered, revealing a dark chaotic void. Feeling the horror of this attack, the god of tricks decided to temporarily avoid the edge. Interesting. However, it's still a little naive to use the holy object against me. It has to be able to hit me. A divine creature has a speed of movement that is almost like teleportation. It can be seen from the fact that it has crossed millions of kilometers in just a few seconds. If Han Xing's energy cannon wants to deal with it, it must first be able to hit it. However, how could Han Xing not consider this? The next moment, a full moon has condensed behind the god of trickster. It glanced behind it, and a look of disdain appeared in its eyes. Such a weak rule power. Is it a bit too presumptuous to want to use it to control me? Instantly, the previously invincible broken moon was shattered directly. However, Han Xing was not panicked. Because at this moment, Su Shuyong's secret art withered vine and Zhang Yimeng's legendary control skill Ice Age were also thrown out at the same time. Not only that, a huge sword formation appeared in a radius of 10,000 meters. Thousands of weapons appeared in the sword formation. For powerful control skills in a row, even the god of tricks felt as if he was trapped in a quagmire. The god of tricks' face changed instantly. Damn it! The divine power on his body was shaking. From its tone, a trace of panic was heard. Because it was actually controlled by these legendary ants. Moreover, the god of tricks even saw the space that was constantly collapsing not far away. That was the attack from the god-slaying cannon, which was approaching at a very fast speed. Even the god of trickery felt a fatal sense of crisis. Get out of my way. The next moment, all these control skills were shattered. The skills that could control high-level legends, for this god, could not even control for 0.1 seconds. However, for Han Xing and the others, 0.1 seconds was completely enough. At this moment, 300 psychic god-slaying cannons. After the addition of 2 stone tablets, all attributes were increased by 200%. It was equivalent to the full force of 900 psychic god-slaying cannons. And the 0.1 second delay had already made it lose the best time to escape. The next moment, the terrifying beam of light hit the god of trickery. Buzz! A gust of wind suddenly rose in a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers. The space was like a calm lake with ripples. Then, countless space cracks appeared. Pop! Pop! Red human-shaped lightning, purple snowflakes, and invisible hurricanes. In the territory of the Orc Kingdom, countless sky islands seemed to have suffered a terrible natural disaster. The 10,000-ton boulders on them were blown away in an instant. Millions of orcs were taken away by the shock wave and disappeared into the boundless sky. Boom! It was not until then that the sound spread. A loud noise that resounded throughout the Orc Kingdom shocked all the orcs. They all looked up at the sky, and their hearts were like the end of the world. The power of 300 psychic god-slaying cannons was equivalent to the full force of a true god. Even those powerful beings hiding in secret areas looked sideways. True god. How could there be a true god-level power fluctuation? Could it be that the trick was broken? However, what they didn't know was, at this moment, the god of trickster was already in a state of shock. A large wound appeared on its shiny black body. The fur was no longer shiny, as if it had been burned by fire, and it was charred. There was still a smell of smoke coming out of its body. Not only that, it even saw a huge wound blasted out of its abdomen. Puff! At the same time, the injuries all over its body burst out instantly. The god of trickster opened his mouth, and spit out a mouthful of blood containing divine power. Due to unknown reasons, the rule confinement effect of the god of trickster has expired, and you have regained control of your divine power. Hearing this prompt, Han Xing smiled. He knew that his previous shot had caused terrible damage to the god of tricks. Even, it made its rules and restrictions invalid. At this time, the attributes of the opponent appeared in front of Han Xing again. God of Tricks, Anjuan. Level, Unknown. Attributes, Unknown. Skills, Unknown. God Body, 43.7%, severely injured. One shot blew away 56% of the god body of the god of tricks. It also broke the legend that the so-called gods are invincible. Sure enough, firepower is truth and justice. Han Xing said excitedly at this time. You are called the god of tricks, right? Let me see how many shots the so-called gods can withstand from me. His voice revealed a strong confidence. Even the light golden divine power on his body began to transform into pure gold. An invisible imperial aura emanated from Han Xing's body. At this moment, there was a strong shock in the eyes of the god of tricks. When he looked at Han Xing, the arrogance in his eyes had completely disappeared. He even showed a look of fear. This was the first time he had felt fear in a legendary and in his tens of thousands of years of life. Legendary level, with the ability to kill gods. Who are you? Dine or lie? Or the guy from the abyss? Han Xing chuckled. I'm not those guys you mentioned. I'm just an ordinary human. Human? The god of trickery had a confused look in his eyes. Impossible. You can't be a human. How can a human race have a being like you? However, Han Xing ignored him. Because at this time, his second wave of energy beams was ready to go. The god of tricks felt a strong threat. If it was hit by this cannon again, the god of tricks had a premonition that it would really die today. Its deep eyes turned rapidly. It seemed to be hesitating whether to run away now, or to kill these humans first. With its speed, it can completely get rid of them before the attack of the god-slaying cannon. Reason told the god of tricks. Don't worry about these humans, run quickly. However, there was another voice in his heart telling it. Kill them. These humans definitely have a big secret. As long as you can kill them, these opportunities are all yours. The god of tricks kept struggling between these two voices. However, Han Xing seemed to see what it was thinking. He chuckled. Are you thinking about killing me before the attack of the defense tower arrives? The god of tricks was shocked. Han Xing continued, your idea is okay. With your speed, you can definitely kill us all in an instant, and then my god-killing cannons will be useless. Han Xing took the initiative to expose his weakness. However, the more the god of tricks listened, the more frightened he felt. The rules it mastered were conveying information to itself. Forget about the secrets. Go, if you don't leave, you will really die. However, the human's voice sounded like the devil's whisper, and it sounded in his ears again. Try it, god of tricks. As long as you kill me, you can not only get 2 holy objects directly, but the thing in my backpack will also fall into your hands. You don't know what that is yet? That is something that can deal with the true god, and even make it fall. The core part of an ancient beast. Come on, god of tricks. Kill me, these are all yours. Han Xing opened his hands, with a crazy smile on his face. At this moment, the god of tricks only felt a trance. Why is this guy so evil? Who is the god of tricks? At this moment, the god of tricks seemed to come back to his senses. Human, you want to deceive me, wishful thinking. A layer of smoke covered the god of tricks. He was about to disappear from the spot. Han Xing sighed regretfully. Sure enough, you guys are old and cunning, not so easy to be fooled. At this time, a gem emitting endless green appeared in his hand. Chapter 358. The moment he saw the gem appear, the god of tricks trembled in his heart. Another holy object. Damn! How many treasures does this kid have on him? At the same time, a strong breath appeared from the green holy object in Han Xing's hand. The space of 10,000 miles was filled with countless thick vines. These vines have only one target. That is the god of tricks. At this moment, the god of tricks was about to teleport away from this terrible guy. Suddenly, he found that his actions were severely restricted. Even if its divine power exploded and destroyed hundreds of thousands of vines in an instant, but it would be entangled by more vines immediately. Damn, what is this? Han Xing did not answer. This is naturally the special effect on holy object, heart of endless sea of trees. Endless entanglement. Instantly release countless vines, forcibly control the enemy for 3 seconds to 100 seconds, and absorb 30 to 100 points of the opponent's divine power, cooling down for 12 hours. Can cause control effects on true gods. At this time, a system prompt appears. Endless entanglement is released successfully, and 100 points of the opponent's divine power have been absorbed. The moment he heard the system prompt, Han Xing knew his control skills took effect. And this also means that the god of trickery is doomed to die today. You know, even the true god who is integrated into the rules. It must be controlled by the endless entanglement for at least 3 seconds. And 3 seconds. It is enough for Han Xing to blast the enemy into pieces. At this time, the god of trickery also realized his current situation. It may really die in the hands of this human today, seeing the terrifying energy beam about to hit. The god of tricks suddenly raised his head to the sky and sent out waves of sound waves. Soul, blood shadow, save me. In order to survive, it actually abandoned the dignity of the gods and called for help from other beings. Hearing the cry for help, the ancient beings in the hidden places were shocked. They even thought they had heard it wrong. At this moment, a blood-red being was shocked. It quickly released the god stone to communicate with other ancient beings. For beings of their level, consciousness communication can be completed in just a moment. Then, these ancient beings confirmed. Just now, it was really the god of tricks who called for help. Oh my god, what on earth did it encounter? This guy is a god. Go and see. Even if we are discovered by the power of the Holy Spirit realm, we must know what the trick has encountered. These ancient beings have reached a consensus. At this moment, they would rather take huge risks and focus on the eyes of the gods to look at the location of the god of tricks. However, what they saw was indeed darkness. The black fog of the god of tricks not only blocked the secrets of heaven, but also blocked the prying of other gods. Damn, this fool of tricks. Work together to break through the black fog barrier of tricks. At the same time, the originally dark sky suddenly shot in more than a dozen bright lights. Han Xing suddenly felt that many terrifying auras appeared in the sky. They locked their eyes on the bottom at the same time. Then, they saw an amazing scene. In the void, countless vines were emerging, tightly entwining the god of tricks. Not far away, an energy beam came at high speed. The aura emitted by the energy beam made even these gods feel a deadly sense of crisis. What is that beam of light? An energy cannon? Damn, how can there be such a terrifying energy weapon in the Holy Spirit realm? At this time, another doubtful voice sounded. Is this guy Gigi dying? Those who were resisting the thunder suddenly realized something and looked horrified. Go save Gigi. It can't die. We still need it for our activities in the Holy Spirit realm later. At this time, Han Xing's cold voice suddenly sounded. Come on, today I want to see who dares to save it. Whoever comes, I will kill him. Han Xing's voice revealed infinite arrogance. It was a death threat to the god-level existence of the entire Holy Spirit realm. At this time, the group of gods finally noticed the few human races next to the god of guile. At first, because their aura was too weak, it did not attract the attention of these gods at all. But now, from the moment Han Xing said that, all the gods' eyes were on the young man. At this time, they combined the situation on the field and instantly understood something. The trick fell into such a situation because of this human race. But he is just a legend? How could he have such a terrifying method? However, no matter how much they don't believe it, the facts are already in front of them. The gods were silent. Seeing this, Han Xing already understood that these ancient beings had been subdued by him. There will be no more rescue of the god of tricks. At this time, Han Xing looked at the sky with a triumphant smile on his face. A human race that is less than half a god threatened a group of gods. This is too arrogant, and a little too arrogant, and he has the capital to be arrogant. At this moment, the seriously injured god of tricks is the best proof. And at this moment, the thunder that has been brewing in the sky for a long time seems to have finally found a place to fall. Boom! At this moment, at least a dozen lightning bolts with special shapes fell on the secret places in the Holy Spirit realm. Damn! Discovered. Hurry up and block these destructive thunders. The sky of the Holy Spirit realm seemed to be extremely angry at this moment. Angry that these guys actually deceived themselves. The ancient gods, who had just released their divine power and came to check, were all found by the violent thunder. Boom! Pop! On this day, the entire Holy Spirit realm seemed to have some kind of change. There were constant loud noises in the sky. Places that were rarely visited were all being baptized by thunder. Ah! Damn it! I can't stop it! Save me! At this moment, the ancient beings had no time to care about anything else. Although Han Xing couldn't see what was happening in the Holy Spirit realm at this moment. But he also saw that all the auras had retreated. At this time, a triumphant smile appeared on Han Xing's lips. Because, in this way, there will be no one who can save the god of tricks. It will definitely die today. It's a long time. But in fact, only 3 or 4 seconds have passed. At this moment, the god of tricks is still entangled by the vines of the endless sea of trees and can't break free. The control effect of the holy object is much stronger than Han Xing's skills. At this time, the god of trickster seemed to realize it. The retreat of the group of gods. Things turned out to be unexpected. There was a look of horror in its eyes. Because it had seen it. 300 psychic god-slaying cannons emitted a dazzling light. Then, the breath that made people kneel down appeared again. Boom! The space of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in radius completely collapsed. The god of trickster screamed in despair. No! I am Anjuan, the god of trickster. Even the age of 10,000 gods did not let me fall. How could I die? How could I die? However, Han Xing's cold voice came. Shut up. No one in this world will not die. Including you gods, the same is true. The next moment, the attack of psychic god-slaying cannons broke out completely. A thick beam of light appeared. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, one orc sky island after another was torn apart by the violent void energy. At least 1 billion orcs were affected by the aftermath of the battle and died. Han Xing's bombardment was comparable to the attack of a true god. Even the aftermath was enough to destroy a tribe. However, as expected, the system prompt for killing the god of trickster Anjuan did not appear. This made Han Xing's eyes appear a little surprised. When the violent energy dissipated, Han Xing saw a huge beast shadow appear. The god of trickster was dying from the bombing at this moment. Not dead? Han Xing's eyes showed a look of surprise. He quickly checked the panel attributes of the god of trickster. Divine body, 7.7%, near death. This shot only took away less than 40% of the divine body value of the god of trickery. Although, it put the god of trickery into a near-death state. But it was lower than Han Xing's expectations. You know, the previous shot took away 56% of the divine body of the god of trickery. The second shot hit it completely, but it didn't kill it instantly. The next moment, Han Xing knew why the god of trickery was not killed by a shot. Next to the beast's shadow, 2 human figures appeared. One was wearing black armor and holding a shadow sword. It was the Shadow Monarch, who had disappeared for half a year. And the figure next to him made Han Xing's pupils shrink suddenly. It was a woman wearing a hood. She had a charming figure and wore a loose black robe. But it can be seen that she had an extremely exaggerated figure. However, this was not what Han Xing was concerned about. What he was concerned about was the appearance of this woman. Surprisingly, she was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the secret realm before. Han Xing took a deep breath and put all these thoughts behind his head. Because he still had something important to do. Han Xing knew. It was these 2 people who helped the god of tricks to share most of the attacks. Although, he didn't know what means they used. They actually blocked the concentrated fire attack of his god-slaying cannon. However, this also aroused the murderous intent in Han Xing's heart. Shadow, you stopped me, are you looking for death? Han Xing asked very seriously. The Shadow Lord raised his head and looked at Han Xing deeply. You know, not long ago, he could still manipulate this human at will. Even in order to fight against me. The Wu clan did not hesitate to submit the entire tribe to the other party, but could only barely fight against me. And now, only half a year has passed. This human race has the strength to crush it. Now, it is still attacking a terrifying god, and it almost succeeded. Just look at the miserable state of the god of tricks. Just now, if he and that woman had not joined forces and used some powerful defensive treasure. Otherwise, even they would be taken away by that terrifying energy cannon with a wave of concentrated fire, without waiting for Han Xing to speak. The enchanting woman next to him chuckled. Oh my, the leader of the human race of this generation is really irritable. Don't be so impatient, can you be gentle to me? Her voice seemed to have a special magic. It can seduce people's minds. You have been disturbed by the enchanting voice of the Witch of Desire, and the mental values of both parties are being determined. The determination takes effect, your mental value has reached the requirement, and you are immune to this interference state. Han Xing looked at the system prompt. A sneer flashed in his eyes. Stinky woman. If you dare to use mental attacks to seduce me again, I will be the first to kill you. The enchanting woman trembled. It seemed that she didn't expect that Han Xing was not affected by her enchanting voice at all. After a while, she slowly lifted her hood. She revealed a face of unparalleled beauty. It was an extremely charming beauty. The delicate facial features were like the most perfect works of art in the world. The natural charm may describe this kind of person. Her beauty even made Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang beside her a little stunned. So beautiful. The two women couldn't help but whisper. The next moment, they realized that the other party was their enemy. They quickly covered their mouths. Han Xing looked at the woman and said again, I give you 3 seconds. Hand over the god of trickery. Otherwise, I kill you all. The enchanting woman's face slightly changed, and then she showed a charming smile. Master of the human race, why do you always think about fighting and killing? I want to talk to you about cooperation. 3. Han Xing was unmoved and started the countdown directly. At this moment, the psychic god-killing cannon entered the charging state again. The smile on the enchanting woman's face trembled slightly. Master of the human race, I really want to talk to you about cooperation. As long as you release the god of trickery, I will give you unimaginable benefits. 1. After the words fell, Han Xing directly urged all the psychic god-killing cannons to enter the attack state. The dazzling white light began to condense again. The charming woman's face froze. She didn't expect Han Xing to be so decisive. Did he have to kill them, however? What she didn't know. Because he stopped Han Xing from killing the god of trickery. He missed the first kill reward. You know, when Han Xing first killed the demigod dragon, the system gave him a holy set as a reward. Now, if he completes the feat of killing the gods again, how terrifying a reward should the system give him? How much will it improve Han Xing's strength? Just thinking about it makes him look forward to it. But now, two guys who hide their heads and show their tails suddenly popped out and stopped him. How could Han Xing not be angry about this? But fortunately, it can still be saved. As long as, fire another shot. Han Xing believes that he can definitely kill the god of shadow completely. As for the two demigods in front of him, Han Xing no longer takes them seriously. Although he has no other strong control skills in his hand. But Han Xing still has a trump card that he has not used. It is more than enough for these two demigod-level guys. It seems that Han Xing has seen the mentality of killing the god of trickery. The enchanting woman waved her hand lightly, and a space fluctuation appeared. A strange purple vortex appeared around them. The vortex was like a portal. At this time, Han Xing suddenly felt a restraining force. You have been imprisoned by the power of the Witch of Desire, and your movements have been restricted. The effect lasts for 5 seconds. Han Xing frowned. For 5 seconds, he will not be able to move, although he can still attack. But he seems to have no means to stop him. Seeing that the portal has been formed, Han Xing said coldly at this time, Today, if you take the god of trickery away, I swear, no matter where you escape to, I will pull you out and blow you to pieces. Listening to Han Xing's threat, the charming woman knew that he was serious. If it were someone else, she might not care at all. However, the man in front of her is a legendary god killer. It is hard to guarantee that such a day will not appear in the future. After a moment, she sighed. Lord of the human race, trickery cannot die yet. If you want to kill other gods today, I will not intervene at all. But trick is very useful to me. Before she could finish, Han Xing retorted, What does it have to do with me? Today, I'm here to kill it. Whoever stops me, I kill him. At this time, the enchanting woman looked at Han Xing deeply. Then there's nothing I can do. Although I don't want to offend you, Trick can't die. As soon as the words fell, a divine power wrapped up the Shadow Monarch and the god of tricks together. Then, it gradually disappeared into the purple vortex. You can't run away. Just as Han Xing was about to take out the tail thorn of the divine beast and give them a fatal blow, a voice suddenly came to Han Xing's ears. Lord of the human race, I will provide you with several locations, as a condition for saving the god of tricks this time. After listening to the content of the voice, Han Xing's heart moved slightly, and his hand, which was about to attack, was also suspended in the air. Han Xing took a deep look at the back of the woman, until she completely disappeared into the purple vortex with the god of tricks and the Shadow Lord. Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun and others beside him looked at Han Xing with doubtful eyes. At the same time, the black cloud covering the entire orc kingdom gradually dissipated as the god of tricks left. Trillions of orcs hiding in the caves looked at the top of their heads blankly at this moment. They felt that the oppression of death disappeared. Countless familiar people poked their heads out of the cave. With a little nervousness and a little trepidation, he asked, God's punishment, is it finally over? Too scary. I thought the end of the world was coming. Yeah, what happened? The god-level war was indeed the same as the end of the world for them. However, except for the ancient beings in the Holy Spirit realm, these ordinary orcs had no idea what was going on. Including those legendary orcs, they were also in a daze. Only ancient beings of the same level, as the god of trickery could sense the last cry for help. Han Xing looked at the gradually brightening sky. At this time, a system prompt appeared. You have successfully repelled the god of trickery. This is a battle that is worthy of being recorded in history. You and your team have performed amazingly. The world influence of all team members is increased by 2374, your legendary points are increased by 100, and the legendary points of all team members are increased by 50. Obtain the title, God Contemptor. God Contemptor. God power is increased by 10%, and an additional 15% damage is caused to enemies with a higher god power than itself. Note, if you want to fight against gods, you must first overcome the fear of gods in your heart. Congratulations, you have taken the first step. Chapter 359. Shen Yuan and Cheng Jianyong both smiled with surprise. This means that they also heard the same system prompt. God Contemptor title. And 50 legendary points. Fuck, what a rich reward. Cheng Jianyong said excitedly. Shen Yuan, who was standing by, also smiled excitedly. I didn't expect that defeating the god of tricks would give so many legendary points. In this way, we can extract the second legendary skill. 50 legendary points are just enough to extract the second skill. And each legendary skill can bring great help to everyone. And this is just the reward for repelling the god of tricks. If Han Xing had just successfully killed the opponent, the rewards everyone received must be even more terrifying. At this time, the team members also thought of this. They looked at Han Xing together. Shen Yuan asked in confusion, Brother Xing, why didn't you kill the god of tricks just now? If you let it go this time, it will be hard to find such an opportunity next time, right? Cheng Jianyong also echoed, yes. And in this way, those civilians in the Wu clan territory who are cursed will have no chance to recover. Han Xing shook his head, don't worry, those cursed civilians will recover. Including the curses on the tree spirits and the orcs, they will also disappear. Hearing this, everyone showed puzzled expressions on their faces. Han Xing explained at this time. The reason why I let the god of tricks go in the end. Because that woman made a deal with me. Transaction? Everyone was even more confused. Han Xing nodded and said, yes. As the price for letting the god of tricks go, she promised to lift the curse status of everyone. And she told me a few locations. In these locations, there are several other attribute godhoods of the god of elements. Hearing this, Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yuan took a deep breath. Even Zhang Lianmeng, who was standing aside, had a look of surprise in her eyes. Everyone already knew the function of the godhood of the god of elements. A single godhood can allow a legendary strongman to break through to the demigod level after reaching the legendary limit. And there is no need to lower the level. After collecting the godhoods of 7 different elements, you can even transfer to the supreme hidden profession, the god of elemental law, now, the entire Holy Spirit realm. The value of a godhood is more terrifying than a divine weapon. If you can get a few more, this force will even have a few more demigod level strongmen. Cheng Jianyong suddenly realized. So that's why I said Brother Xing would agree to let the god of tricks go. It's not bad to exchange the life of the god of tricks for the clues of removing the curse and a few divine powers. Everyone nodded together. In their hearts, the loss they felt for letting the god of tricks go had been dispelled. However, what they didn't know was that, in addition to these 2 conditions, the woman also added a condition, that is, the location of the god of tricks' treasure house. It is hidden in a special place in the Holy Spirit realm. This condition is what really moved Han Xing. You know, as an ancient god, the god of tricks has seen countless treasures in his life. During the tens of thousands of years it lived, it hid all these treasures in one place. God's treasure house. And in its treasure house, there are definitely an unimaginable number of precious treasures, various kinds of divine gold, divine tools. Everything is available. It is definitely many times stronger than the foundation of the Wu clan's treasure house. If it can be found, Han Xing will be rich. The materials collected from the beast's corpse last time. They have been used by Han Xing to build the psychic god-slaying cannon, and they are almost consumed. With his current strength, it is more than enough to deal with a god. But Han Xing also knows. There are far more than one gods hidden in the Holy Spirit realm. There are at least a dozen breaths that came to spy today. Therefore, Han Xing needs more and stronger power. Before he can sweep across the Holy Spirit realm, Han Xing has no sense of security. As for whether the god of trickster will come back to deal with him after escaping this time, Han Xing is not worried at all. As long as it dares to come, Han Xing has the confidence to make it come back without return. After all, Han Xing can kill it the first time. He can kill it the second time. At this time, Shen Yuan came to Han Xing and whispered, Brother Xing, I feel that the woman wearing a hood is not simple. It seems that everything is under her control. I really don't know what she is planning. Han Xing nodded. This woman is not simple. She can know so many secrets in the Holy Spirit realm. She even knows the location of the god's treasure house. That is the most secret place of a god. Moreover, Han Xing also felt faintly. The last time Hellas died, it might also be related to this woman. According to the High Priest Xiao, the Witch clan's ancestral god altar was taken away by the Shadow Monarch. The Shadow Monarch is with this woman again. And the ancestral god altar is said to be a medium used by the Witch clan to contact the ancient witch god. Han Xing didn't know what they wanted the ancestral god altar for. But it must be not a good thing. Han Xing took a deep breath. Through today's battle, he saw too many things. In the Holy Spirit realm, many ancient beings are making plans. This woman is also, and those gods are also. Until now, Han Xing doesn't know what their purpose is. After a moment, Han Xing shook his head. Put all thoughts aside. No matter what these guys are planning. But as long as Han Xing keeps his own rhythm. Time and time again, he shows power beyond their imagination. By then, no matter what those ancient beings are planning, Han Xing will not be completely helpless on the day when the incident breaks out. At this time, Han Xing's communication jade stone suddenly vibrated. Han Xing took a look at the message. It was sent by Wu Miao. As soon as he opened it, he heard Wu Miao's surprised voice. Brother Han Xing. Success? The curse on our people has been lifted, and their bodies are recovering rapidly. Brother Han Xing, you are so great, so amazing. I can't believe how you did it. Listening to Wu Miao's excited cheers, Han Xing smiled. Of course, he understood why Wu Miao was so excited. After all, this time they were dealing with a god. Even in the most prosperous period of the Wu clan's history of tens of thousands of years, they did not dare to contend with such an existence. However, Han Xing really did it. Not only did he repel the god of tricks, but he also lifted the curse on those Wu clan members. This is simply unimaginable. At this time, Han Xing suddenly realized that enchanting woman did fulfill her promise. And she moved very quickly. Han Xing smiled and replied, It's good to recover. At this moment, on the Wu clan continent, countless Wu clan members looked at each other excitedly. Their minds gradually became clear, and the festering flesh on their bodies began to recover rapidly. At this moment, all the Wu clan members walked out of the shelter at the same time. They knelt on the street and looked up at the sky. Great Han Xing Saint. We are forever grateful to you. Saint, you are the light of hope for our Wu clan. We are willing to be loyal to you forever. Praise the great Han Xing Saint. They knew that this time it was Han Xing Saint who saved them again. Tears welled up in their eyes, including those infected senior officers. At this moment, they woke up in a chaotic state. Then, the figure of that man appeared in their minds at the same time. In their eyes, there was an almost fanatical look. At the same time, a series of system prompts rang in Han Xing's ears. Because of your actions, you have impressed the 7th commander of the Wu clan, Kalina, and the character's favorability has been improved, current favorability 71, close friend. Because of your actions, you have impressed the 3rd commander of the Wu clan, Kathy, and the character's favorability has been improved, current favorability 83, trust. Because of your actions, hundreds of new characters appeared on Han Xing's favorability interface at the same time. A smile appeared on his lips. Miao, I'm glad you're okay. Han Xing used the communication jade to reply. You go and inform those soldiers that they can be released after the tribesmen in the underground shelter have fully recovered. Yeah. Wu Miao quickly agreed. After a moment, Wu Miao suddenly asked tentatively, Brother Han Xing, when can you come back? Han Xing thought for a moment. Then he said, After a while, I have something to do outside. Hearing this, Wu Miao suddenly became a little depressed. Okay. She felt a little regretful. This time when Han Xing went out, Wu Miao was always worried. Even in her heart, she had prepared for the worst result. But fortunately, he succeeded again. Just like before, he won every battle. At this moment, Wu Miao was eager to be embraced by Han Xing. However, Han Xing does have something to do now. Next, he not only has to find the remaining 6 godheads, but also has to open the treasure house of the god of tricks. On the way, he will see if there are any clues about the holy set. If possible, he will also go to the territory of the 3 powerful tribes, especially the dwarves. This time, he exposed too many things. Now, the god-level strongmen in the entire Holy Spirit realm all know that he has the means to deal with the gods. Before he gets more trump cards, or breaks through to the semi-god. Han Xing has the strongest vigilance against these gods. Therefore, he must seize the time to improve himself, or improve the strength of the team members. Anyway, the Wu tribe has dozens of psychic god-slaying cannons left by him. At least defense is not a problem. After comforting Wu Mior, Han Xing hung up the call. At this time, Chung Jianyong came over excitedly and said, "Brother Xing, what should we do next? Are we going to find the other 6 godheads directly?" Han Xing shook his head. "The locations of these 6 godheads are too scattered and very far away from us. If we want to go there, it will take almost half a year just to travel. Among them, there are several places that are extremely dangerous." After a pause, Han Xing said, "Now, let's go see the Orc King first. This time, we helped them so much. These guys, they have to show some appreciation, right?" Han Xing is not a selfless person. As long as you pay, you must get corresponding rewards. This time, they repelled the God of Shadow. It is equivalent to saving the Orc Kingdom, hundreds of billions of orcs. Among them, there are at least hundreds of legends and a demigod-level Orc King. When the others heard this, they smiled as if it was natural. As the saying goes, people with different values cannot be forced together. They all have the same idea as Han Xing. Everyone risked their lives to fight against the gods this time. Shouldn't they get some rewards? As soon as the words fell, the 5 figures flashed and appeared on the Sky Island. Then, they swaggered into the territory of the Orc Kingdom and headed towards their central continent. At this moment, the forest of the Sky Island, the center of the sea of trees. The sacred tree with twisted roots looked at its body in surprise. The flesh and blood that had originally rotted and smelled actually stopped eroding its body. The densely packed eyeballs on it have all disappeared. At this moment, there was a strong shock in the eyes of this ancient tree, because it knew that those humans succeeded. Oh my god, the curse was actually lifted. How did they do it? Could it be that the god of tricks was really killed by them? The ancient tree of the twisted root cage was shocked by its thoughts. It was only a demigod-level existence. It had no qualifications, and no ability to investigate the god-level battle. So, it didn't know what happened in the end. No, if the god of tricks was killed by them, we would all feel it. What happened? The ancient tree thought for a long time, and couldn't figure it out. It quickly threw these thoughts aside. Then it excitedly checked its body. At this moment, the ancient tree of the twisted root cage felt like it was in a dream. For thousands of years, it had never felt that the world in front of it was so unreal at this moment. However, the facts in front of it told it. This is true. It watched with its own eyes, as the rotten parts of its body gradually turned black, solidified, and were about to fall off. This proved that the terrible curse had really disappeared from its body. Great! Great! The old tree of the twisted root cage burst into tears. Although the source of the curse had been cut off, but because it had been eroded by this curse for too long. But it would take a long time to recover. Moreover, these completely necrotic parts could not be kept. It had to expel these parts bit by bit. It is conceivable. It will take at least a long time for the twisted root cage holy tree to recover. However, despite this, the twisted root cage holy tree has already felt satisfied. In its heart, it has a strong sense of gratitude for those human races. It also feels that its previous efforts are completely worth it. So what if it paid a holy object? So what if it paid some tree hearts of life? It was just worried before that Han Xing would cheat its holy objects and then walk away. But now, it doesn't need to worry about this at all. At least, people took the things and really did something. At this moment, the twisted root cage ancient tree murmured, although it is not clear whether the god of trickery is dead or not. But the curse on me has disappeared, which means that they must have succeeded. Defeat the gods with legendary strength. Has this happened before? The twisted root cage ancient tree thought about it, but did not find any records about it. Could it be that the Holy Spirit realm is going to produce another powerful person like Hunter or Demon King? Deep in the Dragon Road, the golden dragon Hawthorne Glasser was summoned by the ancient existence in panic. Ancestor, are you looking for me? The huge figure slowly opened his eyes. Little golden dragon, did you sense it just now? Hawthorne Glasser said in panic. I sensed it. The god of trickery is calling for help. Yes. The distress signal sent by the god of trickery can only be heard by powerful people at the same level of gods. And the golden dragon Hawthorne Glasser obviously also has this strength. The golden dragon asked in shock, Ancestor, what kind of existence is fighting with the god of trickery? The huge figure sighed. He has become stronger again. Hawthorne Glasser was at a loss after hearing this. It didn't know who the dragon ancestor was talking about. At this time, the dragon ancestor continued, that human race. What? The golden dragon's pupil shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. It swore that it had never lost its composure like today. Because it knew who the human race that the dragon ancestor was talking about was. Isn't he a legend? How could he have the power to kill gods? The golden dragon was filled with doubts, and was eager to find an answer. The dragon ancestor did not answer. After a while, it sighed and said, Last time, the matter entrusted by that woman should not be carried out again. The layout of the abandoned land of the gods should also be stopped immediately. The current human race, without us old guys going out. The entire Holy Spirit realm has no force that can compete with it. Hawthorne Glasser heard the old ancestor's solemn explanation, and knew the seriousness of the matter. After all, that is the power of killing gods, without the gods coming out. Who dares to act rashly in front of those humans? It nodded with difficulty, yes, dragon ancestor. After leaving, Hawthorne Glasser issued a series of urgent orders. The territory of the Orc Kingdom. An empty island is heading to the central continent of the Orc Kingdom at a high speed. Because he didn't want to cause trouble. Han Xing covered the empty island with divine power, and then entered a hidden state. They were very fast. It took only a few hours. They arrived at the central continent of the Orc Kingdom. At the same time, on that huge continent full of 10,000 tons of boulders, countless orcs were dancing excitedly on it. Before that, in the entire Orc Kingdom, nearly half of the orcs were infected by that curse. At this moment, they suddenly recovered and began to release their nature one by one. Aho! Finally freed. Long live the king. The orcs didn't know that it was Han Xing and his men who defeated the god of trickery. They only knew that a terrible war broke out in the Orc Kingdom today. So they subconsciously thought that it was their king who saved them. Chapter 360. The orcs began to cheer enthusiastically. Although, this war, billions of orcs were affected and lost their lives. However, with the terrible population base of the Orc Kingdom, this number is not a big deal for them. With the terrible reproductive ability of orcs, they can reproduce billions of little orcs in just a few months. In the air, Chung Jianyong looked at the excited look of the orcs, and said happily, Look how excited they are. If they knew that it was Brother Xing who saved them, would they be moved to the ground? Everyone smiled. Xin Yun said at this time, I don't know what kind of reward the Orc King will give us. It seems that the strength of this tribe is not much less than that of the Tree Spirit tribe. Their treasure house must contain countless treasures. Everyone's eyes lit up. You know, this time they are going to the Sky Island forest. In order to help them, the ancient tree even took out a powerful holy object. And this holy object also brought great help to Han Xing. The Orc Kingdom should at least give out a reward of equal value, right? With excitement, everyone continued to fly to the center of the Orc continent. Not long after, in front of them appeared a huge palace made of huge stones, thousands of meters high and covering hundreds of kilometers. Before, it was in this palace. Han Xing sensed the breath of a demigod. Presumably, the Orc King must be inside. Then, Han Xing led the team members into this huge stone palace. In the palace, there was a huge throne. And on the throne, there was a half-dead figure sitting. Ding! 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 A series of metal knocking sounds rang out. At this moment, a group of legendary orcs were trying every means to remove the iron chain on the Orc King. However, this iron chain was specially made by the Orc King to control himself. It has the core technology of the dwarves. Even if a demigod comes, he can't break it by brute force. It sighed and said, Don't try. I have sent a message to the dwarf master Tydek, asking him to come and help me unlock this chain. It won't be long before Master Tydek will arrive. After hearing this, a group of orc legends stopped attacking the iron chain. At this time, several powerful auras suddenly appeared in the palace. The Orc King was the first to sense it. Suddenly raised his head and looked at the people at the door. At this moment, the pupils of the Orc King shrank suddenly. The group of orc legends also followed its gaze. Humans! When did you come in? They exclaimed at the same time, and even entered a fighting state. How dare you? Who allowed you to enter the palace? Humans, retreat quickly, otherwise don't blame us for taking action. Han Xing and others frowned. They thought that this group of orcs would warmly welcome them when they saw them. But now, it is not quite the same as they imagined. But after thinking about it, everyone expressed understanding. After all, this group of orcs did not know that Han Xing and others had arrived. They also did not know that it was Han Xing and others who had just fought with the god of trickery. At this time, Han Xing cast his eyes on the Orc King in the center. It was a tall figure. The nearly 5-meter-tall figure fell on the throne, like a pile of rotten giants. It has been eroded by the curse for too long. Even if the curse touches it, it will take a long time to recover. Do you want to explain to your men? Han Xing suddenly said. However, the Orc King looked at Han Xing blankly, as if he didn't understand what Han Xing meant at all. Several human friends, what do you want? The Orc King said slowly. Hearing this, everyone frowned. You? Chung Jianyong was about to speak, but he was stopped by Han Xing. Han Xing said directly, Don't play dumb, you should know what happened just now. However, the Orc King still had a blank expression. Everyone, I have been in a coma, and I can't remember what happened before. I don't know why you came to the Orc Kingdom. Han Xing frowned again. Can't remember? Are you doing this on purpose? Or have you been cursed for too long and your brain has been damaged? Hearing this, a group of legendary orcs below scolded. Bold lunatics. Don't speak rudely to His Majesty. At this time, Shen Yun and others frowned even more. They didn't know what the Orc King was up to. Chung Jianyong in the back couldn't help but burst out, but seeing that Han Xing didn't say anything, At this time, the Orc King seemed to remember something and hurriedly stopped the group of legendary orcs. Everyone, step back. These human races have just rescued our orcs benefactors. Hearing this, all the legendary orcs on the field showed a look of shock in their eyes. What? It's them? They stared with dark eyes, full of disbelief. Your Majesty, did you make a mistake? They are just a few legends, and they are extremely weak human races. How could they defeat the god of trickery? Other orc legends echoed, Yes, Your Majesty. You must have made a mistake. These orc legends showed doubt on their faces. Without waiting for Han Xing and others to speak, the Orc King slowly said, Are you questioning this king? Those who just spoke, all thrown into the storm land to guard for a month. There was a hint of anger in its tone. Below, the group of legendary orcs were immediately terrified. Don't dare. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please have mercy. We just couldn't believe it just now, and we definitely didn't mean to question you. Yes, Your Majesty, after all, before this, we have never heard that legends can defeat gods. Even the most talented and powerful warriors of our orcs can't do this. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The group of legendary orcs knelt on one knee. Listening to their pleas for mercy, the anger in the eyes of the Orc Kingdom gradually dissipated. You don't have to think so much. If I say yes, then it is. These warriors of the human race are the benefactors who saved our witch race. Now, all the war kings, thank these warriors for saving your life with me. At the signal of the Orc King, although the orc legends were still somewhat reluctant, but they still knelt on one knee respectfully, and then said in unison, Thank you, several human warriors, for helping our Orc Kingdom get rid of the curse of the gods. The Orc Kingdom pays you the highest respect. The system prompt appeared. Due to your outstanding performance, you have been recognized by the Orc Kingdom, and your favorability has increased by 3,000. The current favorability is friendly. Han Xing frowned. Only 3,000? This is a major event to save the tribe. Even more important than the last time Han Xing rescued the witch tribe. That time, the witch tribe directly maxed out the favorability. After thinking about it, Han Xing didn't care. After all, his goal was not to build a good relationship with the orc tribe. At this time, the Orc King slowly said, Several human warriors, I am unable to receive you in person due to my inconvenience. I'm sorry to make you laugh. To thank you for your contributions, I will build a statue for you in the capital of the Orc Kingdom. The orcs will remember your kindness. The legendary orcs felt their faces change, but they didn't dare to get angry. Han Xing shook his head and said, Whether your Orc Kingdom thanks me or not has nothing to do with me. I came here just to take what we deserve. Hearing this, the Orc King's face changed slightly. Although it knew that these human races suddenly came to achieve some purpose, or to gain some benefits from them. But it didn't expect that this human race would be so direct. As soon as he came up, he asked for a reward. At this time, the orc legend next to him also looked unhappy. But the king did not speak, and they also tried not to speak. The Orc King slowly said at this time, Several human warriors saved our Orc Kingdom from the water and fire. We do have to pay the corresponding rewards as a thank you. Hearing this, Chung Jianyong's eyes lit up behind him. The anger in his heart dissipated a little. You are sensible, Chung Jianyong shouted. However, the next sentence of the Orc King made them feel unhappy again. It's just, our Orc Kingdom has been controlled by that person for thousands of years. Most of the treasures in the treasury have been taken away by it. Maybe, the reward this time can't make you completely satisfied. Han Xing narrowed his eyes, and looked at the Orc King on the field. This means that he doesn't want to pay them. Or, do you want to get rid of yourself with some garbage? Han Xing said at this time. No problem. You just need to open the kingdom's treasury, and let us go in and choose. Hearing this, the Orc King has not spoken yet. The Orc legends below said angrily. Bold. A group of humble human race dare to make such a rude request. Do you really think you are a big shot? At this time, Chung Jianyong behind him said with a puzzled look on his face. Damn, are you orcs mentally ill? Do you know who you are talking to now? Huh? We just knocked down a god. You talk to me like this because you think you are not dying fast enough? However, after hearing this, the group of orc legends sneered. Stop pretending here. Legendary level defeated the gods. Such a big talk is out of your mouth. That's right, you are not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue off. A finger of the gods can easily crush you to death. What our orcs, the most talented war king, can't do, how can you humans do it? After these words came out, Han Xing and others finally understood. Why did this group of orcs have such an attitude towards them? It turned out that at the beginning, they did not believe the fact that Han Xing and others defeated the god of trickery. They did not believe that a group of humans could actually do something that they, the orcs, could not accomplish. The orcs are very proud of their racial bloodline. Even more confident than the group of dragons. However, the arrogance of the dragons is because they do have this strength. But this group of orcs are completely brainless. Otherwise, why are they called orcs? Thinking of this, Han Xing suddenly laughed at himself. At the same time, a system prompt rang in Han Xing's ears. Orc Kingdom favorability reduced by 1,000. Well, he worked hard to rescue these orcs from the control of the god of trickster. He only added 3,000 favorability. Now he said he wanted to take the due reward, and directly reduce the favorability by 1,000. This group of orcs really changed their faces faster than turning a book. At this time, the Orc King said, Shut up. Although I don't know what means these human friends used to defeat the gods. It's luck or other factors. But they did help our orcs. We should try our best to meet their demands. The Orc King said it in a high-sounding manner. However, the people below were almost laughed out of anger. So, even this guy didn't believe that they defeated the god of trickster. He thought they relied on luck. Han Xing shook his head, and didn't want to explain more. All he needed was for these orcs to hand over the rewards they deserved. However, at this time, the Orc King spoke again. However, several human friends have also seen that I am now inconvenient to move, and cannot take you to open the treasure house of my tribe. After a while, when I invite my dwarf friends to come and untie the chains on my body, I will definitely offer the reward with both hands. Hearing this, Chung Jianyong and Shen Yun's faces gradually darkened. What this sentence means is, I can't give you rewards now, so you should go back. As for the next sentence, Han Xing didn't take it seriously at all. After all, they often use this kind of rhetoric. It's hard to say how long it will take. Including Han Xing, they all squinted their eyes, and looked at the Orc King with interest. It seemed embarrassed to be stared at by Han Xing. It coughed awkwardly twice. Human warriors, I still need to recuperate for a while. I'm sorry, I can't see you off for now. Seeing that the other party had already issued an order to expel them. At this moment, Chung Jianyong couldn't help it at all. He drew out the long sword in his hand, and said angrily, Stop pretending to be stupid. This time, we took such a big risk, and defeated the god of trickery. You bastards have recovered, so you want to turn your back on me? The tip of the artifact sword pointed at the Orc King on the throne. Chung Jianyong's eyes had already shown murderous intent. The group of legendary orcs were instantly shocked and angry. You must not be rude to His Majesty the King. Crazy. Kneel down immediately and apologize to the king. Otherwise, I will make you look good. Listening to the shouting of the orcs, the system prompt appeared in Han Xing's ears again. Orc Kingdom's favorability minus 2,000, current favorability 0, indifferent, at this moment. Han Xing smiled. It seems that this group of orcs are not going to continue pretending. They have already torn their faces with him. Since that's the case, Han Xing directly pulled the bowstring. Before everyone reacted, he shot an arrow at the legendary orc, who was shouting the most happily. Swish! The arrow was so fast that it was terrifying. On the field, only the Orc King reacted. Its pupil shrank slightly, but because his body was bound, he didn't even have a chance to attack. The next moment, it saw that the arrow pierced the legendary orc's head. Then it fell on the stone wall of the palace next to it, making a shocking explosion. Boom! The huge stone fragments flew. At the same time, the body of the legendary orc fell limply. Han Xing's ears remembered the system prompt. Successfully killed the legendary orc. Rama, gained 2.374 billion experience points, automatically absorbed the opponent's divine power, and the divine power value increased by 10. Orc Kingdom's favorability reduced by 1000, current favorability, hostile, see the death of a companion. On the field, dozens of legendary orcs reacted immediately. They all burst into shocking anger. Assholes! How dare you commit a crime in front of me? I will kill you! Han Xing looked at the murderous orcs in front of him, and the negative favorability. Did I treat you too well? Make you think that I am easier to get along with than the god of trickery? Huh? The next moment, Han Xing pulled the bowstring. At the same time, the other team members also entered the battle state. The group of orc legends on the opposite side said angrily, "You dare to resist? Brothers, call all the orc war kings here. Today, we must not let these humans escape." At the same time, the entire orc kingdom and other legendary orcs in other places got the news. Han Xing knew that the brain circuits of orcs were different from those of ordinary people. But he didn't know that these guys would be so stupid. Han Xing sneered, "Okay. Call all your legends here. Today, I catch you all in one fell swoop. I don't mind, I kill all of you orcs." Han Xing really wanted to kill. If it weren't for their many strong men, I don't know how this stupid race has survived to this day. How dare you talk nonsense? Activate the palace ceiling formation, don't let them run out of the palace. Although these orcs have only muscles in their heads, but they are still very experienced in combat. They know to use the terrain advantage to restrict Han Xing and his men at the first opportunity. At the same time, the entire giant stone palace emits a dazzling white light. Han Xing and others heard the system prompt. You have extended your body into the Great Stone Power formation, and your mobility is reduced by 50%. This group of orcs wanted to use this formation to control Han Xing and others. Then, they would use their numbers to attack Han Xing and others. The idea and tactics were good. However, how could Han Xing have no other means? Just then, under Shen Yun's feet, a similar gem throne appeared. It was the same oracle throne as Han Xing and Zhang Lianmeng. Last time, Han Xing did not make one throne, but two, assigned to Zhang Lianmeng and Shen Yun. So, they still have a chance to teleport. The next moment, Shen Yun directly activated the teleportation function of the oracle throne. The figures of the 5 people were wrapped in a white light. Then, they disappeared directly on the spot. Damn it, they actually let them run away. Wait a minute, their sky island seems to be still outside. Let's chase them. The group of orcs were shocked and angry. One by one, they rushed out of the palace. At this moment, Han Xing appeared on the sky island. Looking at the dozens of orc legends rushing out of the palace, Han Xing's face showed a murderous smile. Then, with a single hand wave, on the sky island, 1/10 of the psychic energy god-killing cannons entered the attack state at this moment. Zhang Jianyong and Shen Yun showed a gloating expression on their faces. They knew very well that the firepower of these psychic energy god-killing cannons, even if it was only 1/10, it could also deal with a high-level demigod like the Cheongan Cage Holy Tree. These stupid orcs, let's see how many of them can survive this shot, Zhang Jianyong said excitedly. Chapter 361. Let's see how many of them can survive after this shot. Zhang Jianyong was very excited. It was indeed a bit of a waste to use weapons to deal with these orcs. However, everyone had no mercy in their hearts. Even if Han Xing killed all these orcs, or even destroyed the entire orc kingdom, they would agree with Han Xing's decision. At this time, the group of orc legends had already rushed out. They saw the sky island above their heads, and shouted excitedly. There, the group of human race didn't escape. Catch them, I'm going to cut them into pieces. You killed our brothers, and still want to run away. Let them know today that we orcs are not easy to bully. The group of orcs rushed over excitedly. At this time, an orc with black stripes on his head suddenly noticed the 2 beautiful figures on the sky island. The pupil shrank immediately, and an obscene light appeared in his eyes. Leave those 2 human women to me. I want to let them have a taste of the orc's power. Hearing this, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaolong instantly locked onto the group of orcs with murderous eyes. Han Xing sneered. A bunch of stupid things, it's not a pity to kill them all. The next moment, a dazzling white light emerged. The aura of death enveloped the entire orc continent. The group of legendary orcs suddenly froze in place, because they once again felt the feeling they had when facing the terrifying existence. And at this time, they finally understood. It was really these human beings who defeated the god of trickery. They had the means to deal with the gods, which was the sky island that emitted the dazzling white light, The group of orc legends felt the threat of death and shouted, "No! Don't kill us! Human warrior, I was wrong, please let me go! Ah! Your Majesty, save me!" Including the orc king who was in the giant stone palace, he was also shocked. However, he could only be trapped on the throne and could not move at all. Han Xing was unmoved by the orc's pleas for mercy. Then, the attack of the psychic god-killing cannon fell directly in the horrified eyes of the orc legends. A white light of death suddenly descended from the top of his head. In front of that power, even a demigod could not raise a trace of resistance. Not to mention, it was just a group of orc legends. Boom! This white light fell from the sky, and then directly enveloped dozens of orc legends below. The speed was so fast that the legendary orcs had no chance to escape. Then, even this huge stone palace covering thousands of square kilometers was hit by the white beam of light. The next moment, the entire orc continent began to shake violently. The ordinary orcs outside were holding their heads in panic. Oh my god! That terrible breath appeared again! Hide quickly! The beam of light from the psychic god-slaying cannon lasted for 1 second. When the noise disappeared, a huge pit with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers appeared. And the original huge orc palace had also disappeared on the spot. Not only that, from this huge deep pit, you can even see the scene below the orc continent directly. This shot, it actually penetrated the center of the entire orc continent directly. Just now, the orc legends were covered by this cannon. Most of them were directly bombed into ashes, without even leaving their bodies. The reason why the remaining legendary orcs did not die, because they were just at the edge of the battlefield. If they were a little bit away, they would be covered by the attack of white light. Otherwise, none of these orc legends would survive. But despite this, they no longer had the previous arrogance in their eyes. The eyes looking at Han Xing were already full of fear of death. Han Xing shook his head slightly. He felt a little pity, because the legendary strongman killed by the defense tower will not give experience and other rewards. Otherwise, he can gain a lot of experience and divine power in this wave alone. However, it is not completely without benefits. After all, this time out, in addition to the 2 Corona obelisks, Han Xing also brought other belongings. For example, the Demon Furnace and the Miracle Tower, etc. At the same time, more than 30 groups of huge souls rose up and were collected by the Demon Furnace. The number of souls stored above has directly exceeded 15 billion. That is to say, Han Xing's shot directly killed more than 30 legendary strongmen. At the same time, Han Xing noticed that a charred figure appeared on the ground in the distance. It was the Orc King who had been blasted into charcoal. At this moment, the chains on his body had been broken by Han Xing, and he also had serious injuries. The Orc King's face no longer had the previous calmness, and he looked at Han Xing with horror. Including the other surviving orc legends, the eyes looking at Han Xing were already full of strong fear. At this time, Han Xing's ears no longer heard the system prompts of reduced favorability. He smiled. Sure enough, the policy of appeasement also depends on the situation. For a race like this that obviously responds to hard tactics and not soft tactics, Han Xing doesn't mind teaching them a lesson. Look! After one shot, they all became obedient. For the first wave of attack, he only used 30 psychic god-slaying cannons. With the bonus of the double Corona obelisk, Han Xing can now launch this attack almost without interval, which is enough to kill high-level demigods in seconds. In his eyes, these orc legends are already piles of ashes. Han Xing was about to launch the second attack. The Orc King climbed up from the ground in fear and shouted, "Stop!" Han Xing looked at them instantly. "Are you ordering me?" Then, an arrow was shot. The Orc King was hit by the arrow and flew backwards for several thousand meters. It finally realized at this time that its attitude should be changed. "Stop! Stop attacking! We are willing to surrender! We are willing to surrender!" After saying that, the Orc King took the lead in kneeling on his knees, with his head on the ground. In order to survive, it completely abandoned the so-called dignity and pride. Seeing this, the other orc legends not only did not laugh. One by one, they knelt on their knees and begged for mercy from Han Xing. "We are willing to surrender. Several human warriors, please let us go." In the face of life and death, the so-called dignity and honor are indeed not worth mentioning. This group of legendary orcs, who are usually arrogant, have been frightened by Han Xing's shot. However, looking at their kneeling figures on the ground, Han Xing sneered, "Isn't it too late to surrender now? Where are those orcs who were shouting the loudest just now? Do you stand up on your own, or do I do it myself?" Hearing this, the group of legendary orcs trembled. But if I do it, I might not be able to tell who is who. By then, I might kill you all. Listening to Han Xing's cold words, all the legendary orcs had a bad premonition in their hearts, because they knew that what this human said was true. The next moment, several legendary orcs stood up. Among them was the guy who spoke rudely to Zhang Linmeng and Su Xiaolong. Before they could speak, several arrows penetrated their eyebrows and pierced their brains. Puff! Puff puff! For piercing sounds appeared. The next moment, the bodies of the 4 legendary orcs exploded into blood foam. The blood sprayed on the ground. This scene, the other orcs were terrified. The eyes looking at Han Xing were also full of fear. And at this moment, dozens of powerful auras appeared in the distance. Stop! Who dares to commit crimes in our orc kingdom? The voices were all legendary orcs. Han Xing counted them, and there were about 73. It can be seen that the strength of the orc kingdom is really amazing. They received the information and rushed to the orc continent as soon as possible. At this moment, the group of newly arrived orc legends saw the kneeling figure on the ground. It seemed that they could not understand what was happening at all. There was a look of shock in their eyes. Your Majesty, what are you doing? On the ground, the orcs dared not answer. However, the orcs were angry. Damn it! What kind of magic did you humans cast on His Majesty the King? You dared to kill my war king, I will kill you. The orcs were actually rushing over to fight with Han Xing. The orc king on the side was about to stop him. Then, Han Xing didn't want to communicate with this stupid orcs at all. Directly start 1/10 of the god-killing cannon again. Buzz! The white light of death that penetrated the sky and the earth appeared again. When the noise subsided, half of this group of orc legends were killed again. At this moment, they also had terrified expressions on their faces. They looked at this human as if they had seen a ghost. They took a deep breath. The orc legend subconsciously wanted to escape. However, Han Xing's cold voice came from behind. If you run one more step, the orc kingdom will be completely destroyed today. Hearing this, all the orc legends were so scared that they stood still, not daring to move. They had no doubt that what this human said was true. Not only did he have this ability, he would really take action. The group of new orc legends quickly imitated their king and knelt on the ground. Warrior, spare me! Warrior, spare me! At this time, Han Xing also discovered. Communicating with this brainless race, the most direct killing is the most effective. Look! Are these orc legends not honest? And even their favorability has not decreased. What does this mean? It means that they are already afraid of being killed by Han Xing. Han Xing said at this time, I said, I just want to take what we deserve. As a result, you not only want to default on your debt, but also want to attack us. Han Xing's face showed a cruel smile again. So now, how should I deal with you? In the eyes of the orcs, it was like a ghost asking for life, which was frightening. The orc king said again in a hurry, We surrender. We are willing to surrender. This human warrior, please stop killing. We, the orcs, are willing to be loyal to you. Hearing this, I wanted to do it once and for all. Han Xing, who wanted to exterminate the orcs, suddenly had a different idea. After thinking for a while, Han Xing came to the group of orc legends. Then he threw them a contract scroll. Sign it. The group of orc legends looked at this scene blankly, and seemed to not understand Han Xing's meaning. Han Xing chuckled and said, Don't you understand? Either sign a lord contract with me, and become my contracted slave. Or, the orcs will be exterminated today. You choose. Hearing this, all the orc legends showed hesitation in their eyes again. They knew the horror of the lord contract scroll. Once signed, they will be driven by this human for life, and cannot have the slightest thought of resistance. It is equivalent to living as a slave for life. Unless, they can break through to become an existence outside the rules. That is, gods. But is this possible? All the orcs felt extremely desperate in their hearts. And at this moment, with a burst of sound, the body of a legendary orc exploded again on the spot. The mincemeat even splashed on the faces of other orcs. Such a bloody scene almost woke them up instantly. At this time, Han Xing's devilish voice sounded again. I don't want to say any more nonsense. I give you 10 seconds to think about it. After the time is up, those who don't sign the contract will end up like this guy. Han Xing started the countdown directly. 10. All the orcs' bodies trembled violently. 5. They stared at Han Xing with wide eyes, but what they saw was a pair of cold pupils. 1. Damn it, where's the agreed 10 seconds? Who counts like this? However, although the group of orcs felt aggrieved, but under the threat of death, they picked up the lord contract scroll on the ground one by one. We sign! We sign! They shouted loudly, fearing that if they were a step slower, they would be shot on the spot by this man. At the same time, bursts of white light lit up on the orcs. Lord contract signed successfully. Orc Kingdom, Alhan, beginning legend, has joined your camp. Camp luck value increased by 100. Title, Legendary Tamer, upgrade progress has been improved. Current progress February 10th. Lord contract signed successfully. Orc Kingdom, Fideokan, intermediate legend, has joined your camp. Camp luck value increased by 200. Title, Legendary Tamer, upgrade progress has been improved. After dozens of system prompts, Han Xing looked at the camp luck value that had skyrocketed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just this wave, there were as many as 64 legendary orcs who signed the contract. Among them, there were 47 beginner legendary orcs, 13 intermediate legendary orcs, and 4 high-level legendary orcs. A total of 9,300 points of luck were added. These luck points can bring 9.3% improvement in all attributes to everyone. And it's not just Han Xing, but all members of Han Xing's camp, at this moment in the Wu Clan continent. Those Wu Clan legends were surprised to find that their strength had increased a lot again. What happened? How come I have become much stronger again? A Wu Clan legend was surprised. Other strong men were also puzzled. This feeling seems to be an improvement brought by the favor of destiny. The next moment, they seemed to have thought of something and were surprised. It's the Holy Lord. Could it be that he has broken through again? However, other Wu Clan legends denied, it shouldn't be. This time the power of luck has increased more than any previous time. I feel that this is at least the improvement brought by hundreds of legends. Hearing this, the pupils of other Wu Clan legends shrank suddenly. Very surprised. Hundreds of legends? Oh my god, what did the Holy Lord do? At this moment, High Priest Shao also flew out of the Sky Island with a puzzled look on his face. He came to the sky of the Wu Clan continent. He subconsciously sensed the current luck of the Wu Clan. When Hellas was in power, Shao often did this. By observing the luck, one can roughly see the recent direction of the Wu Clan. Shao vaguely remembered that the luck of the Wu Clan at that time looked like a blue butterfly, flapping its wings from time to time. And when he saw the shape of the Wu Clan's luck now, his pupils shrank immediately. Because he saw a human-shaped phantom. And that phantom was emitting a light golden light. The compelling gaze was sweeping across the entire Holy Spirit realm. It was as if he was the emperor of this world. Shao was extremely shocked, because he recognized this figure. It was Han Xing. Holy Lord is truly a peerless hero. In just 1 year, the luck of the Wu Clan has been raised to such a terrifying level. Even more than when any previous Holy Lord was here. At this time, Shao suddenly shook his head and said, no, it can no longer be called the Wu Clan. It should be called the Han Xing camp. A relieved smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. And the hundreds of millions of human survivors who were fighting the void beasts at the border. They also saw the change in the camp's luck value. Damn! 9,300 points of luck value. What did the Star God do? So many luck values are almost comparable to the improvement brought by a piece of equipment. The 9.3% all attribute bonus is indeed almost equivalent to the improvement brought by a piece of equipment. And this also made everyone in the Han Xing camp stronger. At this time, a survivor clenched his fist and said, brothers, we must continue to work hard and kill more void beasts. After this time, I will strive to become a captain. Marry her 10 or 8 wives from the Wu Clan. Hearing this, the survivor smiled knowingly. Since the two races merged, this kind of thing is not uncommon. Because the Wu Clan is open-minded and needs to urgently replenish the population. So, many human survivors have mixed with the Wu Clan. Everyone is used to it. Moreover, this is still a world that worships power. Some strong people have their own privileges. As long as you have the strength, let alone 10, you can marry 100 wives. For these survivors from Blue Star, it is simply heaven, a human survivor said again. By the way, the girls of the Wu Clan are really pretty. If it weren't for the frequent crises, and the need for us to fight, I would have wanted to retire, and live a fairy-like life with my wives. Yeah, who wouldn't want to? TSK, look at your lack of ability. After hearing this, some survivors with a strong desire to fight laughed disdainfully. A system prompt appeared beside Han Xing's ears. Title, Legendary Tamer has been upgraded, current level, Intermediate Legendary Tamer. Intermediate Legendary Tamer, upgradable, all attributes of creatures that sign a contract with you increase by 15%, and the speed of gaining experience increases by 20%. Upgrade progress, 55/50ths, Sign 50 legendary creatures, and you can continue to upgrade the title. Chapter 362. Survivors, please note that the upgrade progress of the Intermediate Legendary Tamer title has been completed, and you have been automatically upgraded to a high-level Legendary Tamer. High-level Legendary Tamer, upgradable, all attributes of the creatures that have signed a contract with you increase by 20%, and the speed of gaining experience increases by 30%. Upgrade progress, 5 out of 100, Legendary, 0 out of 1 Demigod. Seeing these two system prompts, Han Xing smiled again. He didn't expect that subduing this group of orcs could actually increase the upgrade progress of the Tamer title. Moreover, it was upgraded by 2 levels at once, but after thinking about it, it made sense. After all, they are orcs. Their names also have the word beast. Naturally, they can also upgrade the title of Tamer. At this time, the more than 60 legendary orcs who signed the contract on the field suddenly felt a strong force surging in their bodies. Some of the orcs, who were originally first-level legends, actually had the aura of intermediate legends. Among those mid-level legends, there are also orcs with the aura of high-level legends. At this moment, the orcs showed panic on their faces. It seemed that they didn't know how their strength could suddenly increase so much. After all, 20% all-attribute bonus is no joke. Then, they understood why this happened. It was caused by the human in front of them. Greetings, master. The orcs knelt on the ground respectfully. Han Xing glanced at their loyalty. Very good. All above 80 points. No special situation occurred. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. At this time, Han Xing came to the Orc King and threw a scroll to him. Okay, it's your turn now. The Orc King was stunned. After a moment, a lonely look appeared in his eyes. As the supreme leader of the orcs, from childhood to adulthood, it has been the focus of thousands of eyes and expectations. And it did not disappoint its people. It broke through the demigod with a strong attitude and became the new king of this tribe. For so many years, it has never surrendered to anyone. Even the god of tricks only turned it into a cursed slave. But now, it has to sign a contract with the legendary man in front of it, and live as his servant for life. But it also knows the current situation is firmly controlled by this man. It has no chance to resist. This is a person who is more terrible than the god of tricks. The Orc King sighed. He couldn't help but regret his decision at that time. If we had agreed to take them to the kingdom's treasury, there wouldn't have been so many things that happened later. Even more, it caused most of the legendary orcs to be killed or injured. Even it was forced to sign a contract with this human. Then, the Orc King directly put his mark. The system prompt appeared. The Lord contract has been signed successfully. The Orc King, Wumon, intermediate demigod, has joined your camp, and the luck value has increased by 2,000. Since Wumon is the first demigod level strongman to join your camp, you will get an additional luck value reward of 2,000. The progress of the Tamer title has been improved. After reading the system prompt, Han Xing also showed a satisfied smile on his face. The luck value added by a demigod is equivalent to 20 legends. Plus the extra rewards, it is 40 legends. Han Xing's attributes have been improved a lot. At this time, there are a total of 65 orcs in front of him, and their original fearful and rebellious eyes have all changed. They looked at Han Xing with loyalty and respect. They shouted in unison, "Meet the master." Han Xing nodded. On this day, the high-end combat power of the entire orc kingdom was subdued by Han Xing in one breath. The camp's luck value ushered in a rapid surge. "Master, the treasure house of the orcs is ahead. I will take you there." The Orc King Wumon led the way in front. For Han Xing, it no longer has the previous arrogance in its heart, but is full of respect. Han Xing nodded, "Lead the way." At this time, Chung Jianyong walked over and patted his shoulder and said, "Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? You're not honest until we take action." Yuman showed an embarrassed expression on his face. "It's all my fault for being blind and offending several adults. I almost made a big mistake and took action against Master Han Xing." There was a trace of fear on his face, and he had completely regarded Han Xing as his belief in his heart. "But fortunately, Master Han Xing is willing to give me this opportunity." Yuman said this and looked at Han Xing gratefully. At this moment, not only Shen Yuan and Chung Jianyong felt strange. Even Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyong were looking at the changes in the Orc King in surprise. Its attitude can be said to have ushered in a 180-degree change. There is a clear understanding of the horror of the contract scroll again. Han Xing also showed a thoughtful expression on his face. It seems that the contract scroll should also be a kind of rule power. And if you want to use the contract scroll to restrict the group of gods, it should be impossible. After all, Those guys are also beings who have mastered the rules. Just when Han Xing was thinking, Wu Man's rough voice came. Here, master. Hearing the voice, Han Xing raised his head. In front of him, a huge khaki stone door appeared. It was hundreds of meters high, and looked at least tens of thousands of tons. And as everyone arrived, the huge stone door slowly opened. Boom! When the stone door was completely opened, in front of everyone, a huge passage appeared. The lights were bright inside the passage. At this moment, a familiar breath came from inside. That was the breath emitted from the high-grade material such as the Philosopher's Stone. Wu Man continued to lead everyone into the passage. Inside, like other tribes, there are various powerful restrictions. In addition, there are more than 2 legendary orcs guarding nearby all year round. The defense here is still very strong. At this time, I saw Wu Man casually lifting the restrictions one by one. Everyone also came to a deeper place. Han Xing discovered that in this huge passage, there is also a different world inside. On both sides of the passage, Han Xing saw hidden stone doors. And behind these stone doors is where the orcs store some precious treasures. For example, some legendary armor, weapons, jewelry, etc. And as they continued to go deeper along the passage, the things that appeared in the hidden stone doors inside became more and more advanced. There were more than a dozen artifact-level equipment. You know, there are only a few artifacts in the entire witch tribe. And in the orcs' treasure house, more than a dozen pieces were found before they reached the end. Just then, Han Xing suddenly noticed that there was a huge stone door next to him. There were waves of divine power coming from inside. What's in it? Han Xing asked. Wu Man said respectfully at this time, My master, there are Philosopher's Stones inside. Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes showed some expectation. After all, he now needs more Philosopher's Stones to build defense towers and enhance his strength. Open it, Han Xing ordered. Wu Man opened the stone door without hesitation. The next moment, in front of Han Xing, a mountain of Philosopher's Stones appeared. A rough glance showed that there were at least millions of them. Do you know how many Philosopher's Stones there are in here? Han Xing asked with a hint of excitement. Wu Man thought for a moment and reported a number. About 1.2 million. Han Xing nodded. This number was about what he expected. It was about 4 times more than the Wu clan's foundation. At this time, Wu Man added, In fact, our previous Philosopher's Stone reserves were far more than this number. During the period when I was infected by the curse, the entire country fell into the hands of that person. That god took away a lot of treasures from my clan. Hearing this, Han Xing nodded. Then, as if to comfort Wu Man, he patted Wu Man's shoulder. But in fact, Han Xing was so happy. It seems that the god of trickster is also a greedy man. This also shows that there must be extremely large and rich resources in its treasure house. Then, he followed Wu Man and counted the resources of several other treasure houses. Among them, the number of shining Terra stones was about 1.07 million, and the number of catastrophe gold was about 1,500. It was barely enough to build 150 psychic god-killing cannons. Although, compared with the gains from the beast, it was much less. But it was much stronger than the foundation of the witch clan. Han Xing was not modest, and took away half of the Terra stone and the Philosopher's Stone. He took all the catastrophe gold into his pocket. If he wanted to have the power to deal with the gods, he naturally needed more resources to improve the strength of the territory. However, these resources were not used to build psychic god-killing cannons. Through this battle, Han Xing also discovered a weakness of his own. That is, the lack of sufficient control means. Now, with all his means, he can only achieve 2 waves of strong control at most. That is, let the psychic god-killing cannon focus fire twice. If it is against one god, it is fine. If there are more than 2 gods attacking him at the same time, then Han Xing will be in an extremely dangerous situation. Although the probability of this happening is extremely small. But Han Xing also needs to take precautions. Therefore, Han Xing needs some defense tower blueprints that are powerful and have other functions. Han Xing suddenly asked, Wu Man, where are the building blueprints in your treasure house? Hearing this, Wu Man said to Han Xing, My lord, we orcs don't have building blueprints. No! Han Xing was stunned for a moment. He knew that Wu Man would not deceive him after signing the Lord contract. Then don't you usually build defense towers or other war tools? Wu Man replied respectfully, Of course, but we have handed over all the things related to this to the dwarves. Including the warships and chariots, we purchased them from the dwarves. At this point, Wu Man added, We, the orcs, have always maintained a cooperative relationship with the dwarves. The forging master Tidak is my best friend. I usually entrust him to help me with anything I need to build. Han Xing was speechless. Wuman said it casually, and even felt proud of maintaining a cooperative relationship with the dwarves. However, what it didn't know was that entrusting other races to build war weapons like this was a stupid and dangerous thing. Not to mention the kickbacks the dwarves took from them. If they tampered with these weapons, they would not be able to find it at all with the IQ of these orcs. These orcs really don't want to use their brains. Any work that requires a bit of technology is assigned to other races. Han Xing shook his head and continued to ask, "Do you know what high-end technologies the dwarves have?" Wu Man seemed puzzled. Han Xing explained, "Those defense towers. Have you ever seen defense towers with the same power as those in my territory?" Hearing this, Wu Man quickly replied, "No, how could there be technology stronger than your defense tower in this world?" There was a hint of fear in its eyes. It seemed that it still remembered Han Xing's shot not long ago. After hearing this, Han Xing showed a thoughtful look on his face. After all, Psychic God-Slaying Cannon is already a high-level ancient weapon. With the addition of 2 holy stone tablets, its power can be said to be unique. Although the dwarves are technologically powerful, it is not so outrageous. At this time, Wuman added, "However, there are defense towers with powers similar to the Master's." Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes lit up again. "What is it?" he asked impatiently. Wuman recalled in his mind, and then thought, "It seems to be called Silence Lightning, Angry Heart Rain, Withering Snowflakes, Phantom Wind, and other 7 or 8 defense towers. These defense towers can simulate the natural disasters in the void and exert stronger power." Simulate natural disasters? Han Xing's eyes lit up. The power of those natural disasters in the void is indeed terrifying. And the deeper you go into the void, the more natural disasters that appear in it are enough to easily injure demigods. Han Xing suddenly thought, "I remember that Cold Ball awakened a Cataclysm skill before, which is to release these natural disasters. But the power is not as great as imagined, and it can only cause damage to legends at most. It is far less powerful than the natural disasters in the depths of the void. If the dwarves can really master this power and improve it, the power exerted is indeed enough to match my Psychic God-Slaying Cannon, or even surpass it, because Han Xing's Psychic God-Slaying Cannon has achieved this level of lethality after being enhanced by the Corona Obelisk." As for the dwarves, Han Xing doesn't know if they have related holy objects. But the probability should be very small. After all, holy objects are unique. That is to say, the Dwarven Disaster Towers, without the addition of the Corona Obelisk, have achieved such a terrifying killing power. If he can get them, Han Xing will build them in batches. After the addition of 2 Corona Obelisks, the power will definitely surpass the Psychic God-Slaying Cannon. In his heart, Han Xing is more yearning for the Dwarven tribe. Han Xing asked, "Are these natural disaster towers the strongest weapons of the dwarves?" Wuman shook his head, "No, master. As one of the 3 most powerful tribes in the Holy Spirit realm, the dwarves have a foundation and strength beyond imagination. The natural disaster tower is the top weapon they developed themselves, and in fact, the dwarves have more things that can rival the natural disaster tower. The biggest reason is that they control a complete ancient relic." Han Xing asked in confusion, "Ancient relic?" "Yes, they excavated a large number of ancient weapon drawings from that ancient relic. Now, in the Holy Spirit realm, most of the ancient weapons are from the dwarves." Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. That's it. The ancient weapons of the dwarves were not created by themselves. Instead, they found the drawings through the excavation of the ruins. Then they were made by them. Wuman added again at this time, "By the way, I also heard from Grandmaster Tydak that a new type of weapon blueprint was recently discovered in their ruins. This blueprint seems to have a power that surpasses high-level ancient weapons. Tentatively named Godslayer." Godslayer. Good guy. This name sounds extremely awesome. God-killing weapons are more powerful than high-level ancient weapons. So, this thing is really a thing that can deal with gods? Han Xing once again became very curious about the dwarves. After a conversation, Han Xing once again had a deeper understanding of this huge race of dwarves. He also understood. The 3 powerful races in the Holy Spirit realm have strength and foundation far beyond his previous imagination. At least, the other party may have weapons or means to deal with gods like himself. Half an hour later, during the conversation, Han Xing and his friends finished visiting the Orc treasure house. In addition to taking away part of the Philosopher's Stone and the Catastrophe God Gold, Han Xing also took away some of the rarer materials. As for those artifacts, Han Xing did not take them away, because most of these artifacts are level 60 equipment. And there are also racial wearing requirements. After counting the treasures of the treasury, Han Xing's figure flashed, and then walked out of the Orc treasure house and returned to the Orc continent. At this moment, Wuman followed Han Xing respectfully, as if waiting for his next instruction. However, Han Xing glanced at it and said casually, "Wuman, your Orc kingdom will develop as you wish. I don't care about you." Hearing this, Wuman was immediately terrified. Then he knelt down to thank him respectfully. Han Xing waved his hand and added, "However, if I need you, you must come as soon as possible." Wuman nodded hurriedly and said, "Master, I will die for you." Han Xing nodded. "Next, you should take care of your injuries first. You are a little too weak now." Wuman showed an awkward smile on his face. It had been cursed and controlled for many years. As soon as it recovered, it was hit by Han Xing again. If it hadn't been supported by its strong vitality of the demigod level, it would have died long ago. Just when Wuman was about to get up and leave, Xin Yun suddenly said, "Brother Xing, something is flying over here." Hearing this, everyone narrowed their eyes at the same time and looked in the direction Xin Yun pointed. A small black dot seemed to appear in the sky far away. It was flying straight towards the center of the Orc continent. As the small black dot flew closer and closer, everyone gradually understood what the thing looked like. It seemed to be a huge ship flying in the air. Chapter 363. In the distance, a huge warship with a size of more than a kilometer came. The hull was made of unknown material, and it was golden. Under the sunlight, it emitted dazzling golden light. As it approached, everyone also saw. There were white wings on both sides of the ship. Like the wings of an angel, it looked solemn and elegant. Han Xing looked at Wu Man beside him and asked, "What is that?" Wu Man thought for a moment and replied, "The dwarven warship, the Golden Angel." Han Xing asked in confusion, "Why are the dwarvens here?" Wu Man lowered his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Maybe it's because of me. Before, the chains on my body were made by the dwarves themselves, and ordinary means could not be unlocked. So, I contacted my best friend, Tydak. He probably received my message and came as soon as possible." Han Xing nodded after hearing this. Wuman did mention it before. Tydak is a close friend of the dwarven forging master. At the same time, on the kingdom continent, when those ordinary orcs saw this ship full of sacred glory, all of them knelt on the ground and made a respectful welcome. Chung Jianyong complained, "TSK, what a grand ceremony. When we came here, we didn't get this kind of treatment. If you don't know, you would think it was this guy who saved your orcs." Listening to Chung Jianyong's slightly sarcastic voice, Yuman showed an awkward smile on his face. He explained, "The dwarves have always maintained a good cooperative relationship with our orcs. Grandmaster Tydak, in addition to his superb forging skills, also possesses the combat power of a mid-level legend. Even among the dwarves, his status is more honorable than some demigods. So, he can enjoy such high treatment." Hearing Wuman's explanation, Han Xing showed a surprised look on his face. "More honorable than demigods? I've always heard you talk about forging grandmasters. What exactly can this grandmaster do?" After listening, Wuman began to explain patiently. "That's right, master. The equipment in the Holy Spirit realm is divided into 6 levels: ordinary, sophisticated, rare, legendary, epic, and artifact. You should know that." Han Xing nodded. "The higher the quality of these weapons, the stronger they are. But correspondingly, the more difficult it is to forge them. If you are not careful, you will fail to forge them. Even if you don't break through the corresponding forging level, don't even think about forging high-quality weapons." Yuman paused and continued, "And the Grandmaster is the one who can forge artifacts." Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes were strange. You need to be a Grandmaster to forge artifacts. So, all of the billions of survivors on Blue Star must be forging masters? After all, they only need drawings to forge directly. The difference is the success rate. Han Xing asked, "Besides these, do Grandmasters have no other means?" Yuman didn't seem to understand what Han Xing meant. After all, just forging artifacts is already very powerful, right? How much it's a dream. Although he thought so in his heart, Wuman still replied, "In addition to being able to forge artifacts, their success rate in forging other equipment is also much higher." After hearing this, Han Xing was relieved. That's right. The success rate of players using blueprints to create equipment is shockingly low. In particular, the higher the quality of the blueprint, the lower the success rate. It seems that this is the difference between the natives of this world and them. While they were chatting, in the sky, the holy warship emitting golden light fell from the sky. From above, A figure slowly walked down. He was wearing a set of luxurious robes, holding his hands, holding his head high. Although he was less than 1.2 meters tall, he looked like a child among humans. But he looked very mature. Like an old man in his 60s or 70s, even the skin on his face was a little wrinkled. Standard dwarf appearance. At this moment, the dwarf glanced at the people on the field. When he saw Han Xing and the others, his eyes flashed with indifference, and he looked extremely arrogant. Then, he turned his attention to Yuman. His proud eyes instantly sparkled. "Yuman! My good brother, you are actually recovered!" The dwarf shouted excitedly, then jumped towards Yuman. Yuman nodded, with a sincere smile on his face. "Tidak, my dear friend, you are not mistaken, I am really recovered." As soon as he finished speaking, they were already in contact. Yuman was 3 meters tall. At this moment, he could only squat down and hug the dwarf. After a while, this strange combination of dwarf and orc gradually separated. At this time, the dwarf Tidak released divine power and scanned Yuman. It seemed that he was confirming something. After a moment, it said in surprise, "It's hard to imagine that you have really been freed from that terrible curse. Before, when you sent me a communication message, I was surprised for a long time. Then, I rushed over as soon as possible." Yuman had a sincere smile on his face. "My dear friend, thank you very much." The dwarf Tidak also had a relieved smile on his face. "By the way, brother Yuman, have the chains of the gods on your body been unlocked?" Yuman nodded. "Yes, I forgot to tell you. Thank you for coming here specially." Tidak waved his hand. "No trouble. You have lifted such a big curse, so I should come to celebrate." It can be seen. They really have a good relationship. But in the eyes of Han Xing and others, it looks a bit awkward. After all, the difference in their size is too big. It seems that he noticed the strange look of Han Xing and others. Tidak asked in confusion, "Yuman, who are these people?" Yuman looked at Han Xing. After receiving Han Xing's signal, Yuman explained, "Brother Tidak, these people are all warriors from the human race, and they are also distinguished guests of my orcs." Han Xing did not let Yuman say that they solved the matter of the god of trickster. After all, it sounds too shocking. And Han Xing didn't want to explain so much. After hearing this, the dwarf Tidak just nodded lightly. Looking at Han Xing and others, his eyes were still full of arrogance. Then he turned his eyes back to Yuman. After reminiscing about the past, Yuman said, "My dear friend, I will take you to the palace first. Then, we will have a couple of drinks as before." The dwarf Tidak nodded. "That's just what I want." As soon as he said that, Yuman suddenly realized something. Damn, his palace seems to be gone. Half a day ago, it was bombed through the continent by a cannon from Han Xing, and it has not been repaired yet. He saw that something was wrong with Yuman. Tidak asked, "What's wrong?" Yuman had an awkward smile on his face, and apologized. "It's okay, let's go to another place today." A few minutes later, everyone appeared in another smaller stone palace. Yuman made up a few excuses, and revealed the matter of the god of trickster. Tidak had a thoughtful expression on his face. After all, not everyone can sense what happened before in the Orc continent. At least, you must have the strength of a high-level demigod to be qualified. At this moment, everyone sat on a huge stone chair. Woman asked the people below to bring rich dishes. At this time, Han Xing on the side suddenly asked, "Master Tidak, I have a few questions I want to consult. I wonder if it's convenient for you." The dwarf glanced at Han Xing, then stared at the sky, as if he didn't want to pay any attention to Han Xing at all. At this time, Woman said with a smile, "Brother Tidak, these human races are my distinguished guests. This Lord Han Xing is the contemporary saint of the witch tribe. Young and promising, powerful. The future is limitless." Hearing this, the dwarf Tidak was also a little surprised. He began to look at Han Xing again. After realizing Han Xing's legendary strength, Tidak nodded and said lightly, "Ask." His tone was still as arrogant as ever. However, compared to the previous unwillingness to communicate, it is much better now. But Han Xing didn't care. It was just a matter of tone. There was no need to be too serious. As long as the other party was willing to answer his questions, all of these could be ignored. Han Xing was not a bloodthirsty person. He took action in the Orc continent before. It was because these guys were unwilling to pay what they deserved. And the dwarves didn't owe Han Xing anything. After a pause, Han Xing asked, "Master Tidak, do you know where Kalen's laboratory is?" Hearing this name, the dwarf Tidak was slightly surprised. "How do you know this name?" "I heard it." Han Xing spread his hands, and made a random excuse. After all, It's impossible to tell the dwarf. He found it in the secret realm of the clouds. Tydak thought about it, and did not continue to ask, but answered. Lord Chiron is now one of the top researchers of our tribe. Many of our tribe's advanced technologies come from him. Our tribe has classified his information as top secret. So, I was surprised that you knew this name. Tydak looked at Han Xing deeply, and then answered, Lord Chiron has many laboratories. I don't know which one you are talking about. So, I can't answer this question for you. Han Xing nodded, which was almost what he expected. Although the psychic puppet was not much of an improvement for him. But Han Xing still wanted to see if he could find anything else. After asking this question, Han Xing continued, there is another question. I heard that you can use the rhythmic black iron to find the dwarf forging master to exchange for ancient weapon drawings. Is this true? Tydak nodded. There is nothing strange about this. After all, the news that the dwarves are collecting rhythmic black iron is known to the entire Holy Spirit realm. It's true. Tydak asked, you ask this because you want to use the rhythmic black iron to exchange for some ancient weapon blueprints? Han Xing nodded, yes, I had planned to go to the dwarf kingdom before. But Tydak waved his hand and said, if the transaction volume is not large, there is no need to go to the dwarf kingdom. The masters are all very busy. I just happen to have a batch of ancient weapon blueprints here, see if you need any. Hearing this, Han Xing was slightly surprised. What blueprints do you have? Tydak chuckled, then waved his big hand, and presented a dozen yellowed blueprints in front of Han Xing. Han Xing took a rough look. Ancient weapon, Holy War Spear Launcher, attack power 10,000 to 30,000, maximum range 50 kilometers, price, 5,000 rhythm black iron reinforced barrier, defense value 50,000, with primary toughness aura, price, 10,000 rhythm black iron disaster shelter, defense value 100,000, with intermediate shock absorption aura, price, 10,000 rhythm black iron. After reading the properties of these blueprints, Han Xing was somewhat uninterested. It was obvious that Tydak didn't bring any good stuff this time. These blueprints were at most the level of Hellfire silos. However, the price was not high. You only needed less than 10,000 rhythm black iron to exchange them. Looking at Han Xing's expression, Tydak showed a sneer on his face. Don't think I'm expensive. Rhythm black iron is a rare metal. But compared with these blueprints, it's still worth the money. If you can't afford it, I still have a batch of low-level blueprints here. Hearing this, Han Xing had a strange expression on his face. Is rhythmic black iron very precious? From the tone of the dwarf, it seems that 10,000 rhythmic black iron is a lot. He did not speak, but asked, Master Tydak, there is no need to look at those low-level drawings. I want to ask, do you have more advanced drawings? Tydak's eyes showed a trace of disdain again. You can't even afford these, and you still want more advanced drawings? Tydak was about to get angry. But after thinking about it, he felt that there was no need to bother with this human race. It's just right. Let this human race see how powerful the dwarf race is. Yes, Tydak said directly. After the words fell, a blueprint appeared in front of Han Xing again. Ancient weapon, 7-type Mark robot. You can create a Mark robot with 5-star elite strength by consuming materials. Note, Mark robots have extremely rich battlefield experience and are natural combat weapons. Seeing this blueprint, Han Xing's eyes finally lit up. 5-star troops, and they have elite strength. In Han Xing's current camp, the technology of the Wolf Cavalry and the Tauren camp has been maxed out by him. The highest level of the summoned troops is only 50, which is equivalent to the limit of 4 stars. This level is okay for dealing with ordinary monsters. It is gradually useless for dealing with those 5th-turn creatures. Except for Chimera. Han Xing does not have any 5th-level troops to show off. And this 7-type Mark robot is equivalent to strengthening the strength of Han Xing's territory troops again. At this time, Han Xing couldn't wait to ask, Master Tydak, how much rhythm black iron are you going to sell for this blueprint? After hearing this, Tydak looked at Han Xing with some surprise. Could it be that this kid is really going to buy it? After thinking for a moment, Tydak slowly reported a number. 50,000. After saying that, he looked at Han Xing tentatively. Unexpectedly, Han Xing said directly, I want it. Including the drawings you just showed, I want them all. Hearing this, Tydak's eyes showed surprise. Seemingly a little unbelievable, he said, All? All? You won't. He was about to say, you won't lie to me, right? But he saw Han Xing wave his hand. On the ground of the palace, a large area of rhythmic black iron piled up, like a small mountain appeared. Damn! Tydak's eyes suddenly widened. Here are 200,000, which should be enough to replace all the drawings in your hand. At this time, Tydak suddenly stood up and took a deep breath. This? So much? There was a strong shock in his tone. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. You know, even in his forging career, he had only encountered so many rhythmic black irons a few times. No, or in the entire dwarf kingdom, only the 3 grandmasters were qualified to mobilize so many rhythmic black irons at one time. Han Xing and others looked at Tydak in confusion, and seemed to not understand why this guy was so shocked. After all, the amount of rhythmic black iron he took out now, compared with his own reserve inventory, it is not worth mentioning at all. Tydak said in a solemn tone at this moment, "Human, are you sure you want to use so much rhythmic black iron to exchange with me?" Han Xing nodded, of course, otherwise why would I put it out? Tydak was retorted, but he was not angry at all. There was only a desire for rhythmic black iron in his eyes. He quickly replied, okay, let's trade right away. Then, both parties couldn't wait to put away the things on the ground. Obtained ancient weapon, Holy War Spear Launcher Blueprint *1. Obtained ancient weapon, 7-type Mark Robot Blueprint *1. After more than a dozen prompts, both sides showed satisfied expressions on their faces, and the dwarf Tydak's smile was almost unable to be concealed. Han Xing may not know. Rhythmic black iron is a metal that is in short supply among the dwarves. It has one of the greatest functions, which is to increase the forging experience of these forging masters and grandmasters. Every time they strike, the unique rhythm can make them feel enlightened and thus improve their forging level. With the accumulation of time, they can break through to a higher forging level. This is also one of the secrets of the dwarves, which has never been disclosed to other races. Therefore, those forging masters especially need a large amount of rhythmic black iron to accumulate forging experience. Strive to break through to a higher level as soon as possible. But it is obvious that the amount of rhythmic black iron is limited. Even a forging master like Tydak usually doesn't get much. 200,000 rhythmic black irons are already equivalent to his 4-year share, looking at the pile of rhythmic black irons in his space ring. Tydak couldn't help but feel excited. With so much rhythmic black iron for me to forge, my forging experience can be improved a lot. In this way, I am one step closer to breaking through the Grandmaster realm. Chapter 364. A look of surprise appeared in Tydak's eyes. When he looked at Han Xing, he was no longer arrogant. Even, he had a hint of expectation. However, Han Xing still looked at him with eager eyes and asked, "Master Tydak, do you have any other drawings?" Tydak's hands trembled after hearing this. Then he coughed awkwardly and said, "For the time being, there are no more for the time being." Hearing this, Han Xing sighed with disappointment. At this time, Tydak asked in a tentative tone, This human warrior, please ask. How many rhythm black irons do you have? Can you tell me?" His tone was completely different from before, even with some inquiring tone. Even the Orc King beside him looked at his changes with some surprise. Tydak seemed to be afraid that Han Xing would misunderstand him, so he explained, "I didn't mean to find out your details. If the quantity is large, I can lead you to exchange for more advanced ancient weapons from my tribe." Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes lit up. He asked in surprise, "More advanced ancient weapons? Can those natural disaster defense tower blueprints also be exchanged?" Tydak was stunned. "I didn't expect that you even knew about the natural disaster level weapons of my tribe." He glanced at Wuman in the distance. Yuman lowered his head with a guilty conscience. However, Tydak didn't care. He continued, "Natural disaster weapons are the top technology of our tribe. Under normal circumstances, we don't sell them to the outside world. However, if you have enough rhythmic black iron in your hands, I can go to the king to ask for special instructions." At this moment, Han Xing understood. It's not that they won't sell it, but it depends on whether you can come up with a number that will attract them. As long as you pay, you can sell anything. The style of the dwarves is quite suitable for Han Xing's appetite. Han Xing nodded. "What's the approximate price? Tell me a number." Tydak thought for a moment. "If you want to buy a finished disaster level weapon, one is worth about 100,000 rhythmic black iron. If you want a blueprint, the price will be several times higher. It is estimated that at least 3 million rhythmic black iron will be required." After saying that, Tydak looked at Han Xing cautiously. After hearing this, Han Xing waved his hand. "No problem. As long as we go to the dwarf country, we can trade immediately." However, these words fell into Tydak's ears. "Good guy. Does this mean that you really have it? 3 million. Do you know what that means?" He has never seen so much rhythmic black iron in his life. Although the grade of rhythmic black iron is not top-notch, it is extremely rare. and it has many uses, and is difficult to collect at ordinary times. However, what Tydak doesn't know is that Han Xing's way of obtaining rhythmic black iron is different from theirs. As survivors, they can get rhythmic black iron from the Haoyue treasure chest. After several battle merit shops, there are countless survivors who have opened the Haoyue treasure chest, and the rhythmic black iron they obtained has all fallen into Han Xing's pocket. So far, Han Xing has collected a full 15 million, so, for Tydak's pricing, Han Xing doesn't think it's expensive at all. After all, it was a natural disaster weapon, much more powerful than the psychic god-slaying cannon. If it could be exchanged for 3 million rhythmic black iron, it would be a huge profit. Looking at Han Xing's anxious look, Tydak was also anxious and coughed, "Not so fast. I said before that I need to ask the king for instructions. Even if you reach the dwarf kingdom, you need to wait a few more days." Han Xing thought for a moment. "I think it's okay to wait a few days." So he continued, "Then let's not delay, let's set off now." Tydak didn't expect that this human would be so swift and decisive. But when he thought about it, he might have millions of rhythmic black iron on him. If he could make this deal, then he could make a lot of money just by taking the commission. In addition, if the dwarf king is happy, he might even give him a contribution. So Tydak immediately said, "Okay, let's go now." Back to the dwarf kingdom. Then both parties stood up at the same time and walked out of the palace. At this moment, Yuman sat on the throne, looking confused. "What the hell? These people just left me like this? Am I not the protagonist of this meeting?" At this time, Tydak's voice sounded in his ears. "Yuman, my dear friend, I see that you are still injured. You are recuperating in the Orc Kingdom in the near future. I will come to see you later." When Yuman heard this, a smile appeared on his lips. The unhappiness in his heart was instantly thrown to the horizon. Thousands of miles high in the sky, the Golden Angel battleship flapped its white angel wings and flew gracefully in the air. In the cabin, Han Xing and Tydak were alone together. As for Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yuan and the other four, they were on the Sky Island in the back, following the Golden Angel warship. Above, there were 4 people's divine power covering them. Even Tydak didn't know what was on the Sky Island. This was also a way for Han Xing to be prepared. "Master Tydak, is this Golden Angel warship also a kind of ancient weapon?" Han Xing couldn't help asking. Tydak shook his head and said, "My human friend, the Golden Angel warship is a warship independently developed by our race, and it is not a kind of ancient weapon. And its developer, you have also heard of it, the Chief Scientific Research Director of our race, Kai Long." Hearing this name, Han Xing nodded suddenly. Unexpectedly, Kai Long, who was fascinated by the elf beauty in that palace, actually grew to such a height. "Master Tydak, what is the difference between the so-called ancient weapons and the weapons you independently developed?" Han Xing continued to ask. Tydak didn't seem to want to answer this question. However, as Han Xing threw out 1,000 pieces of rhythmic black iron, Tydak's eyes lit up instantly. He coughed twice in a reserved manner. "Before you, many people have asked this question. Since you want to know so much, I will answer it for you today." After saying that, Tydak casually put the rhythmic black iron on the ground into his space ring. Han Xing pretended to listen to the lecture and pretended not to see Tydak's actions. "You should know that our dwarf tribe has mastered a complete ancient relic, right?" Han Xing nodded. "I know, but I don't know what's inside." Tydak continued, "In fact, I don't know what's inside this ancient ruins. I only know that there are opportunities there, and you can find many powerful weapons or drawings that don't belong to this era. And the drawings brought out from it are uniformly called ancient weapons by us." Han Xing suddenly realized that this was the origin of the name of the ancient weapons. Seeing that Tydak was easy to talk to, Han Xing asked again, "The dwarfs recently found a god-killing weapon in the ancient ruins. Is that true?" Tydak's face changed again when he heard this. He said angrily, "Yuman, this old guy, why did you tell you everything?" Han Xing smiled awkwardly. "I can't tell Tydak that your good brother Yuman has become my contracted beast, right?" However, when Han Xing threw 2,000 pieces of rhythmic black iron on the ground again, Tydak's complexion gradually improved, and he stopped pursuing the matter. After a moment, he nodded, "The god-killing weapon is real. However, I don't know what kind of weapon it is, or what kind of power it has. Only a few people in the entire dwarf tribe know this kind of top-secret information." Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. It seems that this ancient ruins controlled by the dwarves is really a place of opportunity. They found so many ancient weapons and blueprints in it, most of which were used by the dwarves themselves. Other blueprints flowed to the Holy Spirit realm, bringing countless resources to the dwarves. This race has been able to develop to this extent. The ancient ruins can be said to have contributed greatly. And now, even things that surpass high-level ancient weapons have appeared. It is hard to imagine how many secrets are hidden in it. Since the god-killing level weapon has appeared, are there any weapons above the god-killing level? Tidek seemed to see Han Xing's thoughts and smiled. You kid, do you think the ancient ruins are a treasure land, and the high-level ancient weapons and god-killing level weapons in it can be picked up at will? Han Xing was speechless. He really thought so. I am still thinking about when I have the opportunity to enter the ancient ruins to explore. Without waiting for Han Xing to answer, Tidek continued. No need to deny it. Everyone in the world thinks the same as you, thinking that our dwarf race can develop into one of the 3 strongest races in the Holy Spirit realm, relying on this ancient relic. But how could they know how much sacrifice our race has made in order to explore the relic? Han Xing asked in confusion. Sacrifice? Tidek sighed slowly. It seems that this topic touched on some of his sad things. Han Xing saw this, and threw another 4,000 pieces of rhythmic black iron on the ground. And Tidek looked at Han Xing with more and more favor. This kid is really smart. Yes. Tidek continued to answer. Ancient ruins contain opportunities, but also extremely terrifying dangers. There are some forbidden areas inside. Even demigod-level strongmen will die instantly if they enter. Moreover, it has a restriction that only strongmen below demigod can enter. This leads to the fact that in order to explore ancient ruins, our tribe will send out the most elite legendary strongmen every few years. So far, we have sacrificed the lives of at least hundreds of legendary warriors. Among them, there are many peerless geniuses who are expected to break through to the level of demigods, or even high-level demigods. At this point, Tidek sighed slowly. And Han Xing once again had a clear understanding of this ancient relic. Sure enough, where there is opportunity, there is danger. This is an unchanging truth in any world. Han Xing nodded and said, Thank you, Master Tidek, for clearing up my doubts. Tidek waved his hand. With his personality, he would not say so much under normal circumstances. There are some secrets that are even forbidden to be told to other tribes. But there is no way. Han Xing gave too much. Next, the two of them were speechless all the way. The Golden Angel battleship continued to move forward. After 7 or 8 hours, Wimon slowly said, The Dwarf Kingdom is far away from the Orc Kingdom. I used a special means of transmission before, so I arrived at the Orc Kingdom so quickly. It will take a few more days to arrive. Han Xing nodded, showing his understanding. 3 days later, the Golden Angel warship advanced almost tens of millions of kilometers, passing through a piece of barren area. Finally, there are signs of civilization ahead. From a distance, Han Xing saw that there were huge sky islands there. There was a large area of towering, magical tower buildings on it. Those sky islands were the population cities of the dwarfs. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong, Zhang Lianming and other 4 people appeared next to Han Xing. Then he winked, indicated that their sky island had been placed. Han Xing nodded. Through the previous conversation, they already understood. The dwarves probably didn't know yet. They were the ones who launched the War of Gods in the Orc Kingdom, and successfully defeated the gods. Therefore, Han Xing felt that there was no need to expose it so quickly. So he placed the Sky Island outside the Dwarf Kingdom as one of his trump cards. There were cold balls guarding it, and Han Xing also had the Oracle Throne for long-distance transmission. Even if there was an unexpected situation, he could be teleported back in the first time. As the saying goes, the more violent you jump, the faster you die. If you can keep a low profile, try to keep a low profile. If you can't keep a low profile, then just bomb it. Warrior Han Xing, the border city of our tribe is ahead. You and your friends will follow me to be inspected later. Tidek looked at Han Xing and said. Han Xing nodded, but there was nothing unexpected. A large tribe like this naturally cannot enter the country casually. Other tribes must be inspected before entering. Then, the Golden Angel warship arrived at the Wu clan's border island. This place is more like a port. There are many aircraft parked around. These aircraft have different appearances and characteristics. It doesn't look like the style of the dwarves. In this border city, Han Xing also saw many powerful buildings. It has a sense of beauty that combines future technology and magic. Moreover, on this border island, Han Xing sensed the breath of at least 2 legendary strongmen. Han Xing once again had a clear understanding of the power of the dwarves. At this moment, the officers who were doing routine inspections immediately showed respectful expressions on their faces after seeing Tidek. He saluted Tidek. Meet Master Tidek. Behind him, All the dwarf soldiers stood at attention and saluted together. Tydak waved his hand, indicated that they should be more casual. As the Orc King said, Tydak not only has legendary strength, but also has the identity of Forging Master. His status in the dwarf tribe is comparable to that of ordinary demigod-level strongmen. It is not surprising to have such treatment. At this time, the inspecting officer also saw Han Xing and others behind Tydak. Master, who are these people? The officer couldn't help asking. Tydak casually said, a few human friends, I brought them to the dwarf tribe to discuss trading matters. I see. When the officer heard that they were Tydak's friends, his eyes softened when he looked at Han Xing and others. Then, it was a routine inspection. The dwarf officer held a special instrument in his hand, and scanned Han Xing and the others. Through the inspection, the dwarf officer was surprised to find that these 5 humans all had legendary strength. For a moment, there was a strong shock in his eyes. Then, he saluted again and said, meet the legends. Zheng Jianyong and Shen Yun were a little surprised. This was the first time they went to other races, and were not treated differently. For a moment, the impression of the dwarves also changed a little. As mentioned before, in the Holy Spirit realm, no matter which race they belong to, the legendary level is considered a strong person. Unlike the orcs and dragons, who think that they are the best in the world, the dwarfs are more tolerant. Therefore, it is reasonable for Han Xing and his team to gain the respect of these dwarf officers. This also shows that the dwarves are very developed. At least, they do not have the arrogance of most races in this world. They do not discriminate against Han Xing and his team's human identity. This is very valuable. After the inspection, Tydak took Han Xing and his team to the Dwarf Kingdom. Along the way, they passed many large cities again. The facilities on them are still very developed. In addition to Han Xing and his team's Golden Angel battleship, Han Xing also saw that there were many vehicles of completely different styles floating in the nearby sky. Some vehicles were like a drop of transparent water, and the situation inside could not be seen from the outside. Some vehicles were like a smooth mirror. Some of them are just a dark palace. However, this is not the most interesting part for Han Xing. The most surprising thing for Han Xing. He sensed the breath of legendary masters on those vehicles. And there was more than one. Han Xing asked, Master Tydak, these vehicles are not the creations of your dwarves, right? Tydak nodded, yes, those are from other races. Look at that drop of water, it is a master from the Shueidao clan. That mirror is a master from the Sky Cloud. As for the palace, it has a bigger origin, it is a creation of the Dark Realm. It is said that this time, their Son of God is also here. Since getting familiar with Han Xing and the others, this old dwarf has become a bit talkative. Han Xing was a little surprised and said, they are all other races, and it seems that there are still many legendary strongmen. Tydak said slowly, this is why I told you before that you may have to wait a few days. Recently, the Holy Spirit realm has been in turmoil, and various major events have occurred frequently. Under the mediation of the elves, my tribe, and the giants have reached a temporary ceasefire agreement. As for the content of the agreement, we need to continue to discuss. This time, the Elf King and the Giant King both came to my tribe. In short, the Three Kings Conference. Chapter 365. The Three Kings Meeting. Everyone silently recited this name. What puzzled Han Xing was, among the Three Kings, in addition to the Dwarf King, the other two were the Elf King and the Giant King. It was reasonable for the strong men of these two races to come to the Dwarf Kingdom. However, looking at these vehicles, there were obviously strong men of other races. Why did they come to the Dwarf Kingdom? Regarding this question, Tydak also shook his head, indicating that he was not very clear. Han Xing did not ask any more questions. Then, everyone came to the Dwarf Kingdom, the central continent. As the central continent, the area here is naturally huge. It is more than 10 times larger than the central continent of the Orc Kingdom. It is comparable to the size of a star, and you can't see the end at a glance. Ordinary people may not be able to explore the end of this continent without the help of vehicles, even if they spend their entire lives. On it, there are also cities connected to each other. There is a large wilderness area in the middle. But despite this, the number of cities, big and small, has reached a terrifying number. Countless dwarves live and reproduce on it. Tydak's voice came from behind. Several human warriors, there are many cities on the dwarf continent. But the most important and prosperous one is our central capital. This time, I will take you there directly. Only there can you see His Majesty the King. Han Xing and others nodded, and then followed Tydak to fly over the continent. On the central continent, they flew for a long time. They arrived at a very large capital. There are many high-rise magical buildings on it, scattered and orderly. And it looked spotless and very clean. Tydak took Han Xing to a high-end hotel and said, "I will report this to His Majesty the King now. However, as I told you before, the King may be discussing important matters. It may take some time to reply to me. I will contact you as soon as I have news. During this period, you will stay in the dwarf capital now." Everyone nodded. By the way, Tydak suddenly turned his head and continued, "The dwarfs are very open-minded. If you feel free, you can also go to the capital to have a look. The common currency here is also the spirit core. Of course, if you have other precious things in your hand, you will be more welcome. For example, rhythmic black iron, philosopher's stone, etc." After speaking, Tydak turned around and left here. After waiting for him to leave, everyone found a room. However, for 3 days in a row, Tydak did not reply to them. The next day, the 5 people gathered together. Chung Jianyong was puzzled at this time. "Brother Xing, this old man, will he abandon us? He hasn't replied to us for so long?" Han Xing shook his head. "It shouldn't be. It can be seen that the dwarves are very eager for rhythm black iron. This time, I revealed that I have millions of rhythm black iron in my hand. I think they should not give up this deal." After a pause, Han Xing continued, "Let's wait and see." Everyone nodded. At this time, Shen Yun frowned and analyzed. "I don't know if you can sense it. Recently, more and more legendary auras have gathered in the Dwarf King's capital. Moreover, these auras are very special and don't look like the legends of the dwarfs." Chung Jianyong nodded. "I sensed it too. Every day, there are many legendary auras flying overhead. After 3 days, I feel that at least thousands of legendary masters have gathered in the king's capital, and there are even several demigods among them. I don't know what happened." Everyone was confused. So many legendary masters are indeed a bit strange. However, they have just arrived and don't know anyone in the dwarfs. They don't know who to ask. Looking at their sad faces, Han Xing suddenly smiled and said, "It's easy. We can just ask anyone and we know." Hearing this, Chung Jianyong hesitated and said, Brother Xing, isn't this bad? This is the capital of the dwarfs. If a fight breaks out, those people will stop us, right?" Han Xing rolled his eyes at him. "Who the hell said we were going to fight? Do you know what friendly communication is?" Chung Jianyong's heart moved, and he asked tentatively, "Brother Xing means that we secretly tie them up, then torture them?" Hearing this, Han Xing's face was full of black lines again. "Can't you just ask openly? What are you thinking about?" Chung Jianyong touched his head embarrassedly. Then, the 5 of them walked out of the hotel together. People were coming and going on the street. Most of them were dwarves in casual clothes. Among them, there were also some orcs, giants, elemental creatures, and elves with pointed ears. Although the current dwarf capital has gathered people of all kinds and races. But it was the first time they saw the human race. One by one, they cast curious eyes at Han Xing and his friends. Han Xing and his friends were already used to such eyes. However, at this time, a 2-headed ogre with blue skin seemed to be staring at Han Xing and his friends. On the ogre's bloated body, the 2 heads were whispering. From time to time, he looked at Han Xing and his friends with hungry eyes. Chung Jianyong couldn't help but complain about this look. "This ogre, isn't he trying to eat us? A guy who is at most a 5th-turn leader dares to set his sights on a legend. Is there something wrong with his brain? Do you want me to reveal some of my aura to scare them?" Chung Jianyong asked, eager to try. This time, before they came out, they also drank the divine power shielding potion. So, those alien warriors on the street couldn't sense Han Xing's strength at all. Han Xing shook his head and said, "No, we're here to gather intelligence. Be low-key first, and this guy doesn't dare to do anything in the dwarf capital." Everyone nodded. Just then, a cry of surprise came from the streets of the central capital. "There's a rainbow in the sky. What is that?" Everyone was attracted by the scene in the sky above their heads. Including Han Xing and others, they also cast their eyes. From a distance, Han Xing saw bursts of colorful phantom light appearing in the sky. The phantom light approached quickly and flew towards the central city. Gradually, everyone saw what the phantom light was. It was a small shuttle-shaped wooden boat. It was covered with vines and flowers, like a flower crown floating in the air. Although this small wooden boat looked fragile. However, Han Xing and others on it felt the breath of legend. And the most attractive thing, it was several tall women with beautiful faces standing on it. It can be seen from the pointed ears on their heads. This is a group of elves. At the same time, surrounded by a group of elves, an elf woman holding a harp and revealing a holy light on her face. slowly walked forward. She stood at the bow, looking at the people below, like a holy. The goddess of the elves, Eleonora. So beautiful. At this moment, no matter which race the strong men were from, they could not help but fall for Eleonora's peerless beauty. And at this moment, in the sky, a strong breath rose again. A giant covered with muscles soared into the sky. Its 5-meter-tall body exuded a terrifying momentum. The people around him felt a terrible sense of oppression. Even the space was covered with dense cracks. Little Giant King. Everyone read out the name of the giant. In the sky, the giant said in a shocking voice, Eleonora, you are so eager to rush to the central capital. Are you trying to use some tricks again, to grab the Grandmaster forging quota this time? The giant's voice was not covered at all. On the street, those who didn't know the situation showed doubtful looks in their eyes. In the air, the beautiful elf goddess whispered, Little Giant King, you misunderstood. I was just passing by. Besides, there is only one quota this time, and everyone is competing fairly. How can there be any tricks? The little giant sneered, Eleonora, I'm too lazy to expose you. Others don't know, but I know very well what kind of stuff you are. After the little giant king finished speaking, there was another uproar on the street. As the goddess of the elves, Eleonora has countless fans and loyal supporters. At this moment, those fanatical fans looked at the giant's back with angry looks in their eyes. However, the giant completely ignored those eyes. It seemed that in his eyes, these people were like ants, and could not attract his attention at all. At this time, a voice appeared again. Urea, it's not good to say such slanderous words to the goddess in public. But do you have any evidence? After hearing this, the little giant king snorted coldly. What evidence do I need? My words are the evidence. Son of Light, if you want to stand up for her, come here and take 2 punches from me first. The tall giant clenched his fists in an instant, and even the space nearby showed signs of collapse. Murderous. Everyone didn't expect that this giant was so fierce and domineering, and he wanted to fight with others right away. Urea, you are still as domineering as ever. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura rose up. The dazzling golden light illuminated half the sky. And the moment they sensed this breath, everyone understood the identity of this person. The son of the Sea of Light, Neodos. However, the little giant king still showed no weakness. He said in a loud voice, So what if you are domineering? I said, if you stand up for this woman, you will be my enemy of Urea. If you don't accept it, come here now, and have a life and death battle with me. The little giant king was aggressive, and everyone was surprised by his domineering again. The Son of Light thought for a moment and smiled. I won't compete with you here, that's the behavior of a reckless man. If you really want to fight with me, you can make an appointment later. Now, Grandmaster Barrow is still waiting for us, I go first. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light rushed out of the sky and rushed directly towards the central city of the capital. The chance to become a Grandmaster is mine. Don't even think about snatching it away. The giant suddenly exploded and chased after him at a terrifying speed. At the same time, their aura also alarmed other legendary masters in the main city. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 waves. Thousands of terrifying auras all exploded. These were all legendary masters from various tribes. Among them, there were even a few whose auras were comparable to that of the giant and the Son of Light. At this time, a dark aura also exploded. The sky suddenly turned into a piece of ink, and a thick black aura began to spread. Everyone instantly read out the name of this aura. The Realm of Darkness, the Son of Darkness. A gloomy voice appeared in the black aura. Urea, Neodos, don't try to fool us with your tricks. Don't even think about snatching the Grandmaster's place. At the same time, more powerful auras burst out. These strong men all rushed to the same place at the same time. However, listening to their conversation, Han Xing was very curious. What is the only chance? What Grandmaster Barrow? Fuck, can you finish your words? He now urgently wants to catch all these so-called sons and daughters of God and ask them. What is going on at this time? Han Xing suddenly sensed a familiar breath. In the sky, a green figure soared into the sky. Its surging vitality almost made the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees grow wildly. It was one of the 3 legendary tree spirits who came to help the Wu clan before. Han Xing had met him once. The fairy goddess in the sky, Eleonora, seemed to have noticed that breath as well. She lowered her eyes and whispered, Wan Lu, the son of the tree spirit, can you come to my side, and let's go to the forge of Grandmaster Barrow together? Hearing this, on the streets of the town below, the strong men of various races looked surprised. Wan Lu? Who is he? To be invited by the elf goddess herself. Isn't that too lucky? Everyone is looking for the lucky one who is favored by the goddess. At this moment, the tree spirit with thousands of branches in the air heard the invitation and his eyes lit up. He quickly transformed into a human form. He turned into a graceful and beautiful boy. Goddess Eleonora, thank you for your invitation. I'm happy to go with you. After saying that, the tree spirit gave a standard gentleman's salute, and then slowly walked towards the wooden boat of the elf goddess. Below, countless eyes were staring at the tree spirit. The eyes were full of envy. I wish I could exchange my identity with that of the tree spirit. Just when the tree spirit was about to accept the invitation and go to Eleonora, suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. He subconsciously froze in place. Then his eyes searched in the crowd. Then, he saw Han Xing and others in the crowd. In particular, when he saw Han Xing's face, the shock in his eyes could hardly be concealed. Which clan, Saint Lord? How did they come? At this moment, the tree spirit showed a hesitant look on his face. On one side, there was the goddess's cordial invitation. On the other side, there was the mysterious human. After a moment, the legendary tree spirit bowed to the elven saint in the sky and said, "Sorry, Your Highness Eleonora, a few friends are looking for me. Next time there is a chance, I will go with you again." After saying that, he flew straight down. However, when he said this, everyone couldn't help but look at him with surprise. After all, it was an invitation from the goddess. How could anyone refuse it? The group of admirers of the saint even gnashed their teeth in hatred. Even Eleonora in the sky was very surprised, because she had heard that the son of the tree spirit tribe loved her. In her heart, she was also sure that the son of the tree spirit tribe would not refuse. She stared at Wanlu's back, seeming to want to know who was the friend he was talking about. He was able to refuse her invitation. However, when she saw that Wanlu was flying towards a few human beings, she was surprised. Human beings. Everyone else looked at Han Xing and others. Although these human beings hid their aura, they could see that they had legendary strength. 5 legends were indeed quite good. But there was no amazing existence. Han Xing and his 5 companions were all level 55, and they only had the aura of a mid-level legend. Compared with the Son of Light, the Little Giant King, and other top legends, they were much worse. Moreover, a few days ago, the news that Han Xing had triggered a war of gods was only circulated in the Holy Spirit realm, among the top existences. Not to mention these sons and daughters of gods. Even their clan leaders were not qualified to know about this. Therefore, Han Xing and his companions were not recognized by these people. They seemed to know that their actions were somewhat noticeable. Han Xing said to the tree spirit named Wanlu, "Let's go, let's talk somewhere else." After saying that, Han Xing and Wanlu, a member of the tree spirit clan, left here. And on this street in the central city, because there was no excitement to watch, everyone gradually dispersed. Eleonora stood at the bow, watching the backs of Han Xing and others, and also left here. In a remote place, the tree spirit who turned into a human form asked in surprise, "Saint Master Han Xing, why are you here?" Han Xing said directly, "I came here to find the dwarf king for something." Hearing this, Wanlu was stunned for a moment. Although Han Xing is now the head of a clan, but in his mind, compared with the existence of the dwarf king, he is still completely unqualified. After all, the dwarf clan is much stronger than the witch clan. It seems that Wanlu's thoughts were seen. Han Xing did not explain much. Instead, he continued, "Tell me, why did you come to the dwarf king? Also, what's the situation with the Grand Master quota that those goddesses and goddesses mentioned?" Wanlu was puzzled. Saint Han Xing, you don't know?" "Nonsense, if I knew, would I still ask you?" Han Xing rolled his eyes at this guy. Wanlu touched his head awkwardly. "It's like this, recently, aren't the dwarfs holding a Three Kings meeting?" Everyone nodded. They knew about this matter. Chapter 366. During this meeting, the leaders of the 3 tribes finalized many future cooperation matters. One of them is to open up the ancient ruins and invite legendary strongmen from other tribes in the Holy Spirit realm to explore together. Han Xing and others were immediately surprised. You know, the ancient ruins have made a significant contribution to the rise of the dwarves. Recently, even a god-killing weapon was excavated. Before this, the dwarves regarded it as a forbidden place in the tribe. No one is allowed to set foot there. I didn't expect at this time, the dwarves would open such an important place. Wanlu continued, "There are huge dangers in the ancient ruins, and even demigods may perish. So this time, those who came to the dwarfs are all geniuses from various races. I also heard from the clan leader that this time, our tree spirit clan got a quota. So, I rushed to the dwarf kingdom overnight. I didn't expect to meet you here." After Wanlu finished speaking, everyone nodded. It seems that the dwarves are serious this time. They are really willing to give up the quota for exploring the ruins and invite various clans to explore together. Although, I don't know why. But if possible, Han Xing also wants to go in with them. See what is in this so-called ancient ruins. At this time, Han Xing asked again. What are the Grandmaster quotas for those gods and goddesses just mentioned? Wanlu replied, It's like this, Saint Han Xing. This time, Baro, one of the 3 forging Grandmasters of the dwarfs, celebrated the 3 Kings Conference. Specially promised to help foreign races forge a piece of equipment. Grandmaster forging? Han Xing was even more surprised. Before this, he heard from the Orc King that the dwarf forging master could forge artifacts. And now, it was the Grandmaster who took action himself. Han Xing didn't quite understand this realm. So he asked, Is there anything special about the equipment made by the Grandmaster? Why did it cause those gods and goddesses to fight for it? Could it be that the Grandmaster can make holy objects? After hearing this, Wanlu said awkwardly, Holy objects. Those are unique things, not something that can be made by human power. The Grandmaster made them, and they are also artifacts. Hearing this, Han Xing immediately rolled his eyes and said, It's still an artifact. I thought there was something special. Are you tree spirits still missing 1 or 2 artifacts? Wanlu hurriedly explained, It's not an ordinary artifact. Saint Lord Han Xing should know that even artifact-level equipment has strengths and weaknesses. The equipment made by the Grandmaster will not only be much stronger than the same level, but also have some special effects. We call it Godcast equipment. Godcast. This is the first time Han Xing has heard this name. Wanlu continued. Moreover, at the Grandmaster level, you can forge equipment without blueprints. You only need to provide the materials, and then state your forging requirements. The Grandmaster can help you forge it based on his own experience. As soon as these words came out, everyone seemed to have thought of something. You know, they have a kind of advanced material in their hands, the scales of beasts. It is said that this thing can be used to create artifact equipment and buildings. But so far, Han Xing and his team have not found the corresponding drawings. Is that the most special thing about the Grandmaster? No drawings are needed, just experience can be used to create artifacts one by one. You just need to provide strong enough materials. Thinking of this, Han Xing said excitedly, Wanlu, take us to see it. Wanlu nodded after hearing this. He took Han Xing directly to the place where the Grandmaster Baro was. In the center of the royal capital, there is a huge black building. This is the largest forging place in the royal capital. Every day, there are tens of millions of people and orders. As soon as they entered the hall, Han Xing and his team felt the bustling atmosphere here. Many dusty dwarf apprentices, holding materials and drawings in their hands, were busy here. Under the leadership of Wanlu, they passed through the forging hall. Then, they came to a huge forging room at the back. This forging room was very spacious. The floor height was hundreds of meters, covering tens of thousands of square meters. And in the center of the forging room, there was also a huge furnace, burning with blazing flames. The high-temperature airways came towards them. The temperature here was at least 20 to 30 degrees higher than outside. And in every corner of the forging room, Han Xing saw that the sons and daughters of gods from the major clans had already arrived here in advance. However, compared to their arrogance outside, these sons and daughters of gods seemed very quiet here. Even the giant, who was more than 10 meters tall, and the golden shadow were restrained at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure wielding the hammer in front. At this moment, the figure was naked from the waist up, with bulging muscles all over his body. Then he raised the black hammer in his hand and smashed it down suddenly. Ding! The sound of metal collision came. Everyone only felt a buzzing in their ears. Some weak legends even had a trace of blood flowing from the corners of their mouths on the spot. They looked at the figure swinging the hammer in shock, their eyes full of horror. How is it possible that my body was hurt just by the knocking sound? At this time, a dwarf legend sneered. Grandmaster Baro himself has the combat power of a high-level legend. And in the field, he is good at, he can even exert the strength of a demigod. Not to mention hurting your body, it is just a simple matter to directly shock you to death. Hearing this, everyone's eyes showed surprise. At this time, the figure swinging the hammer said, If you can't withstand the impact of my music, retreat immediately. Don't be stubborn. If you listen for too long, there will be a risk of falling. As soon as these words came out, half of the nearly 100 legendary masters on the field left directly. The remaining 50 or so legends seemed to want to hold on. However, with the knocking sound of Grandmaster Baro again, After more than a dozen hammers, a legendary warrior from the ogre tribe immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. It almost rolled and crawled out of the huge forging room. The remaining legendary warriors also followed and left. After a while, there were less than 20 people left on the field. They were all sons and daughters of gods from the big clans. They not only had enviable talents, but also strong strength. A quick glance showed that none of them were lower than the mid-level legend. They looked at each other and nodded. That was recognition of their respective strengths. At this time, when they saw that there were several figures standing in another area, surprise appeared in their eyes. Because those figures were all human beings. In their perception, these human beings were only at the mid-level legend at most. They were able to hold on until now, which was completely beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, Grandmaster Barrow, who was naked from the waist up, stopped knocking. He glanced at the people on the field, and a look of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Next, I'm going to speed up the rhythm of the knocking. Listen carefully, and see if you have any insights. If you can't bear it, remember to leave as soon as possible. Hearing this, the geniuses understood that this Grandmaster was going to show some special techniques. If you have good talent, you can even gain something, at this moment. The sons and daughters of gods on the field all focused their attention. The next moment, Grandmaster Barrow took out a piece of red-hot metal from the forging furnace. Then he put it on the forging table and began to knock it quickly. Ding! 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 The sound of metal colliding was whispering. However, they also found that the knocking sound this time was a little different. It became more regular and rhythmic. This sound fell into Han Xing's ears, like playing a wonderful melody. It makes people feel enlightened. Many problems that were previously incomprehensible suddenly became clear at this moment. At the same time, information kept flashing on the system panel of Han Xing and others. Because you listened to the forging melody of the Grandmaster, you felt enlightenment, and your experience value increased by 130 million, and your spiritual attributes increased by 10. Because you listened to the forging melody of the Grandmaster, you felt enlightenment, and your experience value increased by 110 million, and your spiritual attributes increased by 5. Because you... Looking at the long list, there were more than a dozen system prompts. At this moment, the 5 people on the field looked at each other, and they all saw strong shock in each other's eyes. Damn! What is this? Just listening to the sound of forging can increase experience and attributes, and so much at a time. From the time Grandmaster Barrow finished speaking, until now, they have added 2 billion experience points. It is comparable to the gains from killing a legend. This is too outrageous. Could it be that this is the so-called, you can upgrade by forging? A few minutes later, Han Xing's system prompts had already been displayed on the screen. At this time, a white light appeared on his body. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 56. Upgraded. Han Xing clenched his fists, very excited. In less than a minute, he gained 9% of his experience points, which was equivalent to the experience gained by killing monsters in a week. At this moment, Han Xing even wanted to capture this forging master directly. Forging iron for himself 24 hours a day. This upgrade speed is much faster than killing monsters by themselves. However, Han Xing can only think about it first. If he really captured this dwarf master, not only would the subsequent transaction be ruined, I'm afraid the dwarves will list Han Xing as the #1 wanted criminal. At this moment, the dwarf grandmaster also sensed the changes in Han Xing. There was an admiring look in his eyes, and he said, "Let us congratulate this human friend. It seems that he has a lot of insights. His talent is really limitless." As soon as these words came out, all the gods and goddesses on the field fixed their eyes on Han Xing. Being praised by Grandmaster Barrow, it is a face-saving thing to say it out. The more important thing is, Han Xing has improved, but they have not. This shows that the talents of these gods and goddesses are not as good as this human race. For a time, these geniuses on the field made up their minds. They must concentrate and listen to the forging frequency of Grandmaster Barrow. This is a rare opportunity. It seems that he can see what everyone is thinking. Barrow continued, "My forging frequency is only the best and the biggest gain when you hear it for the first time. After that, there is no such effect." Everyone was silent. Instead, he quietly listened to the Grandmaster's melody. As Barrow said, the first time has the best effect. Han Xing noticed that the system prompt speed has slowed down. Moreover, the experience points gained later also began to decrease. A few minutes later, Han Xing saw Grandmaster Barrow hammered the metal in his hand into a square shape. On it, there were faint water wave patterns. At this time, Han Xing instantly understood something. What he was hitting now was rhythmic black iron. It turned out that using rhythmic black iron to make equipment has this special effect. No wonder the dwarves are so eager for rhythmic black iron. At the same time, the Grand Master also stopped what he was doing. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said in a hoarse voice, "Today, that's all." Everyone on the field seemed to have just come to their senses when they heard this. They bowed respectfully one by one. "Thank you, Grand Master Barrow." It can be heard that these proud sons and daughters of God are grateful from the bottom of their hearts. After all, the Grand Master personally helped everyone gain insights. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. The dwarf waved his hand casually. "Don't be so reserved, let's get down to business now." As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked stern again. Barrow continued, "It's still the same rule as before. Put out the materials in your hands, and then tell me what you need to build. Decide who you will help build based on the rarity and strength of the materials." After hearing this, everyone nodded. At the same time, a creature with a furry body and a fox head on its head suddenly dropped a piece of strange metal. This piece of metal was as big as a millstone, and waves of azure divine power appeared on it. The fox head introduced, "Blue Shadow Divine Gold has the effect of amplifying divine power, and comes from the Azure Mountains in my clan. I want to make a mask." Hearing this, the others showed contemptuous eyes. Although the metal of Blue Shadow Divine Gold is precious, but it is only a material of the same level as the Philosopher's Stone. In addition to having some divine power amplification effects, it has no other functions. It is indeed not worth it to specially come to ask the Grand Master for help. However, Barrow did not have any strange expression. He just nodded. Next. At this time, another legendary strongman threw out a piece of pure white mithril. White moon mithril, an extremely rare mithril that only appears occasionally in 10,000 mithril veins. "I want the Grandmaster to help me forge a spear." The appearance of white moon mithril made everyone's eyes light up. At this time, other sons of God also took action. Various strange and precious metals were thrown out. Precious ores such as extreme ice god stone, flame gold, star steel, etc. appeared one by one. For a time, the entire forge was filled with the breath of various divine golds. Grandmaster Barrow nodded again. At the same time, the dark son of God from the dark realm suddenly showed up at this moment. The faces of the sons of God next to him showed a look of surprise. Because from the time they came in until now, none of them sensed the breath of the dark god. They didn't know when this guy came in. Chung Jianyong winked at Shen Yun and said, "Another legendary stealth warrior. I don't know who is stronger between him and little Cole Ball." Shen Yun said directly, "Do you even need to think about it? Cole Ball is definitely stronger." He said it with great certainty. Although I don't know where he got the basis from. But Han Xing and others also thought so. At this time, in front of the dark god, a large pile of metal suddenly appeared, emitting a little starlight. The strong aura of disaster cast a shadow over everyone's heart. The dark god said in a gloomy voice, "Catastrophe God Gold, I want the Grand Master to help me make a long sword." Everyone knows this metal, but it's the first time I've seen so many of them. A rough estimate is that there are at least thousands of them. Other sons of God praised, "Darkness God's son, you are really rich." Catastrophe God Gold, a precious material, used to be used as an additional material, added to equipment or weapons. This is the first time I've seen a weapon made purely of Catastrophe God Gold as the main material. Yes, I heard that the Dark Realm is rich in all kinds of God Gold. However, Han Xing's eyes lit up when he heard this. What does he need most now? All kinds of God Stones and God Gold, and Catastrophe God Gold is one of the important materials for making psychic God-slaying cannons. Han Xing stared at the gloomy darkness God's son, and his mind became active. If there is a chance, see if he can tie up this darkness God's son. Take out some Catastrophe God Gold from him. At this moment, Grandmaster Barrow nodded again. Such a large amount of Catastrophe Gold is indeed worth his effort. At this moment, the creature that looked like a ball of golden light, and could not see a specific human form suddenly threw out a huge horn. This horn was hundreds of meters long and even had a divine aura. This person was the son of light from the Sea of Light, Nyotos. Seeing this thing appear, the sons of other races were shocked and said, "Nyotos, this. Is it the horn of a god-level creature?" Including Grandmaster Barrow, they could not help but cast their eyes on him. The horn of a god-level creature. Even he had not come into contact with such precious materials a few times. The Son of Light shook his head and said, "It's not a true god-level creature, but it's not far off. This unicorn horn was found by our ancestor in the depths of the Sea of Light 10,000 years ago. It has a very strong penetrating effect. I would like to ask the Grand Master to help forge a spear." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Although the Son of Light admitted that this was not a true god-level creature unicorn horn. But the phrase "not far off" alone has already shown its preciousness. At this moment, in order to let Grandmaster Barrow take action, this Son of Light from the Sea of Light took out the treasure at the bottom of the box. Grandmaster Barrow glanced at the people on the field and the various precious materials on the ground. It seems that he has made a decision. Then, the forging quota this time. Chapter 367. Then, the quota for forging this time. Grandmaster Barrow seemed to be about to make an announcement. A voice suddenly sounded. Wait a minute. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and found that it was the Little Giant King with a look of disdain. The Little Giant King said, "Neodos, isn't it just a horn? You are not a real god-level creature. Why are you pretending?" After he finished speaking, he suddenly threw out a piece of broken bone. The horrible fluctuation of divine power was several times stronger than the horn of the Son of Light. It made everyone on the field feel depressed. Another powerful treasure. The Son of Light's face froze, turned his head and stopped talking. Seeing that he had won the opponent, the Little Giant King smiled contemptuously at the corner of his mouth. The leg bone of the behemoth, Grandmaster Barrow, just help me make a beast bone club. In the future, if I see the witch making trouble again, I will knock her out with a club. Everyone looked strange when they heard this, because they all knew who the Little Giant King was talking about. At this moment, many eyes on the field looked at the elf goddess. Eleonora, with a flower crown on her head and a sacred face, had a faint smile on her lips. She seemed to be completely unconcerned about the provocation of the Little Giant King. Grandmaster Barrow glanced at Eleonora. Asked, "Goddess of the elf clan, do you have anything you need me to make? If not, then I will announce the result." Everyone was shocked. They all knew that if Eleonora did not have something of sufficient weight, then this time, the quota for making will be between the Son of Light and the Little Giant King. Grandmaster Barrow. "I do have something here, please take a look." Hearing this, everyone looked over. But they saw Eleonora wave her hands. In front of her, a piece of black wood appeared. There was no divine power fluctuation on it. But when everyone covered the divine power over to explore, they felt a tingling sensation like needles. A group of people had some guesses in their hearts. "Goddess, this thing can't be." Eleonora nodded, "Yes, a branch of the world tree." Hearing this, everyone's eyes showed shock. "Oh my god, it's this kind of thing. Isn't the world tree the sacred tree of the elves? How come the goddess brought out such a thing?" Even the Grandmaster, who has always been calm and unperturbed, showed a fiery look in his eyes. "You know, the world tree is the world's #1 sacred tree recognized by the entire Holy Spirit realm. This level of material. Even he has never touched it." After hearing this, Eleonora smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't take it down. You should have seen the dark aura on it. This branch was forcibly cut off by a force from the abyss." Hearing this, everyone's pupils shrank again. They also realized that the situation on the elves' side might not be very good. Eleonora added again, "However, although it is just a broken branch, but it also has the effect of breaking the divine power field of legendary or even demigod-level strongmen. I think I should ask Grandmaster Barrow to help forge an arrow. Just a branch has the effect of breaking the divine power field of demigod strongmen." Everyone once again had a clear understanding of the strength of the world tree. At this time, Barrow heard the elf goddess's request and nodded slowly. "If it's an arrow, there's no problem. In that case, the quota this time is..." He was about to announce. Wait a minute. Another male voice sounded. Everyone looked over. I always feel that this scene is familiar. Before, when the Little Giant King interrupted the Son of the Sea of Light, the same thing seemed to have happened. But now these strong men have all taken out parts of the god-level creatures. Even the elf goddess took out the branches of the holy tree. Could it be that there are still masters? Everyone on the field cast their eyes over. Then, they saw the one who interrupted. It seems, it's those human beings? Grandmaster Barrow was interrupted again, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he patiently asked, "This human friend, do you have materials that I need to forge?" He had an impression of Han Xing, and even paid attention to him silently in his heart. Because just now, when he was forging the rhythmic black iron, many gods and goddesses on the field were inspired. Only this human had a breakthrough in front of him. Even Barrow had never seen such a heaven-defying understanding. Even in his heart, he had already determined that Han Xing was a genius in forging. Han Xing nodded, "Yes, Grandmaster Barrow, I do have some materials here that you need to forge." Apart, hearing this, a group of gods on the field flashed contempt in their eyes. Everyone present knew that the more precious the material, the rarer the quantity. But it makes sense after thinking about it. The human race itself is an extremely weak race. With their knowledge, what treasures can they usually come into contact with? I am afraid that a few pieces of Philosopher's Stone can be regarded as treasures and treasured by them. Thinking of this, the faces of the group of God's sons showed relief. Grandmaster Barrow said without any expression, "It's okay, take it out and let me see it. Even if your material grade is not enough, I will personally make a piece of equipment for you. Just don't know if you are interested in forging?" When the godsons heard this, envy appeared on their faces at the same time. How could they not hear it? This human boy seemed to be favored by Grandmaster Barrow. He even wanted to take him as a disciple. Each of them was extremely jealous in their hearts. Han Xing shook his head and said, "Grandmaster Barrow, thank you for your kindness. It's just that I'm busy and can't forge another one." The gods and goddesses on the field suddenly showed a look of surprise in their eyes. He actually rejected the invitation of the Grandmaster to accept him as a disciple? What did this guy think? Is that so? After hearing this, Barrow shook his head with a little regret. "But it doesn't matter, my previous promise is still valid. Take the things out." After hearing this, Han Xing nodded. Then, he threw a piece of giant beast scale directly to the ground. Dang, in an instant. The entire forging hall was suddenly filled with this piece of giant beast scale. A terrifying fierce power suddenly broke out. Everyone felt that they were being stared at by a prehistoric beast, and a chill rose from their backs, including the precious divine gold on the ground. The moment they touched the giant beast scale, all the divine power fluctuations converged in an instant. It was as if these materials had encountered some natural enemy, and were suppressed in an instant. Everyone stared at the gray scale in a daze. Then, there were bursts of gasps. Hiss! Such evil, such a powerful breath. Oh my god, what kind of creature is this scale from? So scary. The sons of gods on the field were completely shocked by this scale. The ferocious breath emanating from the giant beast scale not only suppressed the horn of the son of the light sea god, and the leg bones of the behemoth of the little giant king. Even the broken branches of the world tree of the elven goddess turned into a piece of ordinary wood. Although the world tree is sacred and unparalleled. But here is just a damaged branch after all. Beast, as a terrifying creature that almost destroyed an era. A little bit of his aura was enough to scare everyone. It's hard to imagine that someone would take out such a thing and ask the Grandmaster to make it. When he saw this giant beast scale, only when Eleonora threw out the broken branch of the world tree, Grandmaster Barrow was slightly surprised. At this time, his eyes widened. "Human friend, what is this thing of yours?" Everyone heard the shock in Barrow's tone. At this time, Han Xing's voice came slowly. "The scale of a real god-level beast. I wonder if Grandmaster Barrow is sure to make it." If someone else said this to Barrow, with his arrogant temperament, he would definitely walk away. How dare you question the level of this Grandmaster? However, when the young man in front of him said this, Barrow did not refute it immediately, because this scale was too advanced. Even though he was a forging master, he had never forged such advanced materials. After a moment, Barrow nodded and said, "I can try." When the others heard this, they knew they had no hope. The forging quota, this time, had been taken by this human. They all lowered their heads with dejected eyes. "Everyone, you can leave." Grandmaster Barrow issued an order to expel them. Those sons of gods glanced at Han Xing with a bit of jealousy and fear. Then, they left here one after another. Not long after, there were only a few people left on the field. Among them were the son of the god of the Sea of Light, the little giant king, and the goddess of the elves, Eleonora. There was some reluctance in their eyes. After all, this time, they took out the most powerful and high-grade materials in the tribe. However, they were suppressed by an unknown human race. At this time, Grandmaster Barrow seemed to see their thoughts and said, "3, if you trust me, you can leave your materials as well. After I finish making this scale for this human friend, I will make it for you." Hearing this, the son of the sea god of light, Eleonora, and others, hope appeared in their eyes again. Barrow added, "However, this forging will consume extra energy for me, and I will charge some extra fees." The little giant king took the lead and said, "No problem, Grandmaster, just ask for whatever you need." The son of the Sea of Light beside him also nodded. Then, they thanked him respectfully. "Thank you, Grandmaster Barrow." After saying that, the son of the Sea of Light and the little giant king turned around and left. Only Grandmaster Barrow, Eleonora, and Han Xing and others were left on the field. Including Wan Lu of the Tree Spirit clan was also here. At this moment, Eleonora slowly walked towards Han Xing and others. Before getting close, they felt a spring breeze. Eleonora smiled lightly. Hello, my name is Eleonora. A few human friends, can I meet you? Her eyes swept over everyone, with a completely equal look. As if she really wanted to make friends with Han Xing and others. Wanlu behind her was already staring at them in a daze. Even Shen Yuan and Cheng Jianyong beside her forgot what to say. Eleonora's beauty was too stunning. The last time I saw a beauty of this level was the woman wearing a hood. At this time, Han Xing's voice woke everyone up from the illusion. My name is Han Xing. What's the matter? Eleonora said softly. Nothing. It's just that I think a few human friends are very interesting. If there is a chance in the future, I hope to invite you to visit our elf kingdom. Originally, when he heard Eleonora say that she wanted to meet them, Han Xing was ready to refuse directly. However, hearing these words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Because Han Xing really wanted to go to the elf kingdom. After all, he still had an important prop in his hand. It was related to the sacred tree of the elves. Ancient spiritual wood. Can be used to repair the world tree. Han Xing has also collected a lot of them recently. I don't know what kind of reward the elves will give me for helping them repair this legendary holy tree. Han Xing secretly looked forward to it. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, Okay, I will visit the elf kingdom when I have time. That's great. Eleonora smiled gently. She was very happy that Han Xing agreed. After that, she stretched out her fair right hand, as if she wanted to shake hands with Han Xing. Wanlu behind him looked at the elven goddess's delicate palm. He almost couldn't resist the impulse in his heart, and wanted to shake hands with her on behalf of Han Xing. At this time, Zhang Lianmen and Su Xiaoyan behind him keenly smelled a sense of crisis. They took off their cloaks at the same time, revealing two stunning faces. Seeing the faces of the two women, Eleonora let out a slight surprise. I didn't expect this human friend to have such amazing talent. He also has such a beautiful lady by his side. I am a little abrupt. After saying that, Eleonora bowed slightly and apologized to Zhang Lianmen and Su Xiaoyang. Then she took her hand back. Han Xing waved her hand. Let's talk about the elf kingdom next time. Now, I have to discuss the equipment forging with Grandmaster Barrow. Eleonora nodded lightly. Okay, sorry to bother you. If you have time, the elf kingdom welcomes a few human friends to come at any time. After saying that, Eleonora did not stay for long and left the place directly. At this time, Wanlu glanced at Han Xing and said softly, Saint Lord Han Xing, I have to leave first. Recently, I will live in the dwarf capital. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time. Han Xing nodded. Go ahead. Wanlu nodded. Then, he hurried out of the forging room. As for what he was going to do, everyone knew it in their hearts. He must be going to find Eleonora. At this point, only they and Grandmaster Barrow were left on the field. Barrow then asked, Friends of the human race, tell me what you need. What do you want to make with this scale? Han Xing thought for a moment and asked, Can anything be made? Grandmaster Barrow hesitated for a moment and answered him, In theory, yes. But you should know that with the characteristics of this material, it is best to use it to make armor and shields. If it is other parts, the effect may be greatly reduced. Han Xing nodded. Okay, I want to use this scale to make a shield directly, okay? Grandmaster Barrow was amazed after hearing this. Then he confirmed again. Are you sure you only want to use it to make a shield? Such a large piece of god-level material is only used to make one piece of equipment, which seems a bit wasteful to Barrow. If some special means are used to split it, at least a dozen artifacts can be made. However, what he didn't know was, a complete giant beast scale is 100 times larger than this. It can be split into 100 pieces of giant beast scales of the same size. And in Han Xing's backpack, there are still 32 complete scales. In other words, Han Xing can take out more than 3,000 pieces of giant beast scales. So, Han Xing doesn't need to consider these at all. Nodding directly, sure. Grandmaster Barrow nodded. Since it is your request, it is naturally possible. However, the process of making it may be a bit long. It involves some space-related technologies, and may require a large amount of Terra stone for stability. Han Xing nodded, no problem. After speaking, he threw a shining Terra stone, extra large, directly to the ground. Looking at the 5-meter-high Terra stone in front of him, Grandmaster Barrow's eyes widened again. He was speechless. Why is the thing this human takes out always so different? This large Terra stone is the first time he has seen it in his life. According to estimates, it is almost equivalent to the weight of 5,000 Terra stones. Grandmaster, are these Terra stones enough? Baro swallowed and said, enough. However, if I want it to have a stronger effect, I still need the Catastrophe Divine Gold. Before he finished speaking, Han Xing threw out another piece of Catastrophe Divine Gold, as big as a human head. Dang, after it fell to the ground, it directly smashed a deep pit in the ground. Baro's face was full of shock. I felt like I had really seen a ghost today. Without waiting for Han Xing to speak, Baro said directly, enough? Han Xing nodded, okay, Grandmaster Baro. See if you need anything else, just tell me, I find a way to collect it. Baro shook his head, then looked at Han Xing deeply, not for the time being, come and get it in half a month. Half a month. Although it's a bit long, Han Xing can accept it. So he nodded and said, okay. After that, Han Xing and others left here. A few minutes later, Baro calmed down and put all the precious materials on the ground into the space ring. At this time, a familiar call came from the door. Teacher Baro, are you there? The voice seemed very anxious. Baro knew who the voice was. It was one of his several direct disciples, Tydek. He was also the apprentice he was most satisfied with. Baro responded, I'm here, come in. Chapter 368. After hearing this, Tydek pushed the door open and walked in. Then he hurriedly said, Teacher Baro, do you know when the king's meeting will end? I have something very important to ask him, but I haven't contacted him for a few days. Can you help me pass on a message to him? Baro looked a little unhappy. Tydek, have you forgotten what I taught you? When forging, you should not be impatient or impatient. Even if the sky falls and the earth collapses, we must focus on the things in hand. Only in this way can we create the strongest magic weapon. Tydek seemed to realize something and quickly regained his previous calmness. He said respectfully, Teacher's teaching is right. Disciple, remember it. Then, Tydek silently threw out 1,000 pieces of rhythmic black iron. Baro's eyebrows moved. He pretended not to see it, waved his hand, and put all the rhythmic black iron into his bag. Then he nodded lightly. The king's meeting has been going on for a few days. It should be over soon. Tydek's face suddenly brightened and said, Then can you trouble the teacher to tell His Majesty the King? After the meeting, ask him to take some time. I have something to find him. After hearing this, Baro said with a somewhat embarrassed look, Tydek, you should know that His Majesty the King is very busy. What? Before he could finish, Tydek threw another 5,000 pieces of rhythmic black iron to the ground. Seeing such a huge number, Baro's eyes showed surprise again. He put away the pile of rhythmic black iron silently, and then asked, although His Majesty the King is very busy. But we, the forging masters, are the pillars of the tribe. His Majesty the King is considerate of his subordinates, and will spare some time no matter how busy he is. Baro paused and said, Tydek, what do you want to do with His Majesty the King? Tydek's face showed joy. If Han Xing was here, he would definitely complain. Baro and Tydek are really of the same lineage. Money is the key. However, Tydek has long been accustomed to the character of his master. So he said, It's like this, Mr. Baro. This time, I brought a big business for His Majesty the King. The trader is willing to pay millions of rhythmic black iron to buy the blueprints of our tribe's natural disaster-level weapons. What? Baro's hands trembled instantly, and his hand holding the hammer was a little unstable. Even though Baro was knowledgeable, hearing such a huge number of rhythmic black iron, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Moreover, Tydek continued to say excitedly, and it seems that those people have more than a few million rhythm black iron. If we can make this deal, we can extract at least hundreds of thousands of rhythm black iron from it. Hearing this, even Baro's breathing became a little rapid. Hundreds of thousands of rhythm black iron is his share for a year. How much forging experience can it add to him? It's simply unimaginable. Baro couldn't help asking at this time, Tydek, what race is this trading partner you brought in? Giants? Or the Flame Plateau? Tydek shook his head and said, No, teacher. They are human. Hearing the human race, Baro's heart trembled again. He asked with some uncertainty, Tydek, do these human beings have legendary strength? And they are very generous? Tydek was stunned. Teacher, have you seen them? After hearing this, Baro was more convinced. The trading partners that Tydek mentioned. It was the human beings who just took out the giant beast's scales. The surprise in his eyes was even greater. At this moment, Han Xing didn't know about the discussion between Tydek and Baro. They had returned to their own hotel. At this time, Xin Yun said, Brother Xing, should we stay in the Dwarf King and wait? Han Xing nodded. Next, they have 3 things to do in the Dwarf King. The first is to wait for the Grand Master's equipment to be built. The second is to find the Dwarf King to trade the blueprints of natural disaster-level weapons. The third is that Han Xing is going to try to see if he can get a few quotas for ancient ruins for this mysterious place. Han Xing is also very curious. Everyone returned to their own rooms and waited silently. Early the next morning, everyone heard a broadcast. The Three Kings Conference ended successfully. A long broadcast was played on the city radio. It included various agreements, such as the major races in the Holy Spirit world reopened trade and established caravans. And the major races were not allowed to start wars at will, and any conflicts and disputes could be reported to the three major races for mediation. And if any race encountered a crisis, it could ask for help from the major races, etc. And so on. There were more than 300 agreements in total. It took more than an hour to read. Only then did he finish reading all of them. At this time, Chung Jianyong looked at Han Xing with a strange look and said, "It's been open for so many days, and it's finally over. Now, can the Dwarf King see us?" Han Xing nodded. "It should be soon. Let's wait for Tidak's news. I guess he is more anxious than us." Han Xing was right. Tidak was more anxious than them. These days, he has been guarding outside the palace, just wanting to contact the Dwarf King as soon as possible. After all, big customers like Han Xing and his friends. But it's rare to come once in 100 years. In this way, Han Xing and others stayed in the Dwarf King for another 3 days. On this day, Tidak found Han Xing in a hurry and said excitedly, "Good news, good news. His Majesty the King finally took time out today and agreed to see us in the afternoon." Hearing this, Han Xing's face also showed joy. "Isn't it for this moment that we have been waiting for so many days? Although, according to status and position, Han Xing and the Dwarf King are equal. Both are the leaders of a clan." However, Han Xing did not take the initiative to reveal his identity. In this strange country, who knows you? So, Han Xing had no idea that the Dwarf King had made them wait for so many days. He quickly packed up his things, and then the 5 of them walked out of the hotel door together. Under the leadership of Tidak, they entered the capital, the largest building, the Dwarf Palace. The security here is strict, and all kinds of well-equipped dwarf soldiers are patrolling back and forth. And Han Xing was still in the palace, sensing the aura of more than a dozen legendary strong men. At this time, Tidek turned around and said, "His Majesty the King is already waiting for us at the Wind Raven Tower." Han Xing nodded. He motioned Tidek to continue leading the way. They passed through various corridors and courtyards along the way. After more than 10 minutes, after many twists and turns, they finally arrived at the palace, a building that looked like a tower. This is the Wind Raven Tower that Tidek mentioned. Inside, Han Xing sensed an extremely strong and condensed aura. It was as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer for billions of times, and it was not enough to describe it as 1,000 hammers and 100 times of tempering. It gave people a terrifying sense of deterrence. So strong. Xin Yun was the first to exclaim. Others had this feeling. There is no doubt that the demigod-level strongman inside is the Dwarf King. Compared to other demigods, the Dwarf King is really strong. It gave Han Xing the feeling that it was even stronger than the ancient tree of the Cheongan cage. Only slightly weaker than the golden dragon Hawthorn Glasser. You know, the golden dragon is a real god-level dragon, but it is deliberately suppressed. And the Dwarf King has at least the combat power of a demigod. And the other party also sensed the arrival of Han Xing and others. A strong voice came from inside. "Come in." The words fell. Han Xing pushed open the door. Everyone only felt that a very oppressive sight fell on everyone in an instant. Han Xing raised his head. There was a spacious reception hall inside. A huge android was placed in the center of the hall. A dwarf with a goatee and a resolute face raised his head. At this moment, the divine power of the Dwarf King suddenly erupted. Boom! A gust of wind suddenly blew up in the whole hall. Everyone didn't know what happened. They only saw that the body of the Dwarf King was wrapped in a golden light, and it quickly enveloped the entire dwarf palace. The powerful king's momentum was magnificent. The next moment, Han Xing also suddenly burst out his momentum, competing with the golden light on the Dwarf King. This day, the entire Dwarf King city was enveloped by two extremely terrifying kings' momentum. Whether it was a legend or a demigod, facing the oppression of these two kings' auras, they couldn't help but kneel down. After a while, this momentum gradually dissipated. In the palace, Grandmaster Tidek held the door, and his legs couldn't help shaking. He trembled and said, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty." What happened? The Dwarf King exhaled hot air from his nose, and the goatee at the corner of his mouth also blew. Then, he smiled a somewhat exaggerated smile. "It's okay, I get to know this human friend. After saying that, the Dwarf King turned his eyes to Han Xing. I didn't expect that the business partner that Tydak mentioned is actually the contemporary leader of the human race, and also the Holy Lord of the Witch Clan. Through the collision of auras just now, the Dwarf King had already guessed Han Xing's identity. However, Tydak on the side was shocked after hearing it. Your Majesty, you said he is the leader of the human race and the Holy Lord of the Witch Clan? He is the human who defeated the Shadow Legion and repelled the Shadow Monarch? Han Xing is now somewhat famous in the Holy Spirit realm. The most widely circulated is the battle in which Han Xing defeated the Shadow Legion. As for the subsequent battle with the Dragon Road, and the fact that he almost killed the God of Tricks, because the battle level was too high, they have no right to know. The dwarf nodded, and then said calmly, Master Tydak, don't be nervous. No matter what the identities of these friends are. But they are all our business partners, aren't they? Although he was talking to Tydak. But he was looking at Han Xing. Hearing this, Han Xing also laughed. Your Majesty is right, we came here just for trading. We won't cause trouble in your dwarf kingdom. Look, we have been here for so many days, and nothing has happened, right? The Dwarf King nodded. Sit down. After saying that, Tydak let out a breath unnaturally. Then, Han Xing and the other 5, and Tydak found a seat and sat down. The Dwarf King spoke first. I heard from Master Tydak that you want to buy the natural disaster level weapons of my tribe? Han Xing nodded. Is it a finished product or a blueprint? Blueprint. The two communicated very quickly and simply. After hearing this, the Dwarf King fell into a thoughtful look. My tribe has indeed developed a natural disaster level weapon. Your intelligence is that my tribe may have 7 or 8 natural disaster level weapons. But in fact, my tribe can only use 3 types of weapons: Annihilation Lightning, Angry Rainstorm, and Withering Snowflakes. We have not yet fully mastered the more powerful natural disasters such as the Ghost Wind, Scorching Sky Fire, and Space Collapse. After all, you should know that those natural disasters in the Turbulent Void are too terrifying. The deeper you go, the more chaotic the rules contained in those terrifying natural disasters will be. There is no way to simulate it in a short time. Han Xing nodded after hearing this. 3 disaster-level weapons are not bad. Then, Han Xing said, Can you let me see the blueprints of these 3 disaster weapons first? Take a look. The Dwarf King seemed a little puzzled. Can you see anything? At this time, Han Xing also realized something. The natives of this world are different from the survivors of the Blue Star. Without the attribute panel, the attributes of the blueprints cannot be seen. So, Han Xing explained, just let me take a look at the general appearance first. The Dwarf King seemed a little confused about Han Xing's strange request. But he still nodded okay. After the words fell, the Dwarf King waved his hand. 3 khaki blueprints appeared on the table in front of him. Han Xing swept his eyes over, and the attributes of the 3 blueprints appeared one by one. Natural Scourge Defense Tower. Destruction Lightning. It can summon a devastating Destruction Lightning, causing terrible damage to all enemies within a radius of 1 kilometer, and make the attacked enemies fall into a super paralysis state for 0.1 seconds to 5 seconds. Maximum attack distance, 200,000 kilometers. Attack power, 1 million. Defense value, 250,000. Materials required for construction, Philosopher's Stone *10, 000, Thunder God Stone *10, 000, Shadow God Stone *10, 000, Catastrophic God Gold *50. Natural Scourge Defense Tower, Angry Heart Rainstorm. It can summon an Angry Heart Rainstorm with negative effects, causing rainstorm damage to all enemies within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, and with the effect of reducing defense value and lowering the upper limit of health value. Attack range, 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Attack power, 300,000. Defense value, 300,000. Special effects, continuously reduce enemy defense and divine power up to 50%, and permanently reduce enemy life limit. Materials required for construction, Philosopher's Stone *10, 000, Waveless Metal *10, 000, Shining Terra Stone *10, 000, Catastrophic Divine Gold *50. Disaster Defense Tower, Withering Snowflakes. Can summon a burst of Withering Snowflakes with corrosive effects, causing Withering Snowflakes to hit damage within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, and slowing down all enemies, and continuously corroding their divine bodies. Attack range, 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Attack power, 400,000. Defense value, 200,000. Attack effect, Units infected by withering snowflakes will receive 400,000 points of erosion damage. Their mobility will be reduced by 20% to 100%, and their bodies will continue to be eroded. Note: when used with Raging Rain, there will be unexpected effects. Materials required for construction: Philosopher's Stone *10,000, Extreme Ice God Stone *10,000, Shadow God Stone *10,000, Catastrophic God Gold *50. After reading the properties of these three blueprints, Han Xing's eyes were filled with shock. There is no doubt. These three blueprints are all defense towers of the same level as Psychic God Slaying Cannon, or even stronger. Especially Destruction Lightning, which has 1 million attacks, which is twice as much as Psychic God Slaying Cannon. However, the God Slaying Cannon is a columnar attack, which means that all enemies in a line will be damaged. The Annihilation Lightning is a long-range, pinpoint blast. This is more suitable for fighting against those very powerful enemies. Moreover, after being upgraded by 2 Corona Obelisks, Nirvana Lightning has at least 3 million attack power and 600,000 kilometers of ultra-long-range strike capability. In addition, the attack range will be doubled. It can be imagined that after the Annihilation Lightning Tower is built, Han Xing's threat to god-level creatures will increase linearly. The same is true for the other two drawings. It can be said that this level of defense tower, only in Han Xing's hands can it exert its greatest power. At this time, Han Xing was completely moved. He couldn't wait to ask, "Your Majesty, how are you going to price these three blueprints?" After hearing this, the Dwarf King slowly said, "You have also seen the attributes above. In the state of a single defense tower, the Destruction Lightning is the strongest, and the combination of withering snowflakes and angry rainstorms has an unexpected effect." After a pause, the Dwarf King said, "Here, I'm tentatively setting the price of Destruction Lightning at 3 million rhythmic black iron. The latter two defense towers are 2.5 million rhythmic black iron. What do you think?" Hearing this number, Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. With his material reserves, he can buy all three blueprints. However, Han Xing is now thinking about another thing. That is, about the quota of ancient ruins. He was thinking about how to ask the Dwarf King for a few quotas. Looking at Han Xing, he didn't answer. The Dwarf King thought Han Xing was considering it. After all, several million rhythmic black irons were too big. If you don't have enough rhythmic black irons, you could also use some other divine stones instead. Philosopher's Stone, Terra Stone, etc. can all be exchanged for rhythmic black irons according to the proportion. I suggest you buy the Annihilation Lightning first. However, Han Xing waved his hand and said, "No need, Your Majesty. I want all these three drawings." The Dwarf King raised his eyebrows after hearing this. He asked in confusion, "Do you mean all of them?" He seemed to be confirming something. After all, the three drawings added up to 8 million rhythmic black irons. Even with the dwarf's treasury reserves, it was just this number. Han Xing nodded yes. Hearing this, Tydek on the side could no longer sit still, and suddenly stood up from the stool in shock. Chapter 369. Grandmaster Tydek jumped up from his chair in surprise. Although he knew that Han Xing had a lot of rhythmic black iron, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. 8 million rhythmic black iron, just take it out. This is too much. Moreover, according to the rules of the dwarves, whoever introduced this business can take a 5% commission from it. In other words, if the transaction is successful, Tydek will get a commission of 400,000 rhythmic black iron at once. With so much rhythmic black iron, with his understanding, Tydek is even confident that he can reach the Grandmaster level within 10 years. At this moment, when he looked at Han Xing, in addition to excitement, there was also gratitude. This is his benefactor. Even the Dwarf King looked at Han Xing deeply. He could see that Han Xing did not deceive himself. He really can take out so much rhythmic black iron. The Dwarf King nodded and said, "My human friends, you are so straightforward. Then let's trade now." Han Xing said at this time, "Your Majesty, please wait a moment." "Anything else?" The Dwarf King frowned, as if he thought Han Xing wanted to go back on his word. However, at this time, Han Xing suddenly stood up. He waved his hand directly. In front of everyone, the wide hall was instantly filled with a huge amount of rhythmic black iron. Even with the Dwarf King's concentration, seeing such a huge amount of rhythmic black iron, is it possible to be shocked? And, in his perception, the number of rhythmic black iron here is definitely more than 8 million. Han Xing said directly, "Here are 10 million rhythmic black iron. I want to buy 3 disaster-level weapon blueprints and ask His Majesty the King for a few more places to enter the ancient ruins." At this time, the Dwarf King's eyes showed a look of realization. He also knew why the human in front of him took out so many rhythmic black irons at once. The Dwarf King said slowly, "There are only 100 places for this ancient ruins, and all have been booked. However, if it is the request of the Lord of the human race, we will try our best to meet it." He glanced behind Han Xing. "This time, I will give you 5 places. Is it enough?" Han Xing nodded, "Enough." The Dwarf King also showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Then, Lord of the human race, this transaction is successful." After leaving the Dwarf Palace, Han Xing returned to the hotel. Then, he directly clicked to learn the 3 newly obtained blueprints. Successfully learned the Natural Disaster Defense Tower, Annihilation Lightning. Successfully learned. After doing this, Han Xing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the biggest goal of coming to the Dwarf Kingdom has been achieved. It can be said that even if they don't gain anything next, just these 3 drawings are enough to greatly improve Han Xing's strength. Next time, face a god-level creature like the God of Trickster again. Han Xing doesn't need to fight so hard. Just let the Annihilation Lightning bombard and paralyze. Then the Psychic God Killing Cannon starts to focus fire. There is no need for Han Xing to take action. You can directly kill the opponent. Even the Dwarf King probably can't think of it. The Natural Disaster Defense Tower they developed was originally a technology to deal with demigods. And in Han Xing's hands, he directly possessed the power to kill gods. At this time, Cheng Jianyong said, "Brother Xing, shall we continue to wait in the Dwarf Kingdom?" Han Xing nodded. "Wait, there are still 20 days before the ancient ruins are fully open. During this period, we have nothing to do, just relax for a while." After hearing this, everyone nodded. In the following days, everyone stayed in the capital. There was really nothing to do. Usually, they went to the capital to stroll around, feel the customs of the dwarves. The dwarves' winemaking technology is unique, which is recognized by the Holy Spirit world, especially Cheng Jianyong. These days, he lingered in the major taverns in the capital. He tasted all kinds of fine wines of the dwarves. Time passed in a flash, and more than 10 days passed. On this day, Han Xing received news. The shield that Grandmaster Baro promised to make has been made. They can go and get it now. After hearing this, Han Xing took Shen Yuan and Cheng Jianyong and went straight to Baro's forge. In the forging room dedicated to Grandmaster Baro, everyone saw the familiar short figure. At this moment, Baro was still naked from the waist up, holding a hammer in his hand. He turned around slowly and said, "I'm here." Everyone nodded. At this time, Shen Yuan asked impatiently, "Grandmaster Baro, I heard that the shield is ready. Where is it?" Baro chuckled when he saw his anxious look. He didn't care. Then, he waved his hands directly. A gray rectangular shield appeared on the ground. The appearance was relatively ordinary. It looked like a gray wall. However, everyone could feel the extremely powerful fluctuations of divine power on this shield. There was even a hint of fierceness that suppressed their divine power. Baro looked at the shield with a satisfied expression on his face. "This is the work I am most satisfied with in recent years. Take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yuan could not wait to rush over and pick it up. At the same time, the attributes of this shield also appeared in the team chat bar. Behemoth Shield, Red, LV55, Quality, Artifact, Armor, 20324-22573, Physical Fitness plus 10,000, Movement Speed minus 10%, Strength Attribute minus 10%. Additional effects: God level damage reduction, reduces physical damage received by 50%, God level magic resistance, reduces magic damage received by 50%, Power of the Beast. Legendary special effect: when attacked, there is a 50% chance of activating the Breath of the Beast, forcing nearby enemies to retreat 500 meters. Ineffective against God-level creatures. Fury of the Beast, epic special effect, reduces all enemy damage by 50%, the effect lasts for 60 seconds. Ineffective against God-level creatures. Disaster Beast, God-level special effect, after receiving 100 times of damage cumulatively, it will release a breath of disaster, forcing all enemies into a state of fear, reducing defense by 10% to 50%, and reducing mobility by 50% to 80%, up to the effect on God-level creatures. After reading the properties of this shield, Han Xing took a breath of cold air. Including the others, they were all in a strong shock. More than 20,000 points of armor, 10,000 points of physique, so fucking terrifying. Cheng Jianyong was the first to exclaim. You know, in the treasure house of the Orc Kingdom, Han Xing and his friends have also seen several powerful shields. Among them, The armor value of the epic quality 60 level shield is only more than 5,000 points. And the armor of the artifact quality 60 level shield has just exceeded 10,000 points. And now, this behemoth shield, although only level 55. It directly has more than 20,000 points of armor. It is more than twice theirs. In addition, the attributes are more terrifying than one. Shen Yun with this shield. He can even fight against the demigod dragon. At this time, Han Xing suddenly thought. When he killed Neros, he also received a first kill reward. Apocalypse Rune Blueprint, Red, increase all attributes by 200 to 250 points, and can increase the attributes of enchanted equipment by an additional 5%. This rune, the first 200 points of all attributes, need not be said much. It is already very powerful. There is a special effect that can increase the attributes of equipment by 5%. In other words, with the Apocalypse Rune, the attributes of this shield can be further improved. Shen Yun also immediately raised it excitedly. It was like the breath of a sleeping beast, which instantly burst out from Shen Yun's body. Very strong. Shen Yun sincerely praised. I feel that my defense has increased by more than twice. He put away the shield with satisfaction. Everyone also had a relieved smile on their faces. Teammates become stronger, and can also bring greater help to the team. Han Xing suddenly said at this time, Grandmaster Baro. Hearing the voice, Baro looked at Han Xing and asked, My human friend, is there anything else? Han Xing nodded. Do you still accept forging commissions? I still have a few pieces of such giant beast scales in my hand, and I would like to ask you to help us make a few sets of armor. Although Baro had said before, this kind of giant beast scale is the best for making shields. However, with its terrifying defensive power, even if it is used to make other parts, the properties are not much worse. Now, Shen Yun already has a giant beast shield, and his defense has greatly increased. Han Xing thought, if you want to do it, you have to do it to the extreme. A set of giant beast equipment will definitely make Shen Yun's defense soar again. However, hearing this, Baro's hands trembled instantly. What else? He looked at Han Xing speechlessly and said, It would be exhausting to make just one scale of this terrifying creature. I have been working overtime for the past half-month, even without eating, to make the shield. You still want me to make a few more sets of armor. If you want me to die of exhaustion, just say it. It can be heard that Grandmaster Baro's tone is very tired. Han Xing smiled awkwardly. One set is fine. We can pay the commission fee. Baro shook his head and said, This is not about the commission fee. But I really don't have. Before he finished speaking, 10,000 pieces of rhythmic black iron suddenly appeared on the ground. Looking at the pile of metal, Baro looked at Han Xing again. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Han Xing said at this time, Grandmaster Baro, how about this? You help me make a set of giant beast equipment, and I will pay for all the materials. And for every successful piece, I will give you 100,000 rhythmic black irons as production costs. How about that? 100,000. Hearing this number, Barlow's hands trembled again. Although, he knew that these humans had a lot of rhythmic black irons. But he didn't expect that they would be so generous. 100,000 rhythmic black irons at any time. At this moment, Barlow admitted that he was already very tempted. After hesitating for a while, he nodded and said, In this case, I will risk half my life to help you make a set. Hearing this, Han Xing's face suddenly showed joy. At this time, Barlow added again. But it is limited to 4 parts: armor, lower body, helmet and shoes. Also, this time the production time will be very long. 3 or 4 months is normal. Han Xing calculated in his mind and felt that this time was acceptable. Then, Han Xing directly threw down 4 giant beast scales and a lot of materials. And it also came with 500,000 rhythmic black irons. Although Baro only said he would help them build 4 parts, Han Xing still gave him an additional 100,000 yuan for the production fee. Baro looked at Han Xing deeply again, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. Han Xing said, Grandmaster Baro, we won't bother you anymore. When you finish building, notify us to come and pick it up. Also, it's okay if you can help us raise the usage level of these 4 pieces of equipment. Baro seemed to not understand Han Xing's words and asked, Level? Han Xing reacted and realized that these natives had no concept of level. So he said, It is to reach the level of high-level legendary power. As soon as these words came out, Baro understood instantly. He nodded and said, This is simple, just add more Philosopher's Stones to increase the strength of the divine power. Han Xing was delighted again. Then I trouble Grandmaster Baro. After that, they left here. After arriving at the hotel, there was a dwarf in the palace uniform at the door. who seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. After seeing Han Xing, the dwarf bowed slightly, and then said, "His Majesty the King notified that the ancient ruins will be officially opened in 5 days. At that time, there will be a special vehicle to pick you up. Please be prepared, guests." Han Xing nodded. The dwarf left here after saying that. Everyone returned to the hotel room again and waited silently. Time passed quickly. Soon, it came to 5 days later. This day, an extended version of the Golden Angel warship appeared in the sky above the capital. Then it landed directly at the door of the hotel where Han Xing and his friends were staying. Han Xing knew that this warship was here to pick them up. Then, the 5 figures flashed and appeared directly on the Golden Angel warship. At the same time, Golden Angel warships rose into the sky in various parts of the capital. Among them, there were also some other flying vehicles. These flying vehicles were all heading to the same place. 7 or 8 hours later, they had arrived in the Dwarf Kingdom, an extremely remote area. There was no prosperous city here. The surrounding sky islands were full of terrifying defense towers. The defense force is quite strict. And occasionally, a strong breath can be sensed, flashing by. From a distance, Han Xing saw a black continent in front of him. There were no plants or buildings on the continent, just a bare piece. At this time, a broadcast came from the warship above everyone's head. "Attention, strong men of all ethnic groups, we are about to arrive at the entrance of the ancient ruins. Please be prepared to land." Hearing the broadcast, everyone's face was stern. "It's coming," then. They saw that the warships around were heading towards the Black Continent. After the warship advanced for a while, it came to a huge open space and slowly landed. With curious eyes, everyone gradually walked out of the warship. Han Xing saw a charred scene around him at first glance. Whether it was the soil or the mountains in the distance, everything here was charred black. Even the air was filled with the smell of thick smoke. It was as if it had been burned by a fire. At the same time, strong men from various tribes also walked out from other warships. Han Xing saw the Son of Light, who was emitting golden light. The little giant king, who was 7 or 8 meters tall, including Wan Lu from the Tree Spirit tribe, was also here. They were all like Han Xing. As soon as they landed, they began to check the surrounding terrain. At this time, a burst of colorful phantom light appeared in the sky again. The light fell straight down. It was like a small wooden boat floating in the end of the world, full of salvation and sacredness. It was the small wooden boat of the goddess of the elves. A fairy-like figure slowly fell from the sky. The elf goddess Eleonora put away the small wooden boat after landing. Her eyes swept through the crowd. She stopped at the Son of Light, the Son of Darkness, the little giant king, etc. Then, when she saw Han Xing, a faint smile appeared on her face. And she nodded to Han Xing. Below, the sons of gods were stunned for a moment after seeing Eleonora's smile. They couldn't help but murmur, "Goddess Eleonora, so beautiful." "Yes, I don't know what kind of strongman can be favored by the goddess." The son of God who spoke looked a little intoxicated. But he was immediately interrupted by other sons of gods. "What are you thinking? How can anyone in the Holy Spirit realm be worthy of such a noble goddess?" "Yes, our clan leader said that the goddess even has the hope of breaking through the demigod within 100 years and becoming the new generation of Elf King. The genius of our generation can't be compared with the goddess at all." "His Elf King. With this status, wouldn't you become one of the most powerful beings in the Holy Spirit realm?" However, the little giant king on the side sneered. "A woman who is used to using some tricks and has evil intentions is also worthy of being called a goddess? Even her position as a goddess was obtained by means." Hearing this, the smile on Eleonora's face in the air disappeared, and she said with some seriousness, "Little giant king, you have repeatedly slandered me. The last time we went to the Flaming Plateau, it was because you were not strong enough. I don't want to argue with you anymore. Now, you say that I got my position as the goddess by trickery. Do you have any evidence?" Little giant king sneered. "I said, I don't need any evidence. No matter how you disguise yourself, you can't fool my eyes." The sons of gods of other races saw that little giant king was so aggressive. They couldn't help but want to help Eleonora. Just when they were about to argue, in the sky, an extremely powerful aura appeared. That aura was like a piece of fine steel that had been tempered thousands of times. It was heavy and endless. It was the Dwarf King. Beside him, there were 7 dwarves with the same aura and very condensed. After a slight sense, they all had the strength of high-level legends. The gods and goddesses below were suddenly shocked. "I didn't expect to explore the ancient ruins this time. Even the Dwarf King came in person. This shows that he attaches great importance to this operation. At this moment, the Dwarf King said in a deep voice, "Gods and goddesses of all tribes, the ancient ruins will be opened in a few minutes." Chapter 370. The Dwarf King said, "Before that, I will explain to you the situation inside and some matters that need attention." Hearing this, everyone focused their attention and listened carefully to the Dwarf King's speech. You should know that the ancient ruins are a special area, equivalent to a secret place. Inside, your power will be restricted, and no one's divine power can be used. After hearing the Dwarf King finish the first point, there was a commotion on the field. This is the first time they know that the use of divine power is restricted in the ancient ruins. You must know that the biggest difference between the legendary power and the legend below is the divine power. If they lose the divine power, they will lose many abilities, such as God's perspective, divine power field, flying in the air, etc. The combat ability is greatly weakened. It seems that they will be surprised to know. The Dwarf King paused, then continued, "Don't be nervous. Even if you lose your divine power, your physical fitness is still there. With your combat experience, you are enough to deal with general dangerous situations." Hearing this, everyone gradually breathed a sigh of relief. The second limitation is that the ancient ruins are too large. When you go in, the positions are randomly scattered, and you may not be able to find the positions of others. But it doesn't matter, my tribe has developed a positioning chip. You can use the chip to sense the positions of others. The Dwarf King continued, "My advice to you is to find other gods and goddesses to join up as soon as you enter. The monsters in the ancient ruins are very powerful and dangerous. Only by concentrating the power of the team can we go further and gain more opportunities." Below, a group of gods and goddesses nodded. The dwarves have explored ancient ruins many times, and they must have experience in dealing with various situations. After speaking, the Dwarf King waved his hand. Everyone saw that a purple portal appeared on the originally scorched black land. The vicissitudes of the Dwarf King's voice came. "Then, everyone go in. You have 3 months to explore. After 3 months, the teleportation array somewhere in the ruins continent will be opened. You will all get relevant prompts." The Dwarf King reminded solemnly. "Remember, when the time comes, you must rush to the location of the teleportation array as soon as possible. Otherwise, you can only stay inside and wait until the next time the ancient ruins are open before you can come out. This time will be very long. It may be 5 years, it may be 10 years. The gods and goddesses on the field suddenly looked stern. They don't want to stay in there for so long. At this time, the Dwarf King spread his palm. One after another, things wrapped in divine power flew to their side. A strange chip appeared in everyone's hand. With a slight sense, you can feel that there are dense red dots nearby. Han Xing's face showed a look of realization. These red dots should be the locations of other sons of gods and goddesses. The location of other sons of gods can be roughly sensed through the chip. At this moment, the tall giant glanced at everyone on the field. With a glance of his eyebrows, he stepped directly into the portal. Seeing this, other sons of gods and goddesses also stepped in one after another. Han Xing and the other 5 walked at the back. Shen Yun touched the chip in his hand and said, "Brother Xing, the Dwarf King said that we will be separated after we go in. Do you think the team function inside will fail? As survivors, the system is their advantage. No matter how far apart they are, they can send messages and then determine their positions. If the team function fails, they will become the same as the natives of this world. They can only explore in the dark by feeling." Han Xing shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. Let's see the situation after we go in. If the team function fails, then we will use this chip to determine the position. Anyway, we will meet up as soon as we go in." Everyone nodded together. Then, each of them stepped into the purple teleportation array. The scene in front of them changed. The 5 people disappeared at the same time. I don't know how long it took. After Han Xing felt that he was on the ground, he suddenly opened his eyes. He subconsciously took out his longbow and prepared for battle. After sensing that there was no danger around, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Han Xing began to quickly observe the surrounding environment. This place looks like an abandoned city. There are collapsed buildings, broken walls, and ruins everywhere. Black smoke is also floating in the air. The whole world seems to have been burned by a fire. Even the ruins on the ground are charred black. Faintly, you can still see black mountains in the distance. However, these mountains seem to be built by humans. Some are standard triangles, some are rectangles. Some are just pillars. Han Xing was confused about this mysterious world. Is this an ancient ruin? Why does it feel like a future world in a movie? Putting aside this destroyed city, from these buildings, you can vaguely see the prosperity of the past. There are many discarded metal parts on the ground. Some of them look like the tail of a spacecraft. There are other mechanical components scattered on the ground. He shook his head. Han Xing put these thoughts behind him. The most urgent thing now is to confirm whether the team channel function is still working. Han Xing quickly opened the system panel. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, the system panel is still there, and the team function is normal. Moreover, he also found that the small map function on the system interface is also there. He was the first to send a message in the chat channel. How are you doing now? Are you in danger? As soon as the message was sent, the team members responded immediately. Shen Yun, Brother Xing, I seem to have landed in a scorched forest. There are strange sounds nearby, but there is no danger. Cheng Jianyong, I landed on a plane, and I am not in danger here either. Then, Zhang Lianming and Su Xiaoyang also responded. Han Xing nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. He continued, report your positions. Let's meet up as soon as possible as planned. Then, everyone reported their coordinates. Han Xing took a look. The 5 people were all far apart. At least hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The closest to him was Su Xiaoyang. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun were not far apart. And Zhang Lianmeng was in a separate area. Han Xing thought for a moment and said directly, Shen Yun, Cheng Jianyong, you guys meet up first. I go pick up Xiaoan. Then we split into 2 groups and head towards the same place. Regarding Han Xing's decision, the 5 people said no problem. Then, Han Xing rushed straight to Su Xiaoyang's coordinates. In the ancient ruins, the divine power could not be used, and everyone could only move forward at a very fast speed by foot. But fortunately, he himself was an agile profession. With the title of the Holy Lord of the Wu clan, and the bonus of various equipment, his movement speed almost reached a terrifying level. Swoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew over the abandoned city. Han Xing's instantaneous burst speed was too fast, like a cannonball exploding on the spot. After the violent explosion, a figure rushed out at an extremely terrifying speed. The sky was filled with black smoke and dust. In just over 10 seconds, Han Xing passed through the ruins of the city. He went straight to the wasteland outside. The ground of the wasteland here was still covered with fragments of various mechanical parts. It was like a sci-fi war. From a distance, Han Xing saw a small hill on the ground in front of him. Before he approached, the ground shook slightly. Boom! The hill rose from its original position and instantly became 100 meters high. And all the parts and mechanical fragments on the surrounding ground gathered towards the hill. It was as if the hill was a huge magnet. Because of Han Xing's arrival, the magnetism in it was activated. What is that? In Han Xing's puzzled eyes, a mechanical monster with a height of hundreds of meters and a charred body appeared in front of him. It held a black broken blade in its left hand and a huge gun muzzle in its right hand. This shape reminded Han Xing of a familiar creature. Psychic puppet. A monster encountered in the Cloud Secret Realm before. However, the mechanical monster in front of him was obviously more powerful. The attributes of this monster also appeared in front of Han Xing. Enhanced Battlefield Robot. 5-star Lord level. Level 53. Attributes, Strength 8761, Agility 7545, Spirit 9642, Constitution 12111. Skills, Enhanced Cutting, Enhanced Air Burst Cannon, Mechanical Field, Energy Core Detonation. Note, a combat weapon specially developed for battlefield environment, with extremely strong actual combat capabilities. A 5-star Lord level creature. The attribute description also said that the other party has extremely strong combat capabilities. Han Xing did not hesitate. He directly pulled the bowstring. Then an arrow was shot. Boom! The dragon hunting archery technique worked again, causing a violent explosion. Han Xing knew that the weakness of this monster was the energy core in the chest. This arrow also hit the chest area. The next moment, a large charred hole appeared on the chest of this huge robot. Black smoke came out of the top of the head, and the body trembled for a while before falling down. Successfully killed the enhanced battlefield robot, 5-star Lord level, and gained 173 million experience points. To deal with the same level of Lord level creatures, only 1 arrow is needed. This shows how terrible Han Xing's attack power is now. Han Xing stood in front of the huge corpse of the robot, thinking. I remember that in the Cloud Secret Realm, the corpses of those psychic puppets can be decomposed. I wonder if this combat robot can be decomposed as well. Han Xing tried, and clicked on the decomposition. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Decomposition successful. Obtained mithril ingot * 12723, eternal gold ingot * 314, insect king stone * 43, broken energy core, 5-star lord level * 1. Insect king stone? What is this? Insect king stone, a stone bred in some organisms, containing extremely strong divine power, which can be used instead of the philosopher's stone. Seeing the system prompt, Han Xing's eyes showed joy. So that's it. Is the Insect King Stone in this world equivalent to the Philosopher's Stone in the Holy Spirit realm? Then this harvest is really good. Put aside those mithril and eternal gold ingots. From a 5-star lord, more than 40 Insect King Stones can be exploded, which is already an amazing profit. As for the energy core behind, it is the same as the Psychic Puppet energy core that Han Xing obtained before. It can be combined with the blueprint to make a new combat robot number 13. It seems that the design inspiration of K-Long's Psychic Puppet blueprint came from here. At this time, another system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the relic monster, and the relic energy points increased by 20 relic energy points? What is this? Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. After studying for half a minute, he still couldn't figure it out. Simply put it behind his mind. Then, Han Xing continued to move forward towards the coordinates set by Su Xiaoyang. Before he had gone far, Han Xing encountered a 5-star lord-level mechanical puppet attacking him again. But again, it was still exploded by Han Xing's arrow. Dragon hunting archery is really useful against these large creatures. One arrow is almost more terrible than the damage caused by a big fireball. Han Xing still decomposed it as usual, and harvested a lot of materials and Insect King stones from the puppet. At this time, Han Xing discovered this world that seemed to have experienced the end of the war. The number of monsters is still quite dense. Just after advancing for almost 100 kilometers, Han Xing encountered 5 or 6 mechanical puppets with lord-level strength. Among them, there was even a dominance-level robot. From the wreckage of the dominance-level robot, Han Xing clicked on the decomposition as usual. But this time, there were some unexpected gains. In addition to the Insect King Stone and 50 energy points, Han Xing also got a piece of Catastrophe God Gold. Although it was only one piece, Han Xing was happy, because it showed that these puppets could produce precious materials such as Catastrophe God Gold. At this moment, Han Xing thought, if there is no time limit, staying in this world for a while and brushing these mechanical monsters is also a good choice. Next, Han Xing will deal with the puppets he encounters on the road. Anyway, for him, creatures of this level are just a matter of one arrow. Soon, half a day passed, and Han Xing also came to the coordinates set by Su Xiaoyang. Here, there is also a collapsed city ruin. There is also a black mountain in the distance. Xiaoyang, I'm here, where are you? Han Xing sent a message and asked. A moment later, Su Xiaoyang sent a message back. Brother Han Xing, I'm in the central area of the city. I'm fighting a mechanical bird. Its defense is so strong. Hearing this, Han Xing frowned slightly. Mechanical bird? Those who can make Su Xiaoyang feel difficult must have at least legendary strength. Moreover, it is not an ordinary legendary creature. At this time, there was a sudden explosion in the center of the city in the distance. Boom! Han Xing raised his head and looked. There was smoke in the distance. Han Xing knew that it should be the place where Su Xiaoyang was fighting. His figure flashed and disappeared directly from the spot. He went straight to the place where the explosion just happened. Han Xing's speed was very fast, and there would be bursts of explosions wherever he passed. Not close yet. He saw a huge shadow in the sky. It was really a mechanical bird. It was over a kilometer long, and its wings whipped up a violent gust of wind. Moreover, the red eyes of the strange bird were still emitting laser beams. The beams hit the object, directly causing an amazing explosion. Boom! Waves of black smoke rose. At the same time, Han Xing saw a smart figure. It was moving back and forth among the ruins of the city. From time to time, it flew into the sky and shot an arrow at the strange bird. That figure was Su Xiaoyang with the holy crown on his head. So far, hundreds of arrows with green aura have been inserted into the strange bird. However, there was no sign of injury on Su Xiaoyang. As hunters, Su Xiaoyang's fighting style was completely different from Han Xing's. Compared to Han Xing's violent instant kill, Su Xiaoyang preferred to suppress the enemy with a dense attack rhythm. Of course, in the final analysis, it was because her attack power was not as good as Han Xing's. This strange bird had the combat power of a high-level legend. It was already very good for Su Xiaoyang to be able to do this. After all, not all hunters had the terrifying attack power of Han Xing. At this time, Han Xing suddenly pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. Swish! It accurately hit the belly of the strange bird. The strange bird was suddenly attacked and subconsciously locked its eyes. It instantly locked onto Han Xing, who was standing not far away. The strange bird stared with red eyes, and was about to emit a laser beam. The next moment, there was a sudden violent explosion in its belly. The explosion effect of the dragon hunting archery appeared. Boom! Cry! The mechanical bird opened its long beak and screamed towards the sky. A huge hole was blown out of its metal abdomen in an instant, the moment she saw the explosion. Su Xiaoyang realized something. She looked into the distance, and then said in surprise, "Brother Han Xing." Han Xing nodded and smiled. At this moment, the strange bird seemed to be completely enraged. It spread its wings and made a mechanical synthetic sound. Cry! The next moment, dense metal wings shot towards the two at a high speed. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! The sound of breaking through the air continued. Han Xing glanced in the air, instantly locked onto the chest of the strange bird. There was a light blue halo emitting there. The next moment, an arrow shot at an even more terrifying speed. Swoosh! Boom! After the explosion, a big hole was blown out of the chest of the mechanical bird. Its attack came to an abrupt end. The two red eyes were still locked on Han Xing, seeming to reveal disbelief. It didn't expect that it had the combat power of a high-level legend. It was actually killed by this human with one arrow. A burst of black smoke came out of its body. Like a crashed plane, it staggered and fell. Successfully killed the mechanical bird, a high-level legendary creature, gained 2.743 billion experience points, and gained 500 relic energy points. Chapter 371. Successfully killed the mechanical winged bird, a high-level legendary creature, gained 2.743 billion experience points, and gained 500 relic energy points. Han Xing killed the monster with one arrow. For a monster like this with obvious weaknesses, as long as you can blow up its energy core, even if it has high-level legendary combat power, it can be killed with one arrow. The rewards given by the high-level legendary strange bird are very generous. In addition to a large amount of experience points, there are also up to 500 relic energy points. So far, Han Xing doesn't know what this energy value is for. At this time, Su Xiaoyang saw Han Xing solve the battle, flying down from the sky lightly. She whispered shyly, "Brother Han Xing, you are here." Han Xing nodded, then asked, "How are you? Are you not injured?" No. Su Xiaoyang shook his head quickly, then whispered, Thank you, Brother Han Xing." Han Xing turned around and smiled. "Why thank you? You can still solve the battle without me. Don't forget, you are a member of my team. In the Holy Spirit realm, they are geniuses that are rare in 1,000 years, and are more powerful than those sons and daughters of gods." "Yeah." Su Xiaoyang nodded heavily. After speaking, Han Xing took Su Xiaoyang to the body of the mechanical winged bird. Then, he directly clicked on decomposition. Successfully decomposed the mechanical winged bird, obtained mithril ingot, evergrande ingot, obtained insect king stone *532, obtained catastrophe god gold *13, obtained a damaged energy core, high-level legend, *1 Han Xing's eyes showed joy. It is indeed a mechanical monster with high-level legendary strength. There are 13 pieces of catastrophe gold alone, which is enough to build a psychic god-killing cannon. As long as a few more high-level legends come, Han Xing can even collect a disaster-level defense tower material. This is really a treasure land. If possible, Han Xing really wants to brush it for a longer time. With his combat efficiency, in less than a day, a large amount of insect king stones and catastrophe gold can be collected. But soon, Han Xing put this idea aside. The current priority is to reunite with his companions first. Shen Yun and Zhang Lianmeng are still waiting for him. Thinking of this, Han Xing said to Su Xiaoyang, "Let's go, Xiaoyang, let's go find Lianmeng." Su Xiaoyang nodded and followed Han Xing silently. The two figures began to run fast in this doomsday world. The moving speed is very fast. Along the way, various mechanical monsters awakened and came to attack them. However, often after a loud noise, these monsters would fall to the ground. With Han Xing's current strength, even if he did not use divine power, he had the strength to fight across levels. These mechanical monsters, which were at most high-level legends, might be overlords that could cause trouble in the outside world. But in front of Han Xing, one arrow could kill them instantly. Then, they would all turn into piles of insect king stones and catastrophe gold and enter Han Xing's backpack. After 4 or 5 hours of continuous travel, Shen Yun sent a message. "Brother Xing, we have already reunited. How long will it take for you to come over? Han Xing glanced at his current coordinates. It was about 120,000 kilometers away from Shenyun and the others. With Han Xing's speed, it would take about 6 or 7 hours to arrive. There was no way. Without the ability to use divine power, their speed was too slow. Moreover, if it was Su Xiaoyang, the speed would be even slower. After all, although her agility attribute was also very high, Han Xing had the title of the Holy Lord of the Wu clan, which was almost twice as fast as hers. After the two of them moved forward for an hour, Han Xing found that they had only moved less than 5,000 kilometers. This is because the theoretical speed of movement is one aspect. The actual speed of movement is another aspect. Along the way, they will encounter various terrain obstacles. Mountains, lakes, monsters, etc. They have to stop on the road to deal with battles. At this speed, they may not be able to reach Shenyun and his group in 24 hours. Han Xing gradually stopped. Behind her, Su Xiaoyang, who had been gritting her teeth to catch up, said with some guilt, "Yes. I'm sorry, brother Han Xing. I'm too slow and dragged you down." Han Xing shook his head and said, "It's okay, the speed is already very fast now. It won't be more than a few hours." However, Su Xiaoyang still felt very guilty. She bit her lower lip lightly, as if she had made some kind of decision. "Brother Han Xing, you go to pick up Sister Lianmeng first. I catch up slowly from behind, it's okay." However, Han Xing looked at her and showed a comforting smile. "Xiaoyang, what are you talking about? If I went to pick up Lianmeng at the beginning, there would be no need to come to you first. Our goal is to reunite as soon as possible. Isn't it putting the cart before the horse to leave you behind? But I will be a burden to you," Su Xiaoyang said apologetically. Han Xing thought for a moment, and seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly said, "It's okay, I have a way." Su Xiaoyang raised his head with a puzzled expression. At this time, Han Xing squatted down slightly, patted his back and said, "I carry you on my back." Su Xiaoyang, ? She looked at Han Xing with a question mark on her face, as if she didn't know how he came up with this method. However, Han Xing explained, "I have the title of the Holy Lord of the Wu clan, and my strength is more than twice as much as yours. Speaking of which, even Cheng Jianyong's strength attribute is not as high as mine. I can't carry you on my back, and it won't affect my movements at all. In this way, you won't slow me down." Su Xiaoyang seemed to be persuaded and asked tentatively, Really? Han Xing nodded, "Really, come here quickly." After hearing this, Su Xiaoyang subconsciously moved her feet and approached Han Xing. I don't know why. She suddenly had a strange feeling. It's hard to describe that feeling. She was shy and a little expectant. Her fair face was so rosy that it seemed to be squeezed out of water. It was only a few meters away. But Su Xiaoyang felt as if she was living a year. Every step closer made her defense line loosen a little. Finally, she came to Han Xing less than 10 centimeters away and stopped. Han Xing could even feel her slightly trembling body. Knowing the girl's character, Han Xing said softly, "Xiaoyang, relax a little." He squatted down slightly. "Put your hand over here." At this time, Su Xiaoyang almost subconsciously followed Han Xing's instructions. She stretched out her hands and passed through Han Xing's shoulders. Then, she directly pressed against the man's back. Feeling the breath of Han Xing, Su Xiaoyang's brain was empty in an instant. She was almost unconscious. Before she could react, the man's voice came again. "Hold me tight." Su Xiaoyang subconsciously grabbed her hands. Then, she felt that her thighs were lifted by two strong palms, and the whole person was suspended in the air. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang's muscles were tensed together. She didn't dare to make a sound. Feeling the soft and somewhat stiff body behind her, Han Xing knew that she was very nervous now. He didn't say much. He carried Su Xiaoyang on his back and ran all the way. Whoosh, whoosh, the surrounding scene was rapidly receding. Han Xing was like an arrow shot from a bow, extremely fast. If he encountered a monster on the road, Han Xing would jump high. Then, he would free his hands, and suddenly draw the bow to shoot an arrow. Swish! An arrow shot out, causing a shocking explosion. All the monsters along the way were killed instantly by his arrow. In this way, the speed of movement really soared. Only 1 hour had passed. They had advanced more than 10,000 kilometers. One step closer to Shenyun and the others. At this time, Su Xiaoyang, who was sticking to Han Xing's back. After a long period of adaptation, he gradually dispelled the tension in his heart. From time to time, he would secretly look at Han Xing's profile with his peripheral vision. Her muscles were no longer tense. Even, There was a sense of relaxation. The pair of white, slender legs swayed casually in the air, like exquisite jade. So beautiful that people can't take their eyes off. At this time, Han Xing discovered Su Xiaoyang's legs are really long. Such a perfect proportion is really the only one Han Xing has ever seen in his life. As Su Xiaoyang's muscles relaxed, Han Xing only felt that what he was carrying was a ball of soft cotton. It was light and fragrant. The atmosphere at this time was a little subtle. Su Xiaoyang looked at Han Xing's profile with a dazed look. As she looked, she actually fell asleep. She felt the light breathing of the beauty on her back. Han Xing did not wake her up. After several hours, Han Xing had advanced more than 70,000 kilometers. Su Xiaoyang heard a familiar voice in her sleep. "Xiaoyang, we're almost there." Hearing this, Su Xiaoyang opened her eyes sleepily. When she realized it, she was still a few dozen kilometers away from Shen Yun and his coordinates. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang realized that she was still on Han Xing's back. However, Han Xing seemed to have forgotten to put her down and continued to move towards the destination at a high speed. Su Xiaoyang did not dare to break free again. After a mental struggle, Su Xiaoyang whispered, "Han, brother Han Xing, put me down." Han Xing tilted his head and said in confusion, "What's wrong? Are we going to arrive soon?" Su Xiaoyang whispered, I'm not very embarrassed." Han Xing was stunned for a moment. He seemed to understand something. He smiled slightly. Then he put Su Xiaoyang down from his back. At the moment of landing, Su Xiaoyang felt his legs go weak. Her heart was somewhat empty. When she thought about falling asleep on Han Xing's back, she felt shy. A few minutes later, Han Xing saw Shen Yun and the others in the distance. At this time, the three of them had already met. Shen Yun was waving his hand and greeting her. After Han Xing approached, seeing Cheng Jianyong, he smiled and said, "Brother Xing's speed is really fast. In a few hours, we have crossed more than 80,000 kilometers. In the same time, we have only advanced more than 30,000 kilometers." Han Xing smiled. At this time, Cheng Jianyong also noticed Su Xiaoyang behind Han Xing. He asked, "Little Yang's sister, did you encounter anything on the road? We have encountered many monster attacks along the way." However, Su Xiaoyang seemed to have lost her mind and kept her head down. She didn't even hear Cheng Jianyong calling her. After a moment, she seemed to have come to her senses and whispered, "No danger. Those monsters were dealt with by Brother Han Xing." Cheng Jianyong nodded. "Indeed, with Brother Xing here, there will be basically no danger." At this time, Zhang Lianmeng also noticed that Su Xiaoyang was in a bit of a state. She swept her eyes over the two of them, and seemed to understand something. However, she not only had no other thoughts. On the contrary, an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Zhang Lianmeng skillfully took Su Xiaoyang's hand, and quickly pulled her to her side. Han Xing looked at the surrounding scene and said, "Okay, now we are all together. The next step is to focus on exploring the ancient ruins. First, let's collect the information we have collected. That is, share what you have discovered in this world." Everyone nodded. Han Xing was the first to say that the monster corpses can be decomposed, and a lot of precious materials can be obtained. Cheng Jianyong was stunned for a moment after hearing this. "Damn! We killed at least 3 legendary mechanical monsters along the way. I think it's just a pile of iron lumps, and I didn't even think about decomposing it. Damn, this time I've lost a lot." Cheng Jianyong seemed heartbroken and regretful. Shen Yun and Zhang Lianmeng also had some regrets on their faces. Han Xing shook his head and said, "It's okay, just remember to decompose the monsters you kill later." "Now tell me what you found," Shen Yun said after thinking for a moment. "Brother Xing, when we passed an inverted triangle mountain, we heard a mechanical broadcast. It said that the target was detected approaching the number 13 ancient ruins, and was detecting the conditions for opening. Then it said that we did not have enough energy points for the ruins and failed to open them." Han Xing pondered. Number 13 ancient ruins? Ruins energy points? So, the energy points obtained by killing those monsters are used to open the ruins? Everyone nodded. Han Xing continued to ask, "How many energy points do you have now?" Cheng Jianyong took the lead and said, "I have 120, Shen Yun has 50, and Sister Lianmeng has 200. These mechanical monsters will explode with ruins energy points. But I found that only the one who made the final blow will give energy points." Han Xing nodded. "Because he killed all the monsters along the way. So the energy points of the ruins on him have exceeded 1,000. And Su Xiaoyang only has a few dozen points." Shen Yun added again, "I feel that these ruins should be the place where the opportunities of this place are. It seems that we need to kill more monsters, and then explore these ruins. Han Xing nodded again. Okay, the next goal is to start killing those mechanical monsters in this world and collect energy points. Then go to open the ruins. Everyone expressed their approval of Han Xing's decision. With a goal, everyone became more motivated. They began to actively look for places in the ruins where mechanical monsters might exist. When they met, they smashed down with a flurry of skills. Boom! Swish! Swish! The big fireballs and dragon-hunting arrows continued to cause terrible explosion damage. After beating those monsters to near death, Han Xing and the others would stop. Leave the last blow to those with fewer energy points. Shen Yun held up a shield in one hand and a holy hammer in the other. Then he jumped high. He aimed at the dying mechanical monster on the ground. He shouted, "Take my hammer!" Bang! After a dull metal collision sound, the energy device on the mechanical monster was directly smashed. Then, Shen Yun stood on the body of the mechanical monster in a very arrogant manner and made a victory gesture. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. They ignored his sudden attack of the second-year disease. Instead, they went straight to the body of the mechanical monster on the ground and decomposed it into various metals and ores. This cycle repeated. Everyone's energy value was increasing at an average rate. In the backpack, the speed of the Insect King Stone and the Catastrophe God Gold is also increasing at a rapid speed. Because this is an unknown world, there is no distinction between day and night. The sky has been covered by black smoke. 30 hours later, everyone has killed hundreds of monsters. None of them is lower than the 5-star leader level. The monsters here are very strong. Similarly, the harvest is also great. Han Xing roughly calculated. They have harvested more than 40,000 Insect King Stones, and more than 150 Catastrophe God Gold. Although, compared with the speed of harvesting materials from the corpse of the beast, it is completely more than one level lower. However, everyone knows. For a great opportunity like the corpse of the beast, it is hard to come by. Moreover, their current collection speed is much faster than outside. In 30 hours, the collected Catastrophe God Gold is enough to build 15 Psychic God-slaying cannons, or 3 natural disaster-level defense towers. According to this calculation, 3 months of exploration time. The total amount of their final harvest may not be far from the beast's body. In addition, there are mysterious ruins waiting for them in this place. The harvest may be even greater. Everyone became excited again. Han Xing asked at this time, "How many energy points do you have now?" After hearing this, everyone reported a number. Han Xing nodded, which was about the same as he expected. Everyone reached more than 1,200 ruins energy points. At this time, he spoke again. "Let's not spawn monsters first. Let's go to the number 13 ruins to have a look." Everyone nodded when they heard it. Then, the 5 people moved towards the location of the number 13 ruins at a high speed. 10 minutes later, from a distance, Han Xing saw an inverted triangle black mountain. The mountain looked like it was cut out by laser, and the surface was extremely smooth. As they got closer, they could feel the size of the mountain. Roughly estimated, it was at least over 100,000 kilometers. As everyone got closer, at this time, a mechanical synthesized voice came from the inverted triangle black mountain. Life fluctuations detected approaching the number 13 ruins, detecting the ruins' energy points on their bodies. Detection completed. The target 5 people, the ruins' energy points are all over 1,000, meet the conditions for opening the ruins. The synthesized voice was silent for a moment. Then it spoke again. "Do you want to consume 1,000 ruins energy points to open the number 13 ruins?" Everyone looked at each other. Then, Han Xing replied directly, "Yes." The next moment, a burst of red lasers swept over everyone. Chapter 372. When the red light swept over everyone, Han Xing found that their ruins energy points decreased by 1,000 points. Opening successfully. Please enter the ruins through the portal. When the synthesized sound ended, Han Xing saw, at the bottom of the inverted triangle mountain, that is, at the tip, a door that looked like a hole and illusory appeared. Without hesitation, Han Xing took the lead in stepping into the black wave-shaped door. As soon as he stepped in, the sight in front of him suddenly became clear. In front of Han Xing, a huge laboratory appeared. There was a spacious open space in the center. Next to it, various instruments were placed. However, these instruments have been covered with dust for a long time. It seems to have lost its function. The map shows. This is the 173rd floor of ruins number 13. Han Xing looked around and said, "Let's split up and explore to see if we can find anything." Everyone listened. They all started looking in this spacious laboratory. Han Xing found. In the corner of the laboratory, there were transparent containers. However, these containers had been broken. The things inside seemed to have run out. Han Xing just noticed something was wrong. In the darkness, a black shadow suddenly pounced on Han Xing. Han Xing didn't even have time to see what the thing looked like. He just vaguely saw that it had a cockroach-like head with 2 long tentacles on top of its head. The next moment, Han Xing shot an arrow directly. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The monster's body exploded instantly. Green and white juice sprayed all over the ground. Han Xing retreated at the moment when the monster's body exploded. So, the juice did not splash on Han Xing. At the same time, Xin Yuan and the others heard the explosion and rushed over immediately. He asked with a worried tone, "Brother Xing, what happened? Are you in danger? Do you need support?" Han Xing said, "I'm fine. There are some different monsters in this laboratory. Be careful." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Although they knew that with Han Xing's strength, it was unlikely that he would encounter danger. However, the last sentence Han Xing said, the different monsters made everyone wary. At the same time, Han Xing glanced at the system prompt. Successfully killed the mutant. 5-star elite level. Gained 43.87 million experience points. Deformed mutant. What is this? Han Xing pondered for a moment. At this time, there were also bursts of explosions not far away. Xin Yuan and Cheng Jianyong all encountered this kind of monster. But fortunately, their strengths were similar. They were only 5-star elites to leaders. They could kill them easily. After clearing all the monsters on this floor, everyone gathered together again. They shook their heads. Apart from those monsters, everyone found nothing else. At this time, Xin Yuan suddenly saw something. He pointed to a corner and said, "Brother Xing, do you see there is an extra passage there?" After hearing this, everyone looked together. Indeed, they found that a passage appeared on the originally flat ground. It seemed to lead to the next floor of the laboratory. At this time, Han Xing seemed to understand something. So that's how it is. We entered from the portal at the bottom, and were directly teleported to the top floor of this inverted triangle laboratory. Now, we have to explore step by step. After hearing this, everyone felt that Han Xing's conjecture made sense. After saying that, Han Xing took the lead in stepping into the passage. Following the stairs, they soon came to the lower 2 floors of the laboratory. The location on the map also became number 13 Ruins 172 floor. Here, everyone continued to search through the boxes and cabinets, searching every corner. After killing the ugly deformed monsters below, Cheng Jianyong came over with a few bottles of potions in his hand. "Brother Xing, take a look at this." Han Xing took the milky white potion from Cheng Jianyong's hand. His expression was a little puzzled. When he saw the properties of this potion, his pupils shrank immediately. Gene Enhancement Potion, experimental version. After taking it, there is a 50% chance of increasing 1,000 4-dimensional attributes, a 30% chance of mutation, and a 10% chance of explosion. Number of remaining uses, 10 times. Note, the experiment has reached the final stage. We need more samples. The hope of saving the world lies with us, Dr. Clayton. After reading the properties of this thing, I looked at the monster corpses. Everyone's expression was a little strange. Could it be that they turned into such monsters after taking this potion? After thinking about it, it should be true. After all, although this thing has only a 30% chance of mutation. But you know, they will definitely not take it only once. Even if you are lucky the first time and are lucky enough not to mutate or explode. Then what about the second and third time? So, this potion is a huge pit. If you are confident in your character, it is okay to take it once or twice. If you take it more than a few times, you will be looking for death. Han Xing put these potions into his backpack without interest. See if there is a chance to use them in the future. At the same time, after they finished exploring this floor, a passage appeared again. Everyone looked at each other. Then they went straight to the next floor. After passing through dozens of floors in a row, Han Xing found that they seemed to have come to the middle of this inverted triangle building. The 5 people gathered together. They summarized all the gains in their hands. In addition to dozens of bottles of incomplete genetic potions, there are some damaged weapons and experimental data. These things are of no use to Han Xing and his friends. But if they are taken outside, they should be able to sell for a lot of money. After all, the Holy Spirit Realm is a world of magic and sword energy. The technological weapons here can give ordinary people the power to face powerful monsters. just like Han Xing holding the molten gold cannon at that time. At this time, Han Xing saw the prompt on the small map. Number 13 Ruin 64th floor. At this level, the monsters that appear inside are no longer those mutants. Instead, they are various mechanical puppets. But most of them are not very strong. After killing the puppet monsters, everyone continued to go deeper, all the way to the bottom of the almost inverted triangle building. The space here has also become a little narrower. The map shows they have come to number 13 Ruins 14th floor. At this time, the cold mechanical synthesis sound appeared again. Challenger detected, has reached the target level, the Ruins Guardian monster is activating. Hearing this voice, everyone's face showed a look of realization. Is the final boss finally going to appear? Chung Jianyong said expectantly. At this time, the ground began to shake wildly. In the shadow of the corner of the laboratory, something seemed to be moving. Then, there were bursts of metal rubbing against the ground. Kalala. The visibility here is very low. It seems that the terrifying atmosphere is deliberately created. However, with the legendary vision of everyone, it doesn't make much difference whether there is light or not. They also saw clearly what was in the dark corner. It was a giant python made of metal. It was more than 300 meters long, and its body was comparable to a towering ancient tree. The moment it noticed Han Xing and others, the mechanical snake suddenly raised its huge snake head. Then it opened its black metal mouth, revealing a black tongue. Hiss! Hiss! Then, a black energy beam sprayed down. However, Han Xing and others were speechless. It was just a high-level legendary monster, but it made such a big show. Those who didn't know would think it was a demigod. Shen Yun casually raised the giant beast shield. He directly took the energy beam sprayed by the mechanical python. Not only that, Shen Yun was still moving forward against the energy beam. In the shocked eyes of the mechanical python, it saw that all four people raised their weapons. Swish! Swish! Sword chi slashed down one after another. And a big fireball suddenly exploded. The dark laboratory was completely illuminated. Under the joint siege of everyone. In less than 10 seconds, the energy core on the head of this mechanical giant python was directly blown up. A voice broadcast appeared. Successfully defeated the guardian monster of the number 13 ruins, the black flame giant python. Please go to the trophy room to collect your rewards. It's over. This is too fast, Chung Jianyong said with a puzzled face. Shen Yun smiled. That's for sure, with Brother Xing here, as long as you are not a demigod, you can't cause any trouble at all. However, the challenge of this ruin is still difficult. After all, it is a high-level legend. If we can't use our divine power, it will take a long time to resolve the battle. Including those sons and daughters of gods, they may all face a difficult battle. Chung Jianyong nodded suddenly. He asked puzzledly, where is the trophy room mentioned in the voice broadcast just now? Everyone looked around and found the corner of this hall. A door suddenly appeared. Han Xing's eyes lit up. Let's go. The 5 people entered the door one after another. Inside was a relatively narrow room. In the middle of the room, there was a black box. Han Xing did not hesitate and chose to open it directly. Inside the box, the bottom layer was filled with some familiar metals and stones. There were also several bottles of milky white potions and a blueprint. Han Xing put them all away. The system prompt appeared. Obtained Insect King Stone *1000, Shining Terra Stone *1000, Catastrophe God Gold *50, Gene Enhancement Potion, Improved, *5, Ancient Weapon, Black Flame Python Blueprint *1. Hearing the last system prompt, Han Xing felt happy. Gene Enhancement Potion, Improved, after taking it, there is a 70% chance of increasing the 4-dimensional attributes by 1,000 points, a 20% chance of mutation, and no risk of explosion, remaining number of uses 5. This thing is indeed an improved version. Not only has the probability of increasing the attributes been greatly improved, but there will also be no explosion. However, it is still not very stable. Han Xing still doesn't want to try it. At this time, he looked at the last drawing. Ancient Weapon Drawing, Black Flame Python. Through the drawing, you can create a Black Flame Python with high-level legendary combat power to assist in the battle. Materials required to create the Black Flame Python: Psychic Core, high-level legendary, *1, Insect King Stone *50, 000, Shining Terra Stone *10, 000, Catastrophe Divine Gold *20, Mithril, Eternal Gold Ingot, Spirit Core. After reading the introduction of this drawing, Han Xing thought for a moment. It means that as long as the materials are sufficient, He can use this blueprint to mass-produce mechanical monsters with high-level legendary combat power, right? That's not bad. Although for Han Xing, high-level legendary combat power is not enough. But in the Holy Spirit realm, this is also top-level combat power. If a few more can be produced, the strength of Han Xing's camp will be greatly increased. It will become one of the giant forces in the Holy Spirit realm. However, the consumption of the catastrophe gold is more than that of a psychic god-killing cannon. You know, the psychic god-killing cannon can cause damage to demigod-level creatures. However, the Black Flame Python has an advantage. It can move. As for whether it is a loss or a profit, it depends on one's opinion. At this time, Shen Yun thought, it turns out that the ancient weapon blueprints of the dwarves are all from this. Everyone nodded suddenly. Brother Xing, since the final boss has been defeated, can we go out? Chung Jianyong asked. Han Xing nodded, well, let's go out. After that, he led everyone out of the trophy room. And where the Black Flame Python died, a purple portal appeared. The voice of the voice broadcast appeared. This relic challenge has been completed. Challengers, please go through the portal and leave the number 13 relic. Just as everyone was about to step into the portal, Han Xing suddenly noticed the location displayed on the small map. Number 13 relic 14th floor. Han Xing stopped instantly. Wait a minute. Hearing the voice, everyone turned around and looked. What's wrong, Brother Xing? Chung Jianyong asked in confusion. Han Xing said, we saw the shape of this ruins when we were outside just now. It looks like an inverted triangle. This ruins obviously has more than a dozen floors below. Why does it end here? When everyone heard this, they instantly realized something. Brother Xing, do you mean that there are more floors to explore below? Chung Jianyong asked. Han Xing nodded, it is very possible. Everyone glanced around. But wasn't there a passage before that could lead to the next floor? I don't see a passage here. Shen Yun asked in confusion. Han Xing said, no. Let's not go out yet, search this floor. After hearing this, the team members nodded one after another. Then, each of them went their separate ways and began to explore. 10 minutes later, they explored almost all of the 14th floor. However, they still couldn't find the passage. At this time, Shen Yun suddenly said, Brother Xing, there is something going on here, come and take a look. After hearing this, everyone gathered towards Shen Yun's location. Here. It is a corner of the 14th floor. A broken instrument appeared in front of everyone. Chung Jianyong asked in confusion, Xiao Yunzi, isn't this just a broken instrument? What's the problem? Shen Yun pointed, looked down. After hearing this, everyone looked at the ground. There was a trace of the gate of the underground passage where the instrument was pressed. The team members' eyes lit up instantly. Good guy. It turns out that the passage is hidden here. It seems that someone deliberately moved an instrument to block it. Chung Jianyong said in surprise. Han Xing nodded. Then, just push hard. The heavy instrument was pushed open directly. In front of everyone, a strange magic circle with mysterious words appeared. At this time, the alarm sounded. Beep! 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 Challengers, please note that you have touched the restricted area of ruins number 13. Please do not continue to try and leave ruins number 13 as soon as possible. Listening to the alarm in their ears, everyone's face was strange. However, this also indirectly proved that they found the right place. At the same time, the attributes of this magic circle also appeared in front of everyone. Underground passage gate, defense value 500,000, with advanced divine power barrier. Advanced divine power barrier, what is this? Shen Yun asked in confusion. However, Chung Jianyong said carelessly, whatever it is, I chop it with a sword and see, and then I know. After saying that, Chung Jianyong slashed out with a sword. Shwa! However, the sword energy fell on the gate, causing a wave of blue energy. After a moment, his sword energy disappeared. Looking at the gate again, there was not even a trace of white on it. The 500,000 defense value did not decrease at all. At this moment, Chung Jianyong was dumbfounded. Damn, the defense value did not drop at all? This thing is so scary? Han Xing thought for a moment and analyzed. I'm afraid it's because of the high-level divine barrier. If we don't remove the effect of this barrier, we can't cause damage to the passage gate. After hearing this, everyone fell into a state of contemplation. In the ancient ruins, their divine power cannot be used. And this high-level divine barrier is obviously set up by a demigod, or even a demigod-level existence. There is no hope of breaking it with brute force alone. Shen Yun said with some regret, It seems that the previous existence had already thought that someone would be curious and explore the layers of the ruins below. So they set up means here in advance. I'm afraid even the dwarves haven't explored this place. Han Xing nodded. Just when everyone was about to give up, Han Xing suddenly thought of something. He remembered that the giant beast thorn he obtained had a special effect of God-breaking thorn. God-breaking thorn. The tail thorn contains extremely strong divine power laws, with an absolute ban-breaking effect, which can pierce the divine power field of low-level gods and creatures below. Han Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Then, he took out the giant beast tail thorn directly from his backpack. In an instant, a huge silver needle hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared. When this tail thorn appeared, everyone felt the terrifying tearing feeling all over their body again. Even in an instant, blood flowed out of the pores all over their body. Han Xing was no better. But he still gritted his teeth, raised the giant beast's tail spike, and stabbed it towards the gate of the passage. Pop! A sound like a bubble being punctured appeared. Han Xing quickly put the giant beast's tail spike into his backpack. The feeling of being torn apart disappeared. At this time, the entire ruin sounded a piercing alarm. Alarm! Alarm! Your behavior has seriously violated the taboo of ruins number 13. Please stop immediately. Please stop immediately. Chapter 373. Between the backlash of the giant beast's tail thorn, Han Xing stood there with blood all over his body, like a bloody man. However, the next moment, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because he knew. He succeeded. The door of the passage was stabbed by him lightly. Not only was the divine power barrier broken, even the 500,000 defense value was instantly reduced to 0. The door collapsed. This means that they can go to the next level. At this moment, Shen Yun quickly cast a few healing spells on everyone to recover from their injuries. Then with an excited look, he went to the next level. You have entered the hidden area of the ruins number 13, the 13th floor. Chung Jianyong was surprised and said, You really let us open the hidden map. You are worthy of being Brother Xing. Others also smiled. As players on Blue Star, who are proficient in most of the gameplay methods on the market, they know that hidden maps often contain some precious rewards. There might even be a unique reward. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes became more expectant. The light here is darker than above. However, as Shen Yun threw out a holy light ball, everyone gradually saw the surrounding scene clearly. This is no longer a laboratory. It looks more like a human experiment site. In the rows of containers in front, there are monsters with cockroach heads and bodies. They don't seem to be dead. Instead, they fell into a deep sleep. These? Can't they be the natives of this world? Chung Jianyong asked in disbelief. Han Xing thought for a moment and shook his head. He was not quite sure. At this time, a brain screen lit up in front of everyone. A projection appeared on it. A male cockroach creature with the same cockroach head, but wearing an officer's uniform, was talking to a female cockroach creature. The female cockroach creature was wearing a white laboratory coat and had a curvy figure. However, her cockroach head ruined the beauty of her figure. Dr. Kent, these are the last fires of our tribe. They are all carefully selected and strong tribesmen. Under each laboratory, there is a fire storage room for our tribe. These are the most important areas and cannot be lost. At this moment, the female cockroach creature in a white coat sighed, General Mobe, the disaster is getting closer and closer to us. I don't know if the ruins that cost 90% of our tribe's resources to build can withstand this disaster. I don't know if these fires can be preserved. The cockroach general in the officer's uniform said firmly, It must be possible. There is always a way out. Even if the tribe is destroyed, it is already a foregone conclusion. We will try every means to change this result. The female cockroach raised her head and looked at each other with some curiosity. General Mobe, what you mean is? The male cockroach officer said excitedly, Yes, we have found hope to survive. In the void, we found a world with a very high energy level and a very rich breath of life. And we have established a teleportation anchor point in this world. As long as we can survive this natural disaster. With the strong reproductive ability of our people, it will only take 1 or 2 years to restore the scale of the tribe's heyday. After a moment, the female cockroach nodded excitedly, then turned and left. After watching this scene, everyone looked at each other. At this time, Chung Jianyong seemed to realize something and said in surprise, Damn, the world with extremely high energy levels they are talking about, wouldn't it be the Holy Spirit realm? This group of cockroach monsters want to use the ruins to hide, and then take the opportunity to invade the Holy Spirit realm. Everyone swallowed their saliva. No doubt. Chung Jianyong's speculation should be correct. At this time, Shen Yun suddenly said with a serious face, "Brother Xing, should we kill the monsters here?" From what the video said, the reproductive ability of this group seems to be very abnormal. If they really invade the Holy Spirit realm, it won't be long before a new group will rise, right? Han Xing thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "No need. This race is also trying to survive, and has not violated our interests at present. And, strictly speaking, we are not from the Holy Spirit realm. If we really want to protect the Holy Spirit realm, it is not our turn." Everyone nodded, thinking that what Han Xing said made sense. However, the ultimate goal of these monsters is to invade the Holy Spirit realm. At this time, I have to sigh again. What a disaster-ridden Holy Spirit realm. Han Xing ignored the scene here. After searching, everyone continued to the next level. Since they came down from the 14th floor, the gates of the passage below no longer had divine power barriers. The scenes were the same for the 7th and 8th floors. In rows of containers, there were strange creatures. A rough estimate is that there are at least 100,000 cockroach creatures in the jars, according to the previous video. Although I don't know how many such ruins there are in this world. If these monsters are preserved under each ruin, presumably, the number must be very astonishing. Then, they came to the 4th floor of the ruins. The space here has become only more than 2,000 square meters. There is nothing else in the laboratory. There is only a huge container. Tens of thousands of pipes are connected to this container, as if to provide it with energy. And lying in the container is the cockroach officer, Alien General Mabe, primary demigod. Level, unknown attributes, unknown skills, unknown. Note, an extremely ancient race that worships the ascension of flesh and blood, and through technology, has improved the body to the extreme. Seeing the attributes of this thing, Chung Jianyong exclaimed directly, "Oh my god, isn't this the cockroach general? It seems that this guy is still alive?" After hearing this, everyone also looked over. At this time, Shen Yun asked, "Brother Xing, should we kill it? This alien general seems to be very strong." Han Xing shook his head, "No need. We are also alien creatures like them. This time, we just come to see if there are any hidden treasures in the ruins." Everyone nodded. Just as Han Xing was about to find the next passage, the cockroach general in the container suddenly opened his eyes. Everyone instantly felt that they were being stared at by a terrifying insect. As a legendary strongman, the sharp perception made everyone react immediately. They clenched their weapons. Turning around, they saw dense cracks on the huge container. "Is this, the cockroach general wants to get out?" Shen Yun asked in confusion. Before they could react, the next moment, a glass explosion sounded. Crack! Crack! Then, bang! There was an explosion. Dark yellow liquid flowed on the entire laboratory floor. At this moment, a 2-meter-tall creature wearing a dark red armor uniform jumped out of the container. A pressure from the depths of life burst out from the creature. "This monster is something," Shen Yun exclaimed. "I didn't feel the fluctuation of divine power from it, but with its physical body, it gave us a sense of threat that only demigods can have." Han Xing nodded. "Yes, it is introduced above that this race has developed its physical body to the extreme. Maybe this is their achievement." Chung Jianyong was on guard. "Brother Xing, does this guy want to attack us?" Han Xing shook his head. "I don't know, let's see the situation first." At this moment, the cockroach general looked at everyone, and found that these ants were only legendary. Facing the pressure of its breath, not only was there no fear, but it was still talking freely. In an instant, its extremely terrifying facial features twisted together. The cockroach general opened his chrysanthemum-shaped mouth, and made an extremely unpleasant hissing sound. It sounded like the cry of an insect. After the system translated it, everyone understood what it was saying. "Who are you? How did you get to the relic fire storage room? Tell me clearly." The other party's insect mouth opened and closed, looking extremely terrifying. It scared the 2 little girls Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang. Han Xing pointed to the top of his head. "It's obvious that we came down from above." The cockroach general's eyes suddenly showed a look of shock after hearing this. "Did you remove the force restriction above?" Its face instantly became extremely ugly. "Damn it!" Han Xing spread his hands. He did not deny it. The force restriction it was talking about should be the divine barrier that Han Xing and his friends encountered. The cockroach general took a fighting stance and shouted angrily. "Breaking the force restriction of the ruins is something that only the Insect King can do. What do you guys want to do? Where are the fire seeds kept by my tribe?" It seemed very flustered and nervous, and threw a lot of questions to Han Xing and the others. Han Xing shook his head. Don't be nervous. We don't want to do anything. We just came down to search for some spoils. We didn't open the jars upstairs. Hearing this, the cockroach general breathed a sigh of relief. In its eyes, it didn't matter what the purpose of these aliens was, as long as the fire seeds were fine. And, in its perception, it did not sense the breath of death of its own people. At this time, the cockroach general looked at the faces of Han Xing and the others again, and asked, Aliens, which world are you from? Han Xing said speechlessly, Didn't you anchor to that world a long time ago? You still ask us which world we are from, knowing the answer? After hearing this, General Cockroach nodded suddenly. It seems that his guess is correct. These alien races are from the big world they finally anchored, and this also shows that they successfully survived the doomsday disaster and approached that world. The tribe has hope of revival. A look of surprise appeared in General Cockroach's eyes, but he quickly hid this emotion. However, the problem at hand is, these alien races discovered their existence, and it seems that they also know their secrets. At this moment, General Cockroach's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The feeling of being stared at by a terrible monster appeared again. Han Xing sighed. I said, I don't want to attack you. We will leave naturally after searching the next few floors. Don't force us. However, the cockroach general heard this, and his murderous intent became even stronger in its eyes, no matter what the purpose of these aliens is. But since their fire storage room has been discovered, then these aliens must die, and, looking at the aura on their bodies, they are more than one level weaker than themselves. At most, they are only at the level of insect generals. In its eyes, Han Xing and his men are just ants that can be crushed to death with a flick of the wrist. What do you want to say? Wait until I catch you. It's just right. I can inject my insect eggs into the bodies of you aliens. The first step to invade that big world. This made everyone shudder. Damn, injecting insect eggs into yourself? This is too disgusting. However, Han Xing sighed after hearing this. Alas, why do you have to die? The cockroach general did not reply, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Everyone felt that they were being stared at by a terrifying existence. The sense of oppression from the life level came. At the same time, there was a gust of wind above the head. The target was Han Xing in the crowd. The other party seemed to know that Han Xing was the leader of this group of aliens. With rich combat experience, it decided to control Han Xing first. Han Xing felt the crisis above his head, but he didn't move yet. A figure blocked Han Xing. Shen Yun, holding the shield of the giant beast, raised the shield high. He had a direct contact with this existence with the strength of a demigod. Bang! A dull collision sound came. It was like a bomb was dropped on the spot. The entire laboratory was swept by a terrifying storm. After the storm, General Cockroach was instantly thrown dozens of meters away. In his insect-like eyes, a look of horror appeared. Blocked? How is it possible? General Cockroach's face was full of disbelief. In his eyes, the strength of these aliens was more than one level lower than his own. They didn't even have the strength of the Insect King. This had never happened in their world. However, Shen Yun, holding the behemoth shield, did it. With his current defense, he could even withstand the attack of a mid-level legend. Not to mention this cockroach monster, and from the previous wave of tests, they had already seen it. General Cockroach, at most, had the strength of an initial demigod. Is this the power of that world? General Cockroach's eyes showed excitement. So powerful. If I can get this kind of power and combine it with the technology of my race, then my race will truly become the first transcendent race. At this moment, General Cockroach instantly disappeared from the spot. However, Han Xing had also lost his patience. He waved his hand and ordered, solve it. Don't waste time. Everyone nodded immediately. In an instant, Shen Yun gave 2 blessings, and everyone's momentum soared in an instant. Chapter 374. Feeling the momentum of Han Xing and the others surge, General Cockroach's pupils suddenly shrank, and he explained, Insect King. Before it could react, Zhang Lianmeng shot out an ice spear instantly. General Cockroach, who was in midair, realized the terrifying lethality of this attack, and was even more surprised. Another Insect King, before it could be shocked. But he saw the elf longbow in Su Shuyang's hand tremble. The next moment, the originally relatively narrow 4th floor of the ruins was instantly filled with various vines. When General Cockroach was entangled by the vines, a bad premonition appeared in his heart. At the same time, Han Xing's Gale Arrow, Cheng Jianyong's Sword Energy, Zhang Lianmeng's Big Fireball, all smashed down. At this moment, General Cockroach had an idea in his mind. It's over, not 3 Insect Kings, but 5 of them are all at the level of Insect King. Moreover, each one is stronger than the other, at the last moment of his life. The Cockroach General opened his mouth. The power of the big world is indeed extraordinary. I lost. After that, all the attacks had hit it. Bang! Bang! Paw! After a loud explosion, this Cockroach General, with the strength of a primary demigod, was blown up by everyone on the spot. The green and white liquid on his body sprayed all over the 4th floor of the laboratory. At the last moment, Xinyun held up a holy light shield to block the liquid outside. Successfully killed the alien general. Mobe, demigod level, gained 8.724 billion experience points, no god power value absorption. At this time, Zheng Jianyong looked at the body of the Cockroach General that exploded into meat paste, and a trace of disgust appeared on his face. This monster has the strength of a demigod, but the profit from killing it is not as good as a legend, and it doesn't drop any materials. Too poor. Xinyun laughed on the side. After all, it is a pure physical evolution monster, and its cultivation system is different from ours. It's normal that it doesn't drop anything. Han Xing nodded. Don't worry about its body, let's continue exploring. Everyone began to look for the passage to the next level. And at the moment when General Cockroach was blown up, this world, in all the ancient ruins, a strong breath awakened. These breaths contained strong anger and a trace of panic. Who killed General Mabe? Damn it! Is the doomsday disaster not over yet? Hurry up and start the system emergency program, and be sure to save the ruins. At the same time, the entire doomsday world, the Black Earth, fell into a riot. Countless broken mechanical parts were reassembled at a terrifying speed. One by one, powerful mechanical monsters revived from the ground. Han Xing and others were still in the ruins and didn't feel anything. But this sudden change put the gods and goddesses of other races in a dangerous situation. At this moment, Wan Lu, the son of God, was casually dealing with a mechanical monster with the strength of a mid-level legend. Suddenly, he felt the ground around him shaking wildly. When he came to his senses, he suddenly found that hundreds of mechanical monsters had appeared around him and locked onto him at the same time. Wan Lu only felt a cold sweat on his forehead. The action of preparing to attack also stopped in midair. Oh my god! What happened? Wan Lu screamed, and was frightened to reveal his true form. A towering ancient tree, more than 100,000 meters high, suddenly appeared on this black land. The branches were waving all over the sky. Wan Lu began to fight against the monsters that were attacking like a tide from all around. The situation of other gods and goddesses was not much better. A 2-headed ogre was fighting with a high-level legendary mechanical monster. Suddenly, there were dozens of powerful auras around him. Even though it was amazing in combat power, at this moment, it could only resist with all its strength. Oh! Damn it! Big head, this is different from the information we got. Didn't they say that only those ruins with numbers and ancient ruins are dangerous? What's the matter with so many mechanical monsters? These cunning dwarves? They won't deceive us, right? Its other head said at this time. Second head, the group of dwarves came in with us. If they want to trick us, they will be entangled by these mechanical monsters. Stop complaining, let's find a way to deal with the current situation first. The 7 dwarf legends, who came in together at this moment, were also confused. They were trying their best to resist the rioting mechanical army. Damn! What's going on? We have come here so many times before, and we have never encountered such a thing. One of the dwarves holding a chain hammer looked at the sky and asked, Did His Majesty tell you that this situation will happen in the ancient ruins this time? The group of dwarves kept shaking their heads. Obviously, what happened here was beyond everyone's expectations. Han Xing didn't know that because of their actions, it caused a series of chain reactions. It even affected the operation of this world. Of course, even if he knew, Han Xing would still take action. After all, this Cockroach General obviously wanted to kill them. Of course, Han Xing would not be polite to it. On the 3rd and 2nd floors, there was no trace of any monsters. These 2 floors seemed to be the control center of the entire ruins. There was an extremely large instrument on it, and various data were constantly emerging. However, Han Xing and his friends couldn't understand it. They didn't know how to operate these instruments. They simply left it alone. At this time, Xinyun suddenly said, Brother Xing, this is already the 2nd floor. Logically, there is one last floor, so we have reached the bottom, right? Han Xing nodded. If this relic does not have a basement or other buildings, then the first floor should be the last floor. We searched all the more than 100 floors above, but found nothing. If there are treasures in this relic, they can only be on the last floor. After a pause, Han Xing said, "Look for the passage. If there is really no harvest, we can only give up." After hearing this, everyone nodded. Then they began to search in every corner of the second floor. This time, they also found a passage under an instrument. However, the gate of this passage, like the 14th floor, has a layer of divine power barrier as a protection. This time, they all had experience. Before Han Xing took out the giant beast-tail thorn, Shen Yun had already set up a recovery formation in advance. The next moment, a tingling sensation spread throughout the body, and it flashed away. After Han Xing took out the giant beast-tail thorn, he stabbed it out instantly, and then immediately put it into his backpack. The divine power barrier on the passage was directly broken. He took a look at the collapsed passage door. Han Xing led the team members and stepped into the last level of the ruins. The system prompt appeared. "You have entered ruins number 13, resource storage room." Seeing this prompt, everyone smiled knowingly. Because they knew. This time, they found the right place, resource storage room. As the name suggests, it is a place to store supplies. They knew that these ruins were built by a certain civilization to deal with the end of the world. The resources inside must be the most precious things of this race. A corridor appeared in front of them. There are gates on both sides of the corridor. It can be imagined that there must be a lot of resources stored behind these gates. Han Xing smiled and said, "Let's search." Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed. Nothing can bring more joy to everyone than harvest. Bang! The door of the first material storage room was opened. In the first room, they found a lot of food and some plant seeds. Although the quantity is large, it is of no use to Han Xing and his team. "Let's go to the next room," Han Xing said. Everyone shook their heads in disappointment and turned to leave. However, the things in the second storage room made everyone's eyes light up, because they saw many weapon racks inside. And there were many exaggerated weapons on these weapon racks. At a glance, all the prefixes were ancient weapons. Intermediate ancient weapon, energy storage cannon. Primary ancient weapon, energy pulse rifle. High-level ancient weapon, magic light killing cannon. "Oh my god!" Chung Jianyong couldn't help but exclaimed, "I'm rich. I'm really rich now. So many ancient weapons." At this moment, even Han Xing couldn't help but exclaim. In front of them, there were at least hundreds of ancient weapons. And you have to know that in the Holy Spirit realm, any ancient weapon can be sold at an astonishing price. Primary ancient weapons are at least equivalent to 1,000 Philosopher's Stones. Intermediate ones are directly doubled by 100 times. As for high-level ancient weapons, their value is even more difficult to measure. The reason for this situation is because general primary ancient weapons can cause damage to creatures below the 5th level, and mid-level ancient weapons have terrifying lethality that can cause damage to legendary creatures. As for the more powerful high-level ancient weapons, even demigods dare not take a direct hit, and the most important thing is, this type of hot weapon type ancient weapon can be carried and used, so it can be sold at such a high price. Oh my god! This time, we can make a lot of money just by reselling this batch of ancient weapons, right? Chung Jianyong swallowed his saliva. Everyone knows the value of the things in this weapon room. However, at this moment, Han Xing suddenly had a strange idea. He took all these ancient weapons out and gave them to his own combat troops. So many finished ancient weapons can even arm a 100-man army, while the monsters were still fighting with magic swords. Han Xing directly crushed them with hot weapons. That scene must be very sour. However, this also indirectly shows the strength of this cockroach race. Although their own combat ability is not strong, but the level of technology is very strong. Without hesitation, Han Xing directly swept away all the ancient weapons in the weapon room. System prompts kept coming. Obtain ancient weapons. Han Xing made a rough calculation. A total of 174 primary ancient weapons, 18 intermediate ones, and 4 high-level ones were harvested. It can be said that the harvest is huge. "Let's go!" "Continue to the next room," Han Xing said excitedly, and everyone began to push the door and enter. In the room below, there are still various weapon rooms, food storage rooms, and data storage rooms. The data room records the civilization and some historical events of this tribe, and their physical evolution path. For Han Xing, those foods and data are useless. Including the so-called physical evolution path, it is useless. After all, it can be seen from the combat power of the cockroach general just now. Even if they evolve this physical body to the extreme, their strength is only comparable to the weakest demigod in the Holy Spirit realm. They are said to be the weakest demigods, but in fact they can only fight on par with high-level legends. You know, in the Holy Spirit realm, they can use divine power. And divine power can make the legends of the Holy Spirit realm usher in a qualitative change in combat power. Therefore, Han Xing was not interested in their evolution methods. He only wanted ancient weapons that could quickly enhance his combat power. After searching all the way, Han Xing once again harvested thousands of primary level and 78 mid-level ancient weapons, and 14 high-level ancient weapons. Converted into the number of Philosopher's Stones, it is simply unimaginable at this time. They came to the end of the passage. Here, only the last room was left to search. Han Xing pushed the door open without hesitation. When they saw the scene inside, everyone's eyes were shocked. There were at least hundreds of large black boxes in the room in front of them. It was exactly the same as the boxes they opened in the trophy room above. Damn! It turns out that this is the most important place in the entire ruins. How many materials can be opened from so many boxes? Chung Jianyong said in shock. Even Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoang showed a hint of excitement on their faces. After all, there are too many boxes here. When they thought about the fact that they had only been given a box after completing the challenge of the ruins, they could imagine how amazing the value here was. Open them all, Han Xing announced directly. After receiving Han Xing's instructions, everyone rushed over excitedly and opened all the boxes one by one. Suddenly, a dazzling array of various exotic metals and ores appeared inside. According to a rough estimate, the number of Insect Emperor stones and divine gold in each box is no less than 10,000. At this moment, even Han Xing couldn't help but get excited. He put them all into his backpack. The system prompt appeared. Obtained 1.14 million Insect Emperor Divine Stones, 5,432 Catastrophe Divine Golds, 1 Insect Mother Brain Core. Obtained Gene Enhancement Potion, Ultimate Improved Type, *9. More than 1 million Insect Emperor Divine Stones. Equivalent to more than 1 million Philosopher Stones. Plus more than 5,000 pieces of Catastrophe Gold. This is almost equivalent to their harvest from the beast's body in 10 days. Han Xing admitted that he was superficial. The harvest from this ancient ruins is not inferior to the beast's body, but far more. Han Xing seemed to have discovered a huge treasure. Her hands were shaking slightly with excitement. Then, Han Xing checked the properties of the other two items. Chapter 375. Han Xing started to check the properties of the other two items. Gene Enhancement Drug, Ultimate Improved Type. After taking it, there is a 100% chance to increase the 4-dimensional attributes by 1,000 points, without the risk of mutation. Remaining number of uses, 5. Note, after countless experiments, it was developed by chance, a drug with no side effects, and the quantity is very small. Insect Mother Core. After taking it, it can directly increase 5,000 points of mental power. Note, the Insect Mother is the breeding mother of this group, with extremely strong mental power. After each Insect Mother dies, a mental power core will be condensed. Seeing the properties of these two items, everyone's eyes widened again. Oh my god, there are no side effects, and it directly adds 1,000 points of 4-dimensional attributes. Isn't this too awesome? Chung Jianyong swallowed his saliva. Xinyun couldn't help but ask at this time. The core of the Worm Mother activates special mental abilities? What does this thing do? Han Xing didn't answer, but directly threw the almost transparent crystal core in his hand to Xinyun. Xinyun was stunned. After a moment, he shook his head with a wry smile. Brother Xing, give it to Sister Lianmeng. She is a mage, and her mental improvement is more important than me. Han Xing smiled and said, take it, I let you be a guinea pig. See if there will be side effects such as insect tentacles and wings after swallowing it. After all, this is the brain core of the Worm Mother, and I don't want Lianmeng to become that kind of insect. Zhang Lianmeng, who was standing aside, turned pale instantly after hearing this. She waved her hands repeatedly and said, Don't give it to me. Everyone laughed when they heard it. They also knew that Han Xing was joking. After all, there was no note on the item information that there would be any related side effects. Xinyun smiled, and then swallowed the Insect Mother Core directly in front of everyone. After a while, everyone only felt that the intensity of the holy light on Xinyun began to surge. Then, an invisible spiritual power burst out from Xinyun's body. Everyone present, except Han Xing, felt a buzzing in their ears. This is a sign of excessive spiritual power. Chung Jianyong couldn't help asking, oh my god, this Insect Mother Core is so effective? Xinyun opened his eyes, rolled his eyes at him and said, 5,000 points of spirit, almost equivalent to increasing my spiritual attribute by a quarter at once. How can the effect be bad? Chung Jianyong looked him up and down. After finding that Shen Yun had no signs of mutation, Chung Jianyong said, "Damn, I'm so envious. If I could gain so much power at once, I would dare to challenge the demigod directly." Han Xing interrupted at this time. "Huh? Do you really dare?" After hearing this, Chung Jianyong immediately laughed a few times. "I'm kidding, Brother Xing. I'm only level 55 now. If I challenge the demigod alone, wouldn't that be courting death?" Han Xing shook his head, as if he had long been accustomed to Chung Jianyong's shamelessness. At this time, Han Xing took out all the Gene Enhancement Potion, Ultimate Improved Version, in his hand. 9 bottles of potion, 2 bottles for each of us. Xiao Yunzi has already taken the Worm Mother Core, so I give you one first. Everyone said they had no objection to this distribution. Then, they took the potion from Han Xing. He drank it directly. Instantly, a strong breath rose in everyone's body. 2 bottles of Gene Enhancement Potion are equivalent to 2,000 points of 4-dimensional attribute improvement. Almost 1/10 of their current attributes. Moreover, this potion has a more terrifying effect on Han Xing. You know, he has the title of the Holy Lord of the Wu clan. All attributes increased by 100%. 2,000 points of 4-dimensional attribute improvement became 4,000. His combat ability was improved again. After everyone digested the Gene Enhancement Potion, they showed a satisfied look. Really good. Shen Yun praised. This potion has no side effects, and the improvement is great. If it is not limited to the number of times it can be used. I feel that we can crush those demigods just by stacking 4-dimensional attributes. Of course, Shen Yun is just thinking about it. This is obviously impossible. Chung Jianyong couldn't help but ask at this time, "Brother Xing, how many ruins do you think there are in this world? What if we loot all these ruins? In the future, we don't have to worry about the Philosopher's Stone and the God of Catastrophe anymore, right?" Han Xing thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "Not even close. The Philosopher's Stone is a big gap. The few new disaster-level defense tower blueprints I got all require a large amount of Philosopher's Stone. Even if I search all the ruins in this world, it can only meet my needs for the next period of time. In addition, we also need materials such as the Shining Terra Stone. So, it is impossible not to worry about these high-level materials." Chung Jianyong nodded. But even so, everyone knew that the harvest this time was already quite amazing. Even the dwarves might not know. There are such amazing opportunities hidden in these ruins. Shen Yun asked at this time, "Brother Xing, now we have explored the last floor. Are we going back to the upper floor now, and use the portal to go out?" Han Xing shook his head. "It shouldn't be that troublesome. This is already the first floor of the ruins. There must be hidden secret doors or passages leading to the outside. Let's look for it." Shen Yun also thought it made sense after hearing it. Then, everyone began to search around separately. A few minutes later, they really found a secret door in the corner of a food storage room. There was a layer of divine power barrier on it. Han Xing took out the giant beast's tail thorn with ease. He pierced the barrier on the secret door. Suddenly, the scene in front of him was clear. The scene outside reappeared in front of him. The black earth was covered with various metal parts. Everyone looked behind them, and then at the outside. They found that even if they went out, they could enter ruins number 13 at any time. The same was true for other people. At this point, after being ruined by Han Xing and his team, this place was completely ruined. Let's go out." Han Xing took the lead and stepped out of the gate. The team members followed behind. At this time, Han Xing seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the broken black passage gate behind him. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and picked up the pile of unknown metal fragments again. Gradually, Han Xing pieced the gate back to its original shape. Except for some cracks on it. It looked similar to the original appearance. The team members behind him looked at Han Xing's actions and were confused. Until Han Xing took out slime gel and some ether from his backpack. He repaired the cracks to a smooth and new appearance. Chung Jianyong couldn't help asking, "Brother Xing, did you glue the door back to him?" Han Xing spread his hands, "Yes. We didn't destroy the machines in the ruins. In this way, other gods and goddesses will come and have a high probability of opening the ruins challenge. Of course, I don't know whether they can get rewards after the challenge." At this moment, everyone suddenly realized. They sighed in their hearts. Really newborn, however, no one said anything. Instead, they showed a knowing smile. Then, Han Xing led them out of the range of ruins number 13. However, as soon as they came out, they saw the scene of various mechanical monsters riding around them. Chung Jianyong said with a surprised look on his face. What happened? Are these monsters crazy? The team members were also very surprised. After all, they were not like this before entering the ruins. Now the number of monsters has increased by hundreds of times. And the lowest level is the 5th elite level. If it were any one of them, facing this kind of scene alone, they would feel very stressed. Han Xing didn't say anything. After a moment, he suddenly smiled and said, "Isn't this good? With more monsters, we can kill them much faster. These monsters can add energy points to the ruins." When everyone heard this, they instantly understood Han Xing's plan. He meant to speed up the pace of killing monsters. After the energy points are sufficient, they will directly enter other ruins and search for resources inside. This is to catch the other ruins in this world and cause trouble. However, they like it. At the same time, the moment they saw those monsters rushing, all the team members entered the combat state. At this moment, Shen Yun directly blessed everyone with 2 blessings. Then holding a shield, he suddenly jumped into the monster group. Boom! Like a cannonball falling. At this moment, those monsters were suppressed by the terrifying momentum on the giant beast shield. All stood still. The next moment, those monsters suddenly flew back hundreds of meters. It was the special effect on Shen Yun's artifact shield. The power of the fierce beast. Legendary special effect. When attacked, there is a 50% chance of stimulating the breath of the ferocious beast, forcing nearby enemies to retreat 500 meters. Ineffective against god-level creatures. A piece of open space was instantly cleared around Shen Yun. Then, he raised the holy hammer. Strong holy light burst out from the holy hammer. The surrounding monsters were burned by the holy light, and white smoke came out of their bodies. After a while, these mechanical monsters died in groups. Chung Jianyong exclaimed in the back, TSK, Xiao Yunzi's combat ability is not bad. It feels like he can solve the battle by himself. Chung Jianyong suddenly said with some evil taste, Brother Xing, should we take a break and watch Xiao Yunzi's performance? Han Xing rolled his eyes at him. Of course, everyone would not let Shen Yun fight alone. Moreover, they also knew that Chung Jianyong was joking. At this moment, they drank the next bottle of Wind Wing secret medicine and gained a short-term flying ability. The 4 of them flew directly into the air. Then, various long-range attacks fell in waves. Boom! On the black ground, shocking explosions continued. The nearby monsters were killed in waves and exploded into metal fragments. The 4 of them were like a few bulldozers. They crushed all the way. All the monsters were covered by their terrifying attacks, and then exploded into debris. It only took half an hour. They cleared all the monsters within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The monsters killed in half an hour even exceeded the total number of monsters killed in more than 30 hours before. Everyone breathed slightly. Then, they took a short rest in an open space somewhere. Of course, they did not waste the bodies of the monsters they killed. All of them were decomposed into various metals, and fell into everyone's backpacks. Chung Jianyong looked at the gradually filled space in his backpack. Brother Xing, my backpack is running out of space. Hearing this, Han Xing was stunned for a moment, then frowned. He checked his own space, and found that the remaining capacity was less than 200 grids. Including the backpack space of other team members, there were only more than 100 grids left. Looking at the expressions of everyone, Han Xing said with some regret, it was a mistake. I didn't expect that this time, I would have such a big harvest in the ancient ruins. I forgot to clear the space first. The main reason was that the pile of giant beast scales took up too much space in their backpacks. If they can clear it out in advance, they don't have to worry about the backpack space. Han Xing thought for a moment, and said, let's see the situation first. If there is not enough space in the back, throw away the mithril and eternal gold. Only take away the high-level items such as the Insect King Stone and ancient weapons. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed with some pain. After all, this time, they harvested a large amount of mithril and eternal gold ingots. Selling them outside could also make a lot of money. But now, they have to face the situation of discarding them. But there is no way. The trading function cannot be used in the ancient ruins. Otherwise, Han Xing directly handed over the materials in the backpack to Lan Lan and the others. How many things can be transported back? At this time, Han Xing looked at his ruins energy value and asked, how many points do you have in your ruins energy value? The team members reported a number again. Han Xing nodded. Their relic energy values have all reached 1500 points. It should be enough to open the next relic. At this time, Han Xing looked at the strangely shaped mountains in the distance and said, let's go to those mountains to see if they are where the relics are. Then, they fought and advanced. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. However, this time they did not hear the system prompt. The shape of this mountain is also very ordinary. Han Xing shook his head in disappointment. It seems that not all mountains have relics. Everyone began to continue looking for relics. In this doomsday-like world, after advancing more than 100,000 kilometers again, in front of them, a mountain that looked like a pillar appeared. When they approached, the mechanical voice broadcast sounded again. Life fluctuations detected approaching ruins number 117, detecting the ruins' energy points on its body. Detection completed, the target 5 people, the ruins' energy points are all over 1500, meeting the conditions for opening the ruins. Do you want to enter? Hearing this prompt, Han Xing thought for a moment, does each ruin require different energy points? The previous ruins required 1000 energy points. When it comes to this ruins, it becomes 1500. However, with their current monster killing efficiency, the difference of a few hundred energy points is not big. Han Xing answered directly, yes. Chapter 376. At this time, a purple portal appeared below again. Everyone smiled at each other, with greed in their eyes. Once the portal was opened, it was like putting these evil wolves into a sheep's den. With everyone's character, they won't stop until you empty the entire ruins. Then, Han Xing and the other 5 entered the portal directly. A location appeared on the small map. Relic number 117, 2,413 floors. There are more than 2,000 floors. This relic number 117 is much higher than the previous one. Han Xing knew that this might have something to do with the appearance of this ruin. After all, the previous ruins were inverted triangles, and this one was cylindrical. The height was also much higher. Chung Jianyong smiled and said, more than 2,000 floors, now we have a lot to explore. Yes. Han Xing nodded, there are too many floors. We should not waste too much time on them. Just find the entrance and rush down. After hearing this, the team members nodded one after another. Then everyone entered the battle state. Due to the columnar appearance of this relic, so the space inside is not large, only about 5,000 to 6,000 square meters. With the attack range of him and Zhang Lianmen, in 5 seconds, all monsters can be eliminated. Then, at the moment the passage is opened, rush directly to the next floor. A set of actions smooth and flowing, without any delay. It took 1.5 hours. Everyone advanced thousands of floors, then, finally arrived at the middle area of the relic. That is, relic number 117, 1032nd floor. The challenger has been detected, and has reached the target level. The ruin's guardian monster is being activated. After the voice broadcast ended, it was as if a magnetic whirlwind blew up. The metal parts and fragments on the ground all gathered in the same place. When the whirlwind ended, a mechanical puppet with a height of 100 meters appeared in front of everyone again, with high-level legendary strength. No need for Han Xing's order. Everyone threw out their own attacks. In 30 seconds, many serious injuries appeared on the mechanical puppet. As Zhang Lianmeng waved her staff, a huge meteorite appeared out of thin air. Then it suddenly fell. Boom! The entire 1032nd floor of the ruins shook violently. And this metal puppet was also smashed into pieces by this wave of impact. The voice broadcast appeared again. The challenger has successfully defeated the ruin's guardian monster. Please go to the trophy room and collect your rewards. Everyone looked around. An open metal door was also found nearby. There is the trophy room. After entering, it is still the same as the previous ruins. There is a big black box inside. However, the reward of a box alone can no longer arouse the interest of Han Xing and others. But they did not waste it. After opening it as usual, they obtained more than 5,000 Insect Emperor Divine Stones, and more than 100 pieces of Catastrophe Divine Gold. In addition, there is a blueprint of a mid-level ancient weapon, Puppet Giant. As for the attributes, it is similar to that of the Black Flame Giant Python. It is considered the same type of blueprint. At this time, the system prompt appears. The challenge of ruins number 117 has ended. Challengers, please enter the teleportation array and leave the ruins. Hearing the system prompt, everyone smiled at each other again. Now that we are here, how can we leave so easily? We have to take something with us, right? No need for Han Xing to remind them. They have already started to act separately and search in various directions. After a few minutes, Chung Jianyong suddenly said, Brother Xing, I found it. After hearing this, everyone quickly gathered towards Chung Jianyong. Then, they saw the hidden passage door under a pile of abandoned machinery. There was also a layer of divine power barrier on top. Han Xing skillfully took out the giant beast's tail thorn, and then broke it open with ease. At this time, the familiar alarm sounded above their heads again. Warning! Warning! You have touched the forbidden area of the ruins. Please leave as soon as possible. Please leave as soon as possible. But obviously, this alarm was directly ignored by everyone. They began to go deeper. At this time, Han Xing discovered there are an astonishing number of containers on each floor here. It is roughly estimated that there are at least tens of thousands of them. In each container, there is a cockroach monster. According to the number of layers of this relic, there are thousands of layers below. If they are all so-called fire storage rooms, then there are at least millions of cockroach monsters in this relic alone. This number is really quite terrifying. However, these are none of Han Xing's business. After going deep into thousands of layers, here, he reached the bottom of the relic. That is, the fifth layer of the number 117 relic. Here, there is still a demigod-level cockroach monster, which is stored alone in a huge jar. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but start thinking about a question. If the situation is the same in other ruins, then the strength of this race is really strong. Not only does it have extremely powerful technology, there are at least hundreds of pseudo-demigod-level strongmen, and countless legendary puppet monsters to help fight. In Han Xing's impression, the demigod-level strongmen among these cockroach creatures are too weak, only slightly stronger than ordinary high-level legends. So the word pseudo was added. But it's a pity. This tribe still hasn't developed, and is now on the verge of extinction. The demigod-level creature in this container has not awakened. Han Xing was too lazy to care about it. He stepped directly into the next floor. Then, finally came to the last floor, which is also the most critical floor of the entire ruins. Resource storage room. Here, there is still a corridor. On both sides are the doors of various rooms. It's similar to the situation of ruins number 13. Everyone started searching one room at a time again. However, the food stored in the resource room here is more. It may be related to the fact that there are more cockroaches in this relic. However, they still found a lot of finished ancient weapons in it. Han Xing put them all in his backpack directly. Then, he went straight to the last room of the resource storage room. The scene inside made everyone's eyes light up immediately. Because they also saw hundreds of big black boxes. These big boxes are filled with a lot of resources. Everyone opened them all, and took them away directly. Obtain the Insect King Stone * 1.07 million. Obtain the Catastrophe God Gold * 4712. Obtain the Gene Enhancement Agent, Ultimate Improved Type * 6. The harvest was a little less than the number 13 relic. But it was pretty good. After sharing the 6 bottles of Gene Enhancement Potion, everyone got a big improvement again. At this time, everyone had a satisfied look on their faces. Chung Jianyong said excitedly, "It's great. The harvest from one trip is as much as the assets of a tribe in the Holy Spirit realm for hundreds of years." Shen Yun smiled and said, "The resources in a relic may be the heritage of this civilization for countless years. But we took it directly. How can it not be great?" Everyone laughed. I have to say, this feeling of robbing the house is really great. After leaving this relic, they continued to swipe monsters crazily. In addition to energy points, their experience points were also soaring. These mechanical monsters can not only decompose various precious metals, they also give a lot of experience. Not long after, Zhang Lianmeng was the first to rise with a white light. She also reached level 56. This experience is really good. Chung Jianyong praised, "If we grind for 3 months, all of us should be able to reach level 57 or 58. Everyone nodded. Next, they spent most of the day killing mini monsters. Su Xiaoang and Chung Jianyong also reached level 56. Han Xing looked at the energy points on everyone, and then said, "It's almost time. Let's go find the next ruins." After that, they began to move towards the more conspicuous places in the distance. Half an hour later, everyone stopped at the foot of a mountain. This mountain looks square. The length, width, and height are tens of thousands of meters each. It looks like a black metal box. Logically speaking, areas with a more special appearance like this are the location of the ruins. However, they walked around the area twice. They were almost close to the Black Mountain. However, they still didn't hear any relevant voice prompts. "What's going on? Did we find the wrong place?" Chung Jianyong said with some doubt. Han Xing thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not sure, let's see." After that, they continued to walk around the Black Mountain for a few circles. Through its smooth appearance and strange metal material, Han Xing confirmed, "This is definitely a relic. However, No matter how they tried, the relevant voice prompts did not appear. At this time, Han Xing seemed to think of a possibility. Did the system of this world recognize our identity? Won't let me in. Hearing this guess, everyone was also stunned. Because, what Han Xing said might be true. You know, the creatures that built this kind of relic are very civilized. Han Xing and his previous actions almost completely destroyed the two relic. And their behavior might be sensed by the programs of other relic. So, Han Xing was forbidden to enter. At this time, everyone was speechless. Chung Jianyong said speechlessly, "Damn, are we all blacklisted?" Being blacklisted by the ruins. This kind of thing is probably the first time in history. The dwarves have controlled the ruins for so many years, and they may not have encountered it. Shen Yun asked, "Brother Xing, what should we do now? Change to another place, and find other ruins to enter?" However, Han Xing shook his head after thinking for a moment. "No, let's keep looking. We all know it from the first two ruins. There is a secret door on the last floor of the ruins. Let's see if we can find the secret door. Then I will use the giant beast's tail thorn to break it open." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This is to ignore the rules of the ruins and force their way in. However, they didn't have any psychological burden. They began to act separately. They searched around the black box. Half an hour later, the 5 people almost circled around the square box with a diameter of 10,000 meters. At a corner, Han Xing suddenly noticed that the wall here was a little abnormal. He took out the giant beast's tail thorn without any hesitation. Anyway, the special effect of the giant beast's tail thorn god-breaking thorn can be used unlimited times. Unlike the special effect of giant beast poison, there are only 3 chances to use it. The only side effect is that Han Xing has to endure the pain of being stabbed all over his body when using it. The next moment, Han Xing poked hard. Pop! A sound like a bubble being popped appeared. In front of him, a broken passage door appeared. Han Xing had a strange smile on his face. "You little brat, why don't you let me in?" After saying that, he called all the team members over. After a while, Chung Jianyong looked at the dark passage and suddenly laughed. "It goes straight to the resource storage room at the bottom." "That's great, it saves us a lot of effort." Compared with the rewards they got from the house raid, the little reward given by the ruins trial is not worth mentioning at all. Then, everyone went directly into the first floor of the ruins. It took 10 minutes to collect all the resources inside. A large number of finished ancient weapons were obtained again, as well as millions of Insect King stones, and more than 5,000 pieces of catastrophe gold. There are also 11 bottles of gene enhancement potions, and 1 insect mother crystal core. It is worth mentioning that, since the metal of catastrophe gold only appears in the world on the verge of extinction, obviously, this world meets this characteristic. Therefore, this kind of metal that is rarely seen in normal times can be found here. After distributing the gene enhancement potion and insect mother crystal core, everyone walked out of this ruins with an unknown number. Han Xing thought of something again. He picked up the fragments on the ground, and then casually used some slime glue and ethyl to stick them together. The originally damaged passage door was restored to its original state. If you don't look closely, you really can't see it. Chung Jianyong even reached out and touched it, praising, "Tisk tsk. This craft is really good. If you don't look closely, you can't tell at all." At the same time, on a battlefield millions of kilometers away from Han Xing and the others, a creature with golden light all over his body. It is fighting a group of mechanical monsters. He holds a long sword, and every sword strike can split a mechanical monster in half. The sword energy spans tens of thousands of meters. The power is amazing. But he is surrounded, even if he is gifted and powerful. But his opponents are 4 high-level legends, in addition to more than a dozen mid to high-level legends, as well as a large number of lords and masters. Plus, here, he can't use his divine power. At this moment, the Son of Light appeared in human form and frowned. Trouble. These monsters are simply endless and can't be killed. This is not a solution. At this time, the Son of Light looked at a number that appeared on his palm. 2047. Is it already 2,000 points of relic energy? The Son of Light murmured. As an aboriginal, the Son of Light killed these monsters, and apart from obtaining relic energy points, there was nothing else to gain. After all, they didn't have a system interface. They couldn't decompose the bodies of these monsters, like Han Xing and the others. Chapter 377. The Son of Light pondered. According to the intelligence of the tribe, when the energy points reach a certain level, the challenge of the ruins will begin. The biggest opportunity is inside the ruins. At this time, the Son of Light seemed to have made some kind of decision. Instantly, a sword was swung out. All the monsters in front were cleared. Then, it turned into a golden light and rushed out at a high speed. He began to run straight ahead, looking for the location of the ruins. Not only the Son of Light. The strong men of other races, at this time, all began to look for the location of the ruins nearby. In a building that looked like a sharpened pencil. A beautiful woman with a fairy-like aura, but an extremely hot body slowly walked in the ruins. It was the elf goddess Eleonora. A voice broadcast appeared. It is detected that the challenger has reached the target level, and the ruins guardian monster has been activated. At the same time, a magnetic whirlwind rolled up. A moment later, in front of Eleonora, a mechanical bear with a body size of more than 100 meters appeared. The aura on its body revealed that this mechanical bear had the combat power of a high-level legend. Roar! Roar, roar! After the mechanical bear appeared, it immediately pounced on Eleonora. The mechanical mouth that could swallow an elephant suddenly opened, as if it wanted to bite Eleonora to pieces alive. There was no sympathy at all. Eleonora raised her head slightly, and took a deep breath. Her already proud chest reached an exaggerated size at this moment. The next moment, Eleonora floated slightly in the air, with a pair of slender white legs raised. At the moment, when the monster rushed over, just stepped on it with one foot. Boom! A terrifying crashing sound. The huge body of the mechanical violent bear suddenly fell to the ground. The mechanical violent bear seemed to be stunned by the step. Lying on the ground, looking at Eleonora blankly. At this moment, Eleonora, who exuded a holy aura, showed a kind smile on her face. The mechanical violent bear wanted to get up again. However, Eleonora did not give it a chance at this time. She stretched out her slender legs again. Then she stomped it. Bang! 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 The terrifying power was added. Every step made the ground of the ruins tremble continuously, completely different from her fairy-like style. Eleonora fought and was so wild. A few minutes later, looking at the mechanical violent bear that was stomped into metal residue on the ground by her, Eleonora exhaled slowly. It's still the easiest to fight in this state. She seemed to be adjusting her state and regained her holy appearance. After hearing the voice broadcast, Eleonora smiled lightly. Then she walked into the trophy room. In the next few days, Han Xing led the team to explore everywhere. At the same time, those sons of God have gained something from the ruins in various places. Time, half a month passed quickly. This day, Han Xing and his team stood on a city ruin. And behind them, there was a destroyed black passage. Everyone looked at the passage. Cheng Jianyong exclaimed, "You are worthy of being Brother Xing." If it were anyone else, who would know that there is a ruin hidden under the city? The other team members also showed admiration on their faces. Yes. When passing by this city, Han Xing keenly noticed that the ground here was a little different. The ground of the abandoned cities before was made of a special material, gray-black. But the ground here, it was pure black, similar to the walls of the ruins in front. In addition, the ruins system of this world has already blacklisted them. After Han Xing and his team approached the ruins, they would not receive any prompts. Han Xing could only explore with his own senses. So, Han Xing became suspicious. So, he asked the team members to search in this city. Unexpectedly, they really found a closed passage. Han Xing was not polite to it. He poked it directly with a cone. Then he went in and searched their resource storage room thoroughly. Before leaving, Han Xing repaired the holes in the ground as usual. Then, they looked at the pile of materials in their backpacks with satisfied expressions. In the past half-month, they have looted a total of 12 ancient ruins. The harvest is quite amazing. The number of various primary and intermediate ancient weapons has exceeded 40,000. There are even more than 200 high-level ancient weapons that can hurt demigods. With these weapons alone, Han Xing can form a super force that can threaten a large number of demigods. In addition, tens of millions of insect emperor stones and 60,000 pieces of catastrophe gold. The harvest in half a month has exceeded the harvest in a month on the beast. When they thought that they could explore inside for another 2.5 months, everyone was excited, because, after going out this time, Han Xing's strength will surge again. From before, he could only deal with one god. Now maybe he can deal with 2 or 3, or even 4 or 5. At that time, Han Xing can directly take Kong Dao. Go to the locations revealed by the enchanting woman. Find the other godheads of the God of Elements, and let Zhang Lianmen complete the professional advancement of the God of Elements. After that, everyone began to sprint towards the demigod. Han Xing has already planned what he will do next. At this time, Cheng Jianyong took a look and suddenly said, Brother Xing, about 60,000 kilometers ahead of us. There are a lot of red dots. It seems that the sons and daughters of gods of other races have gathered together. Han Xing was a little surprised. Gathered together? These days, haven't these guys been scattered? Why do they suddenly want to gather together? Is there something there that attracts them? Everyone thought for a moment. Shen Yun said at this time, there shouldn't be a ruin there? Han Xing was stunned. Can so many people enter the ruins? Shen Yun shook his head. About this aspect, they really don't know much. Han Xing thought for a while and continued, let's go and see what's going on. Anyway, whether it's a ruin or not, it doesn't conflict with us. Everyone smiled knowingly. Han Xing's way of exploring the ruins is different. While they are still struggling to deal with the challenge of the ruins, Han Xing has skipped this step and started to raid the house directly. Therefore, that group of gods and goddesses really had no conflict with Han Xing. After the words fell, everyone rushed towards the place where the red dots gathered. From here, it is more than 60,000 kilometers to the place where the red dots gathered. Even at the speed of Han Xing and his team, it will take at least 6 or 7 hours. And Han Xing discovered, when everyone gathered towards the red dots, more and more red dots have arrived there. Roughly estimated, the number of red dots has exceeded 20. This time, a total of 100 people came in, and 1/5 of them gathered in that place alone. This shows that there must be something there that is attractive enough for them. 4 hours later, Han Xing came to the vicinity of the red dots. From a distance, they saw a huge oval building. It was hundreds of thousands of meters high. This building was the largest building Han Xing had seen since he entered this world. The whole body was smooth and glowed with black light. Obviously, this was the material used to build the ruins. But this relic is at least dozens of times larger than any of the previous ones. Oh my god! It's so big! Chung Jianyong exclaimed. Han Xing nodded, it's really big. Then, he looked into the distance. Let's go, I think I saw them. Han Xing continued to lead people forward. Not far away, everyone saw more than 20 familiar figures gathered in an open space in front of them. Among them, except for the 7 dwarfs, Eleonora of the Elves, the Son of Light, and the Little Giant King are all here. These people seem to be divided into 3 forces. The 7 dwarfs are independent, with arrogance on their faces that they don't want to deal with anyone. The second force was led by the Elf Goddess and the Son of Light. Wan Lu of the Tree Spirit clan was also there. There were 8 people in total. As for the last force, it was led by the Little Giant King, followed by the Dark God's son, the Ogre Clan Legend, and 2 other strong men of different races. The Dark God's son and other strong men obviously had a disagreement with the people in Eleonora's camp, so they chose to follow the Little Giant King. At this time, the 3 waves of forces were fighting each other. It seemed that no one wanted to pay attention to anyone. At this time, 20 strong men on the field raised their heads at the same time. They noticed that there was an extremely powerful aura in the distance, rushing at a high speed. And when they saw the appearance of those auras clearly, human race, the Little Giant King murmured. Others also saw Han Xing and the other 5. They knew very little about the human race. No one even knew when these 5 human legends appeared. Moreover, they also obtained a precious quota for exploring the ruins. After all, in the past few hundred years, the human race has almost disappeared in the Holy Spirit realm. Not to mention the legendary strongmen. Not even a living person can be seen. Moreover, Han Xing and his people rose to prominence in a very short time. There are too few stories about them in the entire Holy Spirit realm. The several shocking events that Han Xing did were only spread among the circles of demigods or gods. When Han Xing arrived, he also noticed that the atmosphere at this time was a little wrong. The 3 forces did not interfere with each other. No one took the initiative to come up and say hello. Of course, there was also the reason that they were not familiar with Han Xing. At this time, Han Xing took the lead in breaking the silence and said, "You gathered here, are you ready to enter this ruins?" On the field, the gods and goddesses had strange looks in their eyes. But no one answered. At this time, the goddess of the elves, Eleonora, stepped forward gently. Before she could speak, beside the Little Giant King, the 2-headed ogre suddenly said in a sharp voice, "You don't even know the purpose of our coming here. Don't get involved. If you lose your life, it will be more than you gain." After that, the other head of the 2-headed ogre laughed. "That's right. I don't think they will live long. If you ask me, just let us eat them, so as not to waste food." After that, the 2 heads of the ogre began to laugh loudly. "Second head, haven't we eaten the human race for a long time? I almost forgot the taste of this tribe." Yes, big head, I really miss it. Chung Jianyong was about to say a few words angrily, but he was stopped by Han Xing. At this time, Han Xing asked, have you ever eaten humans? The two-headed ogre was stunned for a moment. Then he said, of course. Big head, and I ate it hundreds of years ago. But since the number of humans in the Holy Spirit realm has become less and less, we have never tasted that delicacy again. Its other head echoed, yes, I am almost dying of greed. When I saw you for the first time, I wanted to swallow you all into my stomach. Legendary humans, I haven't eaten them yet. I guess they must be delicious. Hearing this, Han Xing smiled. And then, under circumstances that no one expected, pull the bowstring directly and shoot an arrow. This arrow was too fast and too sudden. On the field, more than 30 sons of gods didn't react. They saw Han Xing had already launched an attack. Bold. Stop! The sons and daughters of God shouted angrily. However, Han Xing's attack had already been launched. How could he take it back? The two-headed ogre stared at the arrow with a dull look. With its strength, it was too late to react at this time. It had a premonition that if this arrow hit it, even if it didn't die, it would be seriously injured at the critical moment. The little giant king suddenly stretched out a blue-black giant axe. Then, at a terrifying speed, he blocked Han Xing's arrow with the axe. Ding! A crisp collision sound made everyone's ears buzz. Just as the little giant king was about to speak, suddenly, he felt that the arrow had changed differently. A strong energy suddenly burst out. Boom! A violent explosion rose. It was the explosion effect caused by the dragon hunting archery. When the smoke dissipated, everyone looked at the figure in the smoke with surprise in their eyes. The little giant king glanced at Han Xing in the distance, and then looked at his giant axe. This first wave of arrow attacks was still expected. Then, the following wave of explosions surprised the little giant king. Interesting. The little giant king praised, this arrow even made me feel threatened. However, the rescued ogre god's son had a look of shame and anger in his eyes. Damn human race, dare to attack us. Very good, we will eat you now. Han Xing ignored the ogre's threat, and looked at the little giant king behind it and said, if you want to protect this kind of stuff, you must consider the consequences. Here, I don't care if you are the son of a giant. At this time, everyone heard the threat in Han Xing's words. Everyone looked at Han Xing with horror. Is this guy crazy? How dare he threaten the little giant king? After a flash of his eyes, the little giant king suddenly laughed and said, I don't mean to protect it. It's just that this is an ancient ruin, which is full of dangers. I think, since everyone comes from the Holy Spirit realm, there is no need to fight internally. What the little giant king said is very reasonable. However, everyone looked at him strangely. You know, this guy is famous for his violent temper. Now, being threatened in front of so many people, he can still hold back. And he even acted as a peacemaker? At this moment, everyone knew. The little giant king seemed to be scared. They all looked at Han Xing with a strange look in their eyes. Is that arrow really that scary? It could actually make the little giant king give in? Chapter 378. The ogre seemed to want to say something else. Little giant king, this human. Little giant king glared at the ogre, and said in a threatening tone, if you don't want to die, shut up. Otherwise, get out of my team. Being threatened by little giant king in front of so many gods and goddesses. The ogre's two heads turned red and warm. Little giant king, you actually want to drive us away for this group of humble humans? Do you know what you are doing? Little giant king said seriously, do I need you to teach me how to do it? He glared at the ogre. However, the ogre clan also has a bad temper. How dare you threaten us? Today, I am going to eat this group of humans. What can you do? The ogre's expression was twisted because of anger. Its other head also began to agree. That's right, we are going to eat this group of humans today. The little giant king looked at the two-headed ogre with an idiotic look. If you want to die, I won't stop you. It just so happens that we are going to explore the ruins next, and I don't want to be in the same team with a fool like you. Then, in case you kill us, the genes of the ogre cannot be changed. It has not tasted delicious food for hundreds of years, and now it sees Han Xing and the others. It is just like a cat seeing a mouse, and it has already wanted to pounce on it at the first time. At this time, Han Xing said lightly, the giant? After telling it so much, can we start now? The little giant king understood what Han Xing meant, nodded, and stepped aside. It seems that he does not want to intervene in this matter anymore. The gods and goddesses who were watching nearby were stunned. This is the little giant king no longer caring about their affairs. Let this group of human race and ogres fight? At this moment, The two heads of the two-headed ogre were furious. "It's just a group of food. How dare you be so arrogant?" It said excitedly. "Let me see how you guys with only mid-level legendary strength can attack me." "That's right, big head, they are too arrogant. As food, we will eat them." After the words fell, the green body of the two-headed ogre suddenly swelled up. It turned into a bloodthirsty red. There was even a faint aura of the demigod level on his body. The gods and goddesses next to him looked stern. They knew that this two-headed ogre was serious. This secret technique is one of the strongest talents of the cannibal tribe. Bloodthirsty and violent. It can greatly improve its own strength in a short period of time. Looking at the two-headed ogre rushing towards him, Han Xing glanced at them indifferently. Idiot. For such a fool, Han Xing didn't want to waste words with it. He just pulled the bowstring casually. Then, an arrow was shot out. The two-headed ogre's eyes flashed with contempt. "Do you still want to use that trick against us? We now have the combat power of a demigod." Just by. Before he finished speaking, its body surface was covered with a layer of frost. It was Zhang Lianmeng's legendary skill, the Ice Age. At the same time, the other team members launched their own attacks. Arrows with green color, howling sword energy, and a large fireball with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters. The two-headed ogre was in despair, watching these attacks fall on him with his own eyes. He could only roar unwillingly. "Damn it! Human race, you are so despicable." Bang! After a bang, the body of the two-headed ogre was blown into minced meat on the spot. Successfully killed the ogre tribe. Gustin, high-level legend, gained 7.432 billion experience points, and automatically absorbed the opponent's divine power. On the field, everyone looked at the battlefield blankly. A strange idea popped up in his mind. The demon of the ogre tribe died just like that, died so easily. It was highly expected by the ogre lord, and it was expected to break through the existence of demigod within 20 years. At this moment, everyone looked at Han Xing and their eyes changed. At the same time, at the moment when this ogre died, outside the ancient ruins, the dwarf king frowned. Has the son of God fallen so soon? In theory, the danger of the ancient ruins will only appear in the last month. Could it be that something unexpected happened inside? It's not just the dwarf king. In the distant ogre kingdom, a breath with demigod-level strength rose up. It roared angrily. "Who is it? Killed my offspring. Didn't the dwarf say that there would be no accidents? Damn it! No matter who it is, I must have an explanation." On this day, a tyrannical breath was rushing towards the dwarf kingdom at a very fast speed. In the ancient ruins, after Han Xing and others attacked together and killed the ogre in seconds. On the field, everyone looked a little strange. Even the dark son of God, who had a cold breath and never showed his true face. At this time, he also cast a concerned look at Han Xing, regardless of whether they just joined forces to catch the ogre off guard. As strong people, they can feel it. The combat power that these humans showed unintentionally should not be underestimated. At this time, Eleonora walked out slowly, and came to Han Xing and reminded him in a low voice. "Han Xing, the ogre you just killed is the offspring of the ogre lord. The ogre lord is famous for protecting his shortcomings. When the trip to the ruins is over, don't say that you killed Gustin when you go out. Otherwise, that old guy will definitely take the opportunity to make trouble for you." Hearing Eleonora's kind reminder, Han Xing has a different opinion of this woman. He nodded. "Thank you for reminding me, goddess. I understand." Eleonora still looked a little worried. "The ogre lord is a demigod. If it doesn't work, you can follow me out. I am the goddess of the elves. It doesn't dare to do anything to me." Han Xing thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. After we get out, we will find a way to deal with it ourselves." His words were a polite refusal of Eleonora's kindness. Eleonora nodded, although she didn't know what the solution Han Xing was talking about was. But as a smart woman, she wouldn't ask too much. At this time, Han Xing suddenly asked, "By the way, Goddess Nora, what are you doing here? Are you going to explore this ruin?" Hearing this question, Eleonora nodded gently. "Yes, because this ruin is quite special, so we are waiting for people here. I hope to gather more strong people to explore together." Han Xing was even more confused after hearing this. It seems that she knows that he doesn't understand. Eleonora explained slowly, "Han Xing, you should have explored other ruins before, right?" "Yes, I have explored them." Eleonora nodded and said, "That's easy to explain. In the entire secret realm, there are many ordinary ruins like that. The difficulty of the ruins challenge is also relatively low. However, there are only 7 large-scale primitive ruins like this in the entire secret realm. Han Xing was stunned. You mean, this is one of the 7 ruins? Eleonora replied, yes. These 7 ruins are very special. According to the intelligence revealed by the dwarves, completing the ruins challenge will not only reward a large number of Insect King stones, but also the lowest high-level ancient weapon drawings. Sometimes, there will be some special rewards. Special rewards, what are they? Han Xing asked puzzledly. Eleonora paused, then said a sentence. Hearing this, what? Han Xing's pupils shrank instantly. You mean the god-killing weapon? Eleonora seemed to be shocked by Han Xing's excited reaction. She trembled slightly. However, because the size of the package under her white gauze was too large. No matter how small the amplitude was, it shook violently a few times at this moment. Han Xing quickly turned his eyes away and coughed. Goddess, please continue. Eleonora seemed to notice Han Xing's gaze. She didn't feel shy, but instead showed a faint smile. It has been confirmed that there are god-killing weapons in it. However, you need to pass the ultimate trial of the ruins to unlock the final reward. And the reward is different every time. Sometimes, it is a finished product of a god-killing weapon. Sometimes, it is a blueprint. After listening to Eleonora's narration, not only Han Xing, but also the other 4 people had a fiery look in their eyes. They all knew what the god-killing level represented. It was a weapon that was enough to cause damage to the gods. After the addition of Han Xing's 2 stone tablets, it would only be more terrifying. At this time, Han Xing said, what are we waiting for? Let's start the challenge of the ruins now. Looking at Han Xing's eager look, Eleonora smiled and shook her head, saying, it's not that easy to start the ruins challenge. In addition to the fact that we have 5,000 ruins energy points, we must also be divided into 4 teams and enter from 4 directions. Each team has between 1 and 20 people. Only after all the trials in the 4 directions are passed can the final trial of the ruins be started. Hearing this, Han Xing suddenly realized, I understand, it turns out that this is a team dungeon. What? Eleonora looked at Han Xing blankly. Han Xing shook his head and said, it's okay. So you are waiting for someone here, right? Eleonora nodded gently. At this time, she raised her beautiful eyes and said softly, Han Xing, if you also want to explore the ruins together, you can join our team. There are several high-level legends in my team, and they can exert the combat power of demigods at critical moments. If you join us, we will definitely be able to pass the first stage of the trial easily. After saying that, Eleonora looked at Han Xing, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Faced with Eleonora's invitation. At this time, other gods and goddesses would have agreed. After all, the strength of other teams is really good. With them, safety can be guaranteed. Han Xing thought for a while, and said, I want to ask, there are only 3 teams on the field now, right? Eleonora nodded, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Then how do you arrange the last group? Eleonora explained, for the last group, we are waiting for other gods and goddesses to come. If the number of people is about the same, I plan to let Brother Nidus lead a team. Nidus is the son of light. Han Xing could see that the opponent could also burst out the combat power of the demigod level. He was considered a strong man. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing asked again, that is to say, we are still short of 1 team. We can only start after everyone is gathered, right? Eleonora hesitated for a moment, but still said, it's like this. Han Xing nodded. How about this, we will form a group of 5, and you don't need to arrange other strong men to come in. In this way, all 4 teams will be gathered. Then when your number is almost the same, we will go in directly. Hearing this, the other sons of God on the field were stunned. What did this human say? They are a team of their own. They don't need other sons of God to join. They thought they had heard wrongly. You know, even if they agreed to the dwarves to go alone, it was because they all had the strength of high-level legends. And their number was more than this group of humans. But they only had 5 people, and all of them only had the strength of mid-level legends. The sons of God couldn't help but doubt. How did they have such confidence? Han Xing, are you sure you don't want to consider it? The challenge of the original ruins is very difficult, and there is also the risk of falling. Eleonora persuaded. Han Xing nodded. Don't think about it. Just 5 of us in one group. Everyone's time is precious. Look, when the number of people is almost the same, let's start directly. Eleonora seemed to want to say something else. Behind. The son of light, Nidus said, Nora, since these humans are so courageous, then we should support him. Besides, he is right. We are all in a tight time. Even if they fail and are wiped out, we can just try again. There was a hint of amusement in his tone, as if he didn't believe that they could succeed at all. Han Xing glanced at the guy. The Son of Light, who had turned into a human form, had a handsome face under his blonde hair that made people jealous. He noticed Han Xing's sight. The corner of the Son of Light's mouth showed a faint smile. However, this smile made Han Xing feel uncomfortable. Han Xing said, "I don't like you smiling at me. It's a bit hypocritical and disgusting. You'd better turn your face away, otherwise, I'm afraid I can't help but shoot an arrow at your head." The face of the Son of Light froze. From the time he was born to now, no one has ever said that his smile is disgusting. Including other gods and goddesses, they also looked at Nidus with strange expressions. At this moment, a sense of humiliation emerged from his heart. "What did you say?" Nidus asked with hidden anger. Han Xing spread his hands. "Don't you understand? I said, if you smile at me again, you may not be able to control your mouth. Then I will discipline you on behalf of your parents." Chapter 379. If you smile at me again, or if you can't control your mouth, then I will discipline you on behalf of your parents. Han Xing's words were merciless. Nidus, who had always been a favored child of heaven, had never suffered such humiliation. Instantly, a murderous intent burst out from his body. The atmosphere became a little tense at this time. The dark sun standing behind the little giant king smiled. "Interesting, your name is Han Xing, right? You are a pretty good human. I also hate this guy's hypocritical smile. If this guy Niotos makes trouble for you, I will fight with you. Even if you kill him, it's okay. If the old Dai Guangminghai makes trouble, I will help you block it." Han Xing smiled. "That's not necessary. If he doesn't accept it, you can take action now. As for the forces behind him, I don't care." After hearing this, the Dark God's eyes were more admiring. The Light God was publicly rejected by the two and was furious. "Han Xing, Elrich, do you two want to fight to the death with me?" Han Xing looked at him with interest and said, "Fight to the death? Are you sure?" The Dark God also sneered. "Niotos, I only know that you are good at escaping, but I haven't heard how strong your fighting ability is. You won't run away halfway through the fight?" The Light God was immediately furious. He almost couldn't hold back the murderous intent in his heart. At this time, Eleonora stopped him. "Nidus, don't forget what we are here for." Her tone was a little serious. Hearing this, the Son of Light clenched his fists. After a moment, he could only swallow his anger and walk to the side alone. The other sons of God knew at a glance that this fight would not start, and they all lost interest. To be honest, they really wanted to see who is stronger between the Son of Light and this human. Han Xing shook his head. He led the team members to walk towards the huge ruins. When passing by Eleonora, Han Xing said, "Goddess, call me when everyone is together." "Okay." Eleonora nodded lightly, with a faint smile on her lips. Then, Han Xing led the team members to explore near the ruins. After being more than 10 kilometers away from the group of gods and goddesses, Cheng Jianyong whispered, "Brother Xing, are we going to find the hidden passage door of this relic now?" Han Xing nodded yes. When everyone heard this, they had a look on their faces. Now that we know, there may be a god-killing weapon in this relic. With Han Xing's personality, of course, he will not follow the rules to carry out any team challenge. If he can take down this relic in one go, that would be his style, Cheng Jianyong said excitedly. Such a large relic, the resources inside are probably many times more terrifying than those ruins, right? If we can find the resource storage room, we will be rich instantly. Everyone also showed a fiery look in their eyes. Cheng Jianyong was right. If we can find the resource storage room, judging from the scale of this relic, it is comparable to the 100 ruins they looted before, and the most important thing is that there are blueprints of god-killing weapons inside. By then, Han Xing and his team will gain more than what they gained from the beast corpses. Of course, the premise is that they can find the resource storage room. So, everyone began to explore this huge oval ruins with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers. It was similar to a flying saucer. However, this ruin seemed different from the ones they had encountered before. Han Xing turned 4 or 5 times, and touched the walls on the surface of the ruins several times. He did not find the so-called secret passage in the ruins. Except for finding several sunken areas in the air, there was no other gain. However, they still did not give up and continued to wander around this huge ruins. In the distance, the waiting gods and goddesses seemed to have nothing to do, although those mechanical monsters entered a riot state. But they would not approach the ruins. At this time, the group of gods and goddesses looked at Han Xing and his actions with puzzled faces. "What are these humans doing?" A petite girl, who looked like a flower spirit, asked in confusion. The team members beside him shook their heads. "I don't know. They are probably curious about the ruins. Or maybe they want to see if they can find any treasures nearby. Everyone looked strange. It was obviously the first time for these humans to come into contact with such a large ruins. It is normal to have such a mentality. If it was before, someone would definitely jump out and ridicule at this time. But now, after Han Xing showed his strength, and he publicly made the Son of Light bow his head, the sons and daughters of gods were silent, and no one dared to say anything more. Time soon came to a day later. 4 or 5 more strong men from various tribes came one after another, and Han Xing and his team had circled the ruins for more than 10 times. But there was still no clue. The 5 people gathered together again. The team members looked at Han Xing, seemingly puzzled. Han Xing lowered his head and thought, there are 2 possibilities. Either, the secret door passage of this ruins is too hidden and we can't find it. Or, there is simply no secret door. Disappointment flashed in everyone's eyes, because they knew that no matter which possibility it was, it meant that their idea of confiscating the house directly from the outside had failed. They could only follow the rules and follow Eleonora and others into the ruins. At this time, Han Xing looked at the group of sons and daughters of gods in the distance. As the day passed, the number of people gathered increased. After a rough count, there were more than 26 people. Including themselves, there were already 31 people. Almost 1/3 of the entire secret realm. At this time, Han Xing happened to hear Eleonora's ethereal call. Brother Han Xing, the number of people is almost there, you can come over. After hearing this, Han Xing said to the team members, it's about to start, let's go over. A few minutes later, Han Xing and others returned to the open space. When Eleonora saw that the number of people was almost the same, her expression straightened and she slowly said, everyone is here. Then let me say it again about the challenge of the ruins. The sons and daughters of gods on the field listened attentively. It still is planned before. We will be divided into 4 teams. 7 strong men of the dwarf tribe will form a separate team to challenge the trial channel in the southwest. I, the Son of Light, and other strong men will form a team of 10 to challenge the trial channel in the northeast. The little giant king and the Son of Darkness will form a team of 9 strong men to challenge the east and west. At this point, Eleonora paused. Then she looked at Han Xing and the others. These human strong men will form a separate team to challenge the trial channel in the southeast. On the field, the new sons of God still had some doubts in their eyes. They couldn't help but whisper to each other, the elf goddess, do you have a grudge against these humans? Letting these humans stay alone, isn't that sending them to their deaths? The other sons of God who heard these words interrupted hurriedly. Don't guess, this is the request of those humans themselves. The goddess said before that she would assign them a few strong men, but they were rejected. Rejected? The new sons of God looked puzzled. But seeing that no one else said anything, they didn't say anything more. Eleonora glanced at the people on the field and asked, does anyone have any opinions on this assignment? If you do, you can raise them now. The legends of the dwarves snorted and turned their heads to the side proudly. It seems that they don't want to communicate with the sons of God of other races. The little giant king didn't speak. The dark son of God behind him said for him, no problem. Eleonora's eyes softened when she looked at Han Xing. Han Xing nodded, indicated that there was no problem on his side. Eleonora's face showed a gentle smile again. Since there is no problem, let's get ready to start now. At this time, Wan Lu, who had been following Eleonora, suddenly raised his hand. Wait a minute, goddess. Eleonora turned around and looked at him in confusion. Wan Lu, son of the gods, what do you want? Being looked at by Eleonora. Wan Lu, who looked like a teenager, blushed and seemed a little embarrassed to speak. But he still mustered up the courage to say, can I be in a group with Lord Han Xing and the others? After saying this, Wan Lu lowered his head. At this time, not only the sons of the gods were surprised, but even Han Xing was a little surprised. He looked at Wan Lu, will you be with me? Wan Lu nodded, yes, I want to be with Master Han Xing. My grandfather specifically told me before he came out. If I meet you outside, I will try to follow you. You also told me to do whatever you want. These words may not make any sense to other sons of God. But Eleonora heard something different. As the goddess of the elves, she naturally knew the existence of the holy tree. She also knew how powerful this ancient tree was. That was an existence that could be compared with the leaders of the 3 major tribes. You know, the dwarf king and the elf king are already infinitely close to that realm. It is many times stronger than the average demigod. It's just that in recent years, the holy tree has become extremely low-key due to some special reasons. However, what was the specific reason, the elf king never told her. Eleonora heard it from Wan Lu's words. Han Xing and his friends had contact with this ancient tree. Moreover, they were given special care. They even sold the son of God of the Tree Spirit clan. Yes, they sold him. Wanlu was told to listen to Han Xing and everything. Doesn't that mean that you can use this little guy in my clan at will? At this moment, Eleonora looked at Han Xing with more and more doubts. She found that she couldn't see through this man at all. She didn't know how many secrets he had. Shaking her head, Eleonora put these thoughts behind her. She continued to ask, Brother Han Xing, Wanlu's son of God applied to join your team. We have 9 more strong men on our side, and their strength is about the same. What is your decision? Han Xing looked strange. If Wanlu joins, it will disrupt some of his plans. Han Xing was about to refuse. But he heard Wanlu Shenzi say with a smile, Master Han Xing, my grandfather asked me to ask you. I wonder if you are satisfied with the tree spirit specialty last time. If you are not satisfied, I asked you to bring 2 more this time. Hearing this, Han Xing's face became even more strange. Of course, he knew what the specialty Wanlu Shenzi was talking about. The tree spirit's life tree heart. Something that can permanently increase the divine power and life value. Moreover, the things that the old tree spirit took out must be of high quality. Looking at Wanlu's attentive smile. Is this guy going to rely on himself? After thinking for a moment, Han Xing nodded. Okay, come over. Hearing this, Wanlu's face instantly showed joy. With a cheerful smile, he jumped from Eleonora to Han Xing. Eleonora didn't say much. She announced directly, then, the action begins. Then, the 4 waves of teams moved towards the 4 directions of the ruins. While exploring the ruins, Han Xing found that there were 4 entrances above the ruins. That is, at the top. Corresponding to the 4 directions mentioned by Eleonora. Since Han Xing and his team chose the southeast direction, a group of 5 people, plus a Wanlu godson, walked over together. After a while, they arrived at the target location. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and look up. Although, the direction of the 4 entrances is a bit high, in an area tens of thousands of meters high. When the divine power cannot be used, everyone loses the ability to fly. But this is not difficult for Han Xing. He took out several bottles of the secret medicine of the wind directly from his backpack. Then he gained the ability to fly, including the strong men of the other 3 teams. More or less, they all have the means to fly. However, when Han Xing and the other 6 flew into the air together, Wanlu suddenly asked in confusion, Huh? Why is there no voice broadcast? What voice broadcast? Cheng Jianyong asked. Wanlu replied, It's the voice broadcast of the ruins. When we get close to the passage, the voice announcement will appear automatically. Detect the energy points of the ruins on us, and then let us decide whether to enter. Wanlu looked at everyone. Haven't you ever challenged the ruins before? After hearing what Wanlu said, Han Xing seemed to understand something. They had been blacklisted by the ruins system. There was no possibility of any voice prompt at this time. Han Xing did not answer, but said, Let's get closer to the gate of this passage and take a look. As he said that, everyone came to the front of the passage. Here, there is a blue-gray round gate. Behind it, it seems to be the inner area of the ruins. Since there is no voice playback, it is equivalent to that the ruins do not intend to let them in. Wanlu did not understand these, and still groped on it. Gradually, Han Xing frowned, looking at the gate in front of him, but unable to enter. He felt a little impatient. At this time, Han Xing whispered, I hate to be treated differently the most. If this passage cannot be opened, then I will use my own method to get in. Han Xing said this to no one. But the team members did understand what he meant. But Wanlu looked confused. My own method? What method? However, before Han Xing could take out the giant beast's tail thorn, he directly forced the passage open. The cold system prompt sound appeared again. Life fluctuations are detected approaching the original number 5 ruins, and the energy points of the ruins on the other party are being detected. Chapter 380. The detection is complete. All life targets and ruins energy points are more than 5,000, which meets the entry conditions. Do you want to enter? Hearing this prompt sound, everyone smiled at the same time, because they knew the system that controls the operation of this ruins was scared. However, this also reminded Han Xing from the side. The ruins operation system is intelligent. At least, it can understand the threat in his words. However, Han Xing is not afraid of him. Han Xing replied, Yes. The next moment, the door of this high-altitude passage slowly opened. A metallic black passage was revealed behind it. The 6 people walked in openly. As soon as they entered, the cold voice broadcast sounded again. The original ruins were detected, and teams entered the 4 major passages. The ruins trial is opening. At the moment when the voice broadcast ended, Han Xing and the others also noticed the surrounding scene. Here, it looks like the interior space of a metal box. Square. The walls are extremely smooth. At this time, Wan Lu was still looking around curiously. Han Xing suddenly appeared in front of him and stretched out his right hand. Wan Lu looked blankly. "What's wrong, Master Han Xing?" Han Xing glared at him and said, "Don't be stupid, where are the things?" Wan Lu seemed to understand something instantly, and quickly took out 2 green items containing strong vitality fluctuations. In an instant, green light began to burst out. The whole space was filled with this vitality. Life Tree Heart, demigod level. After taking it, it can permanently increase the upper limit of life value by 50,000 points, and the divine power value by 500. The maximum number of times it can be taken is 5/5. Han Xing looked at the attributes of the item in his hand, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Wow, another demigod level Tree of Life Heart. This thing can be taken up to 5 times, and Han Xing has taken it once before. The effect of each one is quite amazing. Han Xing took the Tree of Life Heart from his hand without hesitation. And then he swallowed it on the spot. The team members didn't have any thoughts. Instead, they looked at the changes in Han Xing's body with curiosity. The huge vitality contained in the 2 Tree of Life Hearts. At this moment, Han Xing's height seemed to have risen by another 5 centimeters. His face became younger. Even, he was almost like a teenager of 17 or 18 years old. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun were amazed. "Wow, Brother Xing has become too young. Let us call him brother in front of everyone in the future. I can't say it," the 2 said with strange faces, and there was a hint of jealousy in their tone. Han Xing ignored it, and after absorbing the energy contained in the Tree of Life Heart, the system prompt appeared. Successfully absorbed 2 Life Tree Hearts, demigod level, HP increased by 100,000, and divine power increased by 1,000. Han Xing could feel that he had become stronger again. There was no hostility in his eyes when he looked at Wan Lu. You know, Han Xing had secretly communicated with Shen Yun and the others at the beginning. After entering the ruins, he directly put a sack over Wan Lu's head and knocked him unconscious. Now, there is no need for this. Looking at Han Xing's eyes, Wan Lu smiled shyly again. He didn't know that he had just escaped the fate of being put in a sack. Han Xing said at this time, "Ask a question. Is your grandfather the ancient tree?" Wan Lu nodded, "Yes, Master Han Xing. It is very grateful for your help, and said that it hopes you can visit the Sky Island Forest again when you have time." Han Xing nodded. "Then why did your grandfather ask you to follow us?" However, Wan Lu looked puzzled and said, "I don't know either. Grandpa said that you may be the people chosen by this era. That is, people with strong luck. As long as I follow you, I may be able to pick up all kinds of great opportunities. At worst, there will be no danger to my life." Han Xing was speechless. "Is this what your grandfather said?" Wan Lu nodded heavily. This old guy. Han Xing couldn't help complaining. He also understood the purpose of the ancient tree. This is to use their luck to see if they can get some resources for the son of the Tree Spirit clan. At this moment, Han Xing's mind rose again. The idea of putting a sack on Wan Lu and knocking him out directly. However, this guy will be needed in the next ruins trial. It won't be too late to knock Wan Lu out after completing the so-called ultimate trial. In the interval between their conversations, voice broadcast appeared. Original ruins, the endless trial has been successfully opened. Challengers, please enter the front passage to start the first challenge. Han Xing looked puzzled. Endless trial? What does this mean? However, the ruins system does not seem to answer this question for them. The moment the sound dissipated, a wall in front of them suddenly disappeared. Then a dark passage was revealed. Everyone looked at each other. "Let's go," Han Xing said. The next moment when Han Xing and others stepped into the passage, the black door behind closed again. The first round of the endless trial has begun. Challengers, please reach the end of the trial passage as soon as possible. You will encounter various dangerous attacks on the way. Please deal with them with caution. The voice broadcast ended. In the black passage ahead, suddenly, there was a dense sound of wind when everyone reacted. But they saw a series of energy beams containing the attack power that was enough to severely damage the legend. It attacked everyone with the force of a storm. If it was hit, even a high-level legend would die on the spot. Oh my god! Wan Lu Shenxi was so scared that his face changed wildly. Hundreds of branches grew out of his body in an instant, as if he wanted to resist the attacks. However, Han Xing said directly, "Get behind us." Wanlu Shenxi's eyes were blank. At this time, he saw in Han Xing's team. A human knight wearing black heavy armor and armed to the teeth suddenly rushed to the front of the team. He held up a simple-looking shield in one hand. Then, he directly blocked in front of everyone. Puff! Puff puff puff. The energy beams were directly offset the moment they hit the shield of the human knight. He had the momentum of let the sky collapse and the earth crack. I will remain unmoved. The son of God Wanlu was stunned. This is an attack that can kill high-level legends in seconds, but it was easily blocked by this human. Is this guy a monster? And at this moment, I saw this guy dressed like a black knight, but a ball of white holy light burst out from his body. Then, he directly resisted the attack in the passage and rushed forward. Brother Xing, let's go. Shen Yun's voice came from the front. Han Xing nodded. Let's go, follow Shen Yun. After that, the team members followed Shen Yun and walked out into the depths of the passage under the violent storm of attacks. Wanlu seemed to have just come to his senses. Seeing Han Xing and the others walking away, his expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly followed. At the same time, Original Ruins number 5, the other 3 trial passages, all encountered the same scene. Except for the group of dwarves. The other sons of God were all conducting the so-called endless trial for the first time. The first wave of attacks caught them off guard. Instantly, several sons of God were seriously injured. Critical moment. The Son of Light burst into golden light, filling the entire passage. The power of those energy beams was greatly reduced. At this time, a silver-white wooden staff appeared in Alicia's hand. Waved gently. A large number of vines appeared in front of them, which greatly weakened the power of these energy beams again. This wave of crisis was resolved by the two of them. The scene on the side of the little giant king was completely different. After the initial panic, the little giant king instantly went into a violent state and shouted, "Hey! Get out of my way!" His huge body almost filled the entire passage. Then, the little giant king swung the giant axe in his hand and chopped off all the attacks. Ding! Ding ding! The dense metal knocking sound was endless. The team members of the little giant king exclaimed in amazement. It is worthy of being the little giant king. This title is well deserved. Yes, it's a terrifying power. It feels like it's almost reaching the level of a demigod. One of the sons of God whispered, I heard that his father, the real giant king, has reached the limit of a demigod. Is it true that he is infinitely close to that level? It should be true. I heard that the kings of the 3 major tribes in the Holy Spirit realm have all reached that level. However, let's not discuss the existence of that level. Let's take care of the things in front of us first. The sons of God shut their mouths one after another. Then, they followed the figure of the little giant king and rushed into the passage. After Shen Yun held the giant beast's shield and advanced for nearly 10 kilometers. That is, after about 10,000 meters. The intensity of the attack in front of him was no longer so intense. Along the way, everyone was almost unscathed. Let the attack be violent. Shen Yun and one shield are enough. Finally, after a few minutes, they arrived at the end of the passage. Everyone appeared in a strange room again. Judging from the shape, it was a round room. The wall was still extremely smooth, without any cracks. The first round of the endless trial has ended. Please wait for challengers in other directions to complete the challenge. Hearing this prompt, Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. It turned out that they had to wait for the challenge of others to end before they could start the next stage of the challenge together. If other teams failed in the challenge, this also meant that the teams in other directions had to be forced to stop. Before that, they could only continue to wait. At this time, Han Xing began to observe the surrounding environment. He found that the interior of this circular room seemed to be completely closed. It was unknown what material the wall was made of. Han Xing shot an arrow directly. The explosion of the dragon hunting archery attracted everyone's attention. At this time, Han Xing walked to the edge of the wall, which was where he had just attacked. He found that there were no obvious marks left on it. With Han Xing's current strength, he could severely damage a high-level legend with a casual attack. But he only achieved this level. This shows that the material used to build the wall must be very high level. After seeing Han Xing's actions, Shen Yun seemed to understand something. He whispered, Brother Xing, are you going to use that thing to forcibly break through the trial space? Han Xing nodded, I have this idea. However, I don't know if doing so will affect the so-called final trial. Let's see what the possible situation is now. Shen Yun nodded. A few minutes later, voice playback appeared. The first challenge of all teams has ended, and the second challenge is starting. The words fell. In the circular direction in front of them, another passage appeared. However, this passage seemed very narrow and cramped. It was less than 2 meters long and less than 1 meter wide. It could barely accommodate one adult. So small. Chung Jianyong asked in confusion, if we encounter a battle in it, it will be difficult to turn around. Everyone nodded. But no matter how much they complained, they still had to go in. Shen Yun took the lead, followed by Wan Lu. Then, it was Han Xing. Everyone entered in a line. Once they entered the passage, the door behind them closed again. It became pitch black inside. Everyone seemed to have entered a claustrophobic cave. Suddenly, there were bursts of rustling sounds of insects. Wan Lu couldn't help but shudder, and then screamed, "Insects! I feel a lot of insects. What kind of hell is this place?" At this time, Shen Yun directly threw out a ball of holy light. The passage was instantly illuminated. Han Xing also saw Wan Lu's trembling body. Because he was worried about this guy, he let him walk in front of him. As a result, Han Xing didn't expect him to be so timid. At this time, he actually stopped where he was, too scared to move. "What are you doing?" Han Xing asked. Wan Lu Shenzi trembled and said, "I feel that we are being stared at by many eyes." "So scary." Han Xing rolled his eyes at him. "Don't shout, keep going." Although he said so. But everyone did not relax their vigilance. Because they also had the feeling of being stared at. At this time, everyone felt a sound of rapid crawling behind them. Rustle. Rustle. Chung Jianyong, who was walking at the end of the team, turned his head and looked. However, there was nothing. Then, strange things happened. They felt that the crawling sounds were getting more and more frequent. Some appeared behind them. Some appeared on the left and right sides. Some even appeared directly above everyone's head. Wan Lu was completely frightened, trembling all over, and his face was pale. If he hadn't been caught in the middle of the crowd, he might have turned around and ran away. In this weird atmosphere, they kept moving forward for almost 10 minutes. At this time, Wan Lu suddenly felt a breathing sound coming from above his head. He subconsciously raised his head. Then, he saw a face with 2 tentacles and insect features looking at him. The next moment, Wan Lu screamed, "Oh my god! Grandpa, Dad, my god! Help!" Listening to his heart-wrenching screams, everyone was speechless. Even Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoan behind him couldn't help laughing. At this time, that figure had already pounced on Wan Lu. Han Xing also knew what those eyes were on them. It was those deformed mutants under the relic fire breeding room. Chapter 381. These mutants have the strength of 5-star elite monsters. Except for their scary appearance, their strength is not that great. Because it was not the first time they had encountered them. So Han Xing and the others were not afraid. Su Xiaoan shot an arrow first. Swish! The head of the mutant that pounced on Wan Lu was directly pierced. Pa! The insect-like corpse fell from the ground. The green-white liquid splashed all over Wan Lu, making him almost vomit on the spot. At this time, Han Xing discovered. It turned out that this passage was not closed. There were many extremely hidden secret doors on it. These secret doors might also be connected to a series of passages that lead in all directions. These mutants were hiding inside, ready to give everyone a fatal blow at any time. Those monsters seemed to know that they had been exposed. The next moment, a terrifying number of mutants rushed in from all directions. Han Xing didn't tolerate them. He gave the order directly. Attack the entrance of the passage and kill all these bugs. Everyone instantly clenched their weapons and attacked inside. Boom! Various explosion-like sounds continued. The monsters inside were killed in the passage before they appeared. Bombed all the way. Without any danger. They arrived at the end of the passage and completed the second stage challenge. The same was true for other teams. Although those bug monsters scared them, fortunately, the strength of these monsters was not strong. Most of them were at the 5th elite level, and the strongest was only at the initial legendary level. As long as you get through the initial panic period, the challenges that follow are not difficult. A few minutes later, the voice broadcast prompted that all teams had completed the challenge. Then the third challenge started. This time, everyone arrived at a huge space. In the space, a high-level legendary mechanical monster appeared. It was killed instantly by Han Xing and his team. Boom! The huge mechanical monster fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, everyone discovered. After the mechanical monster was killed, the metal parts on its body instantly melted into the ground and disappeared. Not only that, there was no experience prompt after killing the monster. Everyone frowned. It seemed that they did not quite understand the reason. After waiting for a few minutes, the 4th and 5th challenges were immediately opened. Moreover, the difficulty of the latter became greater and greater. From the original high-level legend, occasionally mixed with a few mid-level legendary monsters. Later, 4 or 5 high-level legends, plus dozens of legendary monsters besieged everyone. The battle became more and more difficult. Similarly, there was still no experience reward. They were not even allowed to decompose the corpses of the monsters. They were directly integrated into the ruins. Until the 18th challenge. This was a huge space similar to a square. This time, they were going to challenge 10 high-level legendary mechanical creatures, plus a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex with the strength of a demigod. Enemies of this strength and scale even forced Han Xing to show some of his real skills. As a meteor shower fell, Zhang Lianming's ice age exploded instantly. On the field, all the mechanical monsters exploded. When the voice broadcast and the reminder of the end of the battle came, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Cheng Jianyong couldn't help but complain, "Damn, we killed so many legendary monsters, but didn't give any experience. Let us work in vain." Han Xing also felt a little strange. Shen Yun came to Han Xing and said, "Brother Xing, do you think it's possible that these monsters were not killed by us at all? They were all generated by the ruins using some means, and after we killed them, they appeared in a new form?" Han Xing nodded, "It's possible. Otherwise, it can't explain why there are so many high-level legends in this ruins." Counting the other 4 teams, they probably killed 200 or 300 high-level legends. In the Holy Spirit realm, this is a very powerful force. Han Xing said at this time, "Never mind, no experience, no experience. Let's see the situation again. If it doesn't work, we will start the second plan. Before that, let's take a break and recover our energy." Even though Han Xing and others were energetic, they couldn't help but feel a little tired at this moment. Even they were like this, not to mention the other sons and daughters of gods. After the 25th relic challenge began, the difficulty soared again. At this moment, Eleonora's side. A total of 9 strong men from various races fought against 10 high-level legends and a demigod. In addition, various insect monsters continued to pour in from all directions. Everyone felt a tingling scalp. Eleonora fought against the demigod-level mechanical monster alone. The silver staff in her hand kept waving and brought it aside. The divine light on the Son of Light shone in all directions. One person fought 5 high-level legendary mechanical monsters alone. The 2 of them alone almost took on half of the pressure of the entire battle. But even so, there were still 5 high-level legendary mechanical monsters left on the field, plus more low and medium-level legends. Everyone felt a sense of powerlessness. After a difficult and long tug-of-war, the colorful glare on Eleonora's body burst out, and then suddenly condensed together. She seemed to have performed an extremely terrifying method. Everyone present felt a palpitation in their hearts. Then, a group of extremely powerful energy shock waves hit the demigod-level mechanical monster. Bang! There was a loud noise. The body of the mechanical monster exploded into pieces. Those strong men of various races showed joy in their eyes. Because the battle on Eleonora's side ended, it meant that the situation had finally changed. With her joining, those high-level legendary mechanical monsters began to be blown up one by one. Finally, when the last high-level legendary mechanical monster died, the 25th trial finally ended. At this time, except for Eleonora and the Son of Light, the others were already injured. However, even the 2 of them felt a wave of fatigue. At this time, the Son of Light, Nidus, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Now, the trial is finally over, right?" However, just as the voice fell, the system broadcast appeared again. "The endless trial is starting, the 26th challenge." The hand of the Son of Light stopped in midair. After a moment, he could only say, "Fuck." They started fighting again, until the 40th challenge began. On the side of the Giant King, a son of God with an elk head was targeted by a demigod-level mechanical life. A ball of energy suddenly spurted out from the air of the demigod-level mechanical monster. The Giant King had no time to support. He could only watch the ball of energy bombard the body. In his horrified eyes, a violent explosion rose. Boom! The Son of God with an elk head was blown to pieces on the spot. No bones left. So far, the first casualty appeared in the 4 waves of teams. Damn it! The little Giant King was furious. He directly activated some kind of secret technique, and his body suddenly increased dozens of times. Then, he dragged 2 demigod-level mechanical monsters with his own strength and fought in a group. Die! The little Giant King fell into a completely violent state, waving the giant axe in his hand wildly. Bang! 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 Each axe strike can cause ripples in the space. There are even signs of damage. You know, this is not the Holy Spirit realm. When the divine power cannot be used, the little giant king can do this. It means that he has almost broken the limit of the legend with the strength of his body alone. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the power of the little giant king is now. After a series of terrible loud noises, the two semi-god level mechanical monsters disintegrated on the spot. Then, he rushed to the legendary battlefield over there in an even more terrifying posture. With the participation of the little giant king, the battle was no longer suspenseful. After the battle, the dark god's son appeared behind him and said, "Little giant king, the situation seems to be a little wrong. According to the information we got before, the dwarves started the final trial directly after several battles. But now, we have fought 40 battles. And it looks like it's not over yet." The little giant king was calming down the boiling giant blood. He turned his head and said lightly, "Do you mean that the information the dwarves gave us is wrong? Don't forget, they are also challenging the ruins like us." However, the dark god said, "Yes, they are challenging the ruins. But who knows if they have other ways? After all, this secret realm has always been in the hands of the dwarves. No one present knows this secret realm as thoroughly as the dwarves." The little giant king was puzzled. "Do you mean that the dwarves cheated us?" The dark god did not deny it, just said that there is this possibility. After hearing this, the little giant king couldn't help but fall into thought. Then, he shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. We, the giants, and the dwarves have just ended the war. The Holy Spirit realm cannot have internal strife. This is a rule set by the kings of the 3 major tribes. If the dwarves want to break this agreement, they will be besieged by the 2 tribes. I think these dwarves should not dare to bear such consequences." The dark sun was silent for a moment. It seemed that what the little giant king said made sense. "I hope so." After that, after more than 20 challenges, there were casualties in the team again. 2 people died on Eleonora's side. Now there are only 7 people left. She was pushed to the limit. She even took out her small wooden boat. But it still didn't stop the death of the team members. Looking at the bodies of her companions, Eleonora's eyes showed strong self-blame. The gods and goddesses beside her came forward to comfort her. After all, they also knew that it was not Eleonora's fault. Eleonora regrouped. She also knew that this was not a solution. She was even considering whether to show her strongest fighting form in front of him. When the 80th challenge began, Han Xing summoned the Xiongling Gongtu, combined with the legendary skill Shattered Moon, and blew up the body of a demigod with 1 arrow. At this time, Han Xing asked, "Brothers, how many legendary skills are left?" Everyone took a look and reported their own. Xin Yun took the lead and said, "Brother Xing, I have used my legendary skills, and I have 1 sun left, which can burst out another wave. I have 1 god and go sword technique left, which can also burst out another wave," Cheng Jianyong reported. As for Zhang Lianmen and Su Xiuyang's legendary skills, and the secret arts of the church, in the previous challenge stage, they have been used. Han Xing glanced at his skill bar. For the burst skill, there is 1 unique skill left, the arrow of the falling sun. Add the special effects of several holy equipment. If we want to fight a protracted war, it is not enough. At this time, Han Xing asked, "Where are the legendary points given for repelling the guy last time? Is it enough to draw the second skill?" Everyone took a look and replied, "Enough." Han Xing's face was happy after hearing this. "Okay, then draw." The 4 people nodded at the same time after hearing this. Then, they all started to draw legendary skills. A white light flashed across everyone's body. Then, with a look of surprise on their faces, they looked at Han Xing. Seeing their expressions, Han Xing knew. The newly drawn skills must be very powerful. They didn't keep it a secret. They directly posted the 4 newly drawn legendary skills to the team chat channel. Legendary skill Archangel Advent. Summon the phantom of the 6-winged Archangel, causing all enemies to enter the judgment state, increasing the attack power of all friendly units by 100%, speeding up the vitality recovery speed by 100%, and all attacks are accompanied by the Holy Light Sanction effect. Legendary skill Sky-splitting sword. Concentrate all strength and slash out the fastest and strongest sword, causing damage to a single enemy equal to attack power plus strength asterisk 500%, and the sword energy wielded can cause damage to the enemy equal to agility asterisk 400%. Legendary skill Starburst. Summon a phantom of a planet, smash it hard at the target, and then detonate the planet, causing the enemy to fall into a state of dizziness for 1 second. The planet explosion damage is equal to magic damage asterisk 3000%. Legendary skill Tree of Life. Summon the phantom of the Tree of Life. so that all friendly players can recover the health value of agility *120% per second and have a life field effect. All team members can only receive damage no more than 50% of the upper limit of health at a time, and can be forced to retain 1 point of vitality when they receive fatal damage. Seeing these 4 skill attributes, Han Xing also showed surprise in his eyes. Obviously, these 4 skills are very powerful and have their own characteristics. Shen Yun finally drew a legendary auxiliary skill. From the skill description, the effect is very terrifying. With Su Shuyang's Tree of Life, everyone can almost achieve an immortal effect. Needless to say, Zhang Lianming's Starburst and Cheng Jianyong's Sky-Splitting Sword are pure offensive skills, and the damage is very terrifying. Wanlu Shenzi, who was standing by, lay exhausted on the ground. Although he didn't understand what Han Xing and the others were saying, but he could feel that the strength of these people seemed to have become stronger invisibly. It was not the obvious strength of attribute improvement, but a deeper improvement. It was similar to the Dwarf King, a very condensed feeling. At this time, Han Xing looked at his remaining legendary points. Remaining legendary points, 273. It had been a long time since he extracted the 3rd legendary skill. After experiencing so many events, he finally saved enough legendary points for the 4th skill. Han Xing took a deep breath and said, "Now, it's my turn. Do you want to consume 200 legendary points and extract the 4th exclusive skill of the Wild Ranger?" "Yes." However, when Han Xing just clicked to confirm. A completely different feeling. This feeling is not like extracting a legendary skill, but like when Han Xing learned the special skill, Arrow of the Falling Sun. Han Xing's eyes widened. Fuck. Isn't it really a special skill? As soon as the voice fell, a white light seemed to cross countless spaces and appeared above Han Xing's head. At this moment, a large number of memories poured out of Han Xing's mind. Extraction successful, has learned the exclusive skill of the Wild Ranger, special skill Endless Arrow Prison. When the system prompts the end, a terrifying aura rose from Han Xing's body. It was as if a demon king from hell had awakened. The son of God Wan Lu on the ground felt even more frightened. Everyone looked at Han Xing's changes in surprise. They knew it without looking. The skill Han Xing extracted must be very terrifying. Han Xing directly attached the attributes of this skill. Unique skill Endless Arrow Prison, change the surrounding environment, summon the 10,000 arrows hell, reduce the enemy's ability to move by 80%, and forcibly seal the divine power. Ineffective against true god level creatures. The attack power of all arrows of the Wild Ranger is increased by 500%, and the endless arrow rain lasts for 60 seconds. For each enemy killed, the duration is extended by 5 seconds. The maximum limit is 300 seconds. There is no doubt. This unique skill is very terrifying. Only in terms of attack coefficient, it has exceeded the Arrow of the Falling Sun. In addition, there is also a control and divine power seal effect. It can be said that Han Xing now has a powerful trump card again. Hiss. It's so scary. Cheng Jianyong was amazed. Is this a special skill? It's so much better than the legendary skill. Others also showed surprise in their eyes. Han Xing's strength also made them feel very relieved. Shen Yun said at this time, "Brother Xing, now we have all drawn new skills. We should be able to persist in the challenge of more than 10 levels, right?" However, Han Xing shook his head when he heard the voice broadcast. "We can't go on like this. We have already completed 80 challenges. We don't know how many trials there are in the future. Even if we can persist to the end, I guess there won't be many skills left. Don't even think about the ultimate trial. And I always feel that this kind of challenge seems to have no upper limit at all." Hearing this, everyone also showed a thoughtful look in their eyes. Wanlu couldn't help but get up from the ground and said, "Master Han Xing, do you have any ideas?" Han Xing spread his hands. "No. However, if it is really what I said, this challenge stage is endless. Then I don't mind using some violent means." Wanlu was puzzled. The violent means Han Xing mentioned were naturally to remove the tail sting of the beast. Then he began to destroy it. He didn't believe that if he demolished this relic, this challenge could continue. It seemed that he heard Han Xing's threat. The relic challenge ended at the 82nd time. A different voice broadcast appeared. Chapter 382. A different voice broadcast appeared. Challengers, please note that you have completed all challenges. Please go to the end of the passage to receive your rewards. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads, including Eleonora and the little giant king. Their eyes, which had been desperate, at this moment, suddenly became extremely surprised. At the end of the 4 passages, a large black box appeared. This box is at least 5 or 6 times larger than the previous relic challenge. Eleonora took a deep breath, forced herself to cheer up and said, "It's over. We finally succeeded." The remaining sons and daughters of gods couldn't help but cheer at this moment. Great! Long live the goddess! Long live the Son of Light! They knew that if Eleonora and the Son of Light were not there this time, everyone would have absolutely no hope of passing the level. For a moment, there was already a strong admiration in his eyes. When he looked at Eleonora, the same situation happened to the little giant king. Everyone felt extremely happy after escaping from a desperate situation. In the trial passage where Han Xing was, he led his team members and walked to the end of the passage first. When he saw the big black box, Wan Lu's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously wanted to rush over and open the box. However, he thought that Han Xing and the others were still here, and retreated awkwardly. Han Xing didn't care. He walked over directly and opened the box. Inside, there was a full of Insect King stone and Catastrophe God gold. On top, there were several bottles of crystal clear potions and ancient weapons, and a yellowed blueprint. A quick look showed that there were at least 70,000 or 80,000 Insect King stones. Wan Lu's eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed, "Oh my god! So many Insect King stones, and also the Catastrophe God gold." Wan Lu may not have seen so many precious materials before, and he couldn't help but exclaim. If it was before this, Han Xing and the others might have been surprised. But as they had copied so many ruins nests, for this little material, Han Xing was no longer very interested. Under Wan Lu's eager eyes, Han Xing directly collected all the things inside. Obtained Insect King Stone 88746, Catastrophe God Gold *437, Gene Enhancement Agent, Improved, *5, Primary Ancient Weapon. Obtained High-Level Ancient Weapon Blueprint, Frozen Star Cannon. Frozen Star Cannon. A smile appeared at the corner of Han Xing's mouth. The first high-level ancient weapon blueprint since entering the ruins. Finally got it. Most of what we found in those ruins before were finished ancient weapons. A small number of primary and intermediate ancient weapon blueprints. In this so-called original number 5 ruins, we finally got blueprints that are comparable to the Psychic God Slaying Cannon. Frozen Star Cannon, the name sounds awesome. Han Xing put away the blueprints first, ready to check them out after he went out. Then, he waved his hand, and threw a large pile of Insect King stones, and a bottle of Gene Enhancement Potion in front of Wan Lu. Wan Lu asked with a puzzled look, "Master Han Xing, what is this?" Han Xing smiled and said, "What is this?" "This is, of course, the spoils are divided. Here are 20,000 Insect King stones. The Catastrophe Divine Gold is useful to me, so I give you a little more of the Insect King stone. Do you have any objection?" Of course, even if Wan Lu had an objection, it would be useless, because Han Xing would not share the Catastrophe Divine Gold. Wan Lu looked at the pile of materials in front of him and shook his head and said, "Lord Han Xing, I can't take these. I didn't do much, I just followed you the whole time. You gave me so much at once, I was afraid you were going to sell me out." Han Xing glared at him after hearing this. "What the hell are you talking about? Why should I sell you out? If I want to sell you out, I sell your grandfather out. He must have a lot of semi-god level life tree hearts on him. That's what's valuable." "Lord Han Xing, you're joking?" Wan Lu laughed a few times, and didn't take Han Xing's joking words to heart. But what he didn't know was, Han Xing was serious. He really wanted to get the life tree heart on the ancient tree of the Cheongan Song. This thing works so well. Han Xing has eaten 3 pills now, and his power and health have increased dramatically. According to the description on the system, he can eat 2 more pills. It can be increased further. In addition, Han Xing wants to get a few pills for the team members to improve together. I don't know if there are so many life tree hearts on the ancient tree. Han Xing retracted his thoughts, and looked at Wan Lu and said, "Put it away." Wan Lu nodded, and stopped refusing. He stretched out a slender branch, and swept it to the ground. The pile of Insect King stones, and Gene Enhancement Potions disappeared instantly. At this time, Wan Lu took the bottle of Gene Enhancement Potion and said, "This thing, I seem to have heard my grandfather talk about it. It's a potion that can enhance physical fitness." Han Xing smiled and said, "If you want to become like those bugs, you can try it." However, Wan Lu shook his head after hearing this. "No, Master Han Xing. This potion, my tribe has traded with the dwarves many times before. We also know that this potion has the risk of mutation." "But?" Speaking of this, Wan Lu paused. "But, my tribe has discovered a special method that can effectively reduce or even eliminate the mutation of this potion." Han Xing was stunned for a moment after hearing this. "What did you say? There will be no mutation?" There was a hint of shock in his tone. Wan Lu seemed to know that Han Xing would be surprised. He said with some pride, "Yes. The method is to use the life tree heart of our tribe to neutralize it. The powerful vitality contained in the tree heart will dilute the unstable factors in the potion. This is a little secret that our tree spirit tribe has secretly researched. Even the dwarves themselves don't know." Wan Lu's tone was very confident. Besides, it doesn't need a very strong life tree heart. For a potion like this, you only need to add a 4-star dominant level life tree heart. When he finished speaking, Han Xing looked at this guy deeply. Sure enough, there are no fools in this world. Even if the ancient tree was eroded by the curse, and could not move for so many years, but it is still looking for ways to improve itself. Even the dwarves didn't know that the probability of mutation can be reduced through the life tree heart. But they have researched it. At this time, the voice broadcast appeared again. The endless trial has ended. Please all challengers, go to the central laboratory in front, start the ultimate trial, or choose to leave the current ruins. In front of Han Xing, a deep passage appeared again. Everyone looked at Han Xing. Han Xing said directly, "Let's go in." Then, the 6 people stepped into the passage together. After walking for more than 10 minutes. Finally, an open scene appeared in front of them. It seemed to be a huge laboratory square. There were some dilapidated instruments on both sides. The next moment, the 6 people stepped into the laboratory square. The passage behind disappeared again. At this time, Han Xing almost understood something. This relic definitely has extremely strong technological means. Not only can it infinitely create mechanical puppets with demigod-level combat power, it can also change the terrain at will. At this time, 3 different passages appeared out of thin air in the other 3 directions. It was the other 3 waves of teams. When the group of strong men from various tribes walked out together, the passage behind was closed. Han Xing discovered Eleonora and the little giant king all had tired faces. Moreover, there were a few fewer people. Eleonora had about 4 fewer people. The little giant king had 3 fewer people. In other words, 82 trials. They lost 7 strong men. Moreover, these strong men were all important figures from various tribes. If the strong men from the big tribes had sensed it, they would probably be going crazy at this time. However, the dwarves did not suffer any casualties. Moreover, there were not many injuries on their bodies. Noticed Han Xing's gaze. The dwarves also looked over. Then, they showed an interested look and looked Han Xing up and down. It seemed that they were also a little surprised to see Han Xing, and the others were safe and sound. Others were even more shocked. This group of human race actually completed the trial. And there was no loss of personnel. As a person who experienced 82 challenges, they clearly knew how abnormal the difficulty of this relic trial was. And this also showed the strength of this group of human race far exceeded everyone's expectations. Eleonora said with a greeting tone, "Han Xing, are you all right?" Han Xing nodded. "That's good." Eleonora breathed a sigh of relief. Han Xing gradually moved his gaze back from the group of dwarves. At this time, the voice broadcast appeared. "Attention all challengers, you have successfully passed the endless trial, and your strength has been recognized by the number 5 original ruins. Now, you can choose to start the final trial, or give up. Teams that choose to give up can leave the number 5 original ruins through the transmission channel." After the broadcast ended, in the distance, a dark purple transmission channel appeared. Through that channel, everyone can leave directly. At this moment, the 4 teams fell into silence. None of them spoke. Compared to the confidence when they first entered, 82 endless trials made them exhausted. Also wiped out the sharpness in their hearts. Aside, the dwarf legends exchanged glances with each other. One of the dwarves holding a chain hammer spoke first. "Everyone, let's continue. It's so hard to pass the previous challenges, so we have to go to the end, right?" Eleonora thought for a moment and asked, "Brother Galiki, please tell me, do you know what the ultimate challenge is like? How difficult is it?" Eleonora asked the question that everyone wanted to know most. However, the dwarf shook his head and said, "I don't know too much. We only know that the difficulty of the ultimate trial is different every time. Just like this endless trial, the last time we came in, there were only more than 20 trials. But now, it has soared to more than 80. Hearing this, everyone's eyes showed a thoughtful look. For a moment, they were still a little hesitant. At this moment, the dwarf legend said again, "However, I suggest that we still give it a try. After all, the ultimate challenge is likely to have a god-killing weapon. That is a divine object that can increase the foundation of a race." Hearing the name of the god-killing weapon, Everyone seemed to be persuaded by the dwarf. They were all a little shaken. At this moment, the Son of Light took the lead and said, I choose to start the ultimate trial. Hearing this, the group of dwarves looked at the Son of Light with admiration. Neotos, you are very good and courageous. The Son of Light did not react to the praise of the group of dwarves. Behind the Son of Light, several strong men from various races also chose to start the trial. The Son of Light looked at Eleonora. Here, her reputation can be said to surpass everyone. As long as she agrees, there will be basically no problem. At this moment, Eleonora is still hesitating. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. I'm not coming, you guys play by yourselves. Hearing this, the strong men of various races all looked over. They found that the one who spoke was the human race. For a moment, there were surprises in their eyes. After all, they finally passed the team trial. They paid a lot of sacrifices to get to this point. This human race actually gave up just like that? Brother Hanxing, it's already this time, are you sure you want to give up? Eleonora asked. Hanxing nodded without hesitation. That's right, I give up. Don't you think about it? The endless trials ahead are already so difficult, let alone the ultimate challenge. By then, even if you succeed in the challenge, how many people will survive? After hearing this, the Son of Light asked, Are you scared? Were you quite arrogant at the beginning? Hanxing spread his hands and said indifferently, If you say so, then so be it. Anyway, I don't want to go through this boring trial. In Hanxing's eyes, no matter how tempting the challenge reward is, you have to be alive to get it. Besides, he has now entered the ruins. Next, you just need to find those hidden passages, and then break them open. If you find the resource storage room of this ruins, you can directly take it all. There's no need to fight them to death here. After saying that, Hanxing led the team members and turned to the teleportation array. The Son of Light wanted to say something. Before he could speak, on the side, the Son of Darkness and the little giant king looked at each other. They said together, We give up too. At this moment, Eleonora and the group of dwarves were a little surprised. Including the strong men of other races, they looked at Eleonora with doubtful eyes and asked, Brother Elrich, what happened? With your personality, you shouldn't give up so easily, right? She asked the Son of Darkness. However, the Son of Darkness on the opposite side looked at Eleonora and smiled. Nothing happened. I just feel a little powerless. If you want to take something you don't have the ability to take, you may pay with your life. The eyelids of the Son of Light trembled. He knew that Elrich was talking about himself. The little giant king said, I think so too. After that, he and the Son of Darkness turned around and left together. So many masters left at once. The warriors of various tribes on the field felt uneasy. The thought of giving up appeared in their hearts again. At this moment, the dwarf warrior said, Dark God's son, little giant king. What are you doing? Your tribe has spent a lot of resources to fight for this quota for you. And you just give up. You don't want the god-killing weapon anymore? How are you going to explain to your masters when you go back? Without waiting for everyone to speak, the Dark God's son asked first, You ask what we are doing. I want to know what you dwarves are doing. Before this, you didn't tell me that this primitive ruins is so difficult, right? Even when I and the little giant king joined forces, there were casualties. At this time, I was thinking, how many of you dwarves can have our strength? How did you get the previous god-killing weapons? Do you want to explain it to us first? After hearing what the Dark God said, everyone on the field thought of this. Including Hanxing, they also stopped temporarily and looked at the dark humanoid creature. The Dark God's mind is meticulous, beyond imagination. At this moment, one of the 7 dwarves said, We don't know what happened. But this time, the primitive ruins did undergo some different changes. I said, It was not like this last time. He seemed to feel a little guilty. After hearing this, the Dark God chuckled again and said, Really? Then can you please explain why the 7 of you combined are not as strong as us? How did you manage to pass the 82 trials without any damage? The dwarf warriors were choked with words, because they couldn't think of any reasonable explanation at once. At this time, the group of dwarves looked at Hanxing and his friends, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Then why don't you talk about those human beings? There are fewer people than us, but there are no casualties? If they can do it, we can do it too. However, the Dark God laughed and said, Others can do it without any damage because they have the strength to do so. If we fight alone, no one on the field can be a match for Brother Hanxing. And you are just the fighting power of high-level legends. Even if you all come together, you are still no match for me and the little giant king. To be honest, I can't think of how you passed the challenge. Or do you have any hidden means that you haven't told us? At this moment, The atmosphere in the entire laboratory hall became a little solemn. The more the dark god said, the more everyone felt that there was something wrong with this group of dwarves. Their faces also changed. The light god on the side seemed to realize something, and he asked loudly, "What are you guys hiding? Hurry up and tell me." Han Xing was more direct. "Why do you have to explain so much to them? Wouldn't it be better to just take it down directly?" Chapter 383. Han Xing said directly, "Why explain so much to them? Wouldn't it be better to just take them down? As long as we control these guys, there are ways to make them talk." After hearing this, the group of dwarves were immediately angry and said, "You dare! We are the dwarves. You dare to attack us in the secret realm. His Majesty the King will not let you go." However, Han Xing chuckled and said, "Just let him come over, and see if I dare to do it." After saying that, Han Xing's figure disappeared directly from the spot. At the same time, a terrifying murderous intent appeared. At this moment, everyone knew that Han Xing really took action. And it was extremely decisive. Everyone's eyes changed. Although they knew that Han Xing was very arrogant. But they didn't expect that he was so lawless. This is the territory of the dwarves. Even this secret realm is controlled by them. However, the group of humans seemed to be crazy. The moment they saw Han Xing take action, everyone raised their weapons. The dark god in the distance was stunned, smiled, and shook his head and said, "Brother Han Xing, you are really swift and decisive. Even more direct than the little giant king." After he finished speaking, he disappeared and rushed towards the 7 dwarf legends. Humph! The little giant king snorted coldly, swung out his giant axe, and slashed at the group of dwarves. These people are all lawless. At this time, this character is brought to the extreme. Damn it, Dark God's son, little giant king, you are also fooling around with these humans? Among the dwarves, a high-level legend holding a chain hammer was furious. He looked at the elf goddess, Eleonora, "Help me stop them. Don't forget, we just signed the 3 Kings Covenant." They actually wanted to pull Eleonora into the camp. However, Eleonora was silent for a moment. Suddenly, a colorful glare was emitted. The target was the group of dwarves. Eleonora. The dwarves were furious. However, Eleonora said, "Don't resist. If you have any questions, wait until we control you. The 3 Kings Covenant only says that you must not attack the legends among the allies without reason. But now, I think you have signs of plotting against me, so I have to take you down first." At this moment, Han Xing looked at Eleonora with an admiring look in his eyes. This woman is not stupid. At this moment, seeing that there was no one to help them on the field, the faces of several dwarf legends were so gloomy that water was about to drip out. After a moment, the gloomy expression disappeared. They grinned at the same time, revealing a twisted smile. Are they still exposed? I wanted to use the ultimate trial to consume a little more of their strength, so that they can be put into the experimental container without any effort. Now it seems that it is not that easy. Next to him, a dwarf legend smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, we still have a chance. As long as all the limbs of these guys are cut off, and the brains are controlled by instruments, the parasitic experiment can be completed as well." The dwarf finished speaking. An evil, powerful breath suddenly erupted from the bodies of the dwarves. In an instant, it reached the limit of the legendary level. The dark god said with a smile, "You guys are indeed problematic. Everyone, take them down." At this moment, the bodies of the dwarves were still changing. They began to be covered with insect scales. Long tentacles grew on their heads. The facial features gradually became those of insects. The next moment, a creature that looked exactly like the insects in the laboratory suddenly appeared. "Take us down? Too naive. We have received the blessing of the will of the Insect King, and have infinite power." They made an unpleasant sound, like the sound of insects. Then, the 7 dwarves shouted in unison, "Descend!" Buzz, a terrifying mental force erupted from these dwarves. At this moment, they actually possessed the power of demigods, 7 demigods, and their bodies were demigods. A strong sense of oppression came over them. The many gods and goddesses on the field were overturned by this terrifying terror. Before the group of dwarves, who had turned into insects, showed a proud look, Han Xing said, "What are you guys looking at?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the Zergs turned their heads suddenly. Suddenly, they saw an arrow burning with fire coming. One of the Zerg monsters stretched out its claws, like pincers, and instantly grabbed Han Xing's arrow. The next moment, its face changed. A terrifying explosive force emerged from the arrow. It was Han Xing's explosive arrow. Boom! A mushroom cloud that was enough to cover most of the laboratory rose. A moment later, 7 figures with thick smoke emerged from it. Han Xing's arrow did not kill them instantly, but only caused some injuries. Damn aliens. Let's take this guy down first. The next moment, they all rushed towards Han Xing. And at this moment, Cheng Jianyong suddenly raised his right hand. A huge sword formation suddenly appeared and completely enveloped the entire laboratory. On the field, everyone felt a heavy pressure on their shoulders. As if they were trapped in a quagmire, their ability to move was greatly reduced. It was Cheng Jianyong's legendary skilled god and go sword art, storm style. The next moment, endless sword energy began to attack the 7 Zerg monsters. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Block it. The 7 demigod-level Zerg monsters suddenly tightened their scales. However, what they didn't know was, this would be the stupidest decision they had ever made. Han Xing ordered at this time, output at full strength. Blow them up. As soon as the words fell, the special effects on Han Xing were activated. Arrows were fired one after another like machine guns. At the same time, Su Xiaoang and Zhang Yiming's attacks also came one after another. Puff! Puff! Boom! Various signs of terror appeared, and the space that was focused on by everyone actually showed signs of breaking. The strong men of various races on the side were stunned. They didn't expect that the attacks of these humans were so fierce. They actually beat these monsters with demigod-level combat power, and had to defend. At this time, the Dark God Sun in the distance was the first to react. A black spear suddenly condensed in his hand, and the tip of the spear came with a terrifying tearing feeling. Then, he threw it out suddenly. Then, the little giant king, the elf goddess, and other powerful people from various races also launched their attacks. Crack! The space in that area was completely shattered. When Cheng Jianyong's sword formation attack ended, 4 of the 7 Zergs with demigod-level strength were blown up on the spot. Successfully killed the deformed mutant, demigod-level creature, gained 17.4 billion experience points. Successfully killed. After 4 consecutive system prompts, the last 3 deformed monsters were left on the field, looking at Han Xing and others with horror. They completely underestimated the horror of the human race. One blow directly pierced their shells, then triggered an amazing explosion in their bodies. In addition, the attacks of other powerful people. It can be said that most of the damage caused by the death of the 4 demigods was caused by these human races. Before, they just regarded the powerful people of the major races as enemies. Now they realized that they were completely wrong. These humans are the #1 enemy. However, they realized it now, but it was too late. The remaining 3 demigod-level Zergs had a tangled look on their faces. Lawrence, the plan failed, and we can only start the final stage. But that great being is still sleeping. Waking him up now will affect his recovery. It can't be affected. These humans are too strong. It won't be long before we are all wiped out by them. At this time, Han Xing's voice sounded, "What are you guys discussing behind my back?" It suddenly sounded like a devil's whisper. The 3 demigod-level Zerg creatures turned pale with fear. The next moment, an arrow was shot out. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The 3 Zerg creatures were blown back again, and before they could adjust their bodies, suddenly, they saw the strong men of various races rushing towards them from all directions. If they were surrounded, they would surely die at the critical moment. The 3 Zerg monsters didn't care about so much. They stretched out their right hands like pliers together, and then suddenly inserted them into their heads. Gulp! Gulp! It was like the sound of brains being stirred. This scene made everyone scalp numb. However, their actions seemed to stimulate some creatures to wake up. The entire original #5 ruins were shaking violently, at the same time. An extremely terrifying breath that completely exceeded the limit of demigods flashed by. Everyone felt a wave of panic in their hearts. Subconsciously, they stopped attacking. The Dark God frowned and asked, "What are you guys doing?" However, the 3 distorted Zergs did not answer. Instead, they continued to repeat the terrifying movements, stirring their brains. The tremor became stronger and stronger. The Dark God realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Interrupt them." After that, everyone attacked together. However, the 3 distorted Zergs did not resist. Instead, they knelt on their knees and lay directly on the ground. They shouted loudly, "Welcome the Zerg King." At this time, everyone noticed that an extremely powerful aura was coming. They turned their heads. They saw that the purple passage behind them was expanding rapidly. From inside, an insect's antenna emerged. That antenna alone was more than 10 kilometers long. Then, there was a huge head. Boom! When the whole head of the monster emerged from the teleportation array. The head, which was hundreds of kilometers long, looked like a planet made of insects. It also looked like a stitched monster. The whole head was made up of trillions of insect corpses. The horrible corpse stench hit them in the face. Everyone felt dizzy. Han Xing heard the prompt. You have been eroded by the corpse stench field of the Insect King. Your mental attributes are reduced by 30%, and you will be dizzy every 5 seconds. Insect King. A group of gods and goddesses shouted the name of this monster. At the same time, the attributes of the other party also appeared in front of Han Xing's Zerg Queen. Stinking Premarch, God-level creature. Level, unknown attributes, unknown skills, unknown God-level value, 100%. Note, a creature that has truly evolved its body to the extreme and ascended to the sky has the power of a general God-level creature. At this moment, everyone on the field felt a chill. A true God-level creature. I didn't expect to encounter such an enemy here. It's over, a God-level creature. Even if our clan leader comes, he is no match for this creature. How could this be? How could a God-level monster appear here? The strong men of the major clans found it unbelievable. The despair on their faces became even stronger. There was no thought of resistance. At this time, the little giant king suddenly shouted, there is still a fight. This guy, although a god-level creature, is far inferior to the gods of the Holy Spirit realm. I can sense that there is no divine power fluctuation in it. This shows that it does not have the power to control the rules. It is just that its physical body has reached the god level. Hearing this, the strong men of various races showed hope. At this time, a son of God suddenly asked, Little Giant King, you said that this monster is not a real god. Then what level is its strength? After a moment, the little giant king hesitated and said, probably, about the same as my father. When this was said, everyone rolled their eyes. You might as well not say it. Now, who the hell doesn't know that the giant king has reached the limit of demigods, and is even about to reach that realm? Although he is a demigod, he can be on par with ordinary gods. If the monster in front of him has this level of power, then they will have no hope of winning. It's over, we're dead now. At this moment, the Insect King's body has already drilled out halfway. At this time, they seem to have thought of something. It turned out that the purple passage did not lead to the outside world. It led to where the Insect King was. This primitive ruins. From the time they entered, they had no intention of letting anyone out. Everyone couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, they didn't leave through the teleportation array just now. Otherwise, there is a high probability that they will appear directly next to the Insect King. Facing a god-level creature, they don't even know how they died. Hurry up. Otherwise there will be no chance. Little Giant King said anxiously. After speaking, Little Giant King took the lead in exerting the power of blood. His body instantly expanded to several thousand meters in size, almost reaching the ceiling of this laboratory. In this state, he is the real strength of the giant clan. After the words fell, Little Giant King chopped down with an axe. There were cracks in the space. At the same time, other sons of God attacked one after another. Including Han Xing and his attacks, they also focused together. Compared with the previous focus on the 7 demigods, more terrifying attacks bombarded. However, when the noise dissipated, Han Xing noticed that the body of the Insect King was not damaged at all. Even on the shell, there were only a few slight white marks. Han Xing checked the attributes of this guy. God body value, 99.7%. Everyone rolled their eyes. Compared with the God of Tricks, the strength of this guy's god body is obviously more terrifying. At that time, the 5 people concentrated their firepower and knocked down 0.1% of the divine body value. But after such a long time, they have gained a lot of improvement again. In addition, there are more than a dozen strong men from various races who attack this time. Their full-strength attack is not inferior to that of demigods. It can be said that, just now, at least a dozen demigods attacked and concentrated their firepower at the same time. However, after a wave of attacks, only 0.3% of the divine body value was knocked down. It is really outrageous, at this moment. The mother body of the Insect Emperor was attacked and trembled. Its insect-like compound eyes stared at everyone, and a fascinating cold light flashed in its eyes. But fortunately, this guy is not in existence that truly masters the rules. So they didn't deprive Han Xing and the others of their vision or suppress their attributes. At the same time, the Insect King's mother body also saw the largest Little Giant King. It was him who had just caused the most damage to himself. The next moment, one of its tentacles waved. It was so fast that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Almost in a flash, all the space along the way collapsed instantly. A look of horror flashed in the eyes of the little giant king. Not good. He just wanted to dodge. However, with his speed, how could he be faster than a real god-level creature? The next moment. Snap! A terrifying sound of flesh appeared. The huge body of the little giant king was instantly pulled away. Boom! Like a mountain collapsing. The little giant king flew backwards tens of thousands of meters. Then he hit the wall of the ruins heavily, and spit out a mouthful of blood. He opened his right hand, and said with shock on his face, So strong. The little giant king wanted to say something, but he fainted directly. At the same time, others looked at the little giant king in horror. After he fainted, his body began to shrink rapidly. It's over, the little giant king has fallen. Who can stop this Zerg queen now? The Zerg queen glanced at everyone on the field. Her eyes looked at ants. A tentacle came again. The space collapsed. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Even the little giant king couldn't block this attack. If it were them, they would die without knowing how they died. They all cried out in surprise. Run! Run! Ah! Help! However, how could their speed be faster than the Zerg Queen's tentacle attack, seeing that several strong men were about to be beaten to death by the Zerg Queen on the spot? A beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. She stretched out her white jade-like hands, and suddenly grasped a tentacle of the Zerg Queen. Snap! A loud and clear sound. As expected, Eleonora was not blown away. Instead, she grabbed the tentacles of the Zerg King by force. At the same time, due to the collision of powerful forces, a 1,000-meter-long spiderweb-like crack appeared under Eleonora's feet. At this moment, it seemed as if the picture was frozen. Everyone stared at Eleonora in a daze. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. It turned out that she blocked the attack of the Zerg Queen, and she used such violent means. Everyone on the field seemed to have a sense of unreality. At this moment, Eleonora's eyes were red, and a crazy smile appeared on her face. Such a strong power, you make me more excited. Chapter 384. Eleonora kicked with one leg. The terrifying power burst out, directly kicking out a nearly 100-meter deep pit on the ground. Then, like a cannonball, it rushed madly towards the Zerg Queen. God. Goddess. Compared with the shock of the strong men of various races, Han Xing and others felt a little strange. Because Eleonora's appearance made them feel familiar. Everyone looked at Su Xiaoyang in unison. Are you two sisters who have never met? Chung Jianyong asked in surprise. Su Xiaoyang looked confused, then lowered her head shyly. I don't know. I haven't become like that for a long time. Since Su Xiaoyang teamed up with Han Xing and others, she has not encountered any life and death situations. She has not shown such terrifying power again. Now, Eleonora's performance makes everyone recall it. At this time, Han Xing said, Don't worry about Eleonora's changes. Let's do it too. Don't let that woman hold on alone. Everyone nodded together. At this moment, one of the insect legs of the Zerg Queen was held by Eleonora. No matter how it resisted, it could not pull it back. At this time, the Zerg Queen's terrifying compound eyes spun around a few times and quickly reacted. It has more than one leg. Even if this woman controls one, it can control the other insect legs and attack the opponent. The next moment, an attack came with the power to tear apart the space. Not good. The Zerg Queen wants to attack Eleonora. The Dark God's son exclaimed, and instantly understood the opponent's purpose. The next moment, it turned into a black light. It seemed to want to rush forward to stop the attack. However, the moment the Dark Godson came into contact with the attacking long leg, he felt an unimaginable force coming. The whole person was instantly hit in midair. Then he vomited a mouthful of blood. Puff! The dark body was instantly pulled away. The god-level power would be seriously injured if it came into contact with it. Seeing that no one on the field could stop the attack of the Zerg Queen, Eleonora gritted her teeth and seemed to want to take the blow. But it was obvious that with her physique, if she took the blow, she would almost certainly die. At this time, a figure holding a shield suddenly fell from the sky. He landed steadily next to Eleonora. At the moment when the insect leg attacked, Shen Yun's various equipment special effects were turned on. Shen Yun shouted, Stop! Bang! A terrifying collision sound made the nearby strong men even cover their ears, but they still resisted the headache in their brains. They tried to look at the field. They saw the figure holding the shield. At the moment of contact with the insect legs of the Insect King, he retreated dozens of meters away. Even on the ground, two gully-like cracks appeared. Despite this, the figure stopped again. He actually blocked the attack of the god-level creature like Eleonora. This figure is Shenyun, relying on the god-level shield. He resisted the attack of the Insect King with legendary strength. At this moment, the many sons and daughters of gods on the field once again looked at the strength of this group of human beings with admiration. This group of humans is too strong. They actually blocked the attack of the god-level creatures. Yes, I thought that among the humans, only the one with the bow and arrow was stronger. Now it seems that any one of them is as strong as the little giant king. The sons of God were shocked. At the same time, a sinister voice suddenly appeared behind several sons of God. What are you looking at? Hearing this voice, the sons of God felt a chill at the same time. It was discovered that it was the original 3 insects transformed from the dwarves. They were not dead yet, and they attacked everyone. The sudden attack caught the group of sons of God off guard, and at this moment, Han Xing and Su Shuyong's arrows, as well as Zhang Lianming's big fireball, suddenly appeared behind the heads of the 3 semi-god level insect monsters. Han Xing certainly did not relax his vigilance against them. The 3 demigod bugs suddenly felt a sense of crisis from behind, because they had experienced the terrifying attack of the human race. They had no choice but to give up attacking the group of sons of gods. These human races, damn it, the 3 demigod bugs said angrily. Because of Han Xing's interference, they missed the best opportunity to kill the group of sons of gods. Instead, they had to deal with the attack of Han Xing and his men. However, are the attacks of Han Xing and his men so easy to deal with? Boom! There was an explosion. The 3 demigod bugs were seriously injured again. They were blown away hundreds of meters away. The Son of Light instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed over. He fought with the 3 demigod creatures. Watching this guy's actions, Cheng Jianyong complained on the side. Damn, this Son of Light is really a cunning man. He knows he is no match for the Zerg Queen, but he doesn't want to be accused of doing nothing. He ran over to deal with the 3 seriously injured demigods. Cheng Jianyong immediately saw the Son of Light's plan. However, Han Xing didn't say much. At this time, it was good for someone to take on the pressure of the 3 demigods. At the same time, the rescued strong men of various races looked at Han Xing with gratitude. Just when they thought the situation was finally going to stabilize. Pa! Pa! 2 loud noises. Eleonora and Shenyun were blown away at the same time. The 2 flew back thousands of meters. Attacks from divine creatures are not so easy to take. Seeing that the attack of the Zerg King was about to come. At this time, Han Xing said, "What other means do you have, sons and daughters of gods from the big clans? Use them all? This time, the elders in your clan didn't give you any means of self-defense." However, they looked at Han Xing with helplessness. The previous endless trials made them use too many trump cards. Even if they had already used them up. Even Eleonora's combat form had been used. It can be seen that they have really reached the point of being at the end of their rope. And this also shows. This Zerg passed the endless trials. The purpose of consuming everyone's strength has been achieved. At this time, the little giant king fainted. Eleonora and Shenyun were blown away. The Dark Sun was also severely injured. The Light Sun was also fighting with the 3 demigod-level Zergs. On the field, there was no one who could deal with the Zerg King. Han Xing thought for a moment, you guys, you all acted so arrogantly outside, I thought you were so awesome. But now, you have no tricks at all. They were embarrassed to be scolded by Han Xing. The group of god sons lowered their heads. At this time, Han Xing pulled out an arrow. He said to himself in his heart, "Damn it, you still have to rely on me in the end." As he pulled the bowstring. The next moment, the scene of the entire laboratory changed instantly. Above everyone's head, a dark red sky and a dark earth suddenly appeared. The boundless land was full of broken weapons and dry bones. Countless wronged souls wandered and floated in the distance. It was as if they were suddenly in hell. A sudden scene. Everyone was confused. Including the Zerg Queen, whose 2 round eyes were also scanning the surroundings in confusion. However, Cheng Jianyong and Zhang Lianming and others on the side had their eyes lit up. Because they knew. This was a special skill that Han Xing had just drawn. Endless Arrow Prison. It can directly change the surrounding environment, although they didn't know whether this special skill could cause damage to god-level creatures. But they believed that Han Xing must have his own reasons for using this skill at this time. At this time, Han Xing shot an arrow, and then shot it directly. Swish. An arrow with red light shot towards the Zerg Queen at an extremely fast speed. After the 5-fold attack bonus of the Endless Arrow Prison, the attack power of this arrow reached an unparalleled level. Puff! The Zerg Queen was too big to dodge. When the arrow entered her body, It triggered the explosion effect of the dragon hunting arrow technique again. Boom! A burst of black smoke rose. At this time, Han Xing glanced at the attribute panel of the Zerg Queen. Divine Power, 99.6%. Effective. Han Xing's arrow just now directly took away 0.1% of the Zerg Queen's divine power. It was comparable to the full-strength attack that everyone had focused on before. If it was replaced by a mid-level demigod, he would have been killed on the spot. If someone could stop the Zerg Queen and let him output with peace of mind. Han Xing even had confidence. In the Endless Arrow prison, before the duration ended, kill this Zerg Queen. Of course, the premise is that the other party will not resist. At this moment, the Zerg Queen seemed to look at Han Xing in surprise. The arrow just now actually made it feel a sense of crisis. At this moment, more arrows from Han Xing were already coming like a storm. Boom! After a terrifying explosion, the body of the Zerg Queen dropped again. The Zerg Queen seemed to be completely enraged. It raised its head and made a sharp hissing sound. All the sons of gods who heard this sound felt a sharp pain in their heads. However, Han Xing shouted, "Shen Yun, cooperate with me." After that, Han Xing rushed over directly. Everyone was confused. Especially when they saw Han Xing rushing over. Everyone's pupils suddenly widened. "Lord Han Xing, what are you going to do?" Wan Lu asked in confusion. But Shen Yun understood. He directly threw a holy light shield and archangel protection to Han Xing. The Zerg Queen's mental attack was greatly weakened. Han Xing felt that the splitting headache was instantly relieved a lot. However, the second wave of attack from the Zerg Queen had already arrived. A 10,000-meter long insect leg. At an unimaginable speed, it suddenly came. "Oh no, Master Han Xing!" Wan Lu in the back exclaimed. However, Han Xing did not retreat but advanced. Like a suicide attack, he rushed towards the Zerg Queen. At this moment, the strong men of various races holding their heads seemed to have seen something horrible. Each of them had an incomprehensible look on their faces. They didn't understand why Han Xing did this. This was simply a suicidal act. Obviously, there was already a way to hurt the Zerg Queen. Next, just look for an opportunity to repel the enemy. Including the Zerg Queen was very surprised. However, it did not show any mercy when it attacked. The Zerg Queen directly pulled out the insect leg again. At this moment, Han Xing's figure flashed. He shouted to the back. "Throw the skill." Shen Yun understood instantly. He raised the holy hammer directly. At the same time, a huge six-winged archangel phantom appeared. On the field, the eyesight of all the strong men was forcibly deprived. The eyes became white. It was Shen Yun's legendary skill. Legendary skill Archangel Judgment. Summon the Archangel Phantom, causing all enemies to fall into a state of forced blindness. The Archangel Phantom continues to drop the holy light wings, and continuously bombards the enemy with holy light. The explosion coefficient of each wave is the spirit attribute *10. This skill can make all enemies on the field blind. Those gods and goddesses did not join Han Xing's team. In the system's judgment, they are of course their enemies. However, although this skill can deprive other gods and goddesses of their sight, but it cannot have an effect on god-level creatures. For example, the insect queen on the field is still looking directly at Han Xing. The next moment when the insect legs attacked, a trace of victory appeared on Han Xing's mouth. In the blank eyes of the Zerg Queen, a gem throne suddenly appeared under him, and Han Xing's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Pop! The insect legs attack missed. Space cracks appeared on the spot. When the Zerg Queen saw Han Xing's figure again, she saw that the other party had appeared in her back area. The Zerg Queen quickly turned her head. "I give you an injection today. Let you have a taste of my power," Han Xing said with a strange smile. In the blank eyes of the Zerg Queen, she saw that human suddenly took out a huge tail thorn. The moment this thing appeared, all the strong men on the field felt a tearing sensation all over their bodies. Many people even had blood oozing out of their bodies. A more terrifying momentum than the Zerg Queen rose. What happened? How could there be such a terrible power? So terrifying. The group of sons of God looked ahead blankly, but because their vision was deprived, they had no idea what was happening outside. However, the Zerg Queen saw it clearly. When it saw the 100-meter-long tail thorn in Han Xing's hand, suddenly, a look of fear appeared in its eyes. Because it felt a deadly sense of crisis on it, this feeling only happened last time, when the world they were in experienced a doomsday catastrophe. It had only experienced it before. At this time, the Zerg Queen suddenly thought, if she was stabbed by that thing, she would definitely die. The Zerg Queen was about to resist. However, How could Han Xing give it a chance? He aimed directly at the back of the Zerg Queen and stabbed it violently. Moreover, this attack also used the venom stored on the giant beast's tail sting, which is the effect of the giant beast's poison. Extreme giant beast poison. The tail sting contains the deadly toxin of the beast. The target stabbed will be instantly inflicted with 100 layers of the giant beast's poison effect, which can cause damage to the true god. Han Xing smiled and said, "Mine is very big, you have to bear it." In an instant, the face of the Zerg Queen became twisted. It was as ugly as eating feces. The part of its back that was pierced by the giant beast's tail began to turn blue and purple. And it was still spreading at a terrifying speed. Almost in the blink of an eye. It directly covered the whole body. There was a look of fear in the eyes of the Zerg Queen. It made a hoarse insect sound. Hiss, hiss. It seemed to be in great pain. Han Xing had experienced the poison of the giant beast once before, and knew clearly how terrifying it was. However, it was the remaining poison mist, and it only had one layer of toxin effect. But now, it was the more terrifying extreme giant beast poison. And it was a full 100 layers. Han Xing saw with his own eyes the huge body of the Zerg Queen. It began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. It even dissolved into black pus. First, its insect legs melted halfway. Without support, the Zerg Queen fell down. Boom! It was like a mountain of corpses collapsed. Then, more parts of the body festered and melted. The thick black water flooded like a flood. Splash! Everyone heard the sound of water, and the painful screams of the Zerg Queen. But they didn't know what happened. When all the noise disappeared, the shadow of the six-winged archangel in the sky disappeared. Everyone regained their vision. But the next moment, everyone couldn't help but wipe their eyes. Because they saw the Zerg Queen, who was so huge that she looked like a planet, disappeared directly on the spot. And the ground of the laboratory. A layer of black pus that was hundreds of meters deep had accumulated. The stench hit them in the face. At this moment, a terrifying thought came to everyone's mind. Could the Zerg Queen be dead? They were shocked by their own thoughts. However, the facts were in front of them. The Zerg Queen was really dead. A god-level creature was really dead. Who did it was self-evident. At this moment, all the sons and daughters of God looked at Han Xing with fear, including Eleonora. She looked at Han Xing with complicated eyes. No wonder, when she said that the Ogre Lord was going to trouble him. The other party was not worried at all. In this situation now. Let alone the Ogre Lord. I'm afraid that even if the Elf King came in person, he would die on the spot. This man actually has the means to kill gods. This is even enough to dominate the Holy Spirit realm, at this time. Han Xing ignored the psychological activities of those sons of God. Instead, he looked at the system prompt just now. Successfully killed the Zerg Queen. God-level creature. Gained 102.83 billion experience points and 100 legendary points. Survivor Han Xing. Because of your outstanding performance, this time the legendary points will be increased by 200. A full trillion experience points made the 5 people on the field rise a white light at the same time. They upgraded. Everyone upgraded to level 57. Yes, because they were in a team state, and they had attacked the Zerg Queen before. So, they could all share the experience. In addition to a huge amount of experience, they also gained 100 legendary points. And Han Xing got 300 points. This means that except for Han Xing, they could all draw another legendary skill. Chapter 385. And at this moment, another reminder appeared beside Han Xing's ear. Survivors, please note that the Zerg Queen is a creature that has become a god in another way. She has not mastered the rules of the Holy Spirit realm, so she cannot trigger the first kill reward. Didn't the first kill reward trigger? Han Xing thought. After a moment, he said with some pain, "Damn it, I'm at a loss. The extreme giant beast poison of the giant beast's tail has only 3 chances to be used. Now, Han Xing has used it once. Although so many experience and legendary points were given, the reward was acceptable. But it was still far below Han Xing's expectations. Han Xing gritted his teeth secretly and said, "Damn it, I must find the resource storage room of this ruins. Otherwise, I can't make up for my loss." And at this moment, the entire ruin seemed to have undergone some unexpected changes due to the death of the Zerg Queen. It actually began to tremble violently. Alarm! Alarm! The core of the original ruins is under attack by an unknown force, and the operating system is faulty. Adjusting all the ruined systems in the Zerg world. The dazzling red light kept flashing above everyone's heads. The group of godsons were confused. But Han Xing understood that this might be because he killed the Zerg Queen, causing a chain reaction. Not only that, All the ruins in the entire secret realm underwent drastic changes at the moment the alarm sounded. Boom! The ruins were shaking continuously. All the deformed monsters sealed in the jars woke up. The moment they opened their eyes, they murmured at the same time. Queen! The earth was shaking continuously. Even more, many ruins buried deep underground gradually surfaced. Just then, in a huge primitive ruin, a cockroach monster in an officer's uniform awakened. It broke the tank directly, and quickly understood what happened. Damn! A worm mother died. How is this possible? The cockroach general's eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that the power of that big world has come? But I didn't get any relevant information. After thinking for a moment, the cockroach general ordered, "Wake up the worm mothers of other ruins as soon as possible. All Zerg, enter the first level of alert." At the same time, outside the secret realm, the Dwarf King was stationed near the teleportation array. Suddenly, he felt a strange power surging inside. Next to him, a two-headed ogre as big as a mountain stared at the teleportation array with a fierce look. "Dwarf King, when will they come out? I must find the murderer who killed my offspring." The Dwarf King glanced at him and said, "Ogre Lord, your offspring may have died in the danger of the ruins. It has nothing to do with other sons of God." However, the Ogre Lord said angrily, "I don't believe it. Guliki has the ancient bloodline of my ogre clan, and his talent is even better than mine. Others are alive. How could Guliki die? If I find him, I must make him pay with blood, no matter who he is." However, the Dwarf King asked, "If it is the little giant king, the son of light and others, would you dare to make them pay with blood?" The breath of the Ogre Lord stagnated. After a moment, it said angrily, "Even if it is the little giant king and the elf goddess, I will ask them for an explanation." The Dwarf King smiled and said, "Guillotine, if you want an explanation, go and ask their adults. In our dwarf kingdom, I will not let you do it." After saying that, he looked at the Ogre Lord with a warning. The Ogre Lord was full of anger. But it is not a fool. It knows who can afford to offend and who can't. Obviously, it is not the opponent of the Dwarf King. The Dwarf King had a faint smile on his face, as if everything was under control. At this moment, his face suddenly changed. In the distance, many demigod-level auras flew over at a high speed. Those auras seemed to be strong people of other races. Among them, there were several old acquaintances of his. The Dwarf King looked puzzled. So many old guys came to my dwarf kingdom. What happened? He immediately thought of the ancient ruins. This time, all the major races paid a certain price to get the opportunity to enter the ruins. Their son of God is still in the ruins at this time. Could it be that something went wrong inside? The Dwarf King thought. At the same time, a demigod creature with an elk head on its head turned into a stream of light and rushed over. The voice came before the person arrived. "Crumman, my son of God had an accident in your secret realm, did you know?" The Dwarf King looked puzzled. Before he could speak, the demigods of other races spoke one after another. "And my son of God, Ikes, has also lost contact with me. My tribe's goddess Yernafin." And the Dwarf King was shocked. So many gods and goddesses died? What happened? Could it be that something happened in the ruins? Before the Dwarf King could react, suddenly, he felt that the 7 high-level legends in his tribe had also lost contact with him. "Oh no!" The Dwarf King was shocked. "My tribe's legend is also dead." At this time, inside the original ruins, Han Xing said with joy on his face, "The instant movement special effect of the Oracle Throne, plus the giant beast's tail thorn. Let me develop a combination skill. With these 2 pieces of equipment, ordinary gods can't escape my fatal attack at all." Just then, Han Xing noticed 3 figures in the corner. They were the 3 dwarf legends, who turned into insects. Seeing Han Xing's eyes, these 3 demigod-level deformed creatures trembled immediately. Then, they shouted in unison, "Run!" They instantly turned their 4 legs to the ground and ran like insects. The speed was extremely fast. However, Han Xing just smiled faintly. "Can you run?" After saying that, he directly pulled the bowstring, swish, swish. 3 arrows shot out from different angles. Then they accurately hit the bodies of the 3 insects. Within the range of the endless arrow prison, Han Xing could instantly capture their movement trajectory. And this is also a function that Han Xing has just researched. At this time, the dragon hunting arrow technique took effect. Boom! Boom! 3 groups of shocking explosions sounded. The bodies of the 3 insects instantly exploded into blood foam. Successfully killed the deformed Zerg, demigod-level creatures, gained 25.2 billion experience points, and 10 legendary points. Successfully killed. 3 demigod-level Zergs brought Han Xing more than 70 billion experience points, plus 30 legendary points. Compared to killing the Zerg King, it may not be worth mentioning, but it is also quite good. After all, there are not so many god-level creatures for you to kill, and there are legendary points as rewards. One step closer to extracting the 5th skill. Han Xing had another hunch that the 5th skill, it is likely to be a unique skill. After killing these 3 demigod bugs, Han Xing also saw the horrified expressions on the faces of the group of sons of God. Including the unconscious little giant king, they all woke up. They looked at Han Xing with a bit of shock and a bit of fear. It seemed that they were afraid that this human race would go crazy and kill them together. Han Xing could understand why they looked at him like that. After all, he had just accomplished the feat of killing a god in the Holy Spirit realm. This was a more shocking event than the death of the 3 kings. However, this was in an ancient ruin. Not only could they not get in touch with the outside world, now life and death were out of their control. After all, they saw Han Xing killing a god. It was equivalent to discovering the secret of this man. If the other party wanted to silence them, none of the gods and goddesses present would survive. Seeing Han Xing's eyes sweeping over, the strong men of all races on the field suddenly felt their scalps tighten. At this time, the Dark God took the lead and said, Han Xing, we won't tell anyone about what happened here. Other sons of God also nodded, saying that they would not tell anyone. Some even swore an oath on the spot. Below, Eleonora looked at Han Xing with a complicated look. However, Han Xing just looked at them calmly and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. You saw what happened here. Don't talk about it when you get out." Below, the strong men of various tribes could not help nodding. They looked at Han Xing with gratitude, as if relieved, and they promised that they would never tell anyone. Han Xing just smiled. He didn't expect them to keep it secret. After all, he had the means to kill gods, which had been exposed when he dealt with the god of trickery. But this time, Han Xing asked Shen Yun to block the sight of those people. So, they didn't see how Han Xing did it. They didn't know what Han Xing's means of killing gods were. Looking at the respectful appearance of the group of people below, Han Xing scanned the surroundings. He found that there was no portal leading to the outside, including the purple portal that the Zerg Queen had teleported from, which also disappeared. Is this trapping us here? Han Xing thought for a moment. If these people were still here, it would interfere with what he was going to do next. So, he had to send them out first. At this time, Han Xing's endless arrow prison still hadn't ended. He thought, with my current attack power, I should be able to cause damage to the walls of this ruins, right? Thinking of this, Han Xing aimed at the ceiling of the laboratory and shot an arrow directly. Boom! After the violent explosion, everyone felt the ground tremble slightly. A burst of black debris fell. These debris, I don't know what material they're made of, but it is obvious that Han Xing's attack worked. So, he pulled the bowstring directly, shooted thousands of arrows in succession. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! After the dense sound of breaking through the air. Boom! After the violent explosion, a large hole with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters suddenly appeared in the sky above. Seeing this scene, the group of gods and goddesses below were surprised, but they didn't feel it was strange. But compared to Han Xing's feat of killing gods just now, this matter seems a bit insignificant. Han Xing said, "Okay, you can go out." The gods obeyed Han Xing's words. To be honest, they didn't want to stay here for a long time. After all, being with a strong man who could kill them at any time, everyone felt a lot of pressure. Little Giant King didn't hesitate. He soared into the sky. Then, it was the Son of Light. He seemed to be afraid that Han Xing would cause trouble for him, and he turned into a golden light and fled, running very fast. Then, other sons and daughters of gods also flew away one after another. Finally, only the fairy goddess, Eleonora, was left. She returned to her holy appearance. The blood in her eyes faded. Eleonora bowed slightly to Han Xing and said, "Thank you, brother Han Xing, for saving my life. One day, if you are in the Holy Spirit realm, as long as brother Han Xing has a request, I will not refuse even if I die." Han Xing waved her hand. "Don't be so polite, you go too." Eleonora nodded gently, although she didn't know why Han Xing and the others stayed. But Eleonora didn't dare to ask more. It suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. At this time, there were only 5 of them left on the field again. Everyone smiled at each other. Chung Jianyong said excitedly, "Brother Xing, everyone is gone now. Can we finally start looking for the resource storage room of this ruins?" Han Xing nodded yes. This time, the Zerg wanted to plot against us, so I used a trump card. Now, we have to collect some interest. Everyone smiled knowingly after hearing this. Then, Han Xing didn't need to say more. They began to look around. Although Han Xing now has the ability to forcibly destroy the ruins. But that was under the blessing of the Endless Arrow prison state. Now that the skill duration has ended, Han Xing has regained his legendary aura. Everyone began to look around. The floor of this laboratory has been piled with pus from the Zur Queen. It is impossible to see the situation below. However, they had already explored it during the battle just now. There is no special area on the floor of the laboratory. If there is any passage door, it is also around the laboratory. Resisting the nausea, they began to search nearby. Everyone searched around this huge laboratory for about 20 minutes. Soon, Xinyun found a door with a divine power barrier in the corner. Brothers, come here. After receiving the message, Han Xing led people directly over. Then he used the giant beast's tail thorn to destroy the gate. After entering, he found that it was an empty space. There were still traces of fighting inside. At this time, Xinyun said, "This scene is a bit familiar. Isn't this the trial space of other teams just now?" Han Xing nodded. "It should be. This original relic space is very large. When we were doing the endless trial, those trial spaces should be connected." Everyone nodded. Begin to search carefully in this trial space bit by bit. A few minutes later, Cheng Jianyong found a circular gate. This gate did not have a divine power barrier. Everyone looked at each other. Then they focused their fire at the same time. Boom! The gate exploded. They walked directly through the gate and went down. Found that they had come to a new trial space. However, no new mechanical monsters will be generated here. After dozens of rooms in a row, everyone found that they seemed to have returned to the original place. The interior of this number 5 ruins is like a huge maze. It is connected in all directions. One space is connected to another. But Han Xing was not discouraged and continued to lead everyone to find more passages. More trial spaces were discovered by them. They even came to the place they had challenged before. Chapter 386. Damn, there are so many rooms in this ruins. It's not really endless, is it? Cheng Jianyong complained. Han Xing shook his head. It shouldn't be possible. Its internal space is limited. No matter how big it is, it will reach its limit one day. After a pause, Han Xing said, but it's really a bit difficult to find. Even if we find the resource storage room, we will have to spend a lot of time. After thinking for a while, Han Xing said, stay away from me. I'm going to destroy the ruins and see if I can force a new passage out. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. They all moved away from Han Xing for thousands of meters. And Han Xing, himself, endured the severe pain. Holding the giant beast's tail thorn, he stabbed it hard at the floor. Bang! A dull collision sounded. I don't know what material the ruins were made of, but a hole as big as a bowl suddenly appeared on the ground. With this hole as the center, spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Han Xing quickly put the giant beast's tail thorn back into his backpack. The pain of tearing his whole body was too intense. If it weren't for the recent period, his vitality and physical fitness have been greatly enhanced. Otherwise, Han Xing's meridians would have been destroyed by the divine power law on the giant beast's tail thorn. Blood vessels burst and died, but even so, Han Xing is not feeling well now. Blood is constantly oozing out of the pores of his body, and even blood is dripping from his feet. Han Xing took a deep breath. His strong physique began to work. The injuries on his body began to heal rapidly. Han Xing glanced at the entrance of the cave. He found that the attack he had just made had already created a hole several dozen meters deep. However, he still hadn't penetrated the ground. The thickness of the floor of this relic was beyond imagination. It seems that I have to do it a few more times before I can penetrate this floor. Han Xing was not discouraged. He took a deep breath. He took out the giant beast's tail thorn again and stabbed it hard. Bang! Bang bang. After 3 consecutive hits, the hole in the ground expanded from the size of a bowl to a diameter of 1 meter. The depth reached nearly 100 meters. At the bottom of the hole, Han Xing saw a ray of light. At this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Han Xing's mouth. Finally, I penetrated it. He took a deep breath and quickly put away the giant beast's tail thorn. Then, he took out a bottle of life's secret medicine from his backpack and drank it. The huge vitality dissolved in Han Xing's body. The tendency of bleeding all over the body was gradually stopped. At the same time, Han Xing pulled a bowstring and shot towards the bottom of the cave. The ruins ground, which had been shattered by the giant beast's tail thorn, had almost reached its limit. At this moment, it was directly hit by Han Xing's arrow attack, and then caused an amazing explosion. Boom! After a shaking under his feet, more black fragments fell. A bright room below was revealed. Han Xing said in the team channel, "Come over, the road is open." Hearing this, Shen Yuan and Cheng Jianyong and others in the distance all came over at once. At this time, Han Xing's body shook, and the blood on his body was shaken off. At this time, Cheng Jianyong looked at the cave below and couldn't help saying, "Oh my god, so deep?" Han Xing nodded, "Go down." After saying that, he took the lead and jumped down. Here is a bright laboratory. 5 figures fell one after another. Then they began to quickly explore the surroundings. The instruments in the laboratory are still very new and seem to have been used. There is a bed on it, and there are red and green bloodstains and some insect tissues on the bed. TSK, these insects, are they not conducting human experiments here? Cheng Jianyong said. Catch those unlucky ghosts who enter the ruins, and then transform their bodies to become like those dwarves. It looks like the appearance of other races, but it is actually the identity disguise of these insects. After hearing this, everyone seemed to think of this possibility. Han Xing thought for a moment and nodded. It should be like this. However, now I have some doubts. How many people of the dwarf tribe have entered the original ruins? Or, how many of the legends of the dwarf tribe are disguised by the Zerg? Hearing this, everyone's face was stern. But they also knew. Han Xing's analysis was correct. The dwarf tribe has controlled this secret realm for many years. They have explored it many times, and sent out so many legendary strongmen. And now, they already know. The ordinary ruins outside are not dangerous. The real danger is these original ruins. If you come in, don't think about getting out alive. After all, there are not only demigod-level bugs inside, but also a god-level bug queen. So, the number of hidden Zerg in the dwarf tribe is definitely more than these 7. That is, I don't know if the dwarf king has noticed this matter. Shaking his head, Han Xing put his thoughts aside. This should be the area of the original ruins that is not open to the public. We have found the right place. Let's go, let's continue searching. After hearing this, everyone began to look around. Along the way, push open the door of this laboratory. Enter a corridor. There are many rooms on the left and right of the corridor. Everyone began to explore one by one. After half an hour of searching, except for a few bottles of inferior gene drugs, they still found nothing. Han Xing lost his patience again at this time. Fuck, never mind. I continue to use the giant beast tail thorn and go deeper below. I don't believe that I can't find the resource storage room after piercing the entire ruins. Everyone looked at each other, and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Using the giant beast tail thorn requires great pain. Even they, who were far away, felt unbearable. Not to mention Han Xing, who was holding the giant beast's tail thorn in his hand. But they also knew that there was nothing they could do. This relic was too big. They couldn't use their divine power now. If they really searched bit by bit, it would take forever. Everyone didn't say much and retreated. At this time, Han Xing took out the giant beast's tail thorn again. The terrifying tearing feeling appeared again. Han Xing gritted his teeth. He suddenly stabbed at the ground. Bang! 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 A series of collisions sounded. After seeing the light coming from below, Han Xing directly put away the giant beast's tail thorn. Then he cleaned up the wound first. Then he shot out to open the passage. All in one go, after reaching the next floor. Han Xing did not pause at all. Continued to thrust directly, after more than a dozen times. He did not know how many floors he had descended. But at least, it was several thousand meters high. The team members also followed Han Xing's steps, and descended all the way. Finally, after breaking through more than 100 floors, Han Xing and his team landed in a building similar to a hall. The next moment, all the rooms in the ruins lit up red. Warning! Warning! Strong energy fluctuations detected, approaching the core area of the original ruins, awakening the defense program. Awakening failed, the Zerg Queen has no signs of life. Hearing this prompt, Han Xing could not help laughing. So your defense program is the Zerg Queen? It has to be said that the defense means of this ruins are still very strong. It was actually a god-level creature as a guard. But unfortunately, the Zerg Queen had already been killed by Han Xing. This also indirectly shows that Han Xing has found the right place. At this time, Shen Yuan and Cheng Jianyong also came over. They also heard the alarm. Brother Xing, we have entered the core area. We should be close to the resource storage room, right? Han Xing thought for a moment, and shook his head. Not sure. This ruins is too big, and it is different from the ordinary ruins before. Even if we reach the core area, We can't find the resource storage room for a while. Let's see if we can find a map or something. After hearing this, everyone nodded again. Then they began to act separately. At this time, Han Xing looked up. The holes were connected one by one, almost reaching a height of tens of thousands of meters. This ghost place is really hidden deep. If there were no giant beast tail thorns, I guess even I wouldn't be able to find this core area. Thinking of this, Han Xing also began to search around. The core area seemed very empty. In the middle was a huge instrument. This instrument alone was at least the size of 10 ruins outside. And on the edge of this instrument was a spiral staircase. It seemed to be a passage for repairing and maintaining instruments. Follow this staircase. Everyone went down all the way. At this time, Han Xing suddenly called everyone. Wait a minute, it seems that something is crawling up from below. Hearing this, everyone also became alert. Rustle. Rustle. The next moment, they heard. On the surrounding walls, there was a dense crawling sound. Shen Yun shot a holy light ball. In front of him, a scene that made people's scalps numb suddenly appeared. At the edge of this staircase, on the surrounding walls, there were tens of thousands of human-shaped cockroaches lying. The two tentacles on their heads were swinging around. The protruding insect eyes were still staring at everyone. Being stared at by this group of creatures, people got goosebumps all over their bodies. This feeling is like you push open the closet in your kitchen. Suddenly you find a wall full of cockroaches. It makes people feel extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang, two girls, have turned pale. Shen Yun said, Brother Xing, are these cockroach monsters in this ruins awake? Han Xing nodded, it should be. Kill them all. As soon as the voice fell, everyone entered the battle state. At the same time, the cockroach monsters also rushed towards them fearlessly. Su Xiaoyang shot an arrow first. Thousands of green vines grew on the wall. The cockroach monsters were entangled by the vines, and then they tightened their bodies and strangled the monsters into several pieces. The remains of the cockroach monsters fell one by one. Cheng Jianyong waved his sword energy, and each sword energy reached a length of thousands of meters. Countless cockroach monsters were cut into two pieces. The most exaggerated ones were Zhang Lianmeng and Han Xing. All the attacks of the two achieved the effect of group attack. Zhang Lianmeng waved his staff and raised his hand. The rain of fire fell from the sky. Waves of cockroach monsters were ignited, and then fell from the wall and fell into the bottomless darkness below. Han Xing also shot an arrow into the sky. Tens of thousands of meteors kept falling. Han Xing now used the skill of falling star rain, which was as powerful as when the Wild Ranger demonstrated it. However, the Wild Ranger was just a spirit at that time. If he was in his prime, the power of this skill would be even more terrifying. Boom! Meteors fell one after another. The entire ruins began to tremble violently. Those cockroach monsters were hit by their attacks before they pounced. They fell in groups. For this kind of cockroach monster, with the strength of the 5th level, it was too easy for them to kill it. The battle lasted for nearly half an hour. They fought while going deeper. At this time, Cheng Jianyong had just slashed out a sword energy, and a cockroach monster had jumped onto the stairs without knowing when. The opponent was about to launch an attack. When Han Xing shot an arrow at him, he shot his head directly. Cheng Jianyong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, The number of these cockroach monsters is really terrifying. It's just like crazy. Everyone nodded. It's really terrifying. Half an hour of high-intensity combat. Just killing monsters to gain experience points has increased their experience bar by 5%. It's almost as good as the experience given by a demigod. Even Han Xing himself can't remember how many cockroach monsters they killed. Looking at this posture, it seems that all the cockroach monsters in the ruins have awakened and rushed towards everyone. Another half an hour passed. And Han Xing and the others also walked to the bottom of the stairs. The offensive of the cockroach army gradually weakened. It seems that they also know that there is no hope to deal with these people. Then gradually faded away. In the corner of the bottom of the core, Han Xing and his team saw that the bodies of the cockroach monsters had piled up into a 100-meter-high wall. Among them, there were many monsters that were half broken, but still alive. The tentacles on the top of their heads were still swaying. This scene was exactly the same as the cockroaches on the blue planet, but even so, these cockroaches would not live long. After repelling the last few waves of cockroach monsters, this core area, the bottom area, suddenly became extremely quiet. Han Xing said, There are no monsters, let's continue searching. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Then, another 5 hours of searching. At the bottom of the core area, there are still many rooms connected. Since killing the insect queen, Han Xing and his team have spent almost a day in this ruins. If they didn't know, there must be a resource storage room inside. If it were anyone else, they would probably have given up. But Han Xing and his team knew that there must be a lot of resources hidden inside. Finally, God will not let down those who work hard. After they passed through a corridor, the scene in front of them suddenly became clear. In front of them, a huge square appeared. At this time, they heard the system prompt. You have entered the number 5 original ruins, resource storage area. Chapter 387. You have entered the number 5 original ruins, resource storage area. Seeing this system prompt, everyone's eyes showed joy at the same time. However, the resource storage room in front of them seemed completely different from what they had encountered before. This is a huge square. And on both sides of the square, there are huge rooms. These rooms are written, Warehouse number 1, Warehouse number 2, Warehouse. All the way to Warehouse number 72. What's more exaggerated is, in the large square in front, there are also many shuttle-type warships parked. The appearance is almost the same as that of the warships in the movie. Ancient weapon, Expedition. It has extremely strong maneuverability and combat capabilities, and can cause damage to ordinary 5th-turn creatures. Ancient weapon, Shrek. It has extremely strong endurance and is suitable for dealing with some harsh environments. High-level ancient weapon, Zerg Star Destroyer Battleship. An advanced battleship that combines a lot of Zerg cutting-edge technology with powerful firepower coverage, can pose a threat to demigod-level creatures. At this time, everyone on the field swallowed their saliva. Chung Jianyong couldn't help but exclaimed, too exaggerated. Too exaggerated. So many high-level battleships, resource warehouses. Fuck, any civilization that encounters this will get an explosive increase in strength. Even in the Holy Spirit realm, it can become a hegemon. Han Xing nodded. But it's a pity. They can't take these battleships out. Otherwise, take them to the Holy Spirit realm. And then give them to the survivors to control. The originally weak human race can instantly have the strength comparable to the 3 major races in the Holy Spirit realm. At that time, that would really be a collision of technology and magic. Everyone also felt a little regretful. Han Xing said, it doesn't matter. After this time, I will discuss with the Dwarf King. See if I can bring more people in next time. Then we will each have 2 space backpacks, and we can transport a lot of things at a time. We can even pack up and take away all the things in the ruins in this world. After hearing this, everyone's faces showed surprise. But after thinking about it, this is indeed something Han Xing can do. Just pack it up for you. Because they know that Han Xing can really do this. Now, the Dwarf King doesn't know the strength of Han Xing and his men. Once this time goes out, Han Xing's killing of gods is exposed. I believe that the Dwarf King will agree to Han Xing's request. These warships cannot be taken away. They went straight through the warship display square. They began to walk towards the warehouses behind. It was similar to the layout of the ruins in front. Most of these warehouses are granaries for storing food. There are also some carefully selected plant seeds that can grow in extremely harsh conditions. These things were also ignored by Han Xing and others. Everyone continued to push open the doors of the warehouses one by one. In the warehouse number 17, everyone finally found something different. Inside, there was a huge weapons warehouse. And it seemed that they were all the same weapons. Intermediate ancient weapon, enhanced pulse rifle, an energy weapon with powerful performance that can be mass-produced and can cause damage to 5th-level creatures. A quick glance showed that there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. It's really exaggerated. If we take them all away, we will be rich. Han Xing thought for a while. Let's not worry about these weapons for now. We can't take so many away. Maybe we have to give up some of the weapons in our backpacks. Hearing this, everyone looked disappointed. After all, looking at so many things in front of them, it was like a huge fortune that could not be taken away. This is undoubtedly a pity. Han Xing saw the disappointment in everyone's eyes and smiled. Don't worry. Freeing up space is to take away more precious things. I have a hunch that the harvest in this number 5 ruins will exceed imagination. After hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with expectations again. Next, they continued to push open the warehouses one by one. After more than a dozen warehouses in a row, they were full of various high-tech weapons. This shows how powerful this race is, and how ambitious it is. They are ready for everything, and are ready to come back at any time. These weapons cannot be taken away, so Han Xing and the others stopped looking at them. Then they continued to explore other warehouses. Finally, after pushing open the door of the 65th warehouse, a full of black boxes appeared inside. Seeing the number of these boxes, everyone's breath was stagnant. The number of boxes in this warehouse alone exceeded the total number of the previous 10 ruins. Everyone could even hear each other's slight panting. Fuck, it's a fortune. It's really a fortune this time. This race is really outrageous. Cheng Jianyong couldn't help exclaiming. Even Han Xing swallowed his saliva. There were too many boxes in front of him, more than any time Han Xing had encountered before. Now, they were not worried about not having enough Insect King stones inside. What they had to worry about was whether their backpacks had enough space to hold them. Han Xing walked up and opened them all. There was a full of Insect King stones inside. This entire warehouse was actually full of Insect King stones. Han Xing thought for a moment and took out all the ancient weapons in his backpack. Those below high level. Then he took out all the miscellaneous mithril ingots, eternal gold, purple gold stone, and other materials. Then, he took away all the things in all the boxes directly. The system prompt appeared. Obtained Insect King Stone * 11.37 million. Wow, directly 11 million Insect King Stone. Counting the previous gains, it has exceeded 20 million. At this moment, Han Xing's breathing became a little rapid. The huge gains were shocking. The price was that his 2 space backpacks were completely filled. Han Xing glanced at the team members and said, "Empty your backpacks. We will continue to search other warehouses. This time, take as much as you can take out." After hearing this, everyone did as they were told. A large pile of materials was thrown out by them. But everyone didn't feel sorry at all, because they knew that they would soon be able to harvest more. Han Xing and his team soon came to the next warehouse. There were still a pile of boxes inside. But compared to the previous warehouse, the number was much less. After opening it, it turned out to be another special stone. Chaos God Stone. A special material containing extreme energy, which is the main material for making high-level warships. It seems to be one of the main materials for killing God's level weapons. Killing God. Seeing the notes at the back, Han Xing couldn't help but exclaimed. At the same time, everyone saw the introduction of this kind of God Stone. Cheng Jianyong exclaimed at this time, "Damn, it turns out that the killing God level weapon is real. I have always heard about it from those dwarves, but I have never seen it. I thought these guys were lying to us." Han Xing nodded. Next, let's continue to focus on exploring this number 5 original ruins. See if we can find killing God's level weapons or drawings. For this terrifying weapon that surpasses high-level ancient weapons. Han Xing is very much looking forward to it. At this time, Han Xing asked Shen Yun to collect the Chaos God stones in these boxes. Shen Yun did so. Obtained Chaos Divine Stone * 128,000. There were only 120,000 pieces, but when you think about it, this thing is the material for making God-killing weapons. It's not surprising. Next, they began to open the third warehouse. In the box inside, they found 290,000 catastrophic divine gold. After that, the next few warehouses were full of Insect King stones and some other ordinary materials. Until everyone's backpacks were full. There were still some Insect King stones that could not be taken away. Han Xing roughly counted. The number of Insect King stones in the backpacks of the 5 of them has exceeded 60 million. Equivalent to 60 million Philosopher stones. I'm afraid that in the entire Holy Spirit realm, only the 3 major clans can take out so many things. Now, they are all stuffed into the backpacks of the 5 of them. This is not enough to describe the sudden wealth, at this time. Han Xing and his team finally reached the end of the resource storage room. Han Xing realized that they had almost collected all the treasures inside. There is one last room in front of them. "Brother Xing, we have almost finished searching, but still haven't found the God-killing weapons." Han Xing nodded. "Let's take a look at the situation in the last warehouse." Came to the door of the warehouse. Everyone found that this door was different from the previous warehouse. The material on it was not only thicker. In it, Han Xing and others also felt a layer of divine power barrier. When Han Xing and his team tried to enter, a burst of red light swept over them. Then, a cold voice appeared. No life target was detected to have Zerd blood, and the core resource room of ruins number 5 is temporarily closed. Hearing this system prompt, Han Xing didn't need to say more. Everyone had already retreated habitually. Because they knew Han Xing was going to use the giant beast's tail thorn to force the door open. However, before Han Xing took out the giant beast's tail thorn, in front of him, the red light of the warehouse door turned green. It is detected that the life target is too powerful to be blocked. Special permissions are now open to allow passage. As soon as the voice fell, the warehouse door made a snap. Then, it gradually opened in front of Han Xing. Everyone looked at this scene with some surprise, and then walked over again. At this time, Chung Jianyong poked his head and said, "Wow, this relic is quite sensible. This saves a lot of effort." Han Xing also nodded with a smile. Then he led everyone in. The scene inside was completely different from the previous one. There were no loot boxes, nor those ancient weapons. There was only a huge instrument that was like an elliptical column, emitting a faint blue light. On the surface of this column, various data continued to emerge. The properties of this column appeared in front of Han Xing number 5 Original Ruins Core. Defense value, 1 million Divine Power Barrier, 10 layers. Obviously, this is the core part of the entire ruins. Not only does it have a defense value of 1 million, but it also has 10 layers of Divine Power Barrier protection. It can be said that the strong below the God level. There is no hope at all to harm the ruins core. It is also it that controls the operation of the entire ruins. Han Xing ignored the blue column. Instead, he said, "Search and see if you can find a god-killing weapon." Everyone nodded after hearing this. Then they began to search in the corners of the room. A few minutes later, they looked through every corner inside. Then, they shook their heads in disappointment. "No!" Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. In the previous inferences of everyone, this race must have a god-killing weapon. But now, they have searched the entire resource area, but still can't find it. Han Xing stared at the blue pillar. His eyes became a little unfriendly. "If there is nothing, then I will destroy this pillar first, and come back to look for it slowly next time." Han Xing said this deliberately for the pillar to hear. He knew that this pillar was intelligent. When they were at the door, the ruins opened the door on their own initiative, and they could see it by letting them in. It seemed to have sensed Han Xing's threat. At this time, a mechanical synthesized voice sounded above their heads. "Strong men from alien races, what are you looking for?" Hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help but raise their heads. Because this was the first time they heard such a voice. The other party had been pretending to be an ordinary program voice before. Now, he wanted to communicate with them. Han Xing stepped forward and said directly, "I want to find the blueprint of the god-killing weapon. If there is none, I will destroy this pillar." Hearing Han Xing's threat, the tone was silent for a moment, and then asked, "Are you looking for the superclass weapon of my race?" Superclass? Han Xing was stunned for a moment. "So, this race calls the god-killing weapons superclass weapons?" "Yes." Han Xing nodded. The voice prompt paused for a moment. Then it mechanically said, "Unfortunately, you probably won't be able to find it." "Can't find it? Why?" Han Xing asked. "Because even my race hasn't really created superclass weapons. For such powerful weapons, it's still at the conceptual stage." Hearing this, Han Xing was silent for a moment. "Conceptual stage? The dwarves haven't mastered superclass weapons either?" "Yes." The voice directly answered. "About superclass weapons, it was the news that my race deliberately leaked. The purpose is to attract you, the alien warriors, to come." Han Xing was silent for a moment, as if analyzing the truth of the other party's words. "If I find out that you are lying to me, I will destroy you immediately. You should know that I have this ability." The voice echoed mechanically. "I believe you have this ability. Your power is too strong. Even the Zerg Queen died in your hands. My race no longer has any power to fight you. And through calculations, I inferred that even if you say you won't destroy me, after leaving, there is a 90% probability that you will attack me." Han Xing was stunned, and then smiled awkwardly, as if he was seen through. To be honest, he did plan to do so. Because he didn't know if there were other means for this relic, in order to facilitate his next visit. So Han Xing decided to destroy this pillar after leaving. The atmosphere at the moment seemed a little awkward. At this time, the voice continued. "I wonder if I can give you some of the information I know in exchange for a chance of survival." Hearing this, Han Xing understood. "I can consider it. Only if you can answer my next question truthfully." The voice paused for a moment and said, "Yes." Han Xing directly asked the first question. "How many Zerg Queens are there in your tribe?" This is the number 5 primitive ruins. Han Xing believes that they must have more than one ruin like this. So, there must be the same level of power in other primitive ruins. The core of the ruins replied, "Get rid of the queen who died when the doomsday came. There are still 3 queens in the entire Zerg world." Hearing this number, Han Xing nodded. It was not much different from what he expected. And this also indirectly shows that this race is very strong. There are even 3 god-level Zerg kings, plus the one killed by Han Xing. That's 4 god-level creatures. Although in the Holy Spirit realm, their combat power is only equivalent to the limit of demigods. But it is also a very terrifying force. Han Xing continued to ask. Second question, where are you from? The voice answered this question quickly. In the endless void? I don't know the exact location. We just exhausted all the resources of the tribe and built these ruins before the end of the world. I hope to preserve the last spark. Han Xing nodded. Then, the third question. How many of you are in the Holy Spirit realm now? Or when are you going to invade the Holy Spirit realm? This question seemed to touch on some taboo. This time, the voice was silent for a long time, and no one answered. However, when Han Xing revealed a hint of killing intent, the voice quickly replied. Originally there were more than a dozen insect generals, plus 2 insect kings. After you killed 7 insect generals, there should be 8 insect generals, and 2 insect kings left in your world. Han Xing thought for a moment. The insect generals mentioned by the voice, corresponding to the legend of the Holy Spirit realm. The insect king is a demigod. This number is already quite terrifying. And this also indirectly shows that this race has actually mastered a lot of information about the Holy Spirit realm. The voice continued. As for when we will invade the Holy Spirit realm, through the intelligence sent back by our fellow tribesmen, we already know that the power of your world is too terrifying. There are even many Queen Mother level beings. In the short term, our goal is to lie dormant. After listening, Han Xing smiled and said, You are quite self-aware. With your current strength, there's really no hope of invading the Holy Spirit realm. Okay, I have finished asking questions. The voice broadcast appeared again. I have answered your question. Then, I will open the portal now and send you out of the ruins. After the words fell, in front of Han Xing, a deep purple portal appeared again. Then, please leave. The other party seemed to be in a hurry to get rid of people. However, Han Xing turned around and said, Who said I am leaving? Chapter 388. The voice paused for a moment. Didn't you say that as long as I answer the questions, you can let go of my ruins core? Han Xing said, I did say that, but I didn't say I was leaving right away. We still have things to take away. The voice sounded hollow. Number 5 original ruins have been searched by you all. If you still need any resources, just take them yourself. The other party seemed to have completely given up struggling. It was like a big girl who was at the mercy of others. Han Xing smiled and said, That's not what I meant. I take those resources next time I come. Hearing this, the light on the blue pillar flickered. It seemed that he didn't expect that this bandit would come again. After a while, the voice asked, What else do you need? Han Xing said, Didn't you say that you already have a theory for your superclass weapons? What is the specific research level? Tell me. The light on the blue column continued to flicker. For this question, the other party answered quickly. According to the world energy level and the way of using energy, we found that the insect emperor level of our race is different from the god level of the big world. The process of outputting energy from level 3 to level 1 will be reduced in some way. According to the calculation. Han Xing interrupted directly. Stop, just tell me the conclusion. The voice was silent again for a moment. In short, the superclass weapons we developed can cause damage to the insect emperor of our race. But for the gods of the big world, the lethality will be greatly reduced. At most, it can only exert the power of high-level ancient weapons. Hearing this, Han Xing wondered, will it be reduced? Do you know why? I don't know. However, through the calculation of all the ruins cores in the Zerd world, we have deduced a possibility. That is, when creating super-level weapons, a key material is missing. And as for this material, we only inferred it based on some data. We don't even know if there is such a substance in the world. However, Han Xing's eyes lit up after hearing this. You mean, you have already studied the relevant drawings? But because of the lack of certain materials, you can't create it? Yes. Han Xing said, Show me the drawings. The voice paused for a moment, as if considering. Then, he said directly, Okay. As soon as the voice fell, a large number of numbers appeared on the blue column. These numbers are combined and arranged with each other. Finally, an object similar to a Dyson sphere appeared in front of Han Xing's Sky-Track Strike device blueprint. Contained some unknown powerful force, said to be able to permanently erase the rules and completely kill the true god. Attack power, unknown defense value, unknown attack range, unknown special effects, unknown. Materials required for construction: Philosopher's Stone * 50 million, Shining Terra Stone * 50 million, Ancient Elf Secret Ingot * 20 million, Catastrophic Divine Gold * 500, 000, Chaos Divine Stone * 200, 000, Unknown Item, Codename World Will * 1. Except for the Ancient Elf Secret Ingot, I have never heard of the materials mentioned above. Han Xing still has a lot of other materials in his hands. But since there are specific names, then I guess they should be able to find them in the Holy Spirit realm. Only the last unknown item made Han Xing completely confused. World will. What is this thing? Han Xing was puzzled. No wonder. This pillar said that they also speculated about this thing. There is no specific physical reference. Thinking of this, Han Xing decided to put this blueprint away first. After returning to the Holy Spirit realm, he would ask around. Obtain the blueprint of the god-killing weapon. Sky Track Strike Device. Han Xing directly clicked on the study, and then nodded with satisfaction. So far, this trip to the ancient ruins. It is considered a success. Not only did he obtain a large amount of high-level materials, but he also obtained the blueprint of the god-killing weapon. At this time, Han Xing said, "Open the portal, we are going out." Okay. The voice was relieved. A purple portal appeared again. The portal has been opened. In addition, something to pay attention to. Because you killed the Queen Mother, the operating program of this world has malfunctioned. The portal between the two worlds has been opened in advance. There are less than 2 days left before closing. Once it is closed, it is unknown when it will be opened again. Even we can't do anything. Han Xing was stunned for a moment. You mean, we are going back to the Holy Spirit realm now? The voice said, if you want to stay here for a few more years, it's okay. Hearing this, Han Xing rolled his eyes. I see. At this point, Han Xing suddenly smiled and said, your service is good. I will come to you next time. After that, the blue pillar trembled again. Then, the 5 people entered the teleportation array one after another. The scene in front of them changed, and they were back outside the number 5 ruins. At this time, Shen Yun suddenly said, Brother Xing, I looked at the location of the central teleportation array that the Dwarf King mentioned at the time. It is still hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from us. If there are only 2 days left, we have to rush over now. Han Xing nodded, well, let's go now. This trip to the secret realm is almost over. Let's go back to the Holy Spirit realm now, and digest this harvest. The strength should be greatly increased. Hearing this, everyone smiled. They all knew how terrifying the harvest this time was. The total resources in the backpacks of the 6 people were almost equivalent to the wealth of a top clan in the Holy Spirit realm. That was the accumulation of countless people in their tribe for tens of millions of years. If they could digest it, it is conceivable that their strength could be improved many times compared to before. With expectation, then, they ran at full speed towards the central teleportation array area. Along the way, through the chip's sensing system, they sensed that many red dots were gathering in the same place. It seems that the strong tribes of each tribe have received the news. The central teleportation array has been opened in advance. Han Xing thought. Those strong tribes are rushing to the central teleportation array area. Along the way, the riots of the mechanical army were even more terrifying. The whole world seemed to be occupied by the mechanical army. Countless mechanical monsters climbed up from the ground and rushed towards Han Xing and his team frantically. However, Han Xing and his team attacked faster. Boom! Boom! Dragon hunting archery and big fireballs burst out in waves. Those mechanical monsters were almost instantly blasted into metal parts and scattered on the ground. Han Xing and his team didn't spend much time to decompose the corpses of these mechanical monsters on the ground. After all, the backpacks of the 5 of them were already full. The 5 people rushed forward all the way, unstoppable. All the mechanical monsters along the way were killed by them in batches. 20 hours later, Han Xing and his team arrived at the target area. Tens of thousands of meters ahead, there was a huge open space. That open space was rolling up waves of energy hurricanes. Hoo-hoo! From a distance, everyone felt a sense of instability under their feet. The violent energy made it impossible for everyone to get close. Oh my god, the wind is so strong. Chung Jianyong complained. Shen Yun pointed to the distance and said, Brother Xing, look ahead. It seems that someone has arrived in front of us. Hearing this, everyone looked over. In the other corner of this huge open space, there were several other alien races standing. Those alien warriors were all above the strength of the mid-level legend. They looked a little unfamiliar. They were not the group of people who explored the original ruins number 5 before. So, they didn't know Han Xing. After seeing Han Xing and the others coming, they all raised their vigilance. Han Xing didn't have time to deal with them, and said directly, ignore them, we just need to keep waiting. Everyone nodded. 4 or 5 hours later, several more strongmen flew over. Everyone kept their distance and found a place to wait silently. At this time, Shen Yun looked at the storm area and said, "Brother Xing, the storm seems to be stopping soon. I saw the outline of a teleportation array." Han Xing nodded. "At this speed, we should be able to pass directly tomorrow. Let's continue to wait." Then, everyone stood in the corner area and waited silently. As time passed, more and more strongmen gathered. More than 10 hours later, the Son of Light and the little giant king also brought people over. They also saw Han Xing standing aside. Their faces changed instantly. Even their eyes looking at Han Xing were a little evasive. The Son of Light and the little giant king hurriedly walked aside without saying a word. They seemed very low-key. "Little giant king, what did you gain from this trip to the ruins?" A legendary warrior with a bird-like head asked. He seemed to want to get close to little giant king. However, hearing this question, little giant king's face became even uglier. He simply waved his hand and stayed away from the legendary warrior, for fear of attracting someone's attention. The bird-like warrior hesitated to speak. There was confusion in his eyes, as if he didn't quite understand why little giant king reacted like this. The group of warriors looked confused, as if they didn't know what happened at all. When they went to ask other warriors around the giant king, they all kept silent. Everyone had strange expressions, because compared to the arrogance when they first entered, now, they seemed to have been hit by something. Each one was as low-key as possible. After a few hours, the storm had gradually subsided. The huge portal was gradually taking shape. The Dark God's son and the Wanlu God's son had arrived nearby at some point. After they came, they also remained quite silent like the little giant king and the others. Then, it was Eleonora. When she saw Han Xing, she did not have the fearful reaction of the little giant king and the others. Instead, she smiled lightly, as a greeting. Then she also found a place, and waited silently. So far, the remaining strong men of all races in the entire ancient ruins are here. Han Xing roughly counted them. There are still 74 people, except for the dozen people who died in the number 5 ruins. The others all died in the riot of mechanical monsters. This time, the elites of each race entered. A quarter of them were lost at once. It can be imagined that the outside world must be in chaos. Half an hour later, the storm in front of us finally stopped. A huge purple portal appeared. A voice broadcast prompted, "The portal between the two worlds has been opened. Please enter as soon as possible." After the words fell, dozens of strongmen rushed to the purple portal at the same time. At the same time, Holy Spirit Realm, Dwarf Kingdom. Near the Black Sky Island, dozens of demigod auras have gathered. There are many, even those old monsters who rarely show up. Now, they have all come to the Dwarf Kingdom. A demigod-level strongman, with a bad head and an old look suddenly said, "Old Snake, you're here too? I thought you were dead." In front, a demigod with a snake body said calmly, "Old Ghost, you're not dead. How could I be dead?" The bat demigod narrowed his eyes, stared at the other party with interest and said, "We haven't decided the winner of the battle thousands of years ago. Do you want to fight again today?" The snake demigod was furious after hearing this. "I'm not afraid of you." After saying this, it released its breath directly. The sky of half of the dwarf kingdom was dyed purple and black. The bat demigod was also unwilling to be outdone. The blood-colored divine power was surging. Countless ordinary dwarves were shocked by these two breaths and trembled with fear. At this time, another breath joined in. Two old things, almost 10,000 years old, are still fighting like children. Have you lost your mind because your descendants died? This voice pointed them out in public. The two demigods' faces suddenly darkened. Are you looking for death? Mintai. The other demigod-level warriors all looked a little ugly. However, the demigod who spoke was not afraid at all. He knew that these guys didn't dare to take action. This is the territory of the Dwarf King. This time, the reason why so many demigods gathered here. Because they all sensed. The sons of gods in their respective tribes were in the secret realm of the dwarves, and had lost contact with them. There were many signs that these sons of gods were likely to be in trouble. Even fallen. And the demigods of other major tribes also received the news at the first time. A huge change occurred in the ancient ruins. Many sons of gods died there. They were afraid that the sons of gods and goddesses in their tribe would encounter accidents, so they rushed to the dwarf kingdom one by one. The auras of the three demigods were too terrifying. Half of the dwarf kingdom, hundreds of billions of dwarves were shocked by those auras. At this time, a cold snort sounded. Humph. This voice was like a hammer hitting, echoing in the ears of the demigod-level strongmen. They only felt their hearts sink, especially the three demigod-level strongmen who released their auras, which were like being struck by lightning. Be honest. Whoever releases divine power again, don't blame me for taking action on the spot and killing you. The tone of the Dwarf King was very unkind. However, no demigod dared to say anything more on the field, because they all felt an extremely terrifying aura and murderous intent from the Dwarf King's cold snort just now. They knew that the Dwarf King was serious. Even the 3 demigods whose divine power domain was interrupted in public shut their mouths, because, compared to them, the Dwarf King seemed even more angry and furious. According to their intelligence, this time, the 7 high-level legends said by the dwarfs, all of them lost contact. All signs showed that these dwarves were all dead. It can be said that the loss was heavy. Ignoring the looks of the demigods looking at him, the Dwarf King still had a stern face and stared at the teleportation array in front of him. Since the teleportation array was opened in advance, he knew that this trip to the secret realm had unexpected changes. In his heart, he had a bad premonition. At this time, the teleportation array had a fluctuation. Everyone knew that the people inside were about to come out. At this time, the Dwarf King spoke again. This time, wait until the sons and daughters of gods of each tribe come out. I hope that all the tribe leaders will not rush to take them back. Wait until I find out the situation inside, and what happened, then take them away. I hope you can cooperate. Hearing this, the demigods on the field frowned. They heard the threat in the words of the Dwarf King. However, no one said much. After all, this time, the dwarfs did suffer heavy losses. A full 7 high-level legends, all died inside. Some demigod-level strongmen looked at each other and nodded. In addition to this group of demigods, there were more than a dozen other demigods, who also had stern faces. They all sensed that the sons and daughters of gods in their tribe had lost contact with themselves, and now was their last hope. They only hoped that those tribesmen had just encountered some unexpected situations. They did not really perish. At this moment, the light of the teleportation array in front of them flashed. All the demigods instantly cast their eyes. A golden light burst out. It was the Son of Light of the Sea of Light. He was the fastest and the first to rush out. As soon as the Son of Light looked up, he saw a golden figure appear in the sky. He said in surprise, "Uncle." The Son of Light was about to rush over, but he found himself instantly locked by more than a dozen demigod-level auras. "Stop!" Those demigod-level strongmen shouted at the same time. The Son of Light's face froze instantly and asked, "Everyone, what do you mean?" The group of demigods were in a very bad mood at this time, and didn't want to answer the Son of Light's questions at all. At this time, the Dwarf King said, "Neodos, you stay here honestly. Wait until everyone else comes out. I ask a few questions. Then you can leave." The Son of Light frowned. But because the other party was the Dwarf King, the Son of Light didn't dare to get angry. So, he looked at a demigod-level strongman in the distance, his uncle. However, the other party said, "Neodos, cooperate with them. Wait a while, wait until they finish asking questions." The Son of Light was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the demigod, as his clan member and uncle, would actually say this. At this time, he realized that the situation in front of him might be a little beyond his expectations. Chapter 389. The light body realized that something was wrong with the situation. So he stood still. A few seconds later, some sons of God came out one after another. They all encountered the same situation as the Son of Light. They were restricted to the spot, and could not move. Even the sons of God of big clans, like Little Giant King and Eleonora. They received the same treatment. Although Little Giant King was very unconvinced. But under the intimidation of so many demigod-level strongmen, he still stood still honestly. Everyone was waiting silently. Until, finally, Han Xing and the other 5 appeared. The teleportation array was also closed at this time. On the field, all 74 people stayed in place. Dozens of powerful eyes were watching them, being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, and they were all demigod-level strongmen. Everyone felt a terrifying pressure. Han Xing and the other 5 did not feel anything. After all, they have faced creatures at the level of gods. These demigods can no longer effectively deter them. At this time, Chung Jianyong whispered, "TSK, what a scene. Why do I feel that half of the demigod-level powerhouses in the Holy Spirit realm have come here?" Everyone nodded. The number of demigods here is indeed beyond imagination. But they don't know the purpose of these demigods gathering here. They just vaguely guess that it may be related to these sons of gods. Could it be that these demigod-level powerhouses are all here to welcome us? Chung Jianyong suddenly said happily. Xinyan rolled his eyes at him. "What are you thinking, welcoming us? It's good that they don't come to trouble us." At this moment, the perception of the group of demigods was so sharp that they naturally noticed the 5 of them. The sudden appearance of 5 human races, all of whom were legendary, surprised the group of demigods. However, the group of demigods did not say much. Because now, there are more important things. At this time, the Dwarf King glanced at everyone on the field. After confirming that none of the 7 dwarves came out, a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. After all, they were all his people. The Dwarf King sighed. Do you know how those legendary dwarves of my tribe died? Or, do you know what happened inside? The Dwarf King just spoke. Those families died. No, those demigod-level strongmen whose tribesmen died asked one after another. And the cancer godson of my tribe, did anyone see how he got into trouble? The demon sheep godson of my tribe didn't come out either. And they talked a lot of questions. However, Han Xing and the others did figure out the purpose of this group of demigods gathering here. In summary, they wanted to know the cause of death of the Son of God in their tribe. At this moment, the group of Sons of God also answered in unison. After some communication, the group of demigods also roughly understood the situation inside. Then, the scene fell into a brief silence. They were all digesting the information they had just obtained. After a while, the Dwarf King asked in confusion, "Are you saying that there was a large-scale riot among the mechanical monsters inside? There are even many high-level legendary mechanical monsters appearing?" Below, the group of Sons of God nodded at the same time. The Dwarf King frowned, because this was something he had never encountered before. The dwarves had entered the ancient ruins so many times, but they had never encountered the so-called mechanical riot. At this time, the Dwarf King thought for a moment, as if he remembered something. No, with the strength of the 7 legends of our tribe, even if they encountered a riot of mechanical monsters, it is impossible for none of them to survive. He looked at the group of Sons of God on the field and asked, with a serious expression, "Do any of you know how the legend of our tribe died?" Hearing this, most of the Sons of God on the field looked puzzled. They had not experienced the trial of the original ruins, and did not know what happened inside. And now that they heard the Dwarf King mention it, they were surprised to find that none of the 7 dwarves really came out, seeing the puzzled expressions of the group of Sons of God. The Dwarf King shook his head in disappointment, because he knew these Sons of God may not really know how those legendary dwarves died. However, in the crowd, there are several Sons of God with strange looks, because everyone who has experienced the journey to the ruins knows those dwarves are not real dwarves at all. They have long been possessed by the Zerg. They are actually 7 demigod-level Zerg monsters. However, now look at the reaction of the Dwarf King. He seems to be completely unaware of this. As a top demigod, the Dwarf King has a very sharp perception ability. He immediately noticed the abnormality of those Sons of God. His consciousness instantly locked onto those people. "It seems that you should know some inside information. Then, can you please tell me what you know?" Although the Dwarf King used the word please in his words, his tone revealed an irresistible feeling, oppressed by the breath of the top demigods. The faces of those Sons of God were livid, and some of them even had blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. At this time, several breaths burst out in the air. "Crumman, what are you going to do? Crumman, don't attack the Sons of God of our tribe." Several demigod-level strongmen rushed over directly. However, the Dwarf King did not stop and said in a deep voice, "I am asking for clues about the death of the strong men in my tribe. I hope you don't interrupt me." After the words fell, an extremely strong breath flashed. The breath of the group of demigod-level strongmen who rushed over stagnated. Their divine power field was broken in an instant, and they fell directly from the air. All the strong men on the field changed their faces, and they said with an unbelievable look, "Crumman, you are really close to reaching that realm." Including Han Xing and others below, they couldn't help but look up at the dwarf. From the Dwarf King's move just now, they have already judged the opponent's strength. At least he has the strength of a pseudogod. The aura is not even inferior to that of the insect mother. This Dwarf King is really strong. The group of demigod-level strongmen dared not say anything more. Below, the group of Sons of Gods, who were locked and felt even more pressure like a mountain. They looked at Han Xing and others with tentative eyes. Because most of the deaths of the 7 dwarves were caused by Han Xing and others. Including the last 3 dwarves, who turned into insects, they were also killed by Han Xing himself. The Dwarf King noticed their eyes and asked, "Do you have anything to say to me?" Just when the Dwarf King's attention was focused on Han Xing and the others, Eleonora said at this time, "Your Majesty, I know how the 7 dwarf legends died." Hearing this, the Dwarf King immediately focused his attention on Eleonora. "Elf Goddess, tell me what happened." Eleonora said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "The 7 legends of the dwarfs died in the endless trials of the original ruins. including several other sons of God. They also suffered accidents in the endless trials. Hearing this, there was silence for a moment. At this time, the Dwarf King asked, "Original ruins? How is it possible? I know the difficulty of the original ruins very well. It is impossible for 7 high-level legends of our tribe to die. You are lying." The Dwarf King was furious, and his powerful momentum instantly pressed towards Eleonora. Eleonora's face turned pale. Even as a goddess of the elves, she couldn't resist an existence that was about to break through the gods. Eleonora took a few deep breaths, then adjusted her state and continued. "Your Majesty, I didn't lie. This time, there were some unexpected changes in the endless trials in the original ruins. We challenged more than 80 games before we arrived at the ultimate trial site. This point, the Little Giant King and the Son of Light should be able to testify." The Dwarf King looked over. The Little Giant King and the Son of Light nodded and said, "What the elf goddess said is right." This time, many problems did occur. Not only the strong men of the dwarf tribe, but also us, almost perished in it. Hearing this, all the demigods on the field were shocked. They all knew how strong the Little Giant King's talent was. Even he said that he almost died there. And it didn't sound like a lie at all. This shows how terrifying the so-called Primitive Ruins Challenge is. At this time, the sons of God who participated in the Primitive Challenge also echoed. Yes, yes, what the Little Giant King and the elf goddess said is true. This time the Primitive Ruins are too dangerous. We almost died in it. Hearing so many people's words, the Dwarf King frowned. From his divine power perception, these strong men did not lie to him. In other words, what they are saying now is true. The Dwarf King sighed, and his tone gradually became gentler. Even you almost died. It seems that the endless trials of the original ruins have indeed increased the difficulty. Thinking about it this way, it is reasonable. Alas! The Dwarf King sighed helplessly. It seemed that he accepted the fact that the legendary dwarves had died. Then, he withdrew the divine power oppression. The group of sons of God felt relieved. At the same time, the group of demigods on the field also almost figured out what happened inside. At this time, the Dwarf King turned around and said to the group of strong men, "You all heard that there were unexpected changes in this trip to the ancient ruins. The sons of gods of all tribes died in accidents, including several legends of our tribe. You can all disperse now." On the field, those demigod-level strongmen whose tribesmen had died were still very depressed. But at this time, they could only sigh helplessly. After all, even the Dwarf King did not intend to pursue it. There was no point in them continuing to pursue it. At the same time, those sons of gods also returned to the strong men of their respective tribes. Han Xing and the other 5 looked around and prepared to leave. And at this moment, a 2-headed ogre demigod locked his eyes on Han Xing and the others. The ogre was blood-red all over, which was a sign of atavism. Han Xing and the other 5 also felt the scrutiny and hostility in their eyes. They walked a distance. However, the sight was still lingering. Chung Jianyong was speechless at this time. Why is this ogre always staring at us? Will it not want to attack us too? Han Xing shook his head and said, "It's okay, just ignore it. If this guy dares to attack, we shouldn't be polite to it." Hearing this, everyone nodded and understood what Han Xing meant. Han Xing and his team ignored the ogre's eyes. They were ready to control the power and leave directly. And at this moment, the 2 heads of the ogre said at the same time, "Stop!" Han Xing, of course, continued to ignore it and continued to move forward with his team members. The 2-headed ogre's face froze, as if he was a little embarrassed. Humph! After a cold snort, the ogre's divine power directly covered over. "You have been imprisoned by the ogre's divine power. According to the judgment of both parties' divine power, this imprisonment is invalid." Seeing this prompt, Han Xing smiled. His current divine power value is as high as more than 6,000. Ordinary demigods don't even think about using divine power to oppress themselves. The same is true for other team members. The ogre was also surprised. I didn't expect that he, a demigod, couldn't suppress this group of legends with divine power. But after a moment, it reacted. Said directly, "If you ignore my warning again, I will attack you directly." Hearing this, everyone on the field cast their eyes over. Is this the ogre looking for trouble with that group of human races? What happened? Han Xing spread his hands and finally turned around. "What do you want?" The ogre lord asked directly. "Is the death of Guliki, the demon of my tribe, related to you?" Before Han Xing could answer. At this time, the Dwarf King came over. "Gulitin, didn't I tell you that Guliki of your tribe died in the mechanical monster riot? These human races are my guests. Don't continue to cause trouble here." However, Guliki sneered after hearing this. Krukum, you don't understand. There is a special ability in the blood of my ogre tribe. Any existence stained with the blood of my tribe will have a smell on its body. I smelled that smell on that human race. At this moment, the ogre lord directly concluded, it was you who killed the demon of my tribe. Everyone on the field was extremely surprised. The dwarf king thought for a moment, and seemed to recall something. He looked at Han Xing and asked doubtfully, my human friend, is what Guillotine said true? Did you really kill the demon of the ogre clan? After hearing this, Han Xing said directly, yes, I killed it. Hearing Han Xing admit it directly, everyone on the field, including those demigod-level strongmen, widened their eyes. At this moment, the ogre lord smiled directly. It's you. Very good, then now, I can attack you openly. As soon as the words fell, the ogre lord was full of tremendous divine power. The whole sky was suddenly dyed blood red. Wait a minute. The dwarf king took action instantly and blocked the ogre lord. The ogre lord asked, Crumman, this human admitted that he killed my demon son. Do you still want to stop me? The dwarf king frowned. In the Holy Spirit realm, the demon sons and gods of a clan are all trained as the next generation of clan leaders. Han Xing and his men killed the ogre demon son, which is indeed a hatred that will never end. This is also a tacit rule tacitly accepted by the Holy Spirit realm. However, if it were an ordinary person, the ogre lord wanted to kill him, and the dwarf king was too lazy to stop him. However, the dwarf king knew the identity of this human. He is not only the lord of the human race, but also the current holy lord of the witch race. In terms of status, he is not lower than these demigods. The dwarf king said with some entanglement, is there any misunderstanding in this? The ogre lord sneered, misunderstanding? I don't care what misunderstanding it is. I only know that this kid killed my demon son. Then I will eat him and avenge my demon son. At this point, the eyes of the ogre lord had turned blood red. No, just eating him is not enough to calm the anger in my heart. I will also eat the few human beings around him, and then go to the location of this generation of human beings and eat them all. Only in this way can I calm the anger in my heart. Hearing this, Han Xing raised his eyes. The murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The ogre lord saw Han Xing's murderous eyes and smiled. Interesting, it seems that you really want to fight with me. The atmosphere instantly became tense. On the field, all the demigods stopped and looked at this place together. In their eyes, there was a look of watching the fun. Among them, a huge 5-petal flower made a sound. This human race is really interesting. Dare to release murderous intent to the ogre lord. Do you really think that you are not dying fast enough? Other demigod-level strongmen also echoed. Indeed, it is a bit too self-important. This is the dwarf kingdom. If he admits his mistake, the dwarf king may be able to save him. But now, this human race is doomed. Yes, it is a bit too stupid. However, the petite girl next to him hurriedly stopped him and said, Master, don't say anything more. The huge 7-petal flower asked in confusion, Qinglian, what's wrong with you? The girl's face was very ugly. And you still ask what's wrong. The human race you mentioned are not easy to mess with. They are a few killing gods. Demigod-level existences are very strong in the Holy Spirit realm. But in the eyes of the god of killing, the demigod is an existence that can be shot dead with one arrow. She already felt that the god of killing was ready to take action. She was now afraid that her clan leader would say something wrong and be targeted by the god of killing. The group of gods and goddesses who had experienced the journey to the ruins also began to stop the demigods of the clan. At this time, the dwarf king who was caught in the middle was also in a difficult situation. On the one hand, he didn't want the ogre lord to kill Han Xing and the others here. But on the other hand, it was a blood feud. And this was also the tacit rule of the Holy Spirit realm. After this, Han Xing said, Dwarf king, please get out of the way. Since this guy wants to fight us, let him come. I don't have the energy to waste too much time here. Chapter 390. Hearing this, the dwarf king looked at Han Xing in confusion. After seeing his murderous eyes. You? Okay. The dwarf king sighed and gave them the battlefield. At this time, the ogre lord had a grim smile on his face. Now, finally no one is blocking us. So, have you guys thought about how I will eat you? Han Xing glanced at him lightly. You really talk a lot. At this moment, the ogre lord burst out his whole body aura again, and half of the dwarf kingdom felt that kind of pressure. It seemed to use some secret technique. The body that was already more than 10 meters long instantly became 10,000 meters in size. The red divine power, like layers of divine power spider webs in the space, completely blocked the way of these human beings. Han Xing also felt the strength of the ogre lord. Intermediate demigod. Before, it was indeed very strong. It is also a very difficult enemy. But now, it's not enough. Then, a few ants die. The ogre lord threw a divine spider web. Han Xing said lightly, "Let's work together, and kill it in seconds." The four nodded. Then, Shen Yun's buff was added. Everyone's aura instantly rose a lot. The ogre lord was a little surprised. It's reached the high-level legend? There are some tricks. But it's not enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his two big mouths. A terrifying suction came. It was going to swallow everyone into its stomach. However, what it didn't know was that this was just an ordinary trick of Han Xing and others. The next moment, some special effects on the 5 people were activated. The momentum instantly climbed to the legendary limit. The pupils of the ogre lord shrank. Before it could react, suddenly, it felt a strong chill. Then, the ogre lord was frozen into a huge ice sculpture 10,000 meters high. It was Zhang Lianmeng's legendary skill, Ice Age. In just a moment, the huge ice sculpture was covered with dense cracks. The control time of this skill was less than 1 second. However, 1 second was enough for everyone. The next moment, the 4 people's attack, with enough power to make the group of demigods feel daunted, accurately hit Galiki. Among them, there was even a legendary skill that Cheng Jianyong had just learned, the sky-splitting sword. The terrifying sword energy almost tore half of the sky apart. A space crack tens of thousands of meters long appeared. All the demigods stared at the figure who slashed the sword, with surprise on their faces. This boy, with only legendary strength, can actually slash out such a terrifying sword energy. A peerless evildoer. A peerless evildoer. Cheng Jianyong looked at the surprised eyes of the demigods with a proud face. He suddenly had an idea and said directly, "Today, I, Cheng Jianyong, will kill the demigod with 1 sword." As soon as these words came out, even the demigod-level strongmen, who were about to leave the dwarf kingdom, turned their heads. They all stared at Cheng Jianyong, who slashed out a shocking sword. At the same time, the sword energy and the attacks of the team members have hit the huge ice sculpture. Boom! The space collapsed, and the divine power exploded. At this time, dense cracks had appeared on the 10,000-meter tall body of the ogre lord. Then, it exploded directly. Puff! A bright blood flower appeared. At the same time, in the sky, red blood rain suddenly fell. Black lightning struck down. In the crowd, a strong man suddenly exclaimed, "Demigod has fallen. This is a sign of the fall of demigod." On the field, the group of demigods looked at this scene with horror as if they had seen a ghost, because they knew that this phenomenon appeared. It meant Gu Liduan was dead, died at the hands of this group of legendary humans. At the same time, in the distant ogre kingdom, a statue collapsed. Countless ogres seemed to have a premonition of something terrible, and they knelt on the spot. Just like when the witch clan's holy lord Hellas died. The sky of the ogre clan was instantly covered by dark clouds. Heavy rain began to fall. Legendary ogres were awakened from their slumber. They rushed out of their sleeping place, looking at the scene in the sky, their faces full of horror. What happened? The demon lord fell? How is it possible? The demon lord is a demigod-level strongman, and he has activated most of the ancient bloodline. How could he fall? However, no matter how much they don't believe it, the cold facts are already in front of them. At this moment, the group of ogres felt that the sky was about to fall. First, the ogre died in an accident. Now, the pillar of their tribe, the ogre lord, also died unclearly. It can be said that today is the darkest day experienced by the ogre tribe. Dwarf Kingdom. After Han Xing and his team killed the ogre lord in a burst of power, they heard a system prompt at the same time, successfully killed the lord of the ogre camp. Yulitan, gained 17.4 billion experience points, gained 50 legendary points, successfully absorbed the opponent's divine power value increased by 100. Because you killed the lord of the enemy camp, you have successfully absorbed the luck value of the enemy camp. Han Xing's camp luck value increased by 10,000. A series of system prompts made Han Xing and his 5 companions look happy. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong exclaimed, TSK, this killing reward is really good. Not only does it add so many legendary points, but it also adds a full 10,000 points of luck. Almost equivalent to a 10% bonus. Han Xing nodded. The benefits of killing the ogre lord are indeed quite good. At this time, Han Xing suddenly had a strange idea. On the field, these dozens of demigods should be the masters of their respective camps. If they can kill them all, then Han Xing's camp luck value may increase by hundreds of thousands of points instantly. aware of Han Xing's scrutinizing eyes. The dozens of demigod-level strongmen on the field all felt a chill on their necks. If it were in the past, a legendary existence dared to look at them with such eyes. Then they would have taken action on the spot without saying a word. However, now, because they saw the scene of the Ogre Lord being killed in one blow, all the demigods swallowed their saliva, but did not speak. Even the demigods with the most violent tempers did not dare to say anything. After all, they had already witnessed the terrifying strength of this group of human race. On the field, all the demigods had no confidence that they could withstand such an attack. At this time, the words of the Dwarf King interrupted Han Xing's thoughts. My fellow human race friends, you are really... The Dwarf King seemed to be thinking of a word to describe them. After a moment he said, hidden. Han Xing smiled, and did not explain anything. He said directly, Your Majesty, the matter here is left to you to handle. Sorry to cause you some trouble. The Dwarf King shook his head, It's no trouble, I didn't do anything. Han Xing also smiled. In that case, we won't bother you anymore. The Dwarf King nodded, You guys can go with peace of mind, I take care of the things here. Dwarf Kingdom, you are always welcome to visit again. Compared to before, the Dwarf King's attitude has eased a lot again. On the one hand, it is because of the relationship between Han Xing and others and him. On the other hand, it is also because of his strength. In this world, only if you have the strength that makes the enemy afraid, you can gain the respect of others. After Han Xing finished speaking, he took his teammates away from here. At the same time, the Dwarf King looked at the backs of Han Xing and others. Then he smiled bitterly, and shook his head and said, It's so hidden, even I didn't see that they actually have such combat power. This generation of human race is really extraordinary. Just as the Dwarf King was about to turn around and leave, a divine voice suddenly sounded in his ears. After hearing the content of the voice, the Dwarf King's eyes widened instantly. He was so shocked that his divine power almost went out of control. Boom! The sky and the earth changed color. The sky of the Dwarf Kingdom was originally covered by blood-colored clouds. At this moment, because the Dwarf King's breath was out of control, the cloud instantly dissipated. Beside him, a group of demigods looked at the Dwarf King in surprise. Crumman, what's wrong with you? The Dwarf King did not answer. It took a long time to calm down his excited heart. He stared at the backs of Han Xing and others in surprise, as if he wanted to rush up to ask what was going on. But after a moment, the Dwarf King gave up this idea. His eyes, looking into his kingdom, became extremely deep. One day later, in a desolate area hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the Dwarf Kingdom, Han Xing and the other 5 returned to the Sky Island. Cold Ball was happily playing on it, and Cheng Jianyong played with it. When Han Xing and the others left, Cold Ball guarded the Sky Island alone and waited for more than a month. Now seeing Han Xing and the others come back, Cold Ball seemed extremely happy. At this time, Shen Yun came to Han Xing and said, Brother Xing, you finally told the Dwarf King about the news of the Zerg. Do you think he will believe it? Han Xing shrugged his shoulders, who knows? But whether he believes it or not, it has nothing to do with us. I just told him that the dwarfs have hidden the information of the Zerg demigod. It can be regarded as a return for his recent care for us. Shen Yun nodded. It really has nothing to do with them how the Dwarf King will deal with it in the end. Cheng Jianyong ran over and asked excitedly after playing with the cold ball. Brother Xing, where are we going next? Han Xing thought for a moment, and said a place name. Flame Plateau. Hearing this relatively unfamiliar name, everyone's eyes were a little confused. At this time, Han Xing explained, in the task of changing the job of the elemental god of magic, there is a godhead in the Flame Plateau. The team members nodded suddenly. The 7 godheads of the elemental god are their next target. After all, the 5 people have reached level 57. It won't take long to reach level 60 and transform into a demigod. Naturally, the godhood must be prepared first. Zhang Lianmeng looked at Han Xing with an infatuated smile on her face. In fact, in addition to the elemental godhood, Han Xing also has a collection task to do. That is the Lord of the Stars suit. As a holy relic suit, its attributes must be very terrifying. But so far, Han Xing has not found any relevant clues. So, he can only put it aside and search for it at will. But before that, Han Xing has another major improvement. That is, digest part of the harvest in the ancient ruins this time. Han Xing looked at his territory, Sky Island. During this period, he built a lot of buildings, including the new Lord's Mansion, Miracle Tower, Demon Furnace, etc. Now, this new Wanqing city is very powerful. There are 350 psychic god-killing cannons. Practice has proven that the firepower here can already kill the gods. And the materials Han Xing has now. It is enough to pull up tens of thousands of psychic god-killing cannons. This shows how terrifying their harvest this time is. Of course, tens of thousands is still a bit exaggerated. This time, they only collected a large amount of Insect King stones, Sage stones, and Catastrophe gold. To build these high-level weapons, other materials such as Shining Terra stones and Shadow God stones are also needed. Therefore, it is impossible to pull up 10,000 units at once. It seems that the idea of using territory defense towers to crush the gods will not succeed in a short time. Han Xing shook his head with some regret. At this time, he checked the 4 blueprints in his backpack. They are Disaster Level Defense Tower, Destruction Lightning, Raging Rain, Withering Snowflakes. There is also a high-level Ancient Weapon blueprint. Frozen Star Cannon. Han Xing has already looked at the properties of the first 3 high-level ancient weapons. Only the last Frozen Star Cannon has not been checked yet. So, he clicked on the blueprint interface. High-level ancient weapon, Frozen Star Cannon. It can condense a group of energy shells with a strong freezing breath, causing freezing damage to enemies with a diameter of 5 to 50 kilometers, and make the attacked enemies fall into a state of 0.1 seconds to permanent freezing. Maximum strike distance, 100,000 kilometers. Attack power, 500,000. Defense value, 300,000. Materials required for construction, Philosopher's Stone * 5,000, Ice God Stone * 5,000, Catastrophe God Gold * 20, Chaos God Stone * 10. Compared to the 3 natural disaster level weapons, the Frozen Star Cannon is an ancient weapon of the same level. Seeing the freezing effect above, Han Xing was thoughtful. It seems that the Frozen Star Cannon, combined with the Angry Hard Rainstorm and the Withering Snowflake, should be able to achieve a combination effect. It just so happens that when the Ice God Stone conquered the slime last time, it discovered a huge sky island. And there are a large number of Ice God Stones on that sky island. Now we can build a batch of them in batches. Thinking of this, Han Xing checked his Ice God Stone reserves. Ice God Stone * 1.17 million. It seems that the Witch Clan has not been idle in the past month. I'm trying my best to develop that piece of ice continent, and I've been given millions of extreme Ice God Stones. Thinking of this, Han Xing waved his hand directly. Started to build disaster-level defense towers and Frozen Star Cannons in batches. System prompts appeared. Do you want to consume materials? Philosopher's Stone * 500, 000, Extreme Ice God Stone * 500, 000, Shadow God Stone * 500, 000, Catastrophe God Gold * 2500, build 50 disaster defense towers withered snowflakes? Do you want to consume materials? Philosopher's Stone * 500, 000, Extreme Ice God Stone * 500, 000, Catastrophe God Gold * 2000, Chaos God Stone * 1000, build 100 Frozen Star Cannons? Han Xing directly clicked yes. Boom! The new Wanqing city, on the huge sky island. More than 100 huge clouds of smoke appeared around, building so many disaster-level defense towers and high-level ancient weapons at once. Even the dwarves have never done this before. The number of defense towers that Han Xing has built in this wave is almost equal to the total number of high-end defense towers in the Dwarf Kingdom. Moreover, the key is with Han Xing has 2 holy stone tablets to increase the attack of the defense tower. The dwarfs do not have them. In an instant, the difference is clear. Very good, these 150 defense towers will greatly increase the strength of my territory. From being able to deal with only 1 god to dealing with 2 at the same time, it should not be a problem. Han Xing's face showed joy. As for the other 2 disaster-level defense towers, among them, the Silence Lightning requires the Thunder God Stone, and the Angry Rain requires the Waveless Metal. These 2 materials. Han Xing currently has no reserves. Therefore, not a single one has been built. However, Han Xing already knew the clues of these 2 materials. It is also related to the places he will go next. Thinking of this, Han Xing thought, it's almost there. I am not far away from having the power to crush the gods. The Sky Island continued to move forward. The goal is the Fiery Plateau 5 million kilometers away. 5 days later, Wanqing City crossed the vast uninhabited area. There are floating sky islands everywhere around, with only some signs of wild creatures' activities on them. The Holy Spirit Realm is really too big. Although there are so many races now. But there are still many uninhabited areas in the middle. These places are not without resources. On the contrary, the resources are still rich. At least, Han Xing encountered many sky islands containing a large amount of terrace stone and rhythm black iron along the way. But because the number of creatures in the Holy Spirit realm is insufficient, so these places have not been developed. Han Xing picked some of the larger ones and went in to explore. By the way, we went up to kill the monsters inside, and then merge them into the new Wanqing city, waiting for the next return to the Wu clan territory to let the miners start mining. 3 days later, the scene in front of everyone finally changed. The sky here turned red, and the farther you looked, the more gorgeous the red became. It was as if that was where the sun fell. It was always shrouded in high temperatures. Before advancing a few hundred kilometers, the surface temperature had reached more than 70 degrees. Chung Jianyong said with a strange look in his eyes, "This feeling seems to be in the abyss realm. It seems to be so hot there, and it is shrouded in high temperatures all year round." Not to mention, when Chung Jianyong mentioned this, everyone remembered it. This place is indeed somewhat similar to the environment in the abyss realm. However, the abyss realm has a complete continent. And here, there are empty islands covered with red clouds. Xin Yun seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, "Brother Xing, with our current strength, we should be able to explore the abyss realm, right?" Han Xing thought about it and nodded. "It should be possible. After we finish dealing with the matter of the fiery plateau, we will find time to go to the abyss rift. See if we can get the first pass rewards of the 80th and 90th floors.